Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 245, Ravenclaw's Crazy Hint. Reese shifted his position, wiggling a little to find a more comfortable spot and make sure the tree branch wasn't digging too painfully into his back. Hey, I can't see any more. But in the process of moving, his wide wizard robes ended up covering the crystal ball, prompting a protest from Ravenclaw. All right, can you see now? Reese gave in easily, fixing the crystal ball onto the tree trunk to ensure that Ravenclaw, watching from the dungeon, had a wide enough view. That's better. That necklace, wasn't it the one you gave that kid? The spell embedded in it is pretty impressive. Almost as powerful as one of your casual wind blades, right? There's really no need to compare her to me, Ravenclaw's voice came from the crystal ball. For you to craft a magical item of that level, Salazar, you clearly put a lot of effort into it. Reese smiled but didn't respond. That girl Daphne, she should have already figured out the riddle in that little booklet I gave her, right? It's been in her hands long enough. If she hasn't studied it seriously, Salazar, you need to push her a bit more. Reese. He knew it. Ravenclaw was trying to make a move on him. Unfortunately, there was no getting out of it now. He gave a couple of noncommittal grunts and then naturally picked up the previous thread of conversation. You didn't seem to have equipped that Granger kid with any magical items for protection. Well, I get it, your situation's limited, and it's hard to send things out even if you make them. How about I make her a defensive magical item instead? Thank you so much. Ravenclaw's tone was calm, almost as if she had expected it all along. Oh. Reese's attention was drawn away by the student's latest movements. Daphne's finally found the spider's weakness. Fire, a smart choice. Ravenclaw was quite approving of Daphne's quick thinking under pressure. If they'd kept foolishly flinging spells at the Acromantulas, she would have had to start thinking about how to end this trial with some semblance of dignity. By the way, what kind of creature is that? I've never seen it before. The Acromantulas had piqued Ravenclaw's curiosity. A new species developed by wizards. Reese gave her a brief explanation about the dangerous yet valuable magical creatures known as Acromantulas. Looks like something right up your alley. After learning that Acromantula venom was a highly valuable potion ingredient, Ravenclaw smiled knowingly. This species seems particularly weak against basilisks, doesn't it? Ravenclaw had picked up on another weakness of the Acromantulas. That's right, unrestricted vision brings many advantages, but naturally, there's a price to pay as well. If Daphne understood Parseltongue and went to the Chamber of Secrets to call out the basilisk, these Acromantulas covering the ground wouldn't even be enough to feed it. But of course, that was only a hypothetical. Without Reese's authorization, the basilisk wouldn't heed Daphne's command. While the two were chatting, the Acromantulas began calling out the name Aragog. Looks like the spiders are up to something again. Oh. Hold on a second, Daphne reached out to stop Hermione, motioning for her not to ignite the web just yet. The Acromantula's behavior had piqued her curiosity, she wanted to see what they were trying to do. Her question was soon answered. A spider nearly the size of an Asian elephant crawled out from the center of the massive web in the middle of the hollow. It moved very slowly, and unlike the others, its fur was not pitch black but a dull grayish black. Every eye on its horrifying head was clouded over with a white film, it was clearly blind. What's going on? I hear the wails of my offspring, smell the scent of blood and flesh, and sense the presence of magic. Tell me, what has happened? It could talk. All three girls, Hermione, Daphne, and Astoria, were stunned. After fighting these Acromantulas for so long, this was the first time they realized that Acromantulas could actually speak human language. Just then, Harry descended from the sky and landed beside Astoria. Quite the spectacle, he remarked first, then turned to look at Daphne, waiting to hear what she planned to do next. Let's wait and see what that big spider wants, Daphne said. Her plan was to hold position for now, they had the upper hand anyway. After Aragog spoke, a commotion rippled through the gathered Acromantulas. Then, one particularly large spider opened its mouth to answer Aragog's question. Humans. Several humans attacked us. Humans. Aragog raised his head in confusion. Was it Hagrid? He wouldn't attack us. No, strangers. They suddenly appeared and killed several of our kin. And now they've lit a ring of fire outside our home. As the Acromantula spoke, its pincers clicked open and shut rapidly, producing a constant clack clack clack. As its tone grew more agitated, the pace of the clacking quickened too, the sound becoming sharper and more frantic. Realizing the attackers weren't Hagrid, Aragog let out a sigh of relief, if it had been Hagrid coming to slaughter his children, that would have put him in a very difficult position. If it wasn't Hagrid, then things would be much easier. Just as Aragog was about to give the order to tear those foolish intruders to pieces, he heard the word fire from one of his offspring. Fire? Tell me more. Aragog's tone grew serious. He knew exactly what his lair feared most. The spider explained their current situation to Aragog in detail. Aragog fell silent. After a moment, he slowly said, "Take me to see these people." As soon as those words left his mouth, the surrounding spiders grew restless again. They were worried and felt that what Aragog intended to do was far too risky. But Aragog held an extremely high status among the Acromantulas, so high that no other spider could overturn his decision. And so, a few minutes later, surrounded by many of his children, Aragog began his heavy, lumbering walk toward the edge of the hollow. Once he arrived, even though he had lost his sight, he could still sense the presence of flames through the waves of heat rolling in against him. "Outsiders, why did you attack my children? Why did you set fire to our home? All these years, we have honored our agreement, we have not left the Forbidden Forest, nor have we harmed any humans." With the sharp click-clack of his massive pincers, Aragog questioned them in a voice full of anger. But despite the harshness of his tone, his posture was low and non-threatening, clearly positioning himself as the victim, the one in the right. This took all four of Daphne's group by surprise. Hermione, trying hard not to look directly at Aragog's horrifying face, stepped forward and summoned her courage to speak. "There's an evil creature hiding in your nest." "That's right," Daphne added from the side, then explained the existence of the black mist in full detail to Aragog. Aragog fell silent. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 246, Mission Accomplished. A demon that infiltrated the clan and fed on our kin's life force. Aragog's voice was filled with hesitation and confusion. "My children have not mentioned such a disturbance to me." Daphne's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Maybe they enjoyed it, old spider. Just now, they seemed to be eating quite happily." Aragog instantly fell silent. Even the clicking of the massive pincers on his head ceased. After a long pause, he finally expressed agreement in a slow, heavy tone. He was old. His control over the colony had been steadily declining. This vast brood had already begun slipping from his grasp. For now, he could still barely maintain order with the prestige he had built up over the years, but many things were already beyond his influence, like feeding on the corpses of their own kind. Aragog believed that even he, once dead, would be devoured by the colony. Such was the nature of Acromantulas. But this was different. How could they turn a blind eye to such an anomaly? Just for a bite of their own kind's flesh? Aragog suddenly spun around, his jointed limbs grabbing the nearest Acromantula and dragging it in front of him. "Tell me, how many of our kin have died suddenly recently?" Aragog's voice erupted with an unprecedented force, sweeping away the frailty he had shown moments earlier. The spider caught in Aragog's grip curled all its legs up tightly, shrinking into a ball. It looked absolutely terrified. After a few seconds, seeing that Aragog showed no intent to punish it, the spider trembled as it replied. "In the past few days," it said, 1 to 3 spiders had been dying each day, sometimes more. This had been going on for over a week. Aragog felt a wave of suffocating frustration. Over a week? Don't you have any sense of how often your kin should be dying? Don't you think this is way too frequent? Acromantulas were magical creatures known for their long lifespans. Unless fatally injured while out hunting, they did not die for no reason. Daily deaths of this magnitude were far beyond normal. Now, Aragog no longer doubted a word of what Daphne and the others had said. He turned his head and asked, "That creature, it's parasitizing the back of one of my children, isn't it?" After receiving a confirmed answer, Aragog gave an order to all the Acromantulas to vacate the nest. The old patriarch's words still held sway. After a moment of clamor, the spiders began to withdraw from the nest. Soon, Daphne and her group spotted a spider with a tumor-like lump on its back, clearly the one that was being possessed. Daphne raised her wand, ready to strike, but then paused and lowered it again, remembering what had happened the last time she blasted a spider apart. "Are all the spiders out?" she asked softly. Aragog tapped the ground with his limbs and soon gave his conclusion. "There's still one hiding deep within the web, heh." It now understood clearly, that was the true culprit. Without hesitation, Aragog gave the order for its children to drag the corrupted spider out of the nest and tear it to pieces. At the same time, it turned to face Daphne and the others, speaking in a humble tone, "Please extinguish the flames. The Acromantula are not enemies of the wizards." While Aragog was negotiating with Daphne and the others, the fire had grown significantly. At this point, they didn't even need to do anything, the blaze alone could bring a devastating disaster to the Acromantulas. Daphne couldn't help but lick her lips, she really didn't have a good solution. Starting a fire was easy, putting it out, not so much. She glanced at the nightmare standing beside her. At Daphne's command, the nightmare began to run along the edge of the fire wall, helping to contain the flames within a certain range. Then the 4 young wizards took turns casting freezing charms on the roaring fire. After quite a bit of effort, they finally managed to extinguish the flames at the edge of the hollow. With the fire put out, the battle within the spider nest had also ended. Outnumbered, the possessed spider was dragged from the nest by the other acromantulas and torn to shreds. Looks like it's all over now, Aragog sighed with deep emotion. If not for these young wizards, who knew how many more of its children would have died? Because of this, it decided to forgive the bloodshed the young wizards had caused at the start. It's not over yet, Daphne narrowed her eyes. She had noticed that when the spider hidden deep within the nest was torn apart, a small black notebook fell from its body. She believed that was the true source of it all. If that notebook wasn't destroyed, everything else was meaningless. Right now, the notebook lay quietly among the fallen leaves and webbing, looking as harmless as could be. But clearly, once the chaos had settled, it would stir up another storm. After listening to Daphne's explanation, Aragog let out a sigh. I'm too old now, truly incapable of dealing with such a monster. Please, all of you, help me destroy it. I'll keep my children in line. With Aragog's assurance, Daphne led the other 3 young wizards down into the hollow. Sensing danger drawing near, the corrupted Riddle diary no longer hesitated. It immediately manifested a form of Riddle from within its pages. This version of Riddle was already tainted, his spiritual form emanated a nauseating black corruption, and his eyes were filled with an insatiable lust for blood and destruction. Like a beast, he lunged at the 4 young wizards, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Astoria, only to be flung backward by the protective spell she'd instinctively cast. Immediately after, Hermione's precisely aimed impediment jinx hit the creature dead on, freezing it in place, and several attack spells rained down on it without hesitation. Although the spells couldn't kill it outright, they continuously weakened it. Once the life force it had absorbed from the acromantulas was depleted, it would be forced to shrink back into the diary. Sensing its dire situation, the already maddened Riddle suddenly opened his mouth and let out a piercing screech filled with intense negative emotion. The 4 standing nearby instantly felt dizzy and disoriented, and the spells they were casting were cut off. Taking advantage of this opening, Riddle lunged at Harry, not the closest wizard to him, but instinctively, he still chose Harry over the nearer Daphne. Caught off guard by the spirit's screech, the 4 were momentarily defenseless. If nothing intervened, Riddle might have turned the tide in his favor in that desperate lunge. But the nightmare beast, unaffected by the screech, suddenly charged forward and slammed into Riddle, knocking him back and simultaneously setting his spirit form ablaze. Riddle, already at the end of his strength, let out a cry of agony before his entire spirit was consumed by black smoke and pulled straight back into the diary lying on the ground. At last, it was all over. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 247, Help Me Cheat. Daphne picked up Riddle's diary from the ground. Without even bothering to flip through it, she walked straight to the corpse of a nearby acromantula. This thing is kind of like one of the alchemical artifacts mentioned in those books I got from. It needs to be destroyed in a special way. Hermione caught up and almost said something she shouldn't have. Fortunately, she stopped herself in time and changed her wording. I know, Daphne waved her hand dismissively, then forcefully stabbed the diary onto the acromantula's fangs. A scream, unlike any human sound, came from the diary. At the same time, thick black blood gushed out from the spot where the fang pierced the diary. Along with the blood, dense black smoke billowed out as well. This process lasted for over 10 seconds before everything returned to normal. When the dust settled, Daphne, Astoria, Hermione, and Harry had together resolved the crisis in the Forbidden Forest. It's over. The monster lurking among your kind has been dealt with, Daphne said, holding the still slightly smoking diary as she walked past Aragog. Thank you, young and outstanding child. Aragog tapped its massive pincers as a sign of respect and added with a sigh, it's a pity there is no one as talented as you among my descendants. Being praised by a giant spider felt rather strange. Daphne shook her head, suppressing the bizarre feeling, and left the acromantula's nest together with the other 3. Once the spider nest was far behind them and the distant silhouette of Hogwarts castle became faintly visible, Daphne began to worry about Reese's safety. She was eager to know how things were going on his side. At this moment, Reese was chatting with Ravenclaw. So, how about it? The student I trained isn't bad, right? She handled everything properly and methodically. At first, I actually thought she was going to set the spider nest on fire, Reese said with a cheerful expression. In his view, Daphne and Astoria completely deserved a perfect score for tonight's assessment. Indeed, Ravenclaw's voice carried a trace of envy. That Granger child still needs more experience, though the final monster's strength was a bit on the weak side. Reese shrugged. Nothing to be done about it. You're the one who drove it so insane it could barely use any of its original magical power. Besides, that final soul-targeted attack was still very dangerous. If the nightmare hadn't been there, that Potter boy would have suffered a bit. Looks like the next teaching objective is to strengthen the children's soul-level defenses. Reese sighed. Rowena, you know as well as I do, there's no shortcut on that front. The only proper way is to study magic diligently and make one's soul stronger and stronger. Can't you make a few magical artifacts? It's very difficult. I've saved up a few things over the years. There might be something among them that can help you. That might actually work. In just a few words, Reese and Ravenclaw had settled the deal. Ravenclaw would provide him with some special dark creature materials, and he would attempt to create defensive magical artifacts on the spiritual level. When the conversation was almost over, Reese jumped down from the tree, ready to head back to the castle. You can't go back yet. Theoretically, you should still be trapped inside the seal, fighting desperately alongside me, Ravenclaw's faint voice echoed, making Reese freeze. Oh, right. That. Reese couldn't help but cover his forehead. He needed to find a place to kill time for the night. But it was just one night. He didn't dare delay any longer. If he dragged it out and ended up breaking down Daphne and Astoria's mental defenses, it would completely backfire. Who knew what they might end up doing? Thus, early the next morning, when Daphne walked into the common room with dark circles under her eyes, she saw the familiar figure once again. In an instant, her eyes turned red with tears. Reese. She rushed over, running straight to him, then stood frozen in place, too overwhelmed with emotion to say anything. Seeing Daphne's expression, Reese felt a trace of guilt flash through his heart. Please forgive me, my student. Maybe next time I won't use this excuse again. But this is something that must be experienced on the path to becoming a mature wizard. No one can guarantee that things like this won't happen in the future. Study magic diligently, child. That trace of guilt existed in Reese's mind for only a second before it completely vanished. He reached out his hand, smiling as he looked at Daphne. Daphne. Why yes. My package, it's time you gave it back. Daphne. Reese's words instantly broke Daphne's emotional momentum. With his interruption, the excitement that had first surged in her heart disappeared without a trace. Daphne rolled her eyes at him irritably, then took out the package Reese had previously entrusted to her from inside her robes. Watching Reese tie the package back around his waist, an uncontrollable curiosity welled up in Daphne's heart. She even slightly regretted not opening the package yesterday to see what was inside. But yesterday, she clearly hadn't been in the mood. Today, even though she was curious, the opportunity had already passed. Take a guess. Faced with Daphne's question, Reese dodged giving a direct answer. Daphne. It's not a bunch of letters from medieval wizards, is it? Daphne joked. Correct. Daphne's expression instantly became one of utter shock. You really collected a pile of medieval wizard letters. Don't believe me. Reese raised an eyebrow. Of course Daphne didn't believe him. She had always thought the so-called letters from ancient wizards were just an excuse Reese made up. How could they actually exist? Want to bet? Reese's confident attitude made Daphne hesitate, but the wager he proposed clouded her judgment. If I can't produce those letters, I'll answer one of your questions, any question at all. But if I can show you the letters, you'll have to help me with a trivial task, Reese said, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He really needed his students' help right now. Any question at all. Daphne, like a fish lured by bait, was hooked by the temptation. Of course. I swear on the honor of Slytherin House that I will truthfully answer any question, Reese said. Daphne was immediately tempted. She felt Reese was clearly bluffing. At this moment, she had already convinced herself completely, to the point where no matter how she reasoned it, she would reach the same conclusion. Reese was stuck, forced into a corner by her, and could only use the so-called bet to try and brush her off, hoping she would back down. I won't fall for it. Daphne showed a confident smile and accepted Reese's wager. Then she watched, dumbfounded, as Reese pulled out a thick stack of parchment from that small package. Here, take a look. I've got plenty more, Reese said as he placed the first stack of parchment on the table, then pulled out a second stack from the package. Daphne. Still unwilling to give up, she picked up the parchment and flipped through it, only to find that they really were letters written in Latin by ancient wizards. I lost. Go ahead, tell me what you want me to do, Daphne said, her eyes vacant and her face pale, like a fish caught and pulled ashore, giving up all struggle. Reese softly voiced his request. Daphne immediately widened her eyes. You call helping you cheat on an exam a trivial matter? Reese laughed happily. Otherwise? What, you expect me to obediently take the exam properly? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 248, Magic from Hufflepuff. Of course, times were different now, and Reese hadn't found a suitable excuse to take the exam at a different time from Daphne. Poisoned by a potion last year, poisoned by a potion again this year. That would be way too suspicious and would definitely arouse the professor's doubts. So Reese chose instead to directly borrow Daphne's written answers. After all, 1,000 years had passed, and his theoretical knowledge was somewhat outdated. Taking time to relearn everything wasn't worth it, so he simply had his student handle it. Reese was definitely not the type to sit obediently in the library memorizing principles. The process of borrowing didn't even require Daphne's cooperation. The main reason he created a bet was because he had decided to inform Daphne in advance. If she truly refused, Reese naturally had other means. Of course, teasing this little girl a bit and watching her reactions was genuinely a lot of fun. Daphne fell into a dilemma. Even though she had lost the bet, she still wanted Reese to take the exam on his own. It wasn't because she was some model student who strictly obeyed school rules, it was simply because she wanted to see how well Reese would score on the final exam. If, just hypothetically, she managed to beat Reese in grades, well, that would count as a small victory for her, wouldn't it? Just as she was thinking about how to cleverly weasel her way out of this debt, a figure rushed to their table like the wind. Without even looking, Daphne knew it was Astoria. Reese. That's great, you're back. Astoria's excited voice rang out beside them. Reese smiled and nodded, saying nothing about what had happened the night before. After a while, once her excitement had passed, Astoria noticed something. Big sister, you didn't even tell me. You just sat here chatting. The fact that Daphne hadn't immediately told her about Reese's return made the young girl rather upset. We barely said a few words. It's not like a few minutes would make a difference. Daphne shot an annoyed glance at Astoria. What were you two talking about that made you forget all about your little sister? Astoria pulled out a chair at the table and plopped down, her eyes gleaming as she looked at them. Reese explained the bet between him and Daphne. A thoughtful light flashed across Astoria's eyes. I think, Daphne was organizing her words, ready to argue with Reese properly, but Astoria cut in. Why don't you let me try instead? We could figure out the exam schedule and see if I can also take a few of the tests. Astoria looked eager, her face full of excitement. She wanted to try the harder exams from a higher year. Plus, it would be fun to compete alongside her sister, wouldn't it? And what about your own exams? Daphne couldn't sit still. And classes like History of Magic, that has nothing to do with your spellcasting skills. For subjects that are just rote memorization, I can start reviewing early. There's still a whole month anyway. Astoria responded confidently. As for my own exams. She looked at Reese and blinked her eyes. Reese, since I'll have to drink Polyjuice Potion to take the exams for you, why don't you also drink one with my hair in it and take my finals for me? Reese rubbed his chin, feeling that half of Astoria's proposal was quite workable, but there was one point that needed correcting. No need for Polyjuice Potion. I can use transfiguration to create a lifelike fake body to sit your exams. I guarantee no one would notice. But I do think you could try taking the second-year exams yourself. After hearing Reese's words, both Daphne and Astoria showed a flash of bewilderment in their eyes. Is that even allowed? The corners of Reese's mouth lifted slightly. Daphne, you should still remember that fake body from before, right? Daphne instantly recalled a not-so-distant memory. That fake body really had been indistinguishable from the real thing. That's a very advanced magic, Reese said, smiling as he began explaining the origin of the spell to them. It was a charm developed by Helga Hufflepuff herself. She had given it a very plain name, the doll creation spell. And the origin of this spell could be traced back to an exhausting adventure. Now we fucking rest. Godric, after walking into the cave, immediately collapsed onto the ground without any concern for appearances, almost falling asleep on the spot. His three close friends were no exception. The ground seemed to pull them down like a magnet attracting iron, as if there was nothing more blissful than simply lying down. But there was still much to be done, starting a fire to cook, cleaning the cave, setting up guards. Yet in their current state, who had the energy to do any of it? Rowena. You can consider me already dead. Godric. I think I dropped my sword sheath out in the forest. Be a good brother and bring it back for me. Salazar. Just as he was forcing himself to get up and tidy the cave, the always quiet Helga moved into action. Let me do it. Compared to her three friends, Helga was still in relatively good condition. She had only suffered some minor external injuries and was mainly exhausted. She pulled out her wand from her robes and pointed it at the corner of the cave. There, the stones in the corner gathered together, combined with a pile of dirt, and formed a 3-foot-tall little figure. After the little figure was formed, it wobbled out of the cave, and after a while, returned carrying a bundle of firewood and a dirty sword sheath. It was already moving quite nimbly by then. Helga, you actually know this kind of spell? Salazar was astonished. Before, Helga couldn't even manage to transfigure wood into a wooden carving, and now she could cast such an incredible spell. The transfiguration magic you taught me before, I spent some time studying it and had some new insights. Today was just the right chance to use them. Also, the soil here is very suitable. Maybe if we were somewhere else, I wouldn't have been able to manage it, Helga said, her face pale. She fell silent after speaking and focused almost all her energy on controlling the little clay figure she had created. The clay figure busied itself around the cave, it started a fire, then cleaned up the filth inside the cave, and finally even set up a pot to cook a soup for everyone. Salazar added some herbs into the soup, which would help them heal. He sharply noticed that the clay figure could actually use magic. The layers of dust, dirt, cobwebs, and droppings on the ground were all cleared away by magic. Incredible. Helga, how did you do it? Salazar's look of astonishment was practically tangible. I just really wanted to do it, and then, combined with a sudden flash of insight from earlier, it happened, Helga confessed. Salazar. Really, I just really wanted to, and with that bit of inspiration, it came about, Helga added, as if afraid her friends would misunderstand her. Salazar fell even more silent. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 249, Exam Results. So even Slytherin and the others couldn't fully understand Lady Hufflepuff's spell. After listening to Reese's story, Daphne blinked. Of course not. Reese glared at her. Otherwise, where do you think my fake body came from? He calmed himself and explained to Daphne that although Hufflepuff herself couldn't clearly explain the principle, she had still done her best to cooperate with her friends in studying the spell. Eventually, Slytherin and Ravenclaw succeeded in recreating it and even made some improvements. However, the clay figures recreated by Slytherin and Ravenclaw were still far inferior to the ones Hufflepuff made herself. They could only exert a small portion of the original strength, while Hufflepuff's dolls could unleash over 80% of the original body's power, and the duration was much longer too. Still, Slytherin and Ravenclaw didn't earn their reputations for nothing. They made significant improvements to the dolls' external appearance, making them nearly indistinguishable from real people. Back then, wizards could sense magic directly, so achieving that level of realism was quite an impressive feat. Reese said, unable to hide a trace of pride in his tone. After all, they had truly poured a lot of effort into it back then. Daphne and Astoria listened with stunned expressions. After a little while, Daphne timidly asked, was that recorded in the letters of the ancient wizards too? Reese narrowed his eyes, this little girl is getting harder and harder to fool. No, it was from Slytherin's personal notes. All right, let's get back to the main topic. Astoria, are you willing to take the second-year final exams for me? In exchange, I can help you take your finals, but you'd better not set your hopes too high for the results, Reese said, as his goal had now shifted. If before it was simply to save himself trouble, now he genuinely wanted to see Astoria's level, to see how she would perform facing exams meant for a higher year. After giving it serious thought, Astoria accepted Reese's proposal, and thus began a month-long, grueling period of studying. She truly got up earlier than the chickens and went to bed later than the pigs, practically living in the library from morning till night. When the day of the final exams arrived, she overslept. Combined with the time lost taking polyjuice potion and changing clothes, she almost missed the first exam. But in the end, she managed to finish all the exams without a hitch under Daphne's complicated gaze, and no one noticed anything strange. Now all that's left is to wait for the results. The Great Hall was lively after the exams. Astoria happily picked up a bowl of pudding, smiling brightly as she said, "How did you do, big sister? Don't tell me you ended up scoring lower than me." Daphne's face darkened, and she suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She should have reviewed her history of magic notes more carefully earlier. Damn it. Under Reese's influence, she hadn't taken subjects like history of magic seriously either. Could it be that I really got a lower score than this little girl Astoria? She shivered at the thought, and the dessert in her hand no longer tasted so sweet. After lunch, the group followed the crowd out of the Great Hall. On the way, they ran into Hermione, who had just finished eating. Judging by her expression, she probably did quite well on the exams, though, of course, she would never admit it. If you asked her, she would endlessly complain about some question she changed from the correct answer to the wrong one. Yet once the results came out, you'd find she only got that single question wrong. Since their shared adventure in the Forbidden Forest, the relationship between the Greengrass sisters and Hermione had improved quite a bit. Plus, Reese and Hermione were old acquaintances, so the four of them naturally fell into conversation. The main topic was, of course, their summer holiday plans. Halfway through their chat, a sudden cheer rang out behind them. The voice wasn't unfamiliar. Reese immediately recognized it as Ron from the Weasley family. He turned around and just happened to meet Ron's gaze. Ron gave him a big, cheerful smile and waved a letter in his hand, then squeezed through the other students' curious glances to Reese's side. "My dad won the Daily Prophet's grand prize draw. The prize money is several hundred galleons. Now I can finally buy a new wand," he said excitedly, unable to wait to share the good news with Reese. What else could Reese say? He could only offer his congratulations out of politeness. Not just a new wand. "We're also planning to go on holiday to Egypt during the summer. My brother Bill works there as a cursebreaker for Gringotts." "Oh right, Reese, where are you planning to go for the holidays?" Ron was visibly excited, practically wanting to share his joy with the entire school. Oh. Hearing the word Egypt, Reese couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What a coincidence. I'm planning to head to Egypt during the summer as well. Daphne and Astoria immediately pricked up their ears, but unfortunately, Reese didn't say more, leaving them rather disappointed. Perhaps because even the professors were eager for the holiday, the final exam results came out very quickly. Within 3 days of finishing the exams, the report cards were delivered to the students. Professor Snape, as usual, managed to obtain the grades for all students across the school and posted a sorted list on the house bulletin boards. When Daphne spotted those charts from afar, she felt both excited and nervous. As she drew closer, a few snippets of conversation floated to her from the crowd. That Astoria is Daphne's younger sister, right? Amazing, full marks in every subject. No wonder they're descendants of the Greengrass family. The sisters are ranked second and first, really incredible. Reese Lint is amazing too. He was second last year, wasn't he? And now he's first. If he were willing to get up there and duel, who knows how many matches he could win. Daphne's mind buzzed, and she nearly fainted as stars danced before her eyes. How could this be? Astoria actually scored better than me. And Reese, even while substituting, managed to come out first. What was going on? Gritting her teeth, she squeezed into the crowd and then clearly saw the rankings written in black and white. Her whole world felt like it was falling apart. She turned her head and found Reese and Astoria had also squeezed in behind her, strange glints flashing in their eyes. Astoria said, "Big sister, I didn't expect you to. Puffed. Bahaha." She couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Reese said, "I really didn't study much, really. It just happened that the questions were on things I knew." His face was full of sincerity. But honestly, as a teacher stepping in to take an exam for his student, how could he allow himself to fail any subjects? Those who know, know. And so, amid Reese and Astoria's laughter and Daphne's deep gloom, the summer holidays began. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 250, Sell Me This Pet. Reese, you're planning to go to Egypt for the summer, right? On the Hogwarts Express back to London, Daphne asked this question very seriously. Daphne was a little anxious. If she didn't ask now, Reese would soon separate from them. She still wanted to spend the long summer holiday with Reese, and also take the opportunity to learn some new and fascinating magic from him. She was especially interested in the doll creation spell he had mentioned earlier, and she felt a strong urge to study it. Reese thought for a moment, feeling a bit hesitant. Mainly because this expedition was closely tied to Hufflepuff, which meant a high degree of uncertainty. He couldn't say for sure what would be waiting for him in the ancient ruins of Egypt. Maybe there would be nothing at all, or maybe it would be like the dungeons, with a mad Hufflepuff hidden inside. Daphne pondered for a moment, then threw out what she thought would be an irresistible bait for Reese. "All right, forget the previous topic. Reese, could you tell me what ways there are for humans to fly?" Daphne's sudden shift in topic left Reese a little confused, but it was clearly a simple question. Flying broomsticks, flying spells, flying carpets, portkeys could count too, I suppose. And there are also various magical creatures that can fly. Hippogriffs, thestrals, and dragons all count. Then do you know how Muggles fly? Daphne's next question made Reese fall silent for a few seconds. If this question had been thrown at Reese 2 years ago when he had just awakened, he would have been completely baffled. How could Muggles possibly fly? But after cramming a large amount of knowledge, Reese now knew that those seemingly ordinary Muggles really did have ways to take to the skies. I've heard they have something called an airplane, an alchemical creation that can carry over 100 people at once during flight. It's truly hard to imagine such a sight. A gleam of excitement flashed in Daphne's eyes. She felt the fish had taken the bait. It seems the British Muggle government has strong ties with Egypt's Muggle government, so there are quite a few direct flights from London to Cairo. What do you think about the idea of taking a plane to Egypt? It would be a great opportunity to study a Muggle flying creation up close. If you want, I can have my father get you a ticket, said Daphne in a single breath. Although she had grown up in a wizarding family and knew little about the Muggle world, only bits and pieces, she could still leverage her family's connections to arrange for someone to travel by plane. Honestly, Reese was quite tempted. Daphne's meaning was very simple. She could help Reese get a ticket for a Muggle airplane, without any conditions attached. Given what she knew about Reese, she thought this was the most efficient way to persuade him. I'll brew a cup of tea first. In the end, Reese decided to use tea leaf divination to foretell the fortune of this trip. If the divination result turned out unfavorable, he would absolutely not take Daphne along, no matter how shameless it would be to accept the plane ticket she arranged. He had already decided to fly to Egypt by plane. Although the field of divination was heavily influenced by innate talent, Reese believed that the strength of one's soul also affected the accuracy of divination, especially the success rate of short-term predictions. As for this hypothesis, Reese had even designed a simple little experiment. He crafted a 12-sided dice, divined the result before each throw, and then rolled it, finding that his prediction accuracy was noticeably higher than mathematical probability. However, Ravenclaw had also criticized Reese's experimental design. She believed that Reese might have subconsciously influenced the dice through psychological suggestion, leading him to roll the number he wanted, and therefore she thought Reese's hypothesis lacked sufficient evidence. Even though he didn't get Ravenclaw's support, Reese still trusted his own theory and believed that his divination results were at least somewhat reliable. Taking out a small cauldron, Reese quickly brewed a cup of tea, drained it in one gulp, and then, following the instructions from the book, swirled the cup a few times and began observing the patterns formed by the tea leaves. The results of the tea leaf divination were fairly optimistic. Reese concluded that the trip would be, at most, a case of startling but without danger. Book 2 tickets. You want to go to Egypt too? He asked. Make it 3. Astoria immediately latched onto him as soon as she sensed Reese loosening up. Will Mr. Greengrass agree to this? Reese frowned slightly. After all, on the surface, they were just a group of 10-year-old kids. Would Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass really allow 3 children to travel abroad together? Of course he will, Daphne and Astoria answered in unison. Mr. Greengrass had great trust in Reese, and they were confident they could persuade him. Besides, they still had a major piece of news they hadn't yet revealed to their father. Seeing this, Reese agreed as well. He comforted himself by thinking of it as taking some kids on a summer camp trip. At the same time, he also silently warned himself not to take on any more apprentices for a while. 2 kids were already enough to worry about. If he accepted any more students, he probably wouldn't have the energy to manage them. The train arrived at the station, and the students poured out in a stream toward the platform. A large splash of red in the corner of the platform caught Reese's attention. It was the entire Weasley family. Judging by their clothes, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with 2 of their already graduated sons, had all come. Standing nearby were also 2 people who looked like reporters. As soon as Ron, Fred, and the others got off the train, Mrs. Weasley called them over. Percy, Ginny, and you 3, come here quickly. When the 5 of them, looking utterly confused, walked over, Mrs. Weasley immediately began arranging the troops, lining the whole family up in a row. Then, a photographer from the Daily Prophet snapped a hurried family photo. We just gave an interview to the Daily Prophet, you know, your dad won the grand prize, and the newspaper wanted to do a follow-up interview, asking how we plan to use the prize money and such, Mrs. Weasley explained to the kids once the family photo was done and the interview wrapped up. Ron, hugging his pet rat, immediately protested, so that photo is going to be in the newspaper. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have put this guy away. The rat, Scabbers, didn't react to Ron's complaint, it simply lazily rolled over in his arms and curled its paws inward. Off to the side, Percy frowned as well. Isn't this a little too rushed? How can anyone tell from this photo that we're planning to go to Egypt? The reporter from the Daily Prophet just smiled and didn't bother replying to them. Choosing to do the interview in London was obviously for convenience. What, were they supposed to follow them all the way to Egypt? Just like that, the large group squeezed past Reese and the others, and Ron accidentally stepped on Reese's foot. Ah, Reese, I didn't mean to. It's fine, eh? Ron, wait a second. Ron stopped, looking at Reese in confusion. Sell me that pet rat of yours. Reese's words left him completely stunned. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 251, Happy Scabbers. Ron was utterly astonished. In all his life, this was the first time he had ever seen someone willing to buy his pet rat. Why are you suddenly saying that? He asked in confusion. I'm a snake, aren't I? Isn't it normal for me to like rats? Reese joked lightly, making Ron chuckle as well. No wonder I like all kinds of meat, because I'm a lion. Ron replied. Of course, Reese wanting to buy Ron's rat wasn't because he was possessed by a basilisk, or anything like that. It was because, after a brief glance just now, he had been shocked to notice that Ron's rat had a strong mana fluctuation. It was definitely not an ordinary rat. Coupled with what Professor McGonagall had shown them during their very first transfiguration class, her skill in becoming an animagus, Reese immediately realized that Ron's rat must be an animagus. And that made things very interesting. What would drive a wizard with decent talent to live in the form of a rat? While it couldn't be ruled out that it was due to some peculiar fetish, it was much more likely that there was some hidden reason behind it. As for animagus, a very advanced branch of transfiguration, Reese was quite familiar with it, although he had never learned the spell himself. It wasn't because he couldn't learn it, but because he thought the spell was pretty useless. The preliminary steps were extremely complicated, and the benefits after mastering it were pitifully low. Reese couldn't be bothered to waste his energy learning such magic. He preferred to focus on spells that would help him survive in a grim world. The uncontrollable nature of an animagus's transformation form was one of the major reasons it was considered impractical. Before completing the animagus ritual, you could never know what you would turn into. You might become a tiger or a lion, but you might just as easily become a cockroach or a rat. It had a certain connection to your personality, but there were no absolute rules. You might think of yourself as a lion, but in reality, you could end up being just a cat. More importantly, while turning into an animal sounded cool, so what? It wasn't very practical. All the advantages brought by transforming into an animal could be replaced by magic. Even if a wizard who transformed into an animal was far stronger than an ordinary creature, they still ultimately gave up the most powerful weapon a wizard possessed. Still, although Reese considered the spell rather impractical, he never disrespected it, because it was undeniably very difficult. And that only made it all the more intriguing, so Reese decided to buy Ron's rat. It's quite special, Reese said, without revealing too much, but even so, it made Scabbers wary. It continued to coil lazily in Ron's arms as if asleep, but in truth, it had shifted all its focus to Reese and Ron's conversation. It was already preparing to escape. What's so special about it? Ron looked completely baffled. It's just a bit longer lived than normal rats, that's all. That's exactly what makes it special. Seeing that Ron hadn't noticed anything unusual about his pet rat, Reese didn't expose Scabbers' true nature. He merely told Ron that he suspected Scabbers had some kind of magical creature bloodline, or maybe it was even some undiscovered magical species. Ron. He squeezed the fat rat in his arms and confirmed that it really was just an extremely ordinary, plump rat. You're overthinking it, Ron said, feeling like he had a lot to complain about but not knowing where to start. Anyway, could you bear to part with it? I'm genuinely interested in it. Daphne chimed in from the side, yeah, this rat really does look unusual. Its longevity is already its most remarkable feature. I'd like to keep it at my house. For Daphne, rats normally looked pretty disgusting, but since Reese seemed so eager to get it, that changed everything. She wanted to get her hands on the rat that even Reese was tempted by and properly study why it was so special. Daphne, it might not be as long-lived as you think. Ron said, feeling a bit embarrassed, because he honestly couldn't be sure how old Scabbers was. In his memory, Scabbers had been living with his family since he was little, but was the Scabbers from back then really the same Scabbers he was holding now? Ron didn't dare make any guarantees. After all, Scabbers had been passed down to him by Percy, Fred, and George, and at first, he hadn't been very familiar with the rat. The moment Scabbers heard the name Daphne, a different kind of thought stirred in his heart. The reason he had spent 10 years pretending to be a rat was partly because he was officially considered dead at the Ministry of Magic, making it inconvenient for him to show himself. Any exposure would trigger uncontrollable risks. The other, even more important reason was that he needed first-hand information from the wizarding world. Hiding with the Weasley family allowed him to receive news of the Dark Lord at the earliest opportunity, so he could immediately go and pledge allegiance. That was the kind of person he was, always siding with whoever was strongest. After the Wizarding War, even though Voldemort had fallen, he hadn't truly died. Unable to return to normal life, Scabbers chose to continue betting on Voldemort, remaining loyal to the side of strength. The Greengrass family Daphne belonged to was far stronger than the Weasley family. In Scabbers' eyes, collecting information while living in her household would be far more efficient than staying with this Weasley. There was hardly any need for thought, it was obvious he should cling to the rich heiress. Ron had no idea that the rat in his arms was already contemplating changing allegiances. Seeing how determined Reese and Daphne were, Ron's own resolve gradually began to waver. So, then. Seeing that Ron's attitude was softening, Reese, Daphne, and even the rat Scabbers were all quite happy. But then Ron suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. After all, Scabbers had been with him for so long, men and rat sharing a bed every night, there was genuine affection between them. If he really handed Scabbers over, Reese and Daphne might use spells or strange potions on him for the sake of research. Scabbers was old now, he might not survive being tormented. I'm willing to pay 5 galleons, I would never take a friend's things for free. Reese's voice sounded in Ron's ear. How much did you just say? Ron jerked his head up. If it's not enough, I can. Reese, thinking Ron found the price too low, was about to offer even more. Deal. Ron made his decision. How could he stand in the way of Scabbers moving on to a better life? He believed that in Reese's care, Scabbers would surely live the good life, enjoying far better treatment than he ever had with Ron. With these 5 galleons, plus the little pocket money he had saved, Ron could finally buy himself an owl, which was way cooler than a pet rat. And so, Scabbers was sold to Reese for 5 galleons. When Scabbers was handed over, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't notice that Reese was also smiling as he watched him carefully. After taking Scabbers into his hand, Reese waved at Ron. See you in Egypt. All right. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 252, Mr. Greengrass's uneasiness. Reese, after parting with Ron, Daphne couldn't wait to ask Reese what he was thinking. She wanted to know why Reese insisted on paying to buy Ron's rat. If it had been her, the moment she found out Ron's pet was an old rat, her first thought wouldn't have been to buy it. Instead, she would have tried hard to recall whether Ron had ever touched any of her belongings, and silently remind herself never to accept food from his hands again. Astoria was also curious. She stood quietly to the side, observing the rat. She looked and looked but didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. She decided to use the method Reese had taught her, observing from the perspective of magical energy flow, and she immediately sensed something off. The mana fluctuations coming from this rat were far too strong. Astoria instantly understood why Reese wanted to buy it. It truly was something out of the ordinary. Seeing the curiosity in Daphne's eyes, Reese sighed and cut her off. Daphne, when you encounter something, think more. When you see something, observe more. Apply what you've learned to everyday life. Reese's words left Daphne puzzled. It took her a moment to react. After following the same steps as her sister, she too discovered the unusual magical energy coming from Scabbers. Daphne. Scabbers heard every word the three of them said, but he didn't understand a single one. He lifted his head and used those beady black eyes to size the three of them up, trying to glean something from their expressions. Then he met Reese's eyes. Those dark pupils reminded him of someone from long ago, bringing with them a wave of familiarity that he absolutely loathed. He shuddered involuntarily and quickly looked away. Seeing Scabbers glance up at him, Reese's lips curled slightly. All right, let's put our new pet into a cage and keep it at your place for now. Is that all right, Daphne? Of course, suits me perfectly, Daphne agreed without hesitation. Scabbers was thrilled. He was going to infiltrate the Greengrass family. The unease he'd felt just moments before was instantly thrown out of his mind. Though his body was still at King's Cross Station, his heart was already soaring toward the Greengrass Manor. Just as he was basking in his fantasy, he suddenly felt a powerful force grip his tail. The next moment, his body was lifted into the air. After the initial panic, Scabbers quickly calmed down. As a rat, he was all too familiar with situations like this. That young wizard named Reese had grabbed him by the tail and lifted him up. He gave a token struggle or two, and was then stuffed into a cage Reese had conjured on the spot. Once inside, Scabbers immediately sensed something was wrong. Wasn't this cage a bit too small? He couldn't even turn around. But by then, it was too late for regrets. After shoving him in, Reese locked the cage door to ensure he couldn't escape. He even covered the entire cage with a black cloth, wrapping it so tightly that not even a sliver of light could get through. And just like that, Scabbers was sent to Greengrass Manor. But upon arrival, he didn't receive the freedom he had imagined. Instead, he was locked in a small, windowless room under strict supervision. Forget access to outside intelligence, even a glimpse of sunlight was impossible. Feeling utterly deceived, Scabbers cursed endlessly in his heart, but it did nothing to change his situation. He began to miss Ron. At least with that boy, he had the freedom to move around. After confining Scabbers, Reese settled down at Greengrass Manor. When Daphne tried to convince Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass, she met with some resistance. He still had concerns about letting the children go unsupervised. Your sister's body is weak, I'm not entirely comfortable letting her just go off like that. And as for Reese, he's really just, at this point, Mr. Henry found himself at a loss for words. He didn't know how to describe this child. Unlike the young Daphne and Astoria, Mr. Henry had long since noticed that there was something off about Reese. He was just too unusual, whether it was the countless magical artifacts he carried, the astonishing talent he showed in potions, or those legacies of ancient wizards, none of it fit with the identity of a typical student. Mr. Henry would bet everything he owned that Reese Lint was no ordinary child. He was hiding something big. He had even hired someone to investigate Reese Lint, and was shocked to discover that the boy seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The so-called distant cousin Lupit he spoke of couldn't possibly be related to him in any way, not even worth half a galleon. That woman was just a destitute werewolf, and there was no one named Lint in her family tree. These things left Mr. Henry feeling uneasy, though only slightly. Because Reese Lint had consistently shown his family great kindness, so much so that Mr. Henry himself was puzzled by it. Did his ancestors accumulate some great virtue? Why was Reese Lint so willing to help them? At first, it had only been selling potion ingredients. Later, he even took over Astoria's treatment and was said to have taught his daughter many ancient spells. Eventually, he had even entrusted them with a treasure like the Slytherin Testament. It was completely unreasonable. In other words, he had been too good to them. Most of Mr. Henry's unease came from the fear of owing too many favors and not knowing how to repay them. At times, it even kept him up at night. Daphne hadn't noticed the emotions her father was hiding. Seeing that he was still using her sister's health as an excuse, she directly dropped a bombshell. Dad, Astoria's illness is already cured. Jameson Henry, ! What? For a moment, Mr. Henry thought there was something wrong with his ears, until his eldest daughter repeated it again. He spun around abruptly and stared straight at his younger daughter's face. Indeed, she did look a little rosier than he remembered, but he had just assumed it was thanks to the effectiveness of Reese's potion. He had never dared to dream the illness could be completely cured. Mr. Henry's first reaction was, could it be a lie? Just like that scammer Damocles. But he immediately dismissed that unreasonable thought. While he couldn't treat his daughter's illness himself, he did have ways to tell whether she had recovered. Reese would never resort to such cheap tricks to deceive them. Which meant, his younger daughter had truly made a full recovery. At that thought, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged through his mind, and his eyes welled with tears. Ever since discovering his daughter's condition, he had endured hardships unlike any he had experienced in his entire life. The bitterness of it all was something words could never fully express. I need to go see Reese, Mr. Henry made up his mind. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 253, I am Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. After making up his mind, Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass didn't hesitate at all and walked straight out of his study. His daughters instinctively stood up from their seats, but the door to the study slammed shut with a bang. Henry didn't want his daughters involved in this conversation. As an adult, he understood clearly that knowing too much was not always a good thing. Arriving outside Reese's bedroom, Mr. Henry knocked politely on the door, so politely, in fact, that it didn't seem like he was in his own house. Come in. The door opened on its own. Reese was sitting at the desk in the room, reading, a Muggle-published book, no less, its topic an introduction to Egypt's customs and culture. Reading Muggle books inside the ancestral home of a pure-blood family would be considered heresy in families like the Blacks or the Malfoys. But the Greengrass family leaned more toward the progressive side and didn't care much about such things. Their family even maintained a faint connection with the non-magical world through a few squibs within the lineage. Seeing that it was Jameson Henry Greengrass, Reese wasn't surprised at all. If he hadn't come to talk, that would have been unexpected. Put yourself in his shoes, who wouldn't be concerned about something like this, but judging by his expression, he seemed quite emotional. Though Reese was staying in a bedroom, what the Greengrass family had arranged for him was not some cramped space with just a bed and a wardrobe. It was a large room nearly 50 square meters in size, with its own washroom and even a space for receiving guests. And Mr. Henry, the head of the house, was Reese's guest today. He sat down in the armchair closest to the desk, wanting to speak, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself unable to say anything. This made the atmosphere in the room a little awkward, but fortunately, Reese didn't rush him. He simply sat quietly in his seat, waiting for him to speak. After thinking seriously for a while, Mr. Henry finally opened his mouth with his first words, "Thank you, Mr. Lint." Reese's gaze fell on his slightly reddened eyes, and he understood, Daphne must have told him that Reese had cured Astoria. She only told him now. Reese was a bit surprised by that. No need to thank me. She is someone favored by good fortune. Being able to cure her gives me a strong sense of accomplishment as well. Mr. Henry clasped his fingers together, lips pressed into a line. Reese's words carried a tone that made it clear he didn't care for others' gratitude, he was simply immersed in the satisfaction of overcoming a difficult challenge. That kind of spirit was no ordinary thing. Not even those prestigious potion masters or renowned alchemists carried such presence. So who exactly was he? The Greengrass family will forever remember what you've done. You will always be my friend, Mr. Henry said with sincere emotion. No need to take it to heart. I only did what I could because I couldn't bear to see someone with such talent die young, Reese replied with a helpless smile. He certainly hadn't treated Astoria for the sake of so-called friendship, but Henry was free to interpret it however he liked. Reese's expression was clearly seen by Mr. Henry, which made him feel a bit uneasy. He could tell that Reese truly didn't care about the things he had subtly promised or implied. And to think, even if Reese said he wanted to become Minister for Magic, Henry would have done everything in his power to make that happen. That was the weight of the friendship of the Greengrass family. Summoning his courage, he asked the question that concerned him most, "All right then, please forgive my boldness, but may I ask, who are you, really?" "Me." Reese looked up at Mr. Henry. "Right now, I go by the name Reese Chazsala Lint." Henry's heartbeat quickened slightly. "You understand what I mean, I'm asking about your real identity. I'm an adult, and everything you've shown is far beyond the realm of normal explanation." After hearing Mr. Henry's words, Reese understood what he meant. It was completely reasonable. Though he had kept things well hidden at school, he had revealed far too much in front of the Greengrass family. Potion ingredients, ancient spells, his potion-making skills, none of these aligned with the age he appeared to be. Not to mention, his background story was full of holes. "All right then. I am Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin," Reese said bluntly, no longer wanting to play guessing games with Henry. Henry. His brain momentarily stopped working. That sentence was just too outrageous. It was like someone saying, "I'm Caesar, give me 50 gold coins to help me revive Rome." It was so absurd that the ridiculous thought crept back into his mind. Is he lying to me? That would be any normal person's reaction. A 10-year-old child sits in front of you and claims to be an ancient figure from 1,000 years ago, what would you think? But this was a child with unparalleled healing skills, someone who could cure an illness that had left other masters helpless. When something becomes absurd to the extreme, it paradoxically starts to feel plausible. Mr. Henry felt like his brain's language center had suffered a blow. He didn't know what to say. "Don't ask me for proof, I really don't have a way to prove that I'm me," Rhys said with a smile. And it was true. Unlike Helena, the Bloody Baron, or Rowena, Henry Greengrass was someone born a full 1,000 years later. Even if Rhys told him about Adrian's misadventures in his youth, Henry probably wouldn't know any of it, and might even get angry, thinking Rhys was mocking him. Mr. Henry fell into silence. He was thinking. After analyzing it for a while, he began to accept the news, albeit at an extremely slow pace. But his rational mind was still resisting, and he subconsciously asked, "But how did you live until now? Plenty of mediocre dark wizards manage to cling to life using Horcruxes. Why wouldn't someone like me walk a bit farther down the road to immortality?" When speaking of immortality, Rhys's tone grew noticeably more animated. He gave Henry a brief explanation of his method for achieving eternal life. If Henry had been only 50% convinced before, then after hearing Rhys's explanation, the credibility in his mind rose to 70%. His gaze couldn't help but drift to the stack of books next to Rhys's hand on the desk. Indeed, after sleeping so long, there's a bit of a disconnect with the world. I need to read more books. It's so much easier for wizards to find literature nowadays, it's hard to imagine back then that there would be a shop selling magic books tucked away in some alley, Rhys said with a sigh. Mr. Henry now felt he fully believed it. If the person before him truly was Salazar Slytherin, then all the mysteries were neatly explained, and Rhys's kindness now had a reason. The Greengrass family did, in fact, share a close connection with Slytherin. Although 1,000 years had passed, Lord Slytherin had spent that time in slumber, so the bond between their families hadn't faded with time. They had truly benefited from the legacy left behind by their ancestor, Sir Adrian. It all made sense now. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 254, Make Slytherin Great Again. If Rhys had been able to read Mr. Henry's thoughts, he would have burst out laughing. Fate. More like cursed fate. What kind of twisted coincidence is this? I keep running into your Greengrass family. But thankfully, Daphne and Astoria were still young. He could guide them properly, lead them onto the right path, and eventually help them grow into witches like himself. Mr. Henry had no idea what Rhys was actually thinking. At this moment, he noticed another detail. If you write Rhys Chas Sala Lint in Latin and rearrange a few letters, and isn't that just Salazar Slytherin? A flash of realization struck Henry, and at that moment, he became completely convinced that Rhys Lint truly was Slytherin himself. Only a wizard of that level could possibly cure his daughter's illness. Jameson Henry Greengrass grew more and more excited, goosebumps rising on his arms. This was a legendary wizard who became famous across the seas 1,000 years ago, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and he was now sitting just a few feet in front of him. He was living history. More importantly, judging from his actions, Slytherin clearly saw his 2 daughters as disciples. In other words, after 1,000 years, the Greengrass family had gained 2 more Adrians. If Rhys knew Henry was thinking like this, he would absolutely flip the table. Ancestor Adrian had exceptional skill in spellcasting and brought the Greengrass family years of prosperity. If even one wizard of that level could achieve so much, then having 2 of them at once was something far beyond what Henry could have imagined for the future of the Greengrass family. Watching the change in Mr. Henry's expression, Rhys knew he had already accepted his identity. Perhaps saying something like, "As expected of Adrian's descendant, you really do look like him," would make him very happy right now, but looking at that face that bore no resemblance to Adrian whatsoever, Rhys just couldn't bring himself to say it. The hair color, however, was indeed the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Even after 1,000 years, your family still has silver hair, that really is surprising. Rhys's comment lightened the atmosphere in the room, and Mr. Henry couldn't help but smile. Yes, just like the Weasley family, the Greengrass line has its own unique hair color. But even within the Greengrass family, Daphne and Astoria are quite exceptional cases. Now that Mr. Henry was speaking, everything out of his mouth was praise for his 2 daughters, hoping to elevate their importance in Rhys's eyes. Seeing the topic shift to Daphne and Astoria, Rhys took the opportunity to give Mr. Henry a reminder. "Don't tell them my identity just yet, and don't mention it to anyone else either," Rhys said, blinking. "Let me enjoy a bit of freedom first." With Mr. Henry's current influence, if he were to publicize Rhys's identity, Rhys could forget about ever having a peaceful life again. Understood. Mr. Henry's expression turned solemn as he promised never to reveal Rhys's true identity to the outside world. In fact, the fewer people who knew Reese's real identity, the more advantageous it would be for the Greengrass family. Reese was like a mountain of gold, and the fewer who knew about it, the better. Mr. Henry wished he could keep this secret forever. However, there was one thing he had to make clear. Lord Slytherin, may I ask, have you returned for some special purpose? The Greengrass family is willing to give everything for it. Reese. How should he put it? He didn't really have any grand or ambitious goals. To teach 2 apprentices, pass down the lost magical knowledge, and correct the awful atmosphere that's taken over Slytherin House. These words left Henry deep in thought. It seemed that Lord Slytherin was quite dissatisfied with the ways of the pure-blood families. He decided he would subtly ask his daughters about it later. But there was no doubt, this was a tremendous advantage for the Greengrass family. Judging by his tone, Slytherin intended to teach their daughters all his most treasured magical knowledge. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Henry left Reese's room. As for whether Daphne and Astoria could go to Egypt with him, of course he had no objections. There was no need to worry about safety, the safest place in the world was right beside Reese. Now what he needed to do was quickly arrange plane tickets for the 3 of them, which wasn't all that difficult. When Daphne and Astoria saw their father come out of Reese's room, they immediately ran over and looked at him with hopeful eyes. You're going to say yes, right, Dad? All right, go pack your things, Mr. Henry said with a gentle smile, indicating his approval. Yay. The 2 girls couldn't help but cheer with joy. Mr. Henry moved quickly and got the tickets settled that very day. Early the next morning, Reese, after packing lightly, headed to the airport along with Daphne and Astoria, accompanied by Mr. Henry. This place is even busier than King's Cross Station. Once inside the airport, Daphne started glancing around curiously like a country girl. It was her first time here, and she had never flown before either. Reese looked around, and his eyes were quickly drawn to a large glowing signboard. From the text displayed on it, he roughly guessed that it showed information about various flights. This couldn't help but leave him slightly shaken. He saw the names of cities he recognized, along with many he didn't, which meant one could reach virtually any corner of the world from here, and in just a few short hours, or at most, a dozen or so. Sometimes I really wonder, who are the real Muggles? Thinking of how the wizarding world's modes of transportation had stagnated for over a century, Reese felt a tinge of heaviness in his heart. Fortunately, there were still things like portkeys, apparition, and the Flynn network to maintain the dignity of the wizarding world. But soon, Reese ran into a problem. What were they supposed to do next? All 3 of them turned their eyes to Mr. Henry in unison, and Henry looked toward the driver who had brought them there. The man was a distant relative of the Greengrass family, a squib who had long managed the family's wineries in the non-magical world. Using the simplest and most straightforward language he could muster, the driver began to explain the process of boarding a plane to 4 completely clueless wizards, leaving them all feeling utterly overwhelmed. New knowledge flooded into his brain like a tidal wave, to the point that even Reese felt a bit overwhelmed. But he quickly figured it out. The next step for them was to go to check-in and receive their boarding passes. In theory, they also needed to check in luggage, but since they hadn't brought any large suitcases, that step could be skipped. After understanding this process, which was more complicated than most spells, Reese decisively headed to the counter to check in. Oh right, remember to use a little trick before you reach the counter. Time's tight, and your ID documents, have a few issues. As the driver handed out a few booklets to Reese and the others, he suddenly recalled something and reminded them somewhat awkwardly. Reese, ? He soon understood exactly why the driver had said that. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 255, Muggle Magic. You're a Latin Ollie. The staff member at the business class check-in counter frowned as he looked at the boy in front of him. Reese. He braced himself and replied, yes. Staff member, you're telling me you're 18. Seeing the suspicion written all over the man's face, Reese knew he couldn't stall any longer. He stared into the middle-aged man's eyes and said, yes, I am a Latin Ollie. I would like to be seated with Miss Jasmine and Miss Elsa. While casting the Confundus charm to cloud the airport worker's mind, Reese couldn't help but grumble inwardly, what kind of ridiculous names are these? Anyone would be suspicious. Fortunately, the Confundus charm was strong enough, the staff member's eyes glazed over, and he mechanically typed a few keys before printing out 3 boarding passes. Reese didn't want to linger. He grabbed the tickets and led Daphne and Astoria straight to the boarding gate. At customs, Reese used the same trick, casting another Confundus charm to get them through smoothly. After that, they encountered the checkpoint the driver had called security. Watching the Muggles place their carry-on luggage into a strange alchemical contraption one by one, a sense of unease rose in Reese's heart. Even personal pouches have to go through that. Judging by the looks of the Muggle security guards, it seemed that this alchemical contraption could see inside the luggage. Would his little pouch be exposed? Or rather, what would they see? A small bag, stuffed with a massive amount of potion ingredients. He suddenly became curious. This was, after all, one of the reasons he had ultimately chosen to travel via Muggle airplane. Unlike most wizards, Rhys didn't reject learning about the Muggle world. He made an effort to study Muggle technology and life, instead of sticking his head in the sand like most modern wizards. As they went through this entire process, Rhys felt as if he were the Muggle stepping into the magical world. The Muggle society of 1,000 years later was terrifyingly unfamiliar, and now that he, a wizard, had stepped into it without preparation, he found obstacles at every turn. Gaps in common knowledge couldn't be filled just by reading one or two Muggle-published books. For example, he had known Muggles had airplanes, but only now, by experiencing it firsthand, did he realize how many complex steps came before boarding one. Everything he saw and heard at the airport even gave Rhys a strange impulse to leave Hogwarts behind and live in the Muggle world for a few years. When the small pouches the three of them carried went through the security machine, something unexpected happened. The machine couldn't display the contents of the bags. "Is it malfunctioning?" one of the Muggle guards muttered as he walked over, only to be promptly confronted again by Rhys. After the three of them sat down on a bench near the boarding gate, Astoria couldn't help but sigh, so complicated. "We finally made it this far." Daphne didn't respond. She was still immersed in all the fascinating sights and experiences along the way. For someone who had grown up in the magical world, everything that had just happened felt so unfamiliar. Rhys, meanwhile, was observing the travelers shopping at the airport's duty-free stores. He noticed that modern Muggles no longer used metal coins for payment. Instead, they used colorful pieces of paper and small cards. So this is the currency Muggles use now. Rhys recalled a conversation he had once had with Hermione, where he learned that Muggles and wizards used different forms of currency. At the time, he hadn't gone into the details of how Muggle money worked, but now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he was genuinely shocked. Why are customers able to trade mere paper for a merchant's goods? Paper is apparently more valuable than gold. Aren't they afraid of people forging this stuff? At that thought, Rhys suddenly realized something important. "Did you two bring any Muggle money?" Rhys asked Daphne and Astoria. "Daphne, Astoria. We forgot. Can't we use galleons?" Rhys let out a sigh, stood up, and wandered around the departure hall for a bit. Then they had Muggle currency. He, Daphne, and Astoria huddled together in a corner of the terminal, studying the colorful pieces of paper. "This one says 5, so it must be worth less than this one that says 10. Then by that logic, is this coin with 50 on it the most valuable? Probably. It's metal, after all. But I saw that Muggle use a piece of paper to exchange for a bunch of these coins." The two sisters bickered noisily, arguing without end, and even by the time boarding began, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Once on the plane, they were met with yet another completely new experience. Daphne and Astoria were utterly baffled. Why did pressing a single button make the light above their heads turn on? Was this some kind of Muggle magic? Muggle and magic, two words that should have been opposites, suddenly blended together in an oddly fitting way aboard this miraculous machine. Rhys watched coldly from the side, thinking that Muggles must have mastered a new method of harnessing energy over the past 1,000 years. Its essence was the same as magic, or perhaps it was simply another manifestation of magic itself. Maybe he should write a letter to Hermione, or have a long conversation with her when the term started. This kind of thing could only be properly understood by someone like her, a young witch from a Muggle family. Even when the plane finally landed in Egypt, the sense of novelty it had brought Daphne and Astoria hadn't worn off. In the end, the two of them agreed that they would definitely sign up for the Muggle Studies elective next term. And ancient runes too. "I strongly recommend you take that one, it's an extremely useful course." Hearing Rhys say that, Daphne blinked. "But isn't that the knowledge of those fake Norse gods? What's the point of us learning it?" Rhys gave her a look full of disappointed frustration. "Those fake Norse gods may not have been anything good, but the runes they left behind are the real essence of it. There's no harm in studying them." The image of the god King Odin spitting out rune letters and forcibly tearing open a divine domain, Rhys would never forget it for the rest of his life. If even one of the Norse gods had grasped runes to the level Odin had, even just 70% of it, the outcome of that battle would have been completely different. Rhys was definitely going to enroll in ancient runes. He wanted to see what kind of progress the wizarding world had made in runic studies over the past 1,000 years, though, to be honest, he was quite pessimistic about it. Wizards had even lost the fundamental technique of sensing magical flow. How could they possibly have taken the time to delve into the knowledge of their once defeated foes? Rhys had a nagging feeling that, in the modern magical world, ancient runes might have been reduced to nothing more than the literal meanings of the symbols. As the three of them discussed course selection for the upcoming term, they walked toward the exit of the plane. The moment they stepped outside, a wave of heat rushed at them. Egypt in the summer was unbearably hot. But Rhys and the girls were unfazed. Their wizard robes were top quality, enchanted with temperature-regulating spells that kept them cool even in the blazing heat. Even better, wearing robes in Egypt didn't seem strange at all, so they could walk around in them openly and confidently. As they exited the airport, Rhys narrowed his eyes. The journey to seek out Hufflepuff had officially begun. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 256, 256, It's been a long time, Helga. Southwest, this is the place you came all this way for. Why here? Looking at the dusty little town in front of them, Daphne couldn't figure out why Rhys would travel such a long distance to get here. After arriving in Cairo, Rhys and the others didn't continue using Muggle transportation. Instead, like most wizards, they used magic to reach their destination. According to the intel provided by Gemma, heading west from this small town into the desert would lead them to the suspected location of the ruins. Rhys had indeed made a promise to Gemma before, saying that if he ever went on an adventure, he'd bring her along. But this time, he hadn't told her anything about his plans. The reason was simple: he hadn't really wanted to bring even Daphne and Astoria, let alone a former Slytherin graduate he didn't know that well. Maybe if she'd known Rhys for 5 years or more, he'd have considered it. Yes. Rhys glanced at Daphne. Do you remember that fight with Gemma Farley? Of course I remember. It's still fresh in my mind. That evenly matched duel with Gemma had left a deep impression on Daphne. The magical sand she used came from the desert not far from here. Hearing this, Daphne's eyes lit up. She could already imagine herself getting to play with the same kind of enchanted sand Gemma had used. The power to manipulate Earth was super cool. So, we're here to collect sand. But we're not just here to collect sand. Gemma suspects there's an undiscovered ruin hidden in the area. If the ruin really exists, we're going to clear it out. The moment they heard the word ruin, both Astoria and Daphne's breathing quickened. They began imagining what the ruin might look like and the treasures hidden within. With those expectations in their hearts, the two excitedly followed Rhys into the desert. Bloody hell, how did Gemma even find that place? Traveling deep into the desert was incredibly dull. The scenery barely changed, and Daphne felt like she was going insane. She probably gathered some sort of clues first, then investigated step by step, using various hints to narrow the destination down to a certain region, and finally conducted a systematic search of the area. Rhys explained the usual process for locating ruins hidden by ancient wizards. That monotonous trek lasted a full day and night. When Rhys finally uttered the word "we're here," both Daphne and Astoria couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then came the confusion. There didn't seem to be anything special around them. It was just an ordinary sand dune. Astoria tried using mana flow detection, and soon she noticed that there seemed to be a faint magical current in the sand beneath their feet. Rhys plopped down on the ground and plunged his wand into the sand. As he channeled magic into it, the sand began to tremble slightly. A few minutes later, a small clump of sand floated up from underground and hovered in front of him. Those enchanted dust particles are mixed in with a large amount of regular sand. You can start by playing with this little bit first, channel your magic into the dust, and then you'll be able to control the earth. Rhys packed the extracted sand into a crystal vial and handed it to Astoria. The girl took the vial, walked a couple of steps to the side, and followed Rhys's instructions to give it a try, and sure enough, it worked like magic. Once the dust mixed with the sand, it spread her magic throughout. The sand that had been infected gave Astoria a feeling of complete control, as if she were moving her own limbs. She could manipulate the sand effortlessly, shaping it into whatever she imagined. The sand first formed a small mound, then quickly morphed into several letters, and then into the shape of a snake. Rise. A plump little sand figure appeared on the ground, slowly shuffling its feet. Astoria played to her heart's content, and Daphne, watching from the side, felt an itch of envy. She quickly asked for the remaining bit of sand from her sister, mimicked her method, infected a pile of sand for herself, and then joined in with joy. Seeing the two students fully engrossed in playing with the sand, Rhys didn't stop them. He just smiled faintly. Let the kids play all they want. Time for me to take care of the real business. During his earlier investigation, Rhys confirmed that Gemma's prediction was correct. There was indeed a ruin hidden beneath this sand dune. He had also figured out the method to excavate it. Rhys continued injecting his magic into the sand, filtering out the dust particles with special magical properties. Once he had gathered enough enchanted sand, he infused them with his magic and used them to take control of a large portion of the surrounding sand. Rhys stood up and suddenly swung his arm forward. The entire sand dune began to tremble. Off to the side, Daphne and Astoria had been trying to sculpt a miniature Hogwarts castle out of sand, but the sudden tremor collapsed the half-finished castle they were building. Countless grains of sand began to pour down the slopes of the dune like a flood, and this movement triggered a chain reaction, drawing in the rest of the dune, even the portions that Rhys hadn't directly influenced with his magic. The entire sand dune began collapsing at an astonishing speed. The three of them used flight magic to hover in midair, watching as the dune crumbled away piece by piece. Daphne puffed out her cheeks in frustration. The castle she and her sister had almost completed was completely destroyed by Rhys in an instant. "Rhys, what are you?" Before Daphne could finish her sentence, she fell silent. Because as the sand slid away, a massive palace built from large white stone blocks emerged from beneath. From the currently exposed portion, the palace was immensely grand, its height possibly exceeding 50 meters, and the entire structure constructed from enormous stone blocks. Over the course of time, the rear part of the palace may have collapsed or its foundation may have sunk, ultimately causing the ruins to take on a triangular shape. The sand carried by the wind had gradually accumulated along the sloped edge of that triangle, eventually burying the entire palace. Rhys moved large quantities of sand off the top and front of the palace, gradually uncovering it from beneath the dunes. See. There really was a ruin here. Rhys pointed at the palace beneath them, then descended directly to the palace's main entrance. Once on the ground, Rhys didn't rush to examine the exterior of the ruin. Instead, he closed his eyes. He focused on sensing the magical fluctuations within the palace. After quite a while, he finally opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's been a long time, Helga. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 257, 3 entrance passages and statues. As soon as the ruins were exposed, Rhys immediately sensed a familiar magical presence. After carefully identifying it, he confirmed that it was the mark left by his food-loving old friend. Helga had definitely been here. She had either left something behind or had fought a great battle with something in this place. Seeing Rhys standing there silently with his eyes closed, Daphne didn't dare disturb him. She simply stood quietly at his side, observing the palace ruins. The last rays of the setting sun spilled across the palace newly unearthed from beneath the sand, bathing it in a brilliant golden hue. The palace bore strong ancient Egyptian architectural characteristics, constructed from 1-meter-wide cubic stone blocks. The exterior of the blocks had been coated with a material that gave them a silvery white appearance. Judging from the places where the coating had flaked off, the blocks were likely made of limestone. At the outermost edge of the palace stood 4 enormous and thick stone pillars. They supported the palace's roof and were carved into humanoid forms, 50-meter-tall colossal statues that stood outside the palace, each with a different pose. Standing beneath them and looking up was a truly awe-inspiring experience. The girls weren't even as tall as the statue's toes. Daphne couldn't help but recall the statue of Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets and began to wonder whether these statues might also be hiding a few basilisk-like creatures. But considering how long the ruins had existed, she figured that even if there had been any, they'd likely starved to death by now. Between the statues was a naturally formed passage leading into the palace. Looking inside, it was pitch dark and impossible to see anything clearly. Daphne didn't dare act rashly or walk in without caution. There were definitely many traps and mechanisms hidden within this kind of ruin. Recklessness and carelessness would only lead to death. Just as Daphne and Astoria were starting to grow a bit bored from waiting, Rhys opened his eyes. "We can go in." After confirming that this ruin was indeed connected to Helga, Rhys was in a great mood. He couldn't wait to fly straight inside. But before entering, there were still a few things he needed to remind Daphne and Astoria about, 2 girls with absolutely no experience in exploring ancient ruins. First, you must stick closely behind me. Don't do anything unnecessary, not even stepping on a tile unless I've stepped on it first. Second, if you notice anything unusual, you must tell me. Lastly, try not to use magic inside, just keep your wands in hand and be ready. Can you do that? He had to lay this out clearly before entering, otherwise, they might cause trouble inside. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly, promising to follow his instructions. Seeing their serious attitudes, Rhys gave a satisfied nod. What he feared most was that if he didn't make the dangers clear from the start, the 2 girls might not understand how serious exploring a ruin was and treat it like it was just a private chamber at home. Although the traps that blocked the path were likely already destroyed by Helga during her earlier visit, that would only apply to the ones directly in the way. As for the hidden mechanisms, Helga would certainly have found ways to bypass or avoid triggering them. You can also observe the flow of mana. It'll help you detect traps and hidden chambers within the ruins. Rhys gave the 2 girls a reminder. While they couldn't act on their own, they still had the right to observe carefully. After all, they couldn't just follow blindly behind him like a pair of sightless people, step for step. How would they learn anything that way? After saying this, Rhys walked toward the palace. The 4 statues formed 3 entrance passages, making it difficult to choose. Until you actually went inside, there was no way of knowing where each passage would lead. But for Rhys, this wasn't a multiple-choice question. He walked straight to the passage on the far right and entered it first. Among the 3, the one with the strongest lingering magical traces of Helga Hufflepuff was this one. Once inside the passage, the enormous stone statues on either side completely blocked their view, and the surroundings quickly dimmed. A vague and indescribable pressure radiated from the statues on both sides, subtly changing the atmosphere around them. Daphne shivered uncontrollably, and Astoria's face turned pale. They both suddenly felt an urge to kneel and crawl forward. "Don't be nervous," Rhys's voice came from ahead of them. "It's just a bit of psychological suggestion." His words gave them a jolt. When they looked up at the statues again, the oppressive feeling in their hearts had completely vanished. Ancient palaces always loved to play these mystical mind games. "You'll get used to it," Rhys said with a smile. As for why he was immune to this kind of psychological suggestion, it had everything to do with how many so-called divine palaces he'd personally torn down. They might look impressive on the outside, but once you broke through the defensive enchantments, a single fire could reduce them to rubble all the same. As they continued deeper into the passage, the surrounding light grew dimmer and dimmer. The entrance behind them had shrunk to a bright spot no larger than a palm. Fortunately, the air was still fresh and not at all stale. Rhys conjured a few flames to use as light sources. Under the flickering glow, the sides of the passage were revealed, stone walls covered in relief carvings. Daphne and Astoria couldn't make much sense of them, they just thought the scenes carved there looked rather lively. Following Rhys's instructions, Astoria used mana flow detection to observe for a moment. She found that the carvings on both sides were just ordinary stone, no hidden mechanisms. After they walked several dozen more steps forward, she finally noticed something unusual. Rhys. That should be a hidden room or a concealed passage. The mechanisms already been disabled, Rhys replied without even turning his head. Mechanisms that had already been disabled weren't likely to hold anything valuable, besides, Rhys was very clear about the purpose of this expedition. He led the two girls quickly deeper into the ruins, occasionally pausing to explain the features and disarming methods of various defensive mechanisms. Rhys had dealt with several ancient Egyptian ruins in the past, so he had accumulated quite a bit of experience. Before long, they reached the depths of the palace. Based on their position, this part of the ruin was already buried beneath the desert sands. Stop. Rhys halted and motioned for Daphne and Astoria to look ahead. Dozens of meters away stood two jackal-headed statues, each nearly 10 meters tall. Behind the statues were two tightly shut grand doors. This is a trigger-based defensive enchantment. When we approach them, if they detect that we don't have some kind of access token, they'll come to life and attack us, Rhys explained with practiced ease. So what should we do? Strike first and destroy the statues? Daphne asked. We could, but that comes with risks. What if the first strike doesn't take them down? There's a smarter way, we destroy their sensory mechanisms instead. To Rhys, both disarming methods were equally valid, but for young wizards who lacked sufficient offensive power, the difference was significant. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 258, The Shadow. Come, let me test you too. How do you think the statues over there detect whether a visitor has access permission? Rhys originally intended to destroy the sensor mechanism of the two jackal-headed statues outright, but after a brief moment of thought, he decided to turn it into a test for Daphne and Astoria. After hearing Rhys's question, the two immediately focused their magic on their eyes and began observing the flow of mana in the statues. The eyes. The floor. They shouted at the same time, but pointed to different parts. There's such an obvious flow of magic around the eyes, how can you not see it? Daphne questioned. But there's magic on the floor too. Look, Astoria pointed to the floor between the two jackal-headed statues, and sure enough, there was a faint magical current flowing across it. If you're saying that, then the doors have magic flowing through them too. But this is the floor and the doors, what do they have to do with the statues? The two began to argue. Is it possible, Rhys interjected, that the floor, the doors, and the jackal-headed statue's eyes are all part of the same detection mechanism? Daphne and Astoria immediately took another careful look, and just as Rhys had said, the magic flowing between the jackal-headed statue's eyes, the floor, and the stone doors was indeed interconnected. In other words, all three components played a role in access detection. The statues scanned the area from the floor to the ceiling, the floor detected those who stepped on it, and the door sensed whether the person trying to push them had the proper authorization. Triple protection, if any one of the components malfunctioned, it would trigger the statues to awaken. Then what should we do? If we destroy all three magic formations at the same time, we can effectively blind the statues, Rhys offered the solution. Then he posed a second question. The designer could easily have set it up so that if any one of these signals was interrupted, the statues would awaken and attack, so why didn't they? Rhys's question made both Daphne and Astoria fall into thought. Because this used to be a palace, with people coming and going every day. If one of the magic formations happened to fail, the awakened statues would have caused a huge commotion, right? Astoria concluded after a moment of contemplation. Beautiful deduction. Rhys gave her a thumbs up. Now we can destroy the formations. The three of them drew their wands. 3 spells fired out simultaneously, blasting apart the jackal-headed statue's eyes, the stone tiles on the floor, and the panels of the doors. After destroying the 3 sensing mechanisms, Rhys led Daphne and Astoria to the stone doors. The 2 jackal-headed stone statues stood silently on either side of the doorway, showing no signs of movement. Rhys had a feeling, Helga Hufflepuff was very close. Perhaps opening this door would reveal the answer. He placed his hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. The door slid inward on its own. The space behind the door was vast, with dozens of columns supporting the ceiling. Each pillar was carved with reliefs, perhaps depicting the great achievements of the palace's master, or maybe telling ancient Egyptian mythologies. But strangely, aside from these pillars, the hall was completely empty, covered only with a thick layer of sand and dust. A dead end, Daphne said, standing behind Reese. She looked around at the structure of the hall and realized this was the end of the passage they had entered through. When the palace was still in use, this place might have been filled with countless treasures or papyrus scrolls, but now there was nothing left, only sand covering the floor. It was likely that someone had already gotten here thousands of years ago. Reese felt a hint of unwillingness. He crouched down, scooped up a handful of sand, and let it slip slowly through his fingers. After finally finding a clue, it unexpectedly ended here. 1,000 years ago, Helga had come to this place, fought a great battle with the palace guards, then gracefully left. The lingering magical fluctuations she left behind had even managed to mislead her old friend a millennium later. Sigh. Reese let out a long breath. But something still felt off to him. He couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Frowning in thought, Reese mulled it over for a while, and a question suddenly flashed through his mind. If the aftermath of the battle could still be observed even 1,000 years later, then why was this grand hall still so intact? Why hadn't even the carvings on the pillars been destroyed? The moment he realized this, he sprang to his feet, startling Daphne and Astoria. But before either of them could ask what was wrong, a shadow appeared in the corner of the hall, the blind spot of their vision. The figure raised its hand, and a blinding light shot from it, aimed straight at Reese. However, because of where everyone was standing, Daphne ended up in the direct path of the spell instead. It happened so suddenly that neither Daphne nor Astoria could react in time, nor could Reese. From the moment the figure appeared to Daphne being targeted, not even half a second had passed. Reese only managed to instinctively cast a defensive spell, but such a hastily cast shield had little power. The intense light shattered Reese's defensive spell instantly and rushed toward Daphne. The magic was powerful enough to tear her apart in an instant, so much so that she couldn't even open her eyes. But at that critical moment, the necklace hanging around Daphne's neck shattered, and a thick barrier of light appeared in front of her, swallowing the incoming light completely. The next moment, an identical beam of light reflected back from in front of Daphne, blasting a 1-foot-wide hole straight into the hall's stone wall. From the ambush on Daphne to the spell rebounding, the entire sequence took less than a second. Daphne didn't even understand why her necklace had suddenly shattered. If not for that necklace, she wouldn't even have known how she died. "Watch out!" Reese shouted, quickly turning around. With a wave of his hand, he pulled both Daphne and Astoria behind him. At the same time, he unleashed his magic without hesitation, spreading it rapidly in all directions as he began constructing his domain at top speed. Astoria was the first to react and hurriedly cast a defensive spell. Daphne, as if waking from a dream, instinctively reached for the spell embedded in her necklace, only to find nothing there. That's when she realized her necklace had just shattered into pieces because of an attack. "You two, get out, right now, immediately," Reese said sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Daphne opened her mouth to say something, but Astoria tugged on her sleeve, cutting her off. The three of them slowly moved toward the entrance. Reese's nerves were stretched to the limit, ready at any moment for another attack. The shadow had vanished the moment the spell rebounded, but Reese didn't believe for a second that it had been destroyed. He knew that thing was still hiding somewhere in the palace, waiting for the next chance to strike. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 259, A Battle Across 1,000 Years, Part 1. Reese's heart was pounding wildly at that moment. If he had believed the nonsense about letting students grow faster by giving them more freedom, and hadn't prepared that life-saving necklace for Daphne, then she would already be dead. No one could have withstood that terrifying spell unprepared, not even him. The magical signature of that spell was very familiar to him. It bore the style of an old friend of his. That confused Reese. He didn't know what had happened to her. Could she have suffered the same condition as Rowena Ravenclaw? That would be far too much of a coincidence. The three of them slowly retreated toward the edge of the stone doors. By now, Reese had constructed several layers of defensive magic in front of him. Even if the shadow figure attacked again, he was confident he could block the strike for Daphne and Astoria. Seeing its prey attempting to flee, the shadow figure stopped hiding and emerged directly, firing a powerful attack spell straight at Reese. This time, Reese saw the figure clearly as it appeared. It rose straight out from the sand on the ground. Boom. A spell shot out like a meteor and struck hard against the multiple defensive layers Reese had constructed. While bracing against the force of the impact, Reese summoned his domain magic and formed a wall of thick mud in front of him. The double-layered defense worked extremely well. After shattering the carefully built magical barriers, the spell lost much of its momentum and merely splashed against the mud wall, raising only a bloom of sludge. "You two go first, return to the town. I'll catch up shortly." Without giving Daphne or Astoria a chance to argue, Reese pushed them out of the hall and waved his hand, sealing the stone doors shut behind them. He had to hold that shadowy figure here to prevent it from chasing after them. He couldn't guarantee that this monster was confined to this great hall. If it could leave and give chase, it would turn into a pursuit, and once that happened, it would only be a matter of time before someone got hurt or killed. During a retreat, it would be incredibly difficult for him to ensure the safety of both students. But a standoff here was different. Even if it cost him something, he could at least keep the sand-born creature pinned down in this place. Once Daphne and Astoria got far enough away, it would be easy for him to find an opportunity to retreat as well. After being pushed out of the hall by Rhys, Daphne and Astoria stared at the tightly sealed stone doors, both of their faces looking grim. No. Rhys. Daphne couldn't hold back and shouted at the door, slamming her fist against the stone. The force of the rebound left her hand numb, but she didn't feel a thing. It was the same again. Once again, she was completely useless. Daphne couldn't help thinking, if she had blocked that spell with an excellent defensive charm just now, would she have been able to stay and fight alongside him? Sister, let's go. Don't waste Rhys's efforts. Astoria grabbed Daphne's arm and sincerely urged her. That spell just now had made it clear, fighting on that level was something neither she nor her sister could interfere in. Rhys was buying them time. The best way they could help him now was to run. Fast. Astoria's words snapped Daphne out of her thoughts. She took a deep breath and prepared to leave. But just as her eyes swept over the stone door in front of her, she suddenly froze. She remembered that Rhys had blasted a large hole in the door earlier, so why had that hole vanished now? Daphne looked down and found that the floor had also become flat again. A foreboding feeling rose in her chest. She quickly looked up and saw that the two jackal-headed statues, which had been standing still a moment ago, now had glowing red eyes. Their previously destroyed eyes had somehow been restored. Astoria, watch out, she shouted, and instantly cast a defensive spell in front of herself and her sister. Astoria also noticed the strange behavior of the statues. She immediately responded, also casting a defensive charm while grabbing her sister and pulling her toward the exit. By now, the two statues had fully awakened and were lunging forward with their spears. Buried deep underground and sealed from air for so long, the bronze spears were still as sharp as when first forged, thanks to magical enchantments. With one strike, they shattered Daphne's shield charm. Astoria barely managed to block the next attack with her own spell. Seeing this, neither Daphne nor Astoria hesitated any longer. They cast flight magic and soared into the air, speeding toward the exit of the ruins. The two statues stomped after them with heavy steps, giving relentless chase. Why are they chasing us? Daphne couldn't help but yell. Obviously. Use your brain and think. Astoria snapped at her sister while casting an obstruction spell behind her. Those two statues were built to guard against intruders. Did you really think they'd stop after hitting you once? They'd at least chase you all the way to the palace entrance, wouldn't they? Although the two statues moved somewhat slowly, each of them stood 10 meters tall, and every step they took covered a massive distance, enough to keep right on the girls' heels, preventing them from gaining any distance at all. The obstruction spells had almost no effect on them. It seemed they could easily power through any resistance caused by the magic. Astoria gritted her teeth and turned her head, firing an attack spell stored in her bracelet. Watching her younger sister unleash the stored spell, Daphne felt a pang of guilt and frustration. Her necklace had been destroyed. If it hadn't been, she could have teamed up with Astoria and joined in the counterattack. But at the same time, she felt a sliver of relief. Now that she'd calmed down, she realized it was the enchantment hidden in that necklace that had saved her life. Rhys had never mentioned it, but clearly, the necklace had some hidden safety function. But now it was destroyed. Daphne's emotions were tangled in a complicated mess. Astoria's spell struck the jackal-headed statue on the left with perfect precision. With a thunderous crash that shook the ground, the statue was blown into two pieces. The fallen statue blocked the path of the other one, giving Daphne and Astoria the chance to put some distance between themselves and the remaining guardian. Seeing that it could no longer catch up with the two intruders, the remaining statue pulled a javelin from its back and hurled it at them with great force, but the two girls, both skilled in flight, dodged it with ease. While Daphne and Astoria were battling the jackal-headed statues, Rhys was locked in a fierce struggle of his own. The shadowy figure was no longer hiding. It now stood openly in the center of the grand hall, casting a barrage of attack spells at Rhys. Rhys took the opportunity to finally get a clear look at the figure's face. Though it appeared somewhat aged, he was absolutely certain it was the face of his old friend, Helga Hufflepuff. The only difference was, she was a golem made of earth. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 260, A Battle Across 1,000 Years, Part 2. Upon seeing the earthen figure, Rhys understood everything. 1,000 years ago, Helga had come here. Perhaps there had been a fierce battle, or perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Whatever the case, she had left behind an earthen doppelganger, which had now brought him endless trouble. Rhys remembered that back when they were still at Hogwarts, Helga's puppet creation magic produced constructs with time limits. But it seemed she had since improved the spell, overcoming the limitation of the puppet's lifespan. Maybe the puppet could endlessly absorb magic from its surroundings. Rhys made a quick deduction, then turned his focus back to battling Helga's construct. At first, both sides were probing each other, but even these tests involved spells lethal enough to kill. With a flick of his wand, Rhys sent a wall of fire stretching across the Great Hall, the roaring flames sweeping toward Helga's puppet in a half-surrounding arc. The puppet raised a wand made of sculpted earth, summoning a wall of dirt as large as the wall of fire. Rhys's flames slammed into the barrier like waves crashing onto a reef, shattering into hundreds, even thousands of sparks. Seeing his spell fail to break through, Rhys didn't panic. He gave his wand a subtle flick, and all the sparks exploded in unison, blasting Helga's summoned earth wall into rubble. While dueling with the puppet, Rhys had never stopped trying to expand his domain. But the progress was slow. So far, only a dozen or so square meters of ground around his feet had been transformed into thick, viscous mud. There was no denying it, fighting Helga Hufflepuff's puppet in a desert environment was a massive disadvantage. The air here was so dry that even though the Great Hall was buried deep underground, the moisture content was negligible. And Helga Hufflepuff specialized in earth-based magic, putting Rhys at a natural disadvantage in this environment. Spells flew back and forth between them, tearing up the floor of the hall inch by inch. Many of the columns were blasted in half, and clouds of dust and debris filled the air. Swoosh! Several sharp spikes shot up from the ground, piercing straight through Rhys's feet. But his expression didn't change in the slightest, because what flowed from the wounds wasn't blood, but thick, tar-like mud. The difficulty of expanding his domain was one thing, being able to do it at all was another. At the very least, within the dozen or so square meters around him, Rhys could still execute a wide range of techniques, including those earthen spikes, which he had intentionally allowed through as bait. The moment the puppet thought it had landed a decisive blow, Rhys triggered the traps he had secretly planted during the earlier spark explosion. Boom. An explosion erupted beside the puppet, forcing it to dodge. But as it moved, several more explosions followed along its escape path, blasting multiple cracks into its earthen body. Dust swirled into the air as the puppet conjured several earthen shields around itself, firmly enclosing its form in layers of protection. Under the protection of the earthen shields, the puppet and Rhys were once again pulled apart by distance, and the traps Rhys had hidden within the dust earlier had all been completely exhausted. Sand drifted through the air, gathering around the puppet and slowly filling in the cracks blasted into its body. It raised its head, and its dirt-formed eyes stared directly at Rhys, making him frown. This puppet, it didn't seem like just an ordinary construct. Did Helga leave behind something hidden within it? As Rhys pondered the secrets the puppet might contain, the construct gripped its earthen wand with both hands, dropped to one knee, and thrust the wand into the sand beneath it. Rhys. A bad feeling crept over him. That movement, there was no way it was part of some ordinary spell. Magic surged at the tip of Rhys's wand, and he summoned a long whip glowing with dark light, which he lashed toward the puppet, not to injure it, but simply to interrupt its casting. But halfway through its arc, the whip was stopped. A massive sand-formed hand erupted from the ground, grabbing the whip. Then a second hand rose up from the sand and effortlessly tore the whip in two, as if snapping a strand of hair. The next moment, the entire Great Hall began to shake. The sand covering the ground surged madly toward the puppet's location. After tearing apart Rhys's whip, the two giant hands slammed down on the floor in unison, like a man pulling himself up during a chin-up. The surrounding sand began to merge into the puppet's body. Rhys's expression darkened instantly. Just from the prelude alone, he could tell this thing wouldn't be easy to deal with. He fired off several more spells, but hitting such a massive summoned creature barely left a scratch, not even enough to be called superficial wounds. Soon, the true form of the puppet's summoned monster was revealed, a colossal sand golem. The sand golem was round and bulky, with a nearly equal length and width. Its legs were extremely short, while its arms were thick and long. It slowly emerged from the ground, and as the sand golem took shape, nearly all of the sand that had been covering the floor was consumed. In some areas, the stone floor beneath was even exposed. The Great Hall was at least 50 meters high, and when the sand golem finished emerging, its head had already reached halfway up. Judging by that, the golem had to be nearly 30 meters tall. The puppet stood atop the golem's head, looking down at Rhys from above. Rhys. He suddenly remembered a long time ago, when Helga had once shown them a whimsical magic trick. She could summon a small clay figure about half a person's height, and make it perform all kinds of silly antics to amuse them. This round, bulky sand golem looked exactly like that little clay doll, just magnified hundreds or even thousands of times. The puppet pointed at Rhys, and the sand golem raised its massive fist, slamming it down toward where Rhys stood. As the fist swung through the air, it stirred up a sandstorm like a raging tornado. Rhys instantly dissolved into a puddle of mud and sank into the ground. The next second, the golem's fist crashed into the floor. A thunderous boom echoed through the hall like an exploding artillery shell, and the entire structure trembled. The golem's fist drove deep into the ground, splattering sticky mud everywhere. It was as if it had plunged its hand into a swamp. When it pulled its arm back out, Half of the golem's arm was now smeared in filthy, clinging mud. Rhys poked his head up from a short distance away. That seemingly devastating blow hadn't actually caused him much harm, and it had given him a glimpse into the puppet's strengths and weaknesses. If Helga Hufflepuff herself were standing here, then he wouldn't stand a chance. Fighting her in the desert was far too disadvantageous for him. But bullying this clumsy puppet a little, that wasn't a problem at all. Even if this puppet could wield nearly the full strength of Helga Hufflepuff. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 261, Exploiting the Program Bug. After exchanging blows with the puppet for a while, Rhys discovered a flaw in its design. To conserve magical energy, the puppet wouldn't go all out from the beginning, which was perfectly reasonable. After all, no one would use their full power just to swat a mosquito. But the problem lay in how the puppet assessed the strength of intruders. Specifically, it would first release an attack spell. If the intruder couldn't withstand it, the puppet would enter a dormant state. If the intruder survived, it would switch to a defensive posture and then gauge the threat level to determine the appropriate level of magic to use. However, Helga clearly hadn't considered what might happen if an intruder intentionally held back or, due to specific circumstances, appeared weaker. By sheer coincidence, Rhys had stumbled upon this bug. The puppet would not voluntarily increase its attack power. From the puppet's perspective, the current level of force should be enough to kill Rhys. If the sand golem's first punch didn't kill him, then it would simply throw another one. But for Rhys, if the puppet didn't activate its domain, it could go on attacking for 10 years and still not kill him. Rhys knew perfectly well that Helga's puppet was capable of activating a domain, but up to now, he hadn't sensed anything like that, which meant the puppet hadn't triggered its domain at all. That gave him an enormous advantage. He could maintain the current pace for as long as he needed, until he converted the entire surrounding area into his own domain. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack the puppet, everything would be fine. With that thought in mind, Rhys began to implement his strategy. Sure enough, the puppet could do nothing but repeatedly command the sand golem to attack him, like a game of whack-a-mole. Time ticked by, and Rhys successfully converted most of the underground area beneath the Grand Hall into his domain. What had once been just a patch of muddy ground had now transformed into a small pond. During this period, he had quietly infused his domain with a considerable amount of magical power, but he held it in reserve and refrained from releasing it, keeping it hidden from the puppet's perception. After failing to land a hit for so long, the puppet had the sand golem step back 2 paces and then spread its arms. Seeing the sudden change in movement, Rhys was struck with a realization. This must be a hidden mechanism triggered after prolonged failure. It was about to boost its offensive capability. And since the giant sand golem already represented the puppet's maximum attack output, the only way to increase further was to activate its domain. Rhys didn't hesitate any longer. He unleashed the grand gift he had prepared for the puppet. With a loud boom, the water in the pond exploded outward, instantly flooding the entire floor of the hall with clear, rippling water. Rhys's domain was now fully expanded, and in that instant, he cranked its suppression power to the maximum. And that was only the beginning. During the battle, the sand golem's arms and torso had inevitably been splattered with a great deal of mud. Over time, that mud had gradually seeped into the golem's body and merged with it. After Rhys fully expanded his domain, the sand golem froze in place. Large bubbles began to swell across its surface, and the dry yellow sand making up its body rapidly became damp. Finally, crash, the 30-meter-tall sand golem collapsed onto the ground, reduced to a massive pile of wet sand, completely unable to maintain any solid form. Even the puppet standing atop its head was affected. Its feet were contaminated by the muddy sludge, which swiftly began creeping upward. The puppet acted instantly. With a wave of both hands, it severed its legs below the knees, cutting them off to stop the spread of the mud. It floated into midair, attempting, just as before, to summon sand to repair its missing limbs. But it quickly realized that the sand that had once covered the hall was now entirely corrupted by Rhys's domain during his explosive expansion. The puppet could no longer manipulate it. Rhys stared directly at the puppet hovering in the air, his expression solemn. He felt no pride in the success of his ambush. He was rapidly evaporating the water covering the floor, filling the entire hall with moisture. He knew very well that he was, after all, fighting the puppet in a desert. Even if he'd gained the upper hand with a clever trick, if this turned into a prolonged battle, he would still be at a disadvantage. If nothing else, the puppet could simply destroy the ceiling of the hall and bury him in an avalanche of falling sand. It would be a disaster. That's why he had to maximize his advantage in the shortest time possible, and end this fight quickly. The puppet had already activated its domain, but it was being completely suppressed by the overwhelming domain that filled the surrounding environment, rendering it unable to unleash any of the domain's magical effects. It paused for a moment, then quickly came up with the simplest solution: blow off the roof. The puppet immediately raised its head and lifted its arms, preparing to blast open the ceiling of the Great Hall with a spell. Even if it couldn't completely destroy it, creating a hole would still be a tremendous help. However, by this point, the moisture in the hall had become so dense that it was condensing into visible clouds of white mist. Rhys's face was pale. He had poured nearly all his strength into maintaining his domain, exhausting himself to the point where his vision was blacking out and his throat tasted of blood. But the results were undeniable. From the explosive expansion of his domain, to the sand golem's collapse, to the puppet floating into midair, less than a minute had passed. Yet the ceiling of the ancient hall was already covered in condensation. Rhys had successfully extended his domain into every corner of the Great Hall. The puppet's attack spell struck the domed ceiling but was deflected. After a few rebounds, even that bit of magical energy was completely swallowed by Rhys's domain. Seeing this, Rhys smiled. Helga, it seems I've won. The puppet seemed to realize its predicament. It simply stopped struggling and dropped to the ground, allowing the muddy sludge beneath it to begin corroding its body. It stared directly at where Rhys stood, clenched its fists, and suddenly lunged at him. Hand-to-hand combat. Rhys was slightly surprised. Such an action was completely meaningless. He could have just slipped into the mud and allowed it to slowly consume the puppet entirely. But when he saw that all too familiar face, and the expression on it that struck a deep chord of recognition, Rhys dismissed that thought. He decided to grant his old friend's puppet a final shred of dignity, just like 1,000 years ago. Heh. Rhys tossed aside his wand, rolled up his sleeves, and charged at Helga Hufflepuff's puppet head-on. Bang. Bang. Rhys's fist slammed into the puppet's face, while the puppet struck him hard in the back. To be honest, after taking a few solid punches from the puppet, Rhys started to regret his decision, but he gritted his teeth and kept fighting. One man and one puppet, two individuals of immense magical prowess, choosing to settle it like Muggles, with their fists. But this battle had no suspense from the very beginning. A few minutes later, Rhys lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, while Helga Hufflepuff's puppet slumped silently beside him, completely motionless. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 262, This is no ordinary palace. Lying on the ground, Rhys felt pain in every joint of his body. He turned his head to glance at the puppet lying beside him. The puppet left behind by Helga Hufflepuff had already been completely corroded by Rhys's magic. At this point, the only reason it still maintained a humanoid shape was because Rhys was using his magic to hold it together. If he withdrew his magic, it would instantly collapse into a pile of sludge. Rhys was silent for a long time, then let out a bitter laugh. This really was just like that scene from 1,000 years ago. Back then, when he had fallen out with his old friends, it had also come to blows. But as masters of domain magic, none of them could truly defeat the others, so in the end they had tossed aside their wands and exchanged punches with their former comrades. Even after 1,000 years had passed, Rhys still didn't think he had been wrong. Students born to Muggles should, to some extent, be monitored. Isn't that reasonable? He had once tried to trust those from Muggle families, but they betrayed Hogwarts and let everyone down. After that, he had still allowed his friends to admit Muggle-born students. That alone had been a significant concession. Unfortunately, his compromise hadn't earned their understanding. Instead, it had planted the seeds of even greater disaster. But all of that was in the past now. Silently, Rhys summoned the magic within his domain to begin healing his injuries. Once the pain from the blows had lessened enough, he stood up. After gazing down at the puppet on the ground for a moment, he withdrew his magic, letting it collapse into a pile of mud. A puppet, after all, was just a puppet. It could never take the place of the real person in his heart. With that done, Rhys lifted his head and strode confidently out of the Great Hall, only to be surprised when, instead of being greeted by his two students, he was met by two jackal-headed stone statues. Outside the ruins, Astoria and Daphne were panting heavily. That desperate flight just now had left them utterly exhausted, but thankfully, they had escaped unscathed. The two of them hadn't followed Rhys's instructions to return to the town. Instead, they had chosen to silently wait outside the ruins. While waiting for Rhys, each girl was lost in her own thoughts. Daphne was still frustrated over her broken necklace, while Astoria was recalling the way the necklace had reacted during the ambush. It was obvious now that a life-saving spell had been embedded within it. At that thought, Astoria couldn't help but glance down at her own bracelet. She was wondering, had a similar life-saving spell been added to her bracelet as well? She wasn't sure, because that would mean a whole life. The value of these two alchemical items would differ drastically depending on whether such a function was included. And what right did she have to accept such a precious gift out of nowhere? Rhys treating her illness had already left her with a debt she could never hope to repay. Maybe only her sister's necklace had that function. That's what she thought, since Rhys always seemed to be more concerned about her sister. If Rhys knew what Astoria was thinking, he would probably brew a strong pot of tea, then ask in a world-weary tone, isn't it perfectly normal for a teacher to spend more energy on the slower student? It's Rhys. He's out. Astoria was still lost in thought when Daphne suddenly stood up and shouted. Having dealt with the two jackal-headed statues, passed through the narrow passage again, and returned to the desert, Rhys let out a long breath. He looked up at the sun and saw it still hanging high in the sky. Rhys felt a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. but before he could dwell on it, Daphne had already run up to him. As expected of you, handled that monster in no time. You're amazing. So what was that thing? Daphne fired off her questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Her praise didn't make Rhys feel relaxed. Instead, the sense of unease in his heart only grew stronger. In the end, Rhys realized something strange. The position of the sun hadn't changed much, but his battle with the puppet had been a long, drawn-out fight. Daphne, how long were you waiting outside? Rhys asked the question that concerned him most. Daphne froze for a moment, her mouth slightly open, a bit confused. She didn't understand why Rhys would ask something like that. She hadn't paid attention to the time, her mind had been elsewhere just moments ago. I'm not really sure. It couldn't have been that long, right? Astoria had also run over. After hearing Rhys's question, she answered with certainty that the two of them hadn't waited long. About 5 or 6 minutes after they exited the hall, Rhys had come out. Rhys narrowed his eyes. That didn't add up. He had spent far more than 5 or 6 minutes fighting the puppet in the ruins. He felt that the battle had lasted at least an hour, maybe even longer. We need to run a few tests, Rhys finally said, having come to a decision. Too many questions had arisen in his mind, and with them, just as many hypotheses. He needed to confirm things through experimentation. First, let me ask you this, when you exited the hall, were the 2 jackal-headed statues restored? After receiving a definite answer, Rhys felt his hypothesis had come one step closer to being confirmed. You two, stay right here and don't move. Keep track of the time, Rhys instructed, motioning for the 2 girls to stand on a sand dune across from the ruins. From there, they could clearly see the entrance to the ruins, but not what was happening inside the corridor. Although Daphne and Astoria were full of questions, they obediently followed Rhys's instructions. They watched as Rhys walked to the entrance of the ruins, then stood at the edge of the corridor for a full quarter of an hour. Daphne and Astoria. Rhys's behavior completely puzzled them. After 15 minutes, Rhys returned to them. How long was I inside the ruins, he asked. When he learned that he had been standing like a fool at the entrance for exactly 15 minutes, Rhys didn't say anything. He simply told them to remain on the sand dune and keep timing him, then turned and entered the ruins again. This time, the difference was that he walked deeper into the corridor, far enough that Daphne and Astoria could no longer see his figure. But he came back out very quickly, as if he'd just done a quick sprint inside and returned. Rhys, what on earth are you doing? Daphne was completely confused, her mind on the verge of exploding from all the questions building up inside her. First, tell me, how long was I inside the ruins? You walked in and came right back out. Daphne complained, bewildered by Rhys's bizarre behavior. Interesting, very interesting, Rhys said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. What if I told you I spent several hours spacing out in that corridor, would you believe me? Daphne, Astoria, wait, what? The 2 of them exclaimed in shock, how could that even be possible? This is no ordinary palace, Rhys said, gazing at the ruins in the distance, a rush of excitement rising in his chest. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 263, the possibility of meeting Hufflepuff. If his guess was correct, time within this palace came to a standstill whenever there were no external observers. The first time he, Daphne, and Astoria entered the palace, they had gone in together. Before they exited the palace, there had been no observer present outside, so they hadn't realized that time inside the palace had actually come to a halt. It was only through certain subtle details that Rhys had noticed something was off. Rhys also realized that it was the palace's time that had stopped, not the time of the people who entered it. That was why, after Daphne and Astoria exited the palace, Daphne's necklace remained destroyed, and the number of spell charges in Astoria's bracelet hadn't been restored. When he entered the palace a second time, Rhys had been under observation by Daphne and Astoria, so the flow of time remained normal. On the third entry, with no one watching, the time discrepancy reappeared. The same logic applied to the 2 jackal-headed statues. Once the doors to the hall had closed and no observers remained, the statues reverted to their previously recorded state. Rhys suspected that if they entered the ruins again now, everything would have been restored, perhaps even the puppet itself would be back to its original form. Practice proves theory. Rhys decided to go back into the ruins once more to uncover the truth. While Rhys was on the verge of unraveling the mystery, Daphne and Astoria were still in the dark. How did the ancient Egyptians do this? So you're saying the flow of time inside the ruins is different from outside? Both girls were utterly shocked when they heard Rhys say this. After all, this was time magic. If any branch of magic deserved the title, the jewel on the crown of magical disciplines, then time magic would undoubtedly be one of the top contenders. The vast majority of wizards go their entire lives without ever coming into contact with time magic. Only a very small number ever have the chance to interact with it. For example, the unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, among the projects they study is time magic. They even safeguard a collection of time-turners capable of reversing time, though knowledge of these devices is restricted to a very select few. And now you're telling us this entire palace is a construct of time magic. Underscore. Daphne and Astoria felt like their entire worldview was falling apart. That's right. Ancient Egypt was, after all, a civilization from thousands of years ago. Back then, magical resources were abundant, so building extravagant wonders like this was more feasible, Rhys said, his tone tinged with envy. Compared to modern wizards like themselves, the ancient Egyptian sorcerers had access to far more magical materials. Still, Rhys and his generation were at least lucky enough to catch the tail end of that age. It was Daphne's generation and those after her who were truly unfortunate. After thousands of years of excavation, there was practically nothing left for them. Can we take this palace with us? Daphne blurted out a bold idea. Rhys. He seriously considered the possibility, but quickly concluded it was highly unlikely. The spell had been cast on the palace as a whole, so taking just a part of it wouldn't preserve the effect, it would just be an ordinary chunk of stone. I need to go back in, Rhys said softly. Daphne and Astoria looked up at him at the same time. It was clear they both wanted to follow, but that was out of the question. Rhys wasn't about to bring two young witches who couldn't even withstand a sneak attack from the Helga puppet back into the ruins, especially with Daphne's necklace now destroyed. Rhys entered the ruins alone once again. As he ventured deeper into the palace, he noticed something strange. Just outside the innermost gate, he saw the two jackal-headed statues shattered into rubble, his own handiwork from earlier. This surprised Rhys greatly. According to his previous hypothesis, everything should have been restored by now. He gently pushed open the door, and a wave of dense moisture drifted out from within, causing his brows to furrow. The great hall beyond the door had also remained exactly as it was when he had last left it. Bathed in the mist, Rhys fell into deep thought, then began to revise and refine his hypothesis. If someone entering the palace caused significant changes that exceeded the palace's self-recovery threshold, then those changes would be recorded at the moment of their departure, becoming the palace's new state. Rhys had turned the Great Hall into a swamp and blasted the gatekeeping statues into rubble. The extent of these alterations had exceeded what the palace could restore, so his changes were recorded and became the scene that future explorers would encounter. When Helga entered the palace long ago, she likely also made significant modifications, which were similarly recorded. After her, no one else had left their mark, until Rhys arrived. So, could this palace be something like a giant magical recording device? Preserving traces of people throughout history. Thinking of a magical recording device, Rhys suddenly had a flash of insight. Were the time fragments preserved by the palace just single snapshots, or continuous sequences? And would recording a new sequence overwrite the past ones? His instinct told him that the answer to that question lay within the other two passageways. With that in mind, Rhys didn't delay any further and walked straight out of the palace. After confirming once again that almost no time had passed outside, Rhys felt he was getting closer to the truth. Wasting no time, he entered the ruins again, this time through the central entrance. There were more traps and mechanisms along the way this time, but Rhys managed to reach the end of the passage safely. The palace at the end of this corridor seemed untouched, no one had entered it before. The space was filled with scattered items and still preserved the look it had thousands of years ago. But none of that really mattered. What truly drew attention was the half-person tall, compass-like object placed at the center of the grand hall. Judging by its position, at the far end of the palace's central axis, it was clearly the core of the entire structure. The compass's design wasn't particularly complicated. It was made up of two concentric layers. The outer layer had 10 segments, while the inner layer had no divisions. At its center was a raised needle, and along the edge were illustrations of the moon in its phases, from full moon to crescent, giving the entire device a resemblance to a sundial. The shadow of the needle happened to fall on the crescent moon. Rhys narrowed his eyes, a new hypothesis forming in his mind. Could each segment of the outer ring correspond to a recorded time segment? And the inner ring? Could it be a tool to adjust which time fragment was being accessed? As this idea emerged, Rhys keenly sensed that this might be the key to meeting Helga Hufflepuff again, a reunion after 1,000 years. But it was still just a theory, and he needed to confirm it. Rhys reached toward the inner ring of the compass and turned it to the full moon position. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 264, A Bold Idea. After finishing all of this, Rhys once again walked out of the palace. Daphne and Astoria, standing on the sand dune across from the ruins, were stunned. From their perspective, Rhys had been going in and out of the ruins non-stop, looking extremely busy. But that busyness had nothing to do with them. In the end, it was because they simply weren't strong enough, not even capable of fending off a sneak attack. Maybe we really do need to focus more on practicing magic, Daphne sighed. That's the only way we can help Rhys as soon as possible. Yeah. Astoria nodded, agreeing with her sister's suggestion. After stepping into the palace ruins again, perhaps due to some sort of psychological suggestion, Rhys felt as though something within the corridor had changed. Even though everything looked exactly the same, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. He hurried deeper into the corridor. Sure enough, the two jackal-headed statues had been restored, silently standing guard outside the grand hall's doors. Having confirmed his hypothesis, Rhys turned to head back the way he came, but then, something unexpected happened again. He actually heard human voices. Ancient palace, full of mumbo-jumbo, habits. The narrow corridor funneled the distant voices toward where Rhys stood. Though they were faint and unclear, he could unmistakably recognize it was his own voice. Rhys's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, he realized he had been underestimating the palace all along. It didn't merely record a segment of time, it marked a segment, and then sent whoever entered it into that period. If time was a river rushing forward, and people were fish swimming with the current, then this palace was a boat on that river, continuously dropping anchors along the shore. When a fish jumped onto the boat, it would be carried upstream to one of those anchor points. Of course, it was also possible he was overthinking it, and the palace had merely recorded a projection of him and Daphne's group. But that was a gamble he couldn't take, the risk was far too great. The greatest taboo of time travel was to come face to face with your past self. Rhys took a deep breath, his mind racing. What should he do? According to the timeline, he would be arriving at this very spot with Daphne and Astoria in just a few minutes. Right now, he was especially grateful for his habit of being a long-winded teacher. If he hadn't stopped midway to lecture Daphne and Astoria about ruin mechanisms, he could have made it here in under a minute. Though he had only a few minutes to act, Rhys wasn't panicking. Because he knew, he would find a place to hide. The reason was simple, his past self hadn't seen himself in the corridor. That meant his future self had clearly managed to hide successfully. He just needed to stay calm and patiently wait for that destined opportunity. Soon, Rhys's gaze landed on a section of the wall. The moment he saw it, he suddenly remembered, this was the exact spot where Astoria had noticed something unusual. Behind the bas-relief on this wall was a hidden chamber. He had examined it before as well, and upon noticing signs that the seal had been tampered with, he had moved on and paid it no further attention. But now, the seal on the secret room showed no signs of ever having been opened. A flash of understanding crossed Rhys's mind. He placed his hand on the relief, carefully sensing the magical circuitry within it. Very quickly, his magic broke through the internal seal of the bas-relief. The sun motif held by the sculpted figure transformed into an opening just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Without the slightest hesitation, Rhys cast a charm to fill the space inside with fresh air, then climbed in. The entrance sealed shut behind him. Inside the secret chamber, it was pitch black, not a single sliver of light. With the aid of a Lumos charm, Rhys was finally able to see the layout. The space was barely larger than a wardrobe, and inside were stacked over 100 rolls of papyrus. Oh. Rhys suddenly perked up with interest and carefully picked up a scroll to examine it. He had expected it to contain ancient Egyptian spells, but based on the illustrations within the papyrus, it seemed to be a record of ancient Egyptian rituals honoring the sun god, possibly even containing so-called oracles. Rhys wasn't particularly interested in this sort of mystical mumbo-jumbo, but since he was stuck inside the hidden chamber with nothing else to do, he figured he might as well study the scroll, much like someone who forgets their phone in the bathroom and ends up reading shampoo labels out of boredom. Just as Rhys was poring over the papyrus under the dim glow of his Lumos charm, voices drifted in from outside. Rhys. That should be a secret room or hidden passage. The mechanism above has already been unlocked. The three voices gradually moved farther away. Inside the secret chamber, Rhys understood that it was now safe to leave. What he had just experienced sparked a bold new idea in his mind. If, after adjusting the inner ring of the compass, he had been able to see a version of himself from an earlier visit to the ruins, then what would happen if he adjusted the outer ring instead, shifting the palace's timeline to when Helga Hufflepuff had entered? There was a real chance he might meet Helga Hufflepuff from 1,000 years ago. As for what would happen next, Rhys didn't know, but just the possibility of seeing an old friend again was enough to spur him into action. After confirming that his other self had already left, Rhys stepped out of the secret chamber and exited the ruins through the corridor. Seeing the sun in nearly the same position as before, his heart beat a little faster. He instructed Daphne and Astoria to stay where they were, then re-entered through the middle passage and returned to the compass. This time, he turned the outer ring of the compass, shifting it forward by one segment. Instantly, an intense wave of dizziness surged through his mind, and Rhys's vision went black. At the same time, it felt as though he had been stuffed into a bag, and someone outside had sucked all the air out, leaving it a vacuum. The sensation lasted only a few seconds before vanishing completely, but the intense aftereffects still made Rhys double over, vomiting uncontrollably. Once the discomfort passed, Rhys slowly walked out of the palace. Standing at the threshold of the corridor exit, his heartbeat surged to its peak. He could almost hear the pounding in his chest, the rush of blood echoing in his ears. As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, the first thing he did was glance toward the sand dune across from the ruins, and thank Merlin, Daphne, and Astoria were still standing there. Without another moment of hesitation, he sprinted toward the rightmost passage at top speed and rushed all the way into the deepest part of the palace. After waiting patiently in the grand hall for a few moments, he finally heard a few crisp footsteps outside. Then the doors slowly opened, and an elderly witch with a travel-worn look stepped into the hall. Reese had been waiting here a long time for her arrival. It had been nearly 1,000 years since the last time they saw each other. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 265, 265, Why does every old friend want to hit me the moment they see me? Reese carefully studied the elderly woman in front of him. To be honest, she looked far too unremarkable, dusty and travel-worn, her face etched with deep lines. If it weren't for the fine quality of the robes she wore, she could easily be mistaken for a common countrywoman from the English countryside. Anyone who knew her name would undoubtedly be stunned, because aside from a select few like Reese, almost no one would believe that this was the legendary witch, Helga Hufflepuff. While Reese was observing Helga, she was also sizing up the young boy before her. To her, opening the doors only to see a living person inside this ancient Egyptian ruin, left behind thousands of years ago, was utterly shocking. With her level of power, she could easily discern whether the figure before her was a human or some humanoid creature. That only made it all the more unbelievable. Who are you? Helga didn't attack the boy standing before her, but instead questioned him calmly. She was a kind-hearted person, she would never resort to killing over something unusual. Of course, her confidence came from her unmatched strength. There weren't many who could defeat her in the desert, not even her old friends. It's been a long time, Helga. It's me. I'm Slytherin. Reese steadied his emotions and greeted his old friend across a millennium, his voice trembling slightly. The conflicts of the past had long faded with the passage of time. Now, all that remained was the longing between old friends. Well, unfortunately, that longing was entirely one-sided, felt only by Reese. Helga Hufflepuff, upon hearing those words, looked completely baffled. Never mind how you got in here, first explain yourself. Did you just say your name is Salazar Slytherin? She widened her eyes and stared intently at the young boy before her for a long moment. She had to admit, he did bear a bit of resemblance to that proud old snake. And then, you're Salazar's child? Helga drew what seemed to be the most logical conclusion, assuming Reese to be little Salazar. In her eyes, the person before her was likely the offspring of that sly snake after he left Hogwarts, some old blossom bearing late fruit. Knowing that guy, it wouldn't be hard for him to sweet-talk some naive young girl. The only question was, whose daughter had fallen for him? Judging from the hair color, the Greengrass family could probably be ruled out. Reese. No, I am Salazar, Reese said, spreading his hands. I didn't go off and have children after leaving Hogwarts, not in the way you all thought. And as far as I know, none of you did either. Helga Hufflepuff fell silent. It's really been a long time, Helga. You have no idea, after I left the school, You still have the nerve to mention Hogwarts. Helga's emotions erupted in an instant, and she raised her hand, flinging a dark curse straight at Reese. Reese. What the hell? Why does every old friend want to hit me the moment they see me? Ravenclaw was like this, and now Helga too. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Helga's attacks surged forward like crashing waves, one after another, overwhelming and relentless. Reese hurriedly raised his wand, countering each of Helga's incoming curses. He was certain of one thing: if he failed to block even one of them, this old friend of his definitely wouldn't go easy on him. He might end up bedridden for the next year. Fortunately, most of the curses Helga used were outdated. Over the past 1,000 years, they had been studied and optimized by generations of wizards, with far more effective counter-curses now available. Reese was easily able to dismantle her spells. Helga's brows furrowed. The moment they exchanged blows, she completely believed his identity. The fighting style was identical to that arrogant snake's, and the precision of his spell work was exceptional. Who else could this possibly be but Salazar himself? And clearly, Salazar's magical abilities had improved significantly in the years they'd been apart. After Reese casually dissolved one of her fiercest curses, Helga couldn't help but click her tongue in secret. He deflected it with that method. That's absolutely wild. The approach was so unorthodox it bordered on genius. Helga began to suspect that trying to teach that old snake a lesson with spells alone was going to be tough. So, she dropped the idea altogether, and activated her domain without hesitation. Oh, shit. Seeing Helga open her domain without so much as a word, Reese had the sudden urge to curse out loud. You're an earth-based witch, and you choose to fight a water-type wizard in a desert by clashing domains. Helga, have you no shame? Helga, of course, felt no guilt whatsoever. As soon as her domain activated, the entire Great Hall was swallowed in golden sand, chasing Reese around as he scrambled to avoid it. But Reese was fast, absurdly agile, in fact. She couldn't pin him down right away, and he even managed to seize a few openings to stretch out a thin thread of his own domain. Helga gave a cold snort and thrust her wand into the ground. Immediately, the earth trembled, and a mud puppet, identical in appearance to Helga herself, rose up from the floor. Rhys. He knew perfectly well, if he didn't come up with something quick, he was definitely going to suffer today. So he shouted desperately, "Wait! Stop!" But the moment he opened his mouth, a gust of sand rushed in and choked him, making him cough and sputter uncontrollably. "Salazar, never thought I'd see the day," Helga Hufflepuff snorted coldly, though her movements began to slow. "Ack, ack. This welcome is a little too enthusiastic," Rhys muttered as he spat out the last of the sand that had gotten into his mouth. "If that's all you came to say, then you can." Helga and the Earth-made puppet beside her simultaneously raised their wands. "Wait. Why are you and Rowena exactly the same? It's been 1,000 years since we've seen each other, and the first thing you do is greet me with a domain battle." Rhys cast a quick spell interrupt, forcing Helga to cancel the spell she'd been building up. 1,000 years? Salazar, what nonsense are you spouting? Helga narrowed her eyes slightly. Have I gone senile, or have you overdosed on potion fumes and started hallucinating? It's only been. It really has been 1,000 years. Or more precisely, I'm from 1,000 years in the future. You're speaking to me from a millennium ahead in time. Rhys declared, firm and unwavering. His statement only confused Helga even more. There were so many strange details, she didn't even know where to begin picking it apart. But Rhys had already achieved his goal, Helga had stopped attacking. And once she began to think, that was his chance, who would want to keep clashing with her in the middle of a desert? I know you have a lot of questions. I can explain everything, why don't we sit down and talk this through? Looking at the young face of her old friend, Helga accepted the suggestion. There would always be time to punch the old snake later, but this opportunity might only come once. If she gave in to impulse and beat him up now, getting any answers out of him later might become impossible. So, she lowered her wand and even conjured 2 stools from the sand. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 266, Hufflepuff can't return. First off, you're probably wondering why I look like this, right? Rhys asked as he took a seat. Now that he had finally sat down, he felt much more at ease and began to speak steadily. Helga Hufflepuff nodded. She was very curious why her old friend, after just a few years apart, looked so young. This wasn't just aging in reverse, it was something else entirely. Maybe he had invented some kind of special potion that could return the body to its youthful state. Helga guessed. It seemed like a very reasonable explanation. After all, Salazar was one of the foremost masters of potioneering in the world. It wouldn't surprise her in the slightest if he'd managed to create such a potion. Rowena would probably love this kind of potion, Helga thought suddenly, and then another idea followed, maybe she could get a dose of it from Salazar herself. Who wouldn't want to regain their youthful body in old age? Even if it didn't extend one's lifespan, it could at least make the final years of life more comfortable. So many bodily functions go unnoticed until they're gone, and only then do you realize how vital they were. Rhys's voice pulled Helga's drifting thoughts back to the present. After I left the castle, he began. At that, Helga gave a sharp huff again, clearly still upset over his departure years ago. Rhys pretended not to hear it and continued, I wandered for a while, and by chance, I came across something called an origin fragment. The words origin fragment struck Helga like a bolt of lightning. She abruptly stood up, eyes locked tightly onto Rhys. You didn't. It's not what you think. I used it to brew a potion, Rhys said quickly. Only then did Helga relax slightly. If he had directly consumed an origin fragment, she would have seriously considered whether she ought to bury him here in this very palace. She, who had once overthrown the rule of the gods, could never allow herself or her friends to become new deities in their place. Still, even if it was just a potion, it was hard to be entirely reassured, and what did that have to do with 1,000 years, anyway? I got the idea from how snakes shed their skin, Rhys explained. After taking the potion, I fell into a deep sleep. During that sleep, I would shed a layer of skin every so often. With each shedding, I grew younger, until I became a 10-year-old child. That's when I finally woke up. By then, nearly 1,000 years had passed. Helga Hufflepuff, huh? Even in the magical world, Salazar's words sounded bizarre, more like a fable from a storybook. But considering he'd acquired an origin fragment, it kind of made sense. That thing, if one were willing to bear its negative effects, could grant immortality just by consuming it directly. But there was still one big question. According to Salazar's own words, he had slept for 1,000 years after taking the potion. So how was he now speaking with her, from 1,000 years ago? Helga was quite certain she hadn't slept for a millennium. It's the effect of this palace. I used its power to meet with the you from 1,000 years ago. And got into a few fights, Rhys added silently, though he kept that part to himself. Reese then explained the full functionality of the palace ruins in detail to Helga. She listened with growing awe and respect. "I thought this place was just another undiscovered ruin," she said, eyes wide as she carefully studied the hall around them. "I didn't expect." But no matter how hard she looked, even until her eyes started to ache, she couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. It looked, through and through, like an ordinary ruin. Eventually, Helga gave up. Instead, she turned to chat with her old friend. "So you went back?" "As a student." Reese nodded. "As a properly aged young wizard, I showed magical talent in Britain. Naturally, I was accepted into the school. The book of admittance was still functioning perfectly, even after 1,000 years, haha." "Hey, that's wonderful," Helga said, a heartfelt smile spreading across her face. Knowing that the school she and her friends had founded was still operating 1,000 years later filled her with immense joy. In truth, it wasn't just functioning, Hogwarts could rightfully be called flourishing. It had become the best magical school in the world. Some other schools might not admit it out loud, but deep down, they all understood Hogwarts' status and significance. Well. Helga had a question she deeply cared about, but she was also a little embarrassed to ask, since it was admittedly a sensitive topic. "You want to ask about Muggle-born students, right?" Reese said, easily guessing her thoughts just from the look on her face. Helga nodded seriously. "They've integrated very well. The number of Muggle-born students at the school is no less than in our time. Most of them stay in the magical world after graduation and become part of the wizarding community. As for those who followed the ideology of pure-blood supremacy, Reese chose not to bring them up, no need to upset Helga. Even Rowena took on a Muggle-born girl as her apprentice." "Helga. Wait, did you just say Rowena? She's still alive after 1,000 years." Helga was stunned. Was I the only one who didn't consider immortality? "Well, you can't exactly say she's still alive," Reese replied, and then explained what had happened to Rowena Ravenclaw and how he had managed to help her regain her sanity. "You've really been through a lot," Helga said, offering Reese her sincere gratitude. "It's Rowena who's had it the hardest," Reese said, shaking his head. Helga nodded in agreement. "I need to go back." Now that she knew about Ravenclaw's condition, Helga immediately decided to end her travels and return to Hogwarts. "I can't just leave Rowena all alone at the school, can I?" Helga shrugged, clearly intent on going back to help lighten the burden on Ravenclaw's shoulders. "Wait." A sudden sense of dread crept over Reese. When Helga stood up, it hit him all at once. Her plan was most likely impossible. She wouldn't be able to go back. This palace had carried him upstream through the river of time, bringing him to this moment 1,000 years in the past, but once he stepped beyond its boundaries, time snapped back to the 20th century. He had already confirmed this during his earlier trips. So what would happen when Helga stepped outside the palace? Would she still be in the 10th century, or the 20th? Considering that history recorded Rowena Ravenclaw spending her final years alone in the castle, and Helga Hufflepuff vanishing without a trace during her travels, the answer was painfully clear. This was time. This was fate. Helga and he were both fish in the river of time. He, a fish from downstream, had brought a fishing boat upstream to meet Helga, and then pulled her aboard. Now that the boat had sailed back downstream, Helga had no choice but to go with him. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on Reese's forehead. In the end, he did his best to gently and tactfully explain his theory to Helga. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 267, Helga, now that I'm here. Huh. Helga Hufflepuff could hardly believe her ears. She had just come to explore some ruins. How on earth had that turned into jumping 1,000 years into the future? She shot Reese a skeptical look, her expression practically spelling out the word unbelievable. "I'm not Rowena, you know." Reese huffed, clearly displeased at her lack of trust. "This isn't something I'd joke about, not with you." Helga let out a long sigh. "We'll know once I step outside." With those words, she turned and left the great hall without another word. Reese followed behind her. Midway through, a thought suddenly struck him. What about Helga's puppet? Was it still inside the hall? Recalling his previous experience, Reese's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So that's it. Everything finally clicked into place. From Helga's perspective, she had simply gone on a journey and explored a ruin in Egypt, only to run into an old friend who'd been missing for years. Then, by accident, she had been transported 1,000 years into the future. Because her physical body had already traveled through time, from Ravenclaw's perspective 1,000 years ago, it simply looked like Helga Hufflepuff had mysteriously vanished during her journey abroad. But from Helga's own point of view, her timeline remained completely intact, not a single day missing. While thinking this through, Reese followed behind her, and the two of them walked out of the palace ruins together. As soon as they stepped out of the passage, Reese instinctively looked toward the sand dune opposite the palace. Sure enough, Daphne and Astoria were still standing on the dune not far away. Helga, too, took note of the changes around her. She sighed again, after seeing the two unfamiliar young witches standing on the dune and taking in how much the surrounding environment differed from when she had first entered the ruins. She realized her old friend wasn't joking. She had really arrived in the future, 1,000 years later. Staring at Rhys, who was walking just behind her, Helga clenched her fists. Salazar, you've really outdone yourself this time. Rhys shivered and quietly took 2 steps to the side, trying to put some distance between them. But sometimes, you couldn't avoid trouble just by stepping away. Salazar Slytherin, Helga's voice floated softly to his ears. Magic really is a curious thing, isn't it? Rhys shuddered again. In most situations, being addressed by your full name was not a good sign. But he didn't have much choice. Rhys could only nod and agree. Yes, magic really is quite miraculous. Helga didn't say a word, she just stood there, quietly staring at him. Rhys felt a chill crawl down his spine. For the sake of his personal safety, he figured he should probably say something to soothe his old friend's mood. Rhys opened his mouth, but quickly realized there was no good way to explain this. He was like the butterfly in the butterfly effect, whose wings set off a storm of unintended consequences. If not for him, Helga would never have been flung into the modern era, and Rowena wouldn't have been trapped alone for 1,000 years in the dungeons beneath Hogwarts. All of it traced back to the moment Rhys took the potion of immortality 1,000 years ago. And if you followed the thread even further back, if he hadn't fallen out with his friends in the first place, maybe the 4 founders would have stayed in the castle together. The turning point in all 4 of their lives had started with him. Fate had played a rather cruel joke. But Rhys, being a seasoned and experienced old wizard, had a mind as sharp as ever. After a brief moment of awkward silence, he suddenly thought of the perfect angle. Helga, isn't this just another form of immortality? He said calmly and confidently. Helga. Rhys's words made Helga's mind stall for a moment. She didn't quite understand what her traveling 1,000 years into the future had to do with immortality. You and I are actually in the same situation, Rhys explained. Even though I can technically claim to have lived for 1,000 years, I was asleep the entire time, completely unaware of what was happening in the world, until I woke up 2 years ago. So really, how is that any different from someone who instantly travels forward 1,000 years? Helga nodded slowly. What Salazar said made sense. But what did that have to do with her? To be able to experience life 1,000 years in the future, isn't that its own form of immortality? Rhys continued, voice calm. Let's just pretend we lost our memories for 1,000 years. That's all. Those words struck Helga like a bolt of lightning. She was stunned. How had she never realized just how good this old snake was at spinning nonsense? Rhys, inwardly, well, yeah. That's because you couldn't kill me before. Now. Not so sure. Even though she could clearly tell that Salazar was trying to talk his way out of things, Helga still felt much better. After all, what else could she do? Even if she gave him a thorough beating, which would definitely feel satisfying, it wouldn't change anything. She couldn't go back. Might as well go see what Hogwarts looked like 1,000 years later. The old snake and the old raven were both still around, so in the end, maybe it wasn't all that different from the past. Looking down at Salazar's youthful face, Helga suddenly showed a mysterious smile. So you've grown young, old snake. That means I'll definitely be the first one to leave this world. That's actually a relief. There was nothing in this world that Helga truly feared. Except for the pain of watching her friends leave her. Just as Helga was about to head toward the sand dune across the way, Rhys called out to her. There's one more thing. Hearing his voice, Helga turned her head and looked at him. I go by Rhys now. Rowena goes by Spite. Please don't use our real names in front of others, Rhys reminded her, just in case she accidentally let something slip. Helga raised an eyebrow. These 2 old snakes. Fine. She supposed she ought to think about what she should be called now, too. She admitted that her 2 old friends had thought things through. If their real names popped up at Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. She wasn't the type to enjoy being the center of attention, so taking an alias was absolutely the right move. A perfectly ordinary, forgettable name came to mind. Then I'll go by Smith White, said the White Smith herself. All right, Miss White, Rhys replied, committing his old friend's new name to memory. As Rhys and Helga chatted casually, the 2 girls on the distant dune were on the verge of exploding from curiosity. Why the hell did Rhys bring someone out with him this time? What on earth was going on? As the 2 figures walked toward them, both girls grew visibly tense. And rightfully so, after all, this was someone who had just walked out of a ruin that was thousands of years old. If Rhys hadn't been standing beside her, they would have bolted long ago. Silver hair, is she a descendant of the Greengrass family? Daphne and Astoria observed Helga closely, just as Helga was observing them. She's my student, Rhys replied seriously. You could say, my successor. Helga's expression shifted thoughtfully. Hearing her old friend say that, she suddenly felt like she might want to find a successor of her own, too. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 268, Hufflepuff Reemployment. They must be quite talented, right? Helga's curiosity had been fully sparked by Rhys. Of course. At the mention of this, Rhys immediately lit up, eagerly boasting to his old friend about the talents of his two students. That's wonderful. A hint of envy flickered in Helga's eyes. When it came to taking on apprentices, she truly did envy her friends. They always seemed able to find the most gifted students. And it was perfectly understandable. The differences between the four houses' student pools meant it was always hard for Helga to find genuine prodigies. The gifted purebloods were swept up by Salazar, while the outstanding Muggle-borns either ended up in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. What was left to her were, more often than not, the ordinary ones. After that twinge of envy passed, Helga's eyes shifted slightly as another thought occurred to her. They must be a lot like Adrian, right? I mean, they're his descendants, after all. Rhys's expression changed immediately. No, they. In the future, they'll definitely be two little Adrians. How lucky you are, Salazar. Rhys's face had already gone from pale to green. Seeing her old friend's expression twist like that, Helga finally felt satisfied. She'd done it on purpose, after all. Who told that old snake to keep flaunting his students' talents right in front of her? The two ancient friends chatted as they walked up the sand dune, with Helga casually casting a translation charm on herself, just in case she ran into any trouble communicating with the younger generation. By the time they reached the top, Daphne had already stepped forward and placed herself in front of her younger sister. She greeted Rhys with a seemingly calm expression, but her eyes kept darting toward Helga. "This is Miss White," Rhys said, introducing Helga to the two clearly nervous girls. "She was trapped inside the ruins for quite a while. I just helped her out." Hearing that, Helga had to resist the urge to roll her eyes. She waved at the two little witches, offering a greeting. "Trapped in the ruins. What did you eat?" Daphne asked, full of curiosity about this mysterious woman, eager to know everything about her. At the mention of food, Helga immediately perked up. With a flick of her hand, she pulled a basket and several cups from her robes like a magician performing a trick, clearly intending to show off a little. Seeing his old friend getting into the spirit, Rhys also gave a wave of his wand, conjuring a picnic blanket and a sunshade umbrella. "I brought food with me, would you girls like to try some?" Helga said cheerfully, her face full of warmth and kindness, like a grandmother basking in the sun on a rocking chair. Sure," Daphne replied. She hesitated at first, but when she saw that Rhys wasn't giving any warning signs, and was even helping set up the umbrella, she accepted with ease. However, what Miss White pulled out was quite disappointing to Daphne, just a few pieces of dry-looking bread and a chunk of cheese wrapped in linen. That feeling of disappointment lasted only a moment, because Daphne quickly realized, this might be all the supplies this poor old woman had left. "Let's eat what we brought instead. We just restocked a few days ago," Daphne offered, pulling out her own lunchbox. But Helga firmly refused the suggestion, insisting that Daphne try her delicacies. Unable to dissuade her, Daphne reluctantly accepted the bread and cheese, and the moment she took a bite, her expression changed completely. Despite its dry appearance, the bread was astonishingly soft and rich with buttery aroma. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was biting into a freshly baked French croissant. The cheese was even more magical, every bite brought a different flavor. It was like a savory version of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Over on Astoria's side, something equally magical was happening. Helga had handed her a cup, then filled it using a aguamenti charm with what seemed to be just plain spring water. "Here, drink up." Helga gestured encouragingly. Astoria was puzzled. She'd heard of people urging others to drink alcohol, but water. But the moment her lips touched the cup, she understood why. The water inside had mysteriously turned into chilled fruit juice. And it was ice cold. Amazing. Daphne and Astoria exclaimed in unison. "How did you do that?" "I'm quite skilled with food-related magic," Helga responded candidly when the two young witches pressed for answers. She explained that it was simply magic that had altered the taste and texture. The juice Astoria drank was actually just magically enhanced water, and what Daphne ate was still just ordinary bread and cheese. "When you get older, little pleasures like these are the only way to satisfy your appetite," Helga sighed, a bit wistfully, lamenting how time shows no mercy. After enjoying a simple yet wonderfully flavorful meal, the group set off on their journey back. Before they left, Rhys exchanged a glance with Helga. She immediately understood, gave a wave of her hand, and a cascade of sand fell from above, swiftly burying the palace ruins beneath the desert once again. By the time they returned to the town, Rhys noticed Daphne and Astoria were clearly worn out. He arranged for them to rest at a small local inn. After using magic to quickly clean the sand from their bodies, the two girls collapsed fully clothed onto the beds of the modest room and fell asleep almost instantly. Reese, meanwhile, stepped outside. With a pot of coffee in hand, he sat down to chat with Helga. "So, what now?" he asked. "Got any plans? Want to see what the world looks like 1,000 years later? The Muggle world has changed completely, it's unrecognizable." Helga shook her head gently. What she cared about most was still the Hogwarts of the future, and the children in Hufflepuff House. "As I thought, you're just like me," Reese nodded. "But given your situation, I don't think you can enroll as a student anymore." Helga Hufflepuff. Is the school still hiring teachers? Though something about it felt a little off, she figured slipping in under the identity of a professor shouldn't be a problem. After all, she did have plenty of experience teaching students. Reese stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I don't think Hogwarts is in short supply of teachers right now. It was said that Hogwarts used to get a new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor every year. But this year, well, technically this year was no exception. Lupin had replaced Lockhart as the new Data professor. So by that pattern, maybe Lupin wouldn't resign until next year. Since this year's slot had already been used up by Lockhart. If that was the case, then the school really didn't have any open teaching positions at the moment." Seeing Reese say so, Helga looked a little disappointed. Still, she decided she'd try writing a letter to the current headmaster. Who knows? Maybe there's a chance. She firmly believed that as long as she could meet with the headmaster in person, she'd be able to convince him. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 269, Hufflepuff is perfect for experiments. Seeing that Helga was determined, Reese didn't stop her anymore. He simply told her that if things didn't work out officially, she could always sneak into the castle and squat there for a while. Helga. She didn't even know where to begin with that one. Just a few months ago, by her reckoning, she was one of the founders of Hogwarts. Now she had to worry about whether the school would even hire her. Just by looking at her expression, Reese could tell exactly what she was thinking. With a teasing grin, he said, "If you reveal your real identity, Dumbledore will probably step down on the spot. After all, we're talking about the legendary witch, Helga Hufflepuff." Helga gave him a look. "If that day ever comes, I'll expose you and Rowena first. Then we'll just skip straight to reinstating the 4 founders and go back to ruling the school together." Her voice was cool and sharp. Since the old snake and the old raven weren't planning to reveal their true identities, she wouldn't either. No need to turn it into an awkward mess later. That's the power of groupthink. Don't worry. There'll probably be an opening next year. You can try teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, Reese said with absolute confidence. Helga, huh? When Reese explained the so-called curse that had been placed on the Defense Against the Dark Arts post at Hogwarts, Helga was completely speechless. "Salazar, how old are you now? And you still believe that nonsense? You, at your level as a wizard, actually buy into something like that? Did your mentality get younger when your body did, too?" She studied Reese carefully and began to feel her guess wasn't far off. Clearly, the state of one's physical body could influence one's mental state. Once that thought clicked into place, Helga simply nodded with feigned sincerity, putting on the classic, "Ah yes, of course," face. Reese didn't mind. He figured that in a few years, Helga would believe in the curse too, just like he had. He hadn't believed it at first either, but after digging into the fates of the past 10 or so Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, he started to think that maybe Voldemort really had invented some sort of bizarre curse. Curses were a subclass of spell work, ranging from minor annoyances like giving someone hives to deadly effects like causing immediate death upon contact with a cursed object. But most curses were either directed at specific individuals or attached to tangible items. Voldemort's curse defied both norms. He hadn't cursed a particular person, nor had he bound the curse to any one object. What he had cursed was the idea, the abstract concept, of whoever becomes the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. The medium wasn't a wand or a talisman, it was the position itself. It was deeply counterintuitive. Deeply unmagical, even. Reese sometimes wondered, if the subject of the course were changed, would the curse follow? If the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were redefined or renamed, would the curse shift as well? For example, what if the headmaster of Hogwarts changed the course name to Defense Studies? Would the professor of that class still be affected? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became, until, suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to persuade Helga Hufflepuff to test it. "Helga," Reese started to speak, but then stopped mid-sentence. A far more interesting idea had just occurred to him. Helga Hufflepuff is powerful enough, could she actually resist the curse? Originally, he had planned to suggest that after becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Helga should ask Dumbledore to change the name of the subject, see if that would bypass the curse. But now he has changed his mind. He wanted to see if Helga herself could break the pattern that had plagued the position for over a decade. Let's find out, was his old friend's life force tougher, or was Voldemort's curse stronger? If Helga knew what Reese was thinking right now, she would absolutely throw him out the window, then bury him neck deep in desert sand. But to be fair, Reese didn't have many other options. The ideal person to test a theory like this would have been Godric, but he had no way of contacting him at the moment. "Something on your mind?" Helga asked, puzzled, after hearing Salazar call her name only to fall silent. "You'll need to spend a bit of time preparing," Reese quickly pivoted. "Over the last 1,000 years, magical education has changed quite a bit." At that, Helga laughed. Who did he think she was? There wasn't a situation she hadn't seen before. Among the 4 founders, she had always invested the most in teaching. She didn't need any prep, she could walk into a classroom right now and start teaching. In today's magical world, Reese said, no one even understands the flow of mana anymore, no one teaches it, no one studies it. It's already faded from memory. Helga Hufflepuff, what? She was utterly stunned. How could young witches and wizards 1,000 years later not even study mana flow anymore? That field was phased out, Reese explained. Modern wizards found a pretty effective replacement. He gave her a brief overview of the development of spell theory. Helga fell silent. With spells being so convenient now, it made sense that the study of mana flow had faded away. But without understanding the flow of magic, achieving something like a domain was next to impossible. And without a domain, a wizard could only ever be second-rate at best. So that meant, the magical ceiling of today's wizarding world was permanently capped at second tier. In any case, after learning that students didn't even know about mana flow, her mindset shifted. She began to think that maybe she did need to prepare properly, really figure out what today's magical curriculum looked like. Helga had no intention of forcing a full return to the old ways and launching a sweeping revival of mana flow studies. In her mind, if a discipline had faded into obscurity, it had probably done so for a reason. Besides, she firmly believed that the old snake and the old raven had already found their own solutions. She refused to believe those two were still helpless when it came to something this simple, not after being awake for 2 whole years. "Those 2 little apprentices of yours," she asked cautiously, "they do understand mana flow, right?" "Of course, they are my students after all," Reese said, unable to resist showing off his students in front of his old friend once again. Helga chose to selectively ignore the second half of his sentence and focused on the key point. Reese was willing to teach mana flow to students with sufficient talent. That was a solid approach. The downside of studying magical flow was that it was incredibly difficult, but the upside was an extraordinarily high ceiling. Letting a select few prodigies explore that path was, indeed, a smart solution. However, Helga glanced at Reese. How exactly was he determining whether a child's talent was sufficient or not? It's not like the magical world had a crystal ball where a child could just slap their hand on it and instantly see their aptitude rating. Those 2 kids of his probably owed their opportunity to their last name, didn't they? Helga decided she'd need to come up with her own method. She couldn't do things the way Salazar did. Then again, maybe a crystal ball like that wasn't impossible to create. Inspiration surged within her like a spring bubbling to the surface. She decided that once she returned to Hogwarts, she would begin researching how to craft exactly the kind of crystal sphere she envisioned. "Want a cup?" Reese asked, changing the subject and pouring her some coffee. "Thanks." And so, wrapped in the comforting aroma of coffee, their conversation gradually drifted toward more casual, everyday chatter. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 270, It's Too Sweet. Muggles have come up with quite a few novel desserts and drinks, like this one, Reese said, waving his wand to filter out all the remaining grounds from the cup of coffee he handed to Helga, ensuring nothing would ruin the taste. "I've had this stuff before. It's pretty effective at keeping you alert. The first few times I tried it, the effect was almost as strong as a potion," Helga replied, surprising Reese. He hadn't expected her to have tried this curious Muggle beverage. A few hundred years ago, shepherds in Abyssinia, on the southern shores of the Mediterranean, would chew coffee berries to stay awake. I had it a few times while traveling through the area. It was mostly used in religious settings there. Locals believed that to approach the divine, one had to overcome the desire to sleep. Helga even gave Reese a brief history of coffee's origins. "Well then," Reese shrugged, "but I bet you've never had these amazing desserts." As he spoke, he pulled out a small box filled with all sorts of carefully prepared sweets, kept fresh as if just baked, thanks to protective enchantments. Helga casually picked one and popped it into her mouth. After just a couple of chews, her eyes went wide. "It's too sweet," she exclaimed, clearly unimpressed by Reese's offering. The dessert was so sweet it nearly overwhelmed her. Compared to people from the 10th century, modern tastes were undeniably heavy on the sugar. "You'll get used to it," Reese said with a casual shrug. "I think they need to cut the sugar by at least half," Helga muttered, still feeling the overwhelming sweetness. "Hey. That's the best part." After exchanging their thoughts on desserts, the 2 of them began to feel a bit drowsy and decided to head back to the inn for some rest. But just before heading to their rooms, Reese seemed to remember something. He reached into his robes and pulled out a wand with a rustic, time-worn design. Helga, do you remember this wand? Reese held out the wand he'd purchased earlier at Ollivander's. Oh. Helga accepted the wand and looked at it for a moment. As her eyes traced its familiar contours, memories long buried began to surface. You really went to the trouble of finding a descendant of that wand maker. His descendants are still in the wand-making business, actually. And they've become the most renowned wand makers in the wizarding world, Reese said, then gave her a quick rundown of the Ollivander family's legacy. Helga listened attentively, nodding as he spoke. So that sign on their shop might actually be true. Helga mused aloud as she gazed at the wand in her hand, suddenly struck by a powerful sense of history. It held within it the legacy of wandcraft passed down over 1,000 years, the crystallized wisdom of dozens of generations. Very likely. Their recorded wand-making history spans a millennium, perhaps even longer, Reese replied, using his and his friend's first-hand knowledge to vouch for the Ollivander's timeline. But the current Ollivander has become a bit set in his ways, Reese added. They only use 3 types of core materials now. It makes for stable results, sure, but it lacks variety, just like the modern magical world. Everything today seems geared toward making sure everyone scores an 80, unlike ancient wizards, where some could score 100 while others might only get a 60. After handing the wand back to Helga, Reese headed off to his room to sleep, while Helga remained in the corridor, taking a little time to bond with her new wand. Though she was already at a level where she hardly needed a wand to cast magic, out of habit she still carried one every day. A wizard without a wand simply felt incomplete. And she had to admit, the craftsmanship of the Ollivander ancestor was truly impressive. The wand felt perfectly balanced in her hand, smooth and natural to wield. 2 days later, after another bout of travel and excitement, the 4 of them returned to London. Even as they stepped out of the airport, Helga's face still carried a look of shock. How had Muggles developed to this extent in just 1,000 years? During the flight, she had seriously begun to question who the real magic users were. Not even that old snake could have created something like an airplane, an alchemical masterpiece capable of carrying hundreds of people through the sky, smoothly and comfortably, over thousands of miles, with meals included. She had asked Reese about it during the flight. His answer was, it would be extremely difficult. Even if he managed to make something similar, it would still be a crude imitation modeled after Muggle technology. As for coming up with something like it on his own, forget it. If someone had handed him the same requirements without ever having seen an airplane, he probably would have ended up building a flying house. What stunned her even more was that Muggles could mass-produce these alchemical creations. When she saw over a dozen similar machines lined up on the airport tarmac, Helga was utterly floored. The advancement of Muggle society had completely shaken her. When it comes to transportation, we've fallen way behind, she said sincerely, after learning that modern wizards still relied on broomsticks for long-distance travel. Well, not entirely. We do have things like portkeys and the flow network, Reese replied, giving her a detailed explanation of those 2 magical innovations. It's just that we never developed a full, integrated system. But those things were all invented a century ago, weren't they? What's happened in the magical world over the past 100 years? Why does it feel like there's been no progress at all? Helga immediately zeroed in on the heart of the problem. From what Salazar had described, the wizarding world seemed stagnant. Her words made Reese frown. Because she was right. 100 years ago, the magical and non-magical worlds weren't that far apart. But the most mind-blowing inventions, those that had created this massive gap, were all born in the last century. Maybe it's the statute of secrecy, he finally said. It probably caused the wizarding world to miss out on an age of rapid development. Maybe we should do something about it. You've got a point. Let's ask Rowena when we get back. The 2 of them reached a consensus almost immediately. By the way, do you have a place to stay for now? If not, why don't you come stay at my place for a while? Reese asked, already scheming in the back of his mind. He was quite tempted to bring this food magic master into his own sweets shop. Helga, of course, had no objections. She didn't have any modern wizarding currency on her, and she was in need of both income and a place to stay. Getting to mooch off her old friend's place. Perfect. Without delay, the 2 of them said goodbye to Daphne and Astoria and headed straight for Diagon Alley. Upon entering the bustling alley, Helga wasn't distracted by the vibrant storefronts and magic displays. The first thing she did was sit down and write a job application letter to Hogwarts' current headmaster. You're really not wasting any time, are you? Reese muttered, half amused and half exasperated. In his mind, this was going to be a dead-end effort. But to his astonishment, less than 10 minutes after sending it out, an owl returned with a reply, and an attached interview invitation. Salazar, do you know where Lupit's dessert shop is? This Albus Dumbledore asked to interview me there. Reese. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 271, Dumbledore in Diagon Alley. There it is, the place I mentioned where you can stay, Reese said, scratching his head, a flicker of unease in his heart. Why had Dumbledore chosen Lupit's dessert shop as the interview location? Had he sensed something unusual? Even stranger, his reply had come far too quickly. From the time the letter was received, to the reply being written and sent out again, the entire process had taken less than 10 minutes. Even considering the magical efficiency of owls, that speed was abnormal. Then, upon asking about the interview time and learning it was to happen immediately, Reese suddenly understood, Dumbledore was in Diagon Alley right now. It was very possible that the owl had barely taken flight before it spotted Dumbledore's signature white beard in the crowd. Want to come with me to the dessert shop? Now that she knew Reese's so-called residence was the sweet shop in question, Helga invited him along to accompany her, perhaps even observe the interview on the side. Sure, I'll lead the way, Reese said, striding ahead to guide Helga toward Lupit's dessert shop. On the way, he noticed that Helga kept glancing at the shop windows lining the street. Incredible, isn't it? The wizarding world has become so prosperous. Back in our time, we didn't have such a flourishing magical high street. Helga nodded, but a faint sense of dissonance stirred in her heart. Such apparent prosperity in the wizarding world felt at odds with its stagnating, or even regressing, level of magical development. The contrast was jarring. After thinking it over, she concluded that the cause must be the statute of secrecy. Under its restrictions, wizarding settlements hadn't suffered much, but the marketplaces necessary for shopping had taken a major hit. Helga suspected that most of the magical marketplaces across Britain had been funneled into this single location, creating an abnormal and distorted prosperity. In their era, one could find magical shops tucked into every town corner. Now, those had probably vanished completely. How did you end up opening a dessert shop? The topic quickly shifted to Reese's store. Helga was quite surprised to learn that Salazar had funded a dessert shop. After all, the old snake had always been skilled in and fond of potion making. It was she who had always been more interested in food-related magic. So how had he gotten involved with the dessert shop? Could it be that he'd laced the desserts with something, making customers dependent on them? Reese had no idea what was going through Helga's mind. If he had, he'd likely have cursed out loud in frustration. If he had that kind of time and energy, wouldn't he have just opened a proper potion shop? What kind of nonsense would it be to go through all that for something so roundabout? He had merely provided a bit of startup funding to a werewolf he'd taken in. Opening a dessert shop had been her idea. It wasn't my idea, Reese said, and explained Lupit's story to Helga. After hearing it, she looked at him with a rather strange expression. What? Reese noticed the odd look in Helga's eyes. You really have changed. The Salazar I knew would have killed that werewolf without hesitation, not spared her life, gone through the trouble of healing her with spells, and given her money. It's unbelievable. Are you really the same old friend of mine named Salazar Slytherin? Reese rubbed his hands together. He had asked himself that question before, and come to a clear answer. Because Godric and I proved that slaughter wasn't the solution to the werewolf problem. But the spells you and Rowena created are. Reese explained to Helga that the wizarding world was now promoting the use of the human restoration charm that returned werewolves to human form. It's very possible that this century will see the extinction of the werewolf race. Helga. I never imagined that spell could end up being so powerful, Helga said with a sigh, genuinely amazed. Back then, she and her friend had created the spell as a simple act of kindness, never expecting it would someday wipe out the infamous affliction of lycanthropy. In fact, she secretly used to think Salazar and Godric's approach, elimination, was more effective. She had simply been too soft-hearted to approve. The Lupit dessert shop wasn't located in some obscure corner, so the two of them arrived outside it fairly quickly. Business had been quite good over the past year. Lupit had even reinvested some profits to expand the shop. She built a small courtyard beside the dessert shop, where customers could enjoy their sweets in a pleasant open-air space. Albus Dumbledore was already seated in that courtyard, waiting for Miss White. In front of him were several plates stacked with desserts and a large glass of ice cream, leaving Helga stunned as she entered and saw the spread. Miss Smith White, correct? Please, have a seat. Dumbledore recognized immediately that she was the one who had written to apply for a position, and warmly invited her to join him for a chat. He also noticed Reese, who had brought Miss White here, but didn't think much of it. Dumbledore knew this shop was owned by a relative of Reese. His presence was perfectly normal, so Dumbledore simply greeted him with a wave and wished him a pleasant holiday. Would you like some dessert? I'd heard there was a dessert shop in Diagon Alley, but hadn't found the time to visit until today. And just as I got a rare bit of free time, your application letter arrived. What a present coincidence. He conjured 2 empty plates and 2 sets of cutlery, passing one set to Helga and keeping the other for himself. Try some. The specialty here is Muggle-style sweets, quite different from the usual confections we see around, with a flavor all their own. Dumbledore enthusiastically recommended the signature dessert of the Lupit dessert shop. He was clearly in a very good mood after finally getting to taste something new and delightful. That warmth and cheer were contagious. Touched by Dumbledore's geniality, Helga, though not particularly fond of desserts, picked up a round pastry and gave it a try. The puff, as it was called, turned out to be surprisingly pleasant, not cloyingly sweet as she had feared. Since Dumbledore had offered her a dessert, Helga didn't want to be outdone in courtesy. She took out 2 cups and offered Dumbledore a glass of grape wine-flavored water. Brilliant food magic. Dumbledore was thoroughly impressed by Helga's spell. After taking a small sip of the drink she had offered, he couldn't help but praise her enthusiastically. Just a simple illusion, at its core, it's still just water. Helga waved her hand, and the wine in both cups reverted to clear water. Dumbledore's expression became even more animated. Just moments ago, he had assumed Miss White had used some kind of food magic to summon wine stored elsewhere into the cups. But now, after her explanation, he realized this was a spell entirely unfamiliar to him, one he had never seen nor heard of before. That revelation sparked genuine curiosity in Dumbledore. He was now truly interested in the woman before him and wanted to have a proper conversation with her. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 272, 272, the main point is sincerity. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a spell. Dumbledore asked with keen interest, where did you learn it? I figured it out myself. Helga's response made Dumbledore narrow his eyes slightly. A witch capable of independently developing a spell of this level was certainly no ordinary figure, yet he had never heard of any Smith White before. Toward this mysterious Miss White, Dumbledore began to harbor a sliver of suspicion, because he happened to know of a secretive hidden organization that had trained many powerful witches and wizards. Could Miss White be a spy from the secret order? That thought flashed through Dumbledore's mind. Judging from the name, Miss White was most likely British, or perhaps from North America. That made it even more unreasonable that he had never heard of her. If this person had come from Africa, or some obscure corner of Eastern Europe or West Asia, then it would be understandable that someone like Dumbledore, who had lived in Britain for most of his life, wouldn't know her name. But given the current circumstances, Dumbledore was inclined to believe Miss White was using an alias. He decided to probe further into her background. Then may I ask, which magic school did you graduate from? Faced with this question, Helga was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She had never actually attended a magic school. All the spells she knew were either passed down through her family, taught by friends, or exchanged with other witches and wizards. She was entirely self-taught, and the other 3 founders were basically in the same situation. If she had been given a few days to prepare, she might have been able to make up a plausible background. But Dumbledore's sudden request for an immediate interview had completely thrown off her plans. Right now, she didn't even know which magical schools were considered famous in this modern world. I'm self-taught. Some spells were passed down from elders in my family, and I also learned a few from ancient magical tomes left behind by wizards of old. Helga decided to tell the truth, leaning into sincerity as her main tactic. Dumbledore. He didn't know how to respond for a moment, because what Miss White had just said sounded absolutely absurd. If someone at her level could become this skilled through self-study alone, then all the magical schools might as well shut down. And where are you from? Dumbledore decided to continue asking, curious to see if this mysterious woman could offer an even more outrageous answer. Wales. The two fell into a long silence. Dumbledore quietly picked up his fork and began eating the desserts one by one. At this point, he was beginning to feel that the likelihood of the woman before him being a spy from the secret order was absurdly low. If she truly were a spy, then the secret order must be actively trying to insult his intelligence. There were so many inconsistencies, so many, in fact, that Dumbledore began to think Miss White might actually be telling the truth. He looked up at her, and from her eyes, Dumbledore saw sincerity. It really did seem like she was being completely honest. Dumbledore decided to be honest himself, planning to voice his doubts directly. This interview, from both the interviewer and the interviewee, was shaping up to be a festival of honesty. But before he could say anything, Helga began to explain herself further. I can't really be considered someone from this era. I was exploring an ancient ruin, and something quite strange happened. Then this young fellow here brought me into this time. She gestured toward Reese as she spoke. Though Reese wasn't thrilled by how she described him, he still put on a pleasant smile to corroborate her story, though inwardly, he was panicking. Helga is being way too honest. Don't tell me, she'll tell him everything. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. This woman's story was becoming more and more extraordinary. But often, when something sounded too bizarre to be made up, it turned out to be real. After all, made-up stories needed to be logical, but real-life events didn't. Could you tell me more about it? Indulged the curiosity of an old man. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, a gleam of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Of course, Helga replied. She then recounted her previous experiences to Dumbledore in full, leaving out only her real name. Everything else she shared was completely truthful. After listening to Miss White's story, Dumbledore found it surprisingly plausible. He couldn't spot any inconsistencies in the tale, nor did he sense any dishonesty from her. Looking at it from the angle of time travel, all the mystery surrounding her suddenly made sense. Could it be that the witch before him really came from centuries ago? Magic truly was extraordinary. Though it sounded like something out of a fairy tale, Dumbledore genuinely believed what Helga had said about her origins. That left just one final question: which position should he assign her? After hearing the winding, fantastical account of her life, Dumbledore had already made up his mind to hire this remarkable witch. Now he was only debating what subject would best suit her. Based on her background, she seemed like a good fit for teaching the history of magic. But that post was already occupied by Professor Binns, and Dumbledore had no desire to replace him. Looking at the currently vacant positions, alchemy, which had been discontinued for years due to lack of qualified teachers and student interest, seemed like a fitting option. Alternatively, she could choose between care of magical creatures or defense against the dark arts. Contrary to what Reese had expected, there actually was a chance that the defense against the dark arts position might open up this year. The reason was that Professor Kettleburn, who had long taught care of magical creatures, had recently retired, leaving the post vacant. The current defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin, had a deep interest in magical creatures and was considering transferring to fill that role, something that wasn't uncommon at Hogwarts. After all, Professor Quirrell had once moved from Muggle studies to defense against the dark arts as well. Exactly how the positions would be arranged would depend on Miss White's capabilities and the preferences of the other staff. If none of the roles fit, Dumbledore was even willing to consider creating a new course, perhaps in culinary magic. Culinary magic was an important branch in the magical world and especially beloved by witches. Opening such a class would surely be well received. However, for subjects like alchemy and culinary magic, if they were to be officially added to the curriculum, Dumbledore would need to coordinate with the Ministry of Magic to include them in the OWL and NEWT exams, so students could earn proper certification. After listing the available positions, Dumbledore folded his hands and waited to hear Miss Smith White's thoughts. I can teach any of them: alchemy, defense against the dark arts, care of magical creatures, and even a culinary class, Helga replied confidently. She was a well-rounded witch. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay that much, Dumbledore joked, then added, why don't you show me what kind of magic you're capable of? Helga, of course, had no objections. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 273, Hufflepuff's new job. She thought for a moment and decided to show the current headmaster a little something. Not far off, Reese watched coldly from the sidelines. When he heard Helga claim to be well-rounded, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Alchemy, defense against the dark arts, and even culinary magic, fine. But to say she was qualified to teach care of magical creatures. Out of the 4 founders, which of them didn't have magical creature blood on their hands? Did she really think the Forbidden Forest came complementary with the castle? Why had these magical creatures ended up needing protection in the first place? Did Helga not have a clue? I won't demonstrate food magic, Helga said. I'll just give a brief demonstration of alchemy. Dumbledore nodded, he already fully acknowledged her mastery of food magic. Helga drew her wand and pointed it at the ground. A paving stone was flipped up by a bulge of rising earth, and from the soil emerged 2 little clay figures. Each clay figure was only about a foot tall. To save time, Helga hadn't sculpted any facial features, but each had been outfitted with a miniature wand. The 2 clay figures jumped up onto the table in front of them and launched into a duel, clinking and clattering in a lively skirmish. From time to time, they even cast transfiguration charms on the pastries on the table to aid in their battle. Watching the intense duel between the 2 tiny clay figures, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Miss White might even be qualified to teach transfiguration. In the end, one clay figure blew the other into pieces. Clumps of dirt scattered everywhere, and if Dumbledore hadn't reacted quickly, the plates of desserts in front of him would have been ruined. Take a look at this too. While the duel had been underway, Helga hadn't been idle either. She had crafted a simple alchemical tool using a small spoon from the dessert shop. What's this? Dumbledore took the spoon and narrowed his eyes, quickly guessing its function. It's enchanted with a mild freezing charm, Helga explained. It can speed up food cooling or keep ice cream from melting. She pointed to the bowl of ice cream in front of Dumbledore. Since it was made purely from dairy and the weather was hot, the ice cream had mostly melted into a sticky, unappetizing mess. Dumbledore stirred the spoon Helga had given him into the bowl, and wisps of white mist rose from the edges. In seconds, the melted mixture refroze into solid ice cream. After these 2 simple, magical demonstrations, Dumbledore no longer had even the slightest doubt about the capabilities of the woman before him. She was qualified to teach multiple subjects: defense against the dark arts, alchemy, transfiguration, and even culinary magic. Now, it was simply a matter of which subject she wished to teach. Dumbledore laid out the currently available teaching positions and their status, and told Helga she could pick whichever one she liked. He'd make the arrangements accordingly. After thinking it over carefully for a while, Helga asked a question. Professor Dumbledore, I've heard, just a rumor, of course, that the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is cursed, and that no one can hold the post for more than a year. Upon hearing Miss White's words, Dumbledore instinctively glanced at Reese. It must have been you who let that slip. Otherwise, how could someone who traveled here from centuries ago possibly have heard about that rumor? Dumbledore hesitated, a rare thing for him. In recent years, it had become increasingly difficult to recruit professors for Defense Against the Dark Arts, precisely because the rumor of the curse had spread far and wide. Just look at the candidates hired since Harry started school: Quirrell, a suspicious character who switched from Muggle studies; Lockhart, a man only interested in polishing his own fame for a year; and Lupin, who is good but only wanted to join because he was completely broke. With a lineup like that, you could honestly say, what self-respecting person would even want to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts? Every summer, Dumbledore had to rack his brain to find someone, anyone, to fill the position for the following year. Hogwarts positions were typically quite appealing, except for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Most people cared too much about their physical and mental well-being to take the risk. The reason Dumbledore had arranged today's interview so quickly was precisely because Miss White had written in her application that she was qualified to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts. Still, hiding the truth from her didn't sit right with him either. So Dumbledore could only brace himself and admit to Helga that, yes, the professor who taught Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts was indeed replaced every year due to various reasons. What kind of reasons did the professors have for quitting the position? Dumbledore answered truthfully, and Helga fell silent. The reasons really were all over the place. Some had died after being possessed by the Dark Lord, some had been arrested, though there were also a few who'd had relatively good endings and transferred to other posts voluntarily. After a moment's thought, Helga decided to become Hogwarts' next Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The reason was simple: she wanted to challenge herself and personally experience this so-called curse. She had never encountered a curse of this nature before, and now that the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she not try it out? She didn't believe this curse could do anything to her. It's time for this so-called curse to end with me, Helga said confidently. Dumbledore, He'd heard that line many times before. In addition to the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, I'd also like to teach the children some alchemy. It doesn't need to be a formal class, just give me a classroom, and I'll hold the occasional lecture. Helga added her request. She believed it was truly a shame that modern wizarding education had done away with alchemy. Even if the children didn't study it in depth, simply gaining some basic understanding would already be wonderful. You could start an alchemy club, set a time each week for students to gather. Professor Lupin and the others previously ran a dueling club, and it was very well received, Dumbledore suggested after a moment of thought. Seeing that Miss White was willing to take the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Dumbledore was genuinely pleased. However, considering how heavy that responsibility already was, he tactfully declined her offer to also serve as alchemy professor. Instead, he proposed she lead an extracurricular alchemy club. That works too. Helga agreed with Dumbledore, and the two reached a consensus. Then, like performing a magic trick, Dumbledore produced 2 copies of a contract, an official 1-year appointment as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Helga took the contract, skimmed it, and promptly signed her name. The offered conditions were quite generous, room and board included, a monthly salary of 100 galleons, 50 galleons in teaching funds, and the option to request more if needed. It also clearly stated that all medical expenses would be covered by Hogwarts. As Helga signed her name, Dumbledore felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Finally, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was secured. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 274, Helga's way of generating income. After signing the contract, Dumbledore stood up, shook hands with Hufflepuff, and quickly left Lupit's dessert shop. Reese leaned over to Helga and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to become a professor at Hogwarts?" Hufflepuff gave a bitter smile. What a turn of events, from being one of the school's founders to becoming a mere employee. But this was already much better. At least she didn't have to sneak into the school like Salazar had suggested. Although she did have a place to stay within the school, given the choice, who would want to sneak in when they could enter openly? By the way, is 100 galleons a month considered a lot or a little? After Dumbledore left, Hufflepuff finally thought to ask Reese how her salary compared. It should be all right. Reese was making a lot from his shop and had made a lot from the general information he had Lupit send to the Secret Order, so he wasn't too clear either on how much an average wizard in the magical world earned monthly. He'd heard Fred and the others complain before that their father, Arthur Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic, only took home 50 galleons a month. So Helga's 100 galleons plus 50 galleons in research funds sounded quite generous, didn't it? Of course, when Reese saw the final clause in the contract, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Helga, this is what you'd call hazard pay." "Superstition," Hufflepuff replied with a roll of her eyes. She didn't believe in so-called curses. They had already reduced the false gods of the Norse to ashes, so what was there to fear from this? Hufflepuff couldn't be bothered to keep chatting with Reese. She had a heavy task ahead. She needed to gain a thorough understanding of the modern magical world before the school year began. "I need to go to the bookstore and buy some books." As she said this, Hufflepuff froze in place. She suddenly realized she didn't have any of the currency used by modern wizards. When signing the contract with Dumbledore earlier, she'd forgotten to ask for an advance on her salary. Luckily, she still had her old friend Salazar to rely on. Reese directly gave her the books he had previously bought, then told her she could take the potion ingredients and similar items she had on her to shops in Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley to exchange for money. He had earned his first bucket of gold in Nocturne Alley and had met the Greengrass family there. Hufflepuff nodded and accepted her old friend's suggestion. However, her situation was worse than Reese's back then. She hadn't brought many valuable items with her. "I can give you some gold galleons, but you are already very wealthy, if you know what I mean. Actually, you should look at this from a different angle." Reese cleared his throat and offered Hufflepuff a rather curious idea. "You know, our relics are quite the hot sellers in the modern magical world." Reese winked at her. "All kinds of magical artifacts, as long as they can be tied to the four of us, can sell for sky-high prices. For example, if you engrave a badger's head on your goblet and artificially age it a bit, it instantly becomes a highly valuable Hufflepuff relic." "Helga. Isn't that a bit dishonest?" She hesitated, feeling like it was essentially faking something to deceive others. "What's dishonest about it?" Reese asked in confusion. "Aren't you Helga Hufflepuff herself?" Helga nodded. "And this goblet, didn't you actually use it?" She nodded again. "Then how is it fake?" "This is the real deal, a genuine treasure passed down from Helga Hufflepuff, one of the founders of Hogwarts." Reese's words gave Helga a sudden moment of clarity. She no longer hesitated. She picked up a goblet and immediately went off to find a buyer. Of course, the antique dealers in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley weren't fools. A badger head alone wouldn't be enough to make them hand over real gold. But if that goblet had a magical enchantment cast by Helga, then that would be a different story. After Salazar's bit of guidance, Helga completely shifted her perspective. She took out 3 finely crafted golden goblets and tapped each of them with her wand. One by one, the goblets began to transform. The first goblet now bore an embossed badger and eagle, with Latin inscribed on the bottom. "A gift to my wise friend, Rowena Ravenclaw. May sweet wine lull her to sleep." The second goblet displayed a lion and a badger, with this Latin inscription on the base. "A gift to my brave friend, Godric Gryffindor. May he enjoy rich beer after a glorious battle." As for the third goblet, Helga got a little crafty. She engraved a badger and a serpent on it, along with a blessing in Latin. But then, she scraped off both the snake carving and the inscription. With these 3 goblets in hand, Hufflepuff picked an antique shop that looked appealing and walked in. After parting ways with Hufflepuff, Reese didn't leave Lupit's dessert shop right away. He still had an important matter to entrust to Lupit. After this summer, he would officially be a third-year student at Hogwarts. That meant he would finally be allowed to visit Hogsmeade, provided he had a signed permission slip from his guardian. Although sneaking into Hogsmeade wouldn't be difficult for Reese, as a law-abiding type, he respected school rules he had made openly and preferred to do things the proper way. So Reese needed to get a signed guardian consent form, and according to the background he'd created for himself, Lupit was his guardian. So he went to find Lupit. Naturally, Lupit had no objections, so long as Reese didn't think it would undermine his status. A few minutes later, Reese walked out of Lupit's dessert shop with a signed permission slip and a large bag of sweets. Now, he was headed to the Greengrass Manor to deal with a little tale he had left behind there. Upon returning to Greengrass Manor, Reese went straight to the room where Scabbers was being kept. The sound of the door opening startled Scabbers. His beady eyes widened, and his whole furry body trembled with excitement. Finally, someone had come. He had been shut up in that tiny room all alone for days. He was going mad. Reese opened the cage door and lifted Scabbers out of the small enclosure. Regaining freedom, Scabbers was so excited he nearly wept. The cage was way too small, and being locked inside was pure torture. He tried his best to look cute, hoping to win over this young wizard the way he had at the Weasleys. He absolutely did not want to be caged again. But things didn't go as he hoped. To Reese, who had already seen through his identity, Scabbers' behavior wasn't cute in the slightest. In fact, it was rather disturbing. Just imagine, a grown man trying his hardest to act cute in front of you. Reese grabbed the scruff of Scabbers' neck and lifted him up, staring straight into those beady black eyes. Scabbers shivered uncontrollably. Those eyes of the young wizard were as cold as a still pond in late autumn. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 275, Bahaha. Take that, Godric. Reese's gaze pierced through Scabbers' beady black eyes and saw straight into his soul. The story behind this rat left Reese shocked. But it wasn't the betrayal of friends that surprised him. He'd seen plenty of that. Back when Asgard fell, there had been no shortage of fathers and sons turning against each other among the Norse gods. What truly stunned him was that this rat had come from Gryffindor house. That really caught Reese off guard. He had always assumed only the new Slytherins were capable of doing such things. Though he was deeply reluctant to admit it, under the lingering influence of Voldemort's legacy, Slytherin house had become a den of corruption. Like Hogwarts' garbage bin, it had taken in countless troubled youths and, on its own, had contributed more than half of all Death Eaters. What made it worse was that after Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry of Magic's purge of Death Eaters hadn't been thorough. Combined with the Sorting Hat's biased placements, Slytherin still remained a hub of villains, rife with pure-blood supremacy. In this kind of context, nearly every terrible deed seemed to trace back to Slytherin. And yet today, Reese had caught a Death Eater from Gryffindor. Seriously. Even Gryffindors had bad apples. Ah ha ha ha. Take that. Godric. Ha 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 ha. Reese suddenly burst into laughter. The longer he laughed, the happier he got. Scabbers, ? Why is this little wizard suddenly laughing? So creepy. After laughing for a while, Reese composed himself and stuffed the rat, Scabbers, back into the cramped little cage. Scabbers. He struggled fiercely, making his desire not to be caged abundantly clear, but Reese paid no attention to his opinion. He needed to seriously consider how to deal with this rat. Letting him roam around freely like he did in the Weasley household was out of the question. Killing him outright felt like a waste. After reading his memories, Reese had developed a strong impulse. He wanted to show this creature to his friends, and then revise the Sorting Hat's method of house placement. No more dumping every emotionally unstable pureblood wizard into Slytherin. By now, the Sorting Hat's placement system had strayed completely from Reese's original intention. It had turned into this: brave purebloods go to Gryffindor, wise purebloods to Ravenclaw, gentle-tempered purebloods to Hufflepuff, and all the remaining purebloods, those who didn't pass the first 3 filters, get dumped into Slytherin. After being sieved out like that, what kind of quality students could possibly be left for Slytherin? Fortunately, the Greengrass sisters were still preserving a shred of dignity for the house. If not for them, Reese might have snapped and summoned the basilisk to carry out a full purge of the very house he had once founded. Of course, Helga and Rowena might not support his idea. In their eyes, the Sorting Hat system was still fairly reasonable. If you really want to blame something, Salazar, go blame pureblood supremacy instead. Reese could almost hear the two of them speaking in his ears. At that thought, Reese grew even more frustrated. Reforming the house culture wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. For now, he would just have to endure. It would get better in time. At that moment, Scabbers began squeaking noisily in his cage, slamming against the bars, clearly expressing his displeasure with his current predicament. The chaotic noise only made Reese more irritable, and he quickly came to a decision: Scabbers would remain in the cage indefinitely. If he didn't like it, Reese would make sure he learned to like it. Reese drew his wand. Seeing this, Scabbers immediately quieted down. He didn't know what this young wizard intended to do to him, but it was obviously not a good idea to provoke him further. Stupefy. Reese cast a simple stunning spell to put an end to Scabbers' noisy antics. Then he swiftly pulled out a cauldron and several crystal vials and began brewing potions for Scabbers. Unstable emotions. A potion will fix it. That was Reese's approach. Reese could brew a potion for Scabbers that would keep his emotions permanently stabilized and reduce his desire for activity to the lowest point. Under its effect, the rat would do nothing all day except sleep. The potion would have severe side effects on the body, but Reese didn't care. After everything this creature had done, it deserved every bit of the suffering it would endure. Besides the calming potion, Reese had many other peculiar experiments in which Scabbers could be involved. A specimen like this was extremely rare, an opportunity not to be missed. Once Scabbers' value had been completely squeezed dry, Reese could entrust Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass to hand him over to the Ministry of Magic, thereby giving the descendant of the Black family his freedom back. At this thought, Reese felt much better. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the days that followed, he continued staying at the Greengrass residence. The entire Greengrass family, from the head of the house, Henry, down to Daphne and Astoria, welcomed him warmly. Reese enjoyed a very comfortable time there. Midway through the holiday, an unexpected visitor arrived at Greengrass Manor. That day, Reese was lounging on the terrace, sunbathing, when he saw Mr. Henry walking into the garden below with a hunched, elderly wizard. That wizard was also someone Reese knew well, Mr. Borgin from Knockturn Alley. Back when Reese had first awakened, he'd earned his initial funds through Mr. Borgin. Honestly, he still felt like the prices he'd gotten for those items had been a bit low. But he didn't really care. After all, they were just some unimportant trinkets. Mr. Borgin seemed to have something important to discuss with Henry. The two of them walked over to a stone table in the shade and sat down. "What is it that made you come all the way to my house to talk?" Henry asked bluntly, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "I recently acquired a set of rare treasures, absolute masterpieces. Only you, the head of the Greengrass family, are worthy of owning them." Mr. Borgin's face was full of flattery as he pulled out a box wrapped in black leather from inside his robes. They're relics left behind by the founders of Hogwarts. The word founders drifted into Reese's ears and immediately piqued his interest. He stood up from the lounge chair, intending to go take a look. At that moment, Daphne also walked over. With her sharp eyes, she immediately spotted her father and Mr. Borgin in the garden. What are they doing? Borgin is trying to sell your father some treasure supposedly left behind by the founders of Hogwarts. Daphne's curiosity was instantly hooked by the mention of legendary founder relics. Watching the two enthusiastic figures below, Reese stroked his chin. He figured it was best to go down and observe, after all, who knew more about the four founders than he did. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 276, Magic of Love. Reese and Daphne quickly rushed down to the garden. No doubt about it, this is a treasure left behind by Helga Hufflepuff, one of the four founders. Even from a distance, Reese could hear Borgin enthusiastically introducing the treasure to Mr. Henry. When he heard Hufflepuff's name, Reese's heart gave a jolt. It's a complete set, very difficult to collect. Look at the carving style of the goblets, and the inscriptions on the base, they all match the period. Based on my research, I believe this may have been crafted in Helga Hufflepuff's later years, Mr. Borgin declared with absolute confidence. What was unusual about this was that Borgin, a grey market dealer operating out of Nocturne Alley, rarely dealt in fakes, especially when it came to these long-standing pure-blood families. He might inflate prices, lowball sellers, or be vague about an item's actual function, but if he claimed something to be genuine, it usually was. He was certain that this set of goblets was a true Hufflepuff relic. What happened to the third goblet? The moment Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass laid eyes on the set, he couldn't look away. Though the Badger Eagle and Badger Lion goblets were remarkable, what he cared about most was the Badger Snake goblet. Yet that one had clearly been destroyed. That's exactly why I dare say this set is genuine, Mr. Borgin said with a mysterious smile. As everyone knows, in his later years, the great Slytherin lord was persecuted by the other three founders for the sake of the pure-blood family's interests and was forced to leave Hogwarts. So doesn't it make perfect sense that the goblet Helga Hufflepuff gave him would have been destroyed? Borgin had long since mastered the skill of tailoring his words to his audience. Since he was currently in Greengrass Manor, Salazar Slytherin was naturally painted as a poor, persecuted victim. This conversation was clearly heard by Reese. He smacked his lips, feeling that the set of goblets was most likely something Helga Hufflepuff had thrown together a few days ago just to make ends meet. As someone directly involved in the original story, he certainly had no memory of Helga ever giving him such a gift. Daphne had also heard the exchange between her father and Borgin. She glanced at Reese, clearly wanting to know what he thought of it. Reese. If it's really a relic from the era of the four founders, I can tell at a glance, Reese said confidently. Then do you think what Mr. Borgin brought is the real deal? Daphne immediately followed up. I don't know. Reese smiled and gave an answer that only deepened the mystery. Daphne. Then she realized, so this set of goblets is a fake. But to her surprise, Reese shook his head again. He genuinely didn't know whether the set should be classified as a forgery. After all, it was indeed made by Hufflepuff herself. It was just that the set hadn't had the chance to be gifted yet. Reese figured that even if every cultural relic expert in the world were summoned here and argued for 3 days and nights, they still wouldn't come to a definite conclusion. Mr. Henry finally noticed Reese and Daphne standing not far away. When he saw Reese, his eyes lit up. Who could possibly be more qualified to authenticate this set of treasures than him? He was quite taken with the goblets, but he still had some doubts. Relics from the four founders were extremely rare. Most previously discovered ones were correspondence between the founders and other wizards of their time. And now, 3 goblets had appeared at once, and as a complete set, no less. Anyone would be suspicious. Mr. Reese, you're here. Come, have a seat. Mr. Henry immediately called out warmly, inviting Reese over. Seeing how warmly Henry treated Reese, a glint flashed in Mr. Borgin's eyes. He remembered this boy very well. How had he gotten in so tight with the Greengrass family? Once Reese was seated, Mr. Henry looked at him with eyes full of expectation. The message in them was clear. Reese felt he ought to lend Henry a hand, especially after being so warmly hosted over the past month. How much are you asking for this set of goblets? Reese decided to hear the asking price first. 3,000 galleons. A very fair price, Borgin replied. Reese. Are these goblets made of gold? Oh, they are gold, but still, that price is outrageous. Just from Reese's expression, Mr. Borgin could tell he thought the goblets were too expensive. He immediately began to defend his price. These aren't just 3 ordinary goblets, they're magical goblets. Look, Borgin took out his wand and conjured a stream of clear water. He poured the water into the first goblet, and it turned into wine. The second goblet turned it into beer. The third transformed it into something that resembled vinegar. Reese's face twitched slightly. Mr. Borgin looked at the two of them with a gaze that said, "See. I wasn't lying." 3,000 galleons, only a family as rich as the Greengrasses could afford that, Reese said with a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mr. Borgin didn't respond, he simply turned to look at Mr. Jameson Henry. He had full confidence in the value of his goods. Mr. Henry was clearly conflicted. He didn't understand why his esteemed ancestor refused to just say it plainly. Was it to avoid offending Borgin? Nonsense, he wasn't the least bit afraid of that middleman. Reese was just as conflicted, because the classification of this item was far too complicated. After thinking for a long while, he finally decided to leave the choice up to Mr. Henry. If you're willing to spend 3,000 galleons on these 3 goblets, that's entirely your choice. They were indeed made by Helga Hufflepuff. Mr. Henry narrowed his eyes, he picked up on something subtle in his ancestor's tone. So even with Reese's endorsement, he still politely escorted Mr. Borgin out of the manor. My lord, about that. Once Borgin had left and Daphne had gone back upstairs, Henry finally voiced the doubts in his heart. They really were Hufflepuff's work, Reese explained, but they're not nearly as mystical as he made them sound. They're basically mass-produced goods, not worth 3,000 galleons. There's a large supply of them. If you want, I can get you a few myself. Reese even suspected that Borgin hadn't paid more than 300 galleons when he bought the goblets from Helga. Now Mr. Henry fully understood and repeatedly thanked him. Reese waved it off, he simply didn't want to see Henry waste his money. Better to let Borgin take those goblets and go swindle some foolish rich buyer instead. Once Henry had also left, Reese couldn't help but stretch lazily, he had finally repaid the favor of Henry's hospitality over the past few weeks. He was starting to grow a little tired of staying in the manor and felt like heading out for a change of pace. But where to go? That was a good question. Then, an image of Harry surfaced in Reese's mind, that child, who carried the magic of love left behind by his mother. And this magic of love had even led to some truly fascinating magical effects. Reese wanted to go see this legendary magic in action for himself. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 277, What is it with animagi roaming the streets? Reese was a man of action, once he made up his mind, he didn't delay. After leaving a note for Daphne, he departed from Greengrass Manor and set off for Harry's home. According to Harry himself, he lived on Privet Drive in Devon, so Reese followed that address to find him. The protective enchantment of love on Harry was something even Reese, an old wizard, had never seen before. He was extremely curious about it and wanted to study it carefully, so naturally, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Little whinging, for Privet Drive. Muttering Harry's address to himself, Reese stood at the street corner, frowning slightly. While he knew the exact address, Little Whinging wasn't exactly a small place, finding it wasn't going to be easy. Just then, Reese sensed a ripple of magical energy. In a Muggle-populated area, such unmasked magical fluctuations were especially conspicuous. Reese's eyes immediately lit up, this wizard was most likely the very one he was looking for, Harry. But why was this kid so bold? Did he not care about the statute of secrecy? Casting magic outside school, was he confident the ministry wouldn't catch him? Where did Harry's confidence even come from? Following the trail of magical energy, Reese easily arrived at Privet Drive, and then he saw Harry, dragging a suitcase, a birdcage tucked under one arm, rushing out of a standalone suburban house. Reese. Harry. The two locked eyes, both momentarily stunned. From the house behind Harry, Reese could hear a wailing noise that sounded like a chorus of banshees. Wait here a moment, Reese said, dashing into the house. He followed the noise straight to the source of the chaos. In the Dursleys' dining room, a round, floating blob was bobbing in midair. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an old, hideous woman. Harry's uncle was clinging desperately to her leg, trying to keep her from floating away. Reese immediately understood what that earlier burst of magical energy had been. He glanced around, seeing that the people in the kitchen hadn't noticed him at all, he didn't bother making a fuss. Silently and subtly, he fired a spell at the ballooned woman, reversing her swelling just a bit to keep her from floating out the window. Containing the chaos within the Dursley home was to Harry's advantage. Casting magic in front of a Muggle family was one thing, but causing a magical incident that hundreds of Muggles could witness was quite another. The consequences would be far more severe in the latter case. There was nothing more Reese could do. Once Harry had chosen to cast magic outside school, the situation had already gone beyond saving. The Ministry of Magic would certainly have been alerted, and Ministry officials might arrive on the scene any minute now. The best Reese could do was help minimize the fallout. Without looking back, Reese walked out of the Dursley house and turned to the dazed Harry standing by the roadside. Harry looked up and said in a bitter voice, "Reese. I think I'm going to be expelled." Reese shook his head. Hogwarts might expel anyone, but it definitely wouldn't expel Harry freaking Potter. Dumbledore paid special attention to him. But this wasn't something he could explain to Harry, so he simply told him that things weren't as serious as he feared. The Ministry of Magic wasn't going to expel the boy who lived over something this minor. But judging from Harry's expression, he didn't quite believe him. That was normal, after all, he wasn't even in his third year yet. He still had a deep fear of the Ministry's laws and lacked a clear understanding of his own importance. So, what now? Got any plans? Reese figured that after pulling something this major, Harry probably wouldn't want to stay at the Dursleys any longer. Reese's question helped bring some clarity to Harry's overwhelmed mind. He had no Muggle money at all, only a few wizard coins. All of the inheritance left to him by his parents was stored in Gringotts' wizarding bank. So whatever he planned to do next, his first stop had to be Gringotts to withdraw some funds. I'm going to London. Gringotts, Harry said with unwavering determination. All right, Reese replied. He thought it was a good idea. Diagon Alley was certainly safer than any obscure corner of the magical world. Reese led Harry to a nearby street, then drew his wand and summoned the night bus. What is that? Harry stared wide-eyed at the enormous, triple-decker bus that had appeared out of thin air. The night bus. Emergency transport for stranded witches and wizards. All you have to do is stick out your wand hand and hop aboard. We'll take you wherever you need to go, explained Stan Shunpike, the conductor, answering Harry's stunned question. Harry struggled to haul his trunk and all cage onto the bus. Reese was about to follow him up, but suddenly changed his mind, because he realized they were being watched. He turned his head and saw an enormous, filthy black dog crouched in a corner of the street, staring at them. Reese blinked. Good grief, what is it with animagi roaming the streets? Why are modern wizards so obsessed with this half-baked spell? Safe travels, Reese said, standing at the bus door and waving to Harry. You aren't. Harry turned back, a flicker of panic on his face. Reese leaving felt like a drowning man losing his final lifeline. I have a little something to take care of. Don't worry, you just need to sleep a bit on the bus. When you wake up, you'll be in Diagon Alley. I'll be there waiting for you. Reese gave Harry a reassuring promise. As for actually waiting in Diagon Alley, well, Reese would probably go back on that. He'd bet 1,000 galleons that within 3 minutes of Harry stepping foot in Diagon Alley, he'd be intercepted by the Ministry. This kid has absolutely no idea how to go on the run after committing a crime. Still, it wasn't a serious offense, better to get it over with quickly and have peace of mind. Dumbledore probably wouldn't even bother to intervene. After seeing Harry off, Reese turned toward where he had spotted the black dog earlier, only to find it had completely vanished without a trace. Should I go after the Animagus? Nah, must be a Ministry employee. But it didn't feel like it. If it were, they would have stopped us right there, Reese muttered to himself, then headed back toward the Dursleys' house. He still wanted to study the magic protecting that house. Things had moved too quickly earlier for him to properly examine it. At the Dursley residence, Reese made a new discovery. The house was enveloped in a strange magical energy that seemed deeply connected to Harry. Between the two, there was a unique magical circuit, one Reese had never seen before. After studying it carefully for a while, Reese concluded that the spell's function was likely to prevent people Harry didn't trust from being able to locate the house. This completely opened Reese's eyes. Once he had memorized the structure of the magical circuit, he heard a few sharp popping sounds. He knew at once that the Ministry's cleanup team had arrived. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, Reese was just about to leave, when the conversation between the Ministry workers made him stop in his tracks. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 278, how much did you say? Easy now, leave it to me, a deep, resonant voice sounded. Get out of my house. Uncle Vernon bellowed with all his strength. All right, the man with the deep voice agreed without hesitation. Vernon. But in that case, there will be no one to deal with Miss Marge's condition, the man continued. He seemed to be very skilled at handling emotionally unstable types like Vernon. Just one sentence was enough to calm him down. Reliable man. That was Reese's first impression of the one with the deep, solid voice. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious and wanted to see what this elite wizard looked like. So, still concealed by his disillusionment charm, he quietly crept over to the kitchen doorway and peeked inside. A tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard was standing before Harry's Uncle Vernon. Beside him stood a witch dressed in a style that was completely unconventional and rebellious. Both of them gave off strong magical auras, and the aura from the tall wizard was even comparable to that of Professor McGonagall. The entire Dursley family was crammed into the kitchen. Uncle Vernon had one hand gripping a small protrusion on the ballooned woman and the other braced against the table, struggling to resist her upward lift. Aunt Petunia, meanwhile, was huddled in the corner of the kitchen with Dudley. For some reason, Reese thought he caught a hint of joy in her eyes. The tall wizard eventually persuaded Uncle Vernon, though the popped buttons on Vernon's shirt, the result of his furious outburst, also served as a pretty persuasive argument. Fine. But once this is all over, I want you out of my house immediately, and forever. His voice lowered a little, but his tone was still more of a roar than anything else. Of course, the tall wizard replied. He had no desire to deal with Vernon any longer. With a flick of his wand, the floating ball in midair returned to human form. Once Marge was restored, he casually wiped her memory and repaired the mess in the kitchen, making everything look as neat and clean as before. After finishing up, the tall wizard and the eccentric-looking witch left the Dursley home. Those damned people are finally gone. I need to get Marge upstairs to rest properly, Vernon grunted as he hoisted the unconscious Marge onto his back and staggered toward the stairs. Aunt Petunia absent-mindedly mumbled in agreement, though her gaze kept drifting toward the now spotless kitchen floor. The two wizards, one male, one female, did not immediately leave after exiting the Dursley residence. Instead, they began to circle the area nearby, as if searching for something. Watching the two of them wander along Privet Drive, Reese immediately thought of the large black dog he had seen earlier. Their conversation confirmed Reese's suspicion. Kingsley, I don't understand. The Auror training manual makes it very clear, this kind of incident doesn't fall under Auror jurisdiction. It's the responsibility of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. So why did the Auror office assign this task to us? I may still be in my probationary period, but I am a reserve Auror, the eccentric-looking witch asked her senior as they wrapped up the task. Nymphadora, you're looking at this too narrowly. Yes, after investigating, we found that it was just young Potter accidentally inflating his aunt. But you also know what's happening outside. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Kingsley spoke slowly in his distinct deep voice. So when signs of magic use were detected on Privet Drive, the Ministry's anxiety was entirely justified. But still. Sending us in such a hurry. He's the first fugitive to escape Azkaban since it was built. He was the one who betrayed the Potters, and after the Dark Lord fell, he blew up half a street, killed 13 people with a single curse. What do you think someone like that will do after breaking out of Azkaban? Then Harry's in serious danger, isn't he? He's already left the Dursley house, and now, Nymphadora frowned, her tone full of concern. He's on the night bus right now. The Ministry is tracking his location. Proudfoot and Savage are already on board. Potter's safety is assured. If Sirius Black is foolish enough to try anything on the night bus, well, he's welcome to give it a shot. Hidden in the shadows, Reese nodded to himself. It had been the right decision not to board the night bus with Harry. Getting involved in that situation would have meant all kinds of trouble. As for the Sirius they mentioned, Reese's instincts told him that the big black dog was highly suspicious. After Kingsley and Nymphadora searched the area twice to no avail, they left. Reese also departed. The next time he saw Harry was in Diagon Alley. While shopping for new schoolbooks for the upcoming term, Reese spotted Harry drooling in front of the display window of the broomstick shop, specifically at the Firebolt. Had he never ridden one before, Harry wouldn't have felt such a strong urge to buy it. But during last term's battle in the Forbidden Forest, he had briefly borrowed Daphne's Firebolt, and that experience was beyond anything most people could imagine. It wasn't until the third time Reese called his name that Harry finally tore his gaze away from the Firebolt. When he saw it was Reese, he greeted him excitedly. From Harry, Reese learned that the moment he had arrived in Diagon Alley, he'd been stopped by the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. But to Harry's surprise, Fudge hadn't shown any intention of punishing him. It's so weird. Last time, when it wasn't even me, got a bit of putting on someone's head, they threatened to expel me from Hogwarts. But this time, I blew up my aunt, and they didn't punish me at all. They just told me I couldn't leave Diagon Alley for the rest of the holiday. Isn't that strange? Reese waved his hand dismissively. Fudge's behavior clearly indicated that Harry held some special value to him, likely something related to Sirius Black. Not thinking about buying it. Reese changed the subject, pointing at the Firebolt in the shop window. Harry immediately fell silent. He did really want a Firebolt, but it was just too expensive. Money's meant to be spent. Aren't you afraid that once I get a Firebolt, I'll wipe the floor with the Slytherin Quidditch team? Haven't they been losing even without you owning a Firebolt? Puffed. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, Reese parted ways with Harry, because he had just spotted a familiar figure smiling at him while holding 2 large ice creams. MS. White, are you finding Diagon Alley comfortable enough? He asked. Helga Hufflepuff shoved a massive vanilla and yogurt-flavored ice cream into Reese's hands, then nodded with a beaming smile. Very comfortable. In the past 1,000 years, food in the wizarding world has made incredible progress. Based on that, I've come up with quite a few new ideas. Reese took a big bite of his ice cream and showed a satisfied expression. Then he noticed his old friend's ice cream was coated with a thick layer of chocolate and topped with a mountain of crushed nuts. Instantly, his expression turned into one of utter distaste. Helga Hufflepuff clearly didn't understand ice cream at all. Suppressing that bit of emotion, Reese asked Helga a question. That set of goblets, did you make them recently? How much did you sell them for? Hufflepuff admitted honestly and told Reese she had sold the 3 small goblets for a total of 200 galleons. That middleman took the set to the Greengrass estate. Guess how much he priced it at? Hufflepuff, how much? 300 or 350? 3,000 galleons. How much did you say? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 279, 279, Is the Train Broken? Hufflepuff now felt as if her heart had stopped beating. After spending the summer in Diagon Alley, she had gained a much clearer understanding of the prices in the modern wizarding world. Now, upon learning that the cup she had sold for 200 galleons was being resold for 3,000, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Compared to the bold and forthright Godric, the aloof Rowena, and the wealthy and extravagant Salazar, Helga Hufflepuff was more frugal and better at managing household affairs, so it was even harder for her to accept that she'd been swindled by the peddler. She had already begun calculating how long the money she lost could have sustained Hogwarts. Once she figured it out, Hufflepuff became even more furious. That amount was enough to keep the school running for a month and a half. Unlike the headmasters who came later, the 4 founders were always extremely tight-fisted when it came to managing the school. They had no choice. Pioneering was never easy, and only they could truly understand the hardship of building something from nothing. I'm going to settle this with that guy. Hufflepuff couldn't even be bothered to eat her ice cream anymore. She was entirely focused on finding Borgin to confront him. Although the unspoken rule in this line of work was that once a deal was done, it couldn't be pursued any further, Hufflepuff clearly had no intention of abiding by that rule. He only listed it for 3,000. Seeing that his old friend was on the verge of breaking down, Reese quickly tried to console her. The Greengrass family didn't end up buying it. Oh, they didn't buy it. Upon learning that the cup hadn't been sold, Hufflepuff immediately calmed down. If it hadn't been sold, then what difference did it make whether it was 3,000 or 300? Of course, there was a difference. If the price had been listed at 300, it might have actually sold. But Hufflepuff could only comfort herself this way. What else could she do? Beating up Borgin wouldn't change anything. Hufflepuff smiled and said, I knew it, who would pay 3,000 galleons for those 3 shabby cups? Reese. Don't say that, there really might be someone. Many pureblood families' wealth didn't match their intelligence. And more importantly, those 3 cups were actually fine. From another perspective, this just shows how much modern wizards admire us. Reese tried to comfort Helga in a different way. Helga fell silent for a moment and quietly made a decision. Seeing that Hufflepuff's mood had stabilized, Reese relaxed and took his leave, enjoying the ice cream she'd bought for him as he went. The next day, Reese arrived at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station on time. As usual, the platform was crowded. Reese noticed Percy Weasley chatting with a pretty girl with long curly hair. Percy's face was flushed with excitement, and the badge on his chest, Head Boy, gleamed brightly. Reese raised an eyebrow. Adolescent boy wizards, yep, that's exactly how they were. Squeezing his way onto the train with the flow of the crowd, Reese had to put in some effort before finally finding an empty compartment. Just as he finished stowing away his luggage, Daphne and Astoria appeared. Homemade ice cream took a bit of time, but good thing you found an empty compartment. Otherwise, we'd be crammed in with other people, Daphne said, placing a chilled box emitting a frosty mist onto the little table in the compartment. Oh. Hearing that it was homemade ice cream, Reese immediately perked up. Pure whole milk, just a bit of sugar and raisins added, Daphne said proudly as she introduced her handmade ice cream to Reese. Reese took a small taste and found it quite good. At that moment, a commotion came from the adjacent compartment. Judging by the voices, it was Malfoy showing off to others. Is it really a relic left by one of the founders? Of course. My father spent over 3,000 galleons on it, take a look. It really turned into wine. Everyone in the compartment looked a little strange, so Mr. Borgin had ended up selling them after all, and the price had even gone up a bit. All that could be said was, some people really did know how to do business. What Reese didn't know, however, was that Lucius Malfoy hadn't paid the entire 3,000 plus galleons in cash. He'd offset part of the cost with a few items from his personal collection. As the train was about to depart, Neville appeared at the compartment door, holding his toad. Everywhere else is basically full. Do you guys come in, there's just enough room here. Reese scooted over a bit to make space for Neville. The train started moving. Reese struck up a casual conversation with Neville. During their chat, he learned that Neville's toad was named Trevor, a gift from his uncle. Don't let his looks fool you, Trevor's actually really well behaved. He just tries to run away sometimes. Reese smiled. That was to be expected. Because Neville's way of interacting with his toad was actually incorrect. Proper wizards didn't truly keep toads as pets, they used them for potions or magical experiments. Toads could also be used as conduits for curses. After a series of spells and rituals, a wizard could establish a mystical link between a toad and the cursed individual. At that point, simply giving the toad the target's name would allow the wizard to carry out a lethal curse. So Trevor had likely been trying to escape from Neville all along because of some instinctive warning, his spiritual intuition, perhaps. After all, most toads didn't meet a good end in a wizard's hands. Still, seeing that Neville had no such intentions, Reese didn't tell him this rather cruel truth. Instead, he gave him a vial of the same potion used on Scabbers, one that would help keep the toad calmer. In the afternoon, it began to rain outside. By the time the sun had set, the rain had intensified, and the lights in the corridor and on the luggage racks had all turned on. Looking at the lights, Reese recalled the sense of awe he had felt the first time he stepped into Hogwarts under the identity of Reese. He wondered what Helga was thinking now. All of this must seem novel to her too, right? No, she'd seen airplanes. She probably wouldn't be all that amazed. Reese's thoughts drifted. When he brought his attention back to the compartment, he noticed the train was slowing down, and the world outside the window had turned pitch black, like ink. He narrowed his eyes. Something was off. Wasn't the train arriving a bit earlier than usual this time? Reese lifted his head. The feeling of unease in his chest was growing stronger. Creak. Bang. The train suddenly jolted to a halt. Immediately after came the sounds of thuds and crashes, luggage falling from racks, and then, all the lights went out at once. The compartment was instantly plunged into darkness. What's going on? Is the train broken? Daphne's voice came from beside him. No, Reese replied, casually conjuring a few balls of flame to drive back the darkness. In the eerie blue glow of the firelight, his expression shifted between light and shadow. The train's been stopped, deliberately. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 280, a creature more monstrous than they were. This is the Hogwarts Express, how dare they? Daphne looked completely incredulous, and the other young wizards in the compartment all had expressions like they couldn't believe their ears. The train was full of Hogwarts students. Attacking it was basically declaring war on the entire British magical world. What's so daring about it? Your ancestor used to ride back to Hogwarts every year with a string of human heads hanging from his horse's bridle. Reese glanced at Daphne and said calmly. Back in their era, there was no such convenient mode of transportation as the Hogwarts Express. The young witches and wizards attending Hogwarts had to rely on their own means to get there. Some rode various flying magical creatures, others used alchemical contraptions capable of flight, and some took the traditional route, on horseback or in carriages. But considering how unsafe the British countryside was back then, most young wizards traveled in groups or brought along a retinue of household servants. Adrian was the most unique among them. While other students worried about their safety en route to school, trying to avoid trouble, he took the opportunity to moonlight as a bandit hunter and went looking for trouble, always returning with trophies. Eventually, many younger students preferred to travel behind him, keeping a half-day's distance. The road from the Greengrass estate to Hogwarts Castle had, thanks to him, undergone a complete transformation in terms of public safety. Daphne was momentarily speechless from Reese's words. Then, all of a sudden, she realized what those pumpkin-sized white sacks hanging by the saddle in her ancestor Adrian's youthful portrait must have contained. When she was a child, she had thought they were rations or game from a hunt. Stay here and don't wander around. Reese glanced at Daphne and Astoria, motioning for them to take care of Neville, then slid open the compartment door and stepped out. He was going to see for himself, who dared to stop the Hogwarts Express. If the train staff couldn't handle it, he would take care of this little problem himself. The corridor was pitch black. Reese raised the flames above his head, using the light to illuminate his path. He noticed that the other young wizards in the compartments were also taking action. Some opened their compartment doors, poking their heads out, trying to figure out what was happening. Others cast the Lumos charm to regain visibility. He could faintly hear someone shouting in the distance, "I'm the head boy, stay calm, prefects, move out." That must be Percy yelling. He's actually pretty responsible, Reese thought to himself. Just then, a wave of chill swept through the corridor, carrying an intensely malevolent aura. Reese was sure, this was the one who had stopped and boarded the Hogwarts Express. He took a deep breath, preparing to head to the front of the train to deal with the intruder, when he suddenly felt another wave of cold surging from behind him. The rear of the train had been breached as well. A pincer attack from both ends, meant to split the staff's attention and catch them off guard. Reese narrowed his eyes. These intruders clearly came prepared. Still, it wasn't a big problem, because Reese knew Hufflepuff had also boarded the train. Sure enough, he sensed a familiar magical fluctuation coming from the rear. Feeling reassured, Reese continued heading toward the front of the train. He believed Hufflepuff would handle the situation behind him perfectly. The closer he got to the front of the train, the colder the air became, and the sounds from the surrounding compartments gradually faded away. What had entered the train wasn't just ordinary cold, it was a kind of malevolent energy, something the young and inexperienced wizards had no power to resist. Reese furrowed his brows slightly and quickened his pace. By the time it was cold enough that his breath came out as white mist, he saw the creatures that had boarded the train, three monsters cloaked in tattered robes, each tall enough to reach the ceiling. Their faces were completely hidden beneath their hoods, and the limbs extending from beneath their cloaks were grayish-blue, thin, and covered in scabs, like rotting corpses soaked in water. Each of the three monsters stood before an open compartment door, silently staring at the young wizards inside. Their hoods drifted slowly, and it looked as though the creatures hidden beneath were slowly drawing in something. Reese was certain they weren't breathing air, they were extracting something else entirely from their surroundings. Reese's arrival caught the attention of the three monsters. They turned to face him directly, and all three of their hoods suddenly caved inward at once. A bone-chilling cold swept through Reese's entire body. He felt the moisture in his breath instantly freeze into frost at the edges of his nostrils. The cold pierced through his skin, creeping toward his chest, as if trying to freeze his heart along with it. Oh! Reese allowed the cold to ravage his body for a moment, then called upon his magic to expel it entirely. Interesting dark creatures, must be a new species. He studied the monsters before him carefully. He had never seen creatures like these before, they appeared to be a new species, perhaps similar to the Acromantula, which had emerged sometime in the past 1,000 years. Still, he had encountered and dealt with similar dark creatures before, so he wasn't particularly surprised. After observing for a while, Reese realized that these creatures seemed to feed on emotions. In that case, it made sense for them to target the train, there was certainly an abundance of strong emotions here. He waited a moment longer and noticed that no train staff had come to deal with the situation. Most likely, they had already been taken care of when the creatures first boarded. While Reese was thinking, the three monsters had also fallen into confusion. Why was it that this little thing standing right in front of them wasn't giving off any happiness they could absorb? It was like biting into a pie 3 times and still not finding any filling. Just as they were about to take further action, Reese spoke. "Leave now, and you won't be harmed. Otherwise, I will send you all into reincarnation." Reese, still within the train, had no strong desire to fight. He just wanted to lure the creatures off the train first, then deal with them. The three creatures glanced at each other, clearly unwilling to leave. Instead, they began to drift toward Reese. In their eyes, the figure in front of them was nothing more than an ordinary little wizard, not worth taking seriously. Besides, they were under orders from the Ministry of Magic to search the train. If this little brat didn't know what was good for him, then they'd teach him a lesson. As long as they didn't give him the kiss, there wouldn't be any problem, or so they thought. Seeing that the three dark creatures refused to back down, Reese let out a sigh. With a wave of both hands, all the open compartment doors slammed shut, and the frost on the windows thickened into solid ice, cutting off all visibility inside and out. At the same time, he no longer concealed his magical aura. Phew! Whoosh! The three monsters instantly froze in place. The ordinary little wizard they had sensed vanished, replaced by something else. A creature more monstrous than they were. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 281, Dementors. They immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat from the train, only to hear a cold laugh echo through the corridor. Didn't want to leave earlier? Then don't bother leaving at all now. Dark creatures couldn't be killed, but that didn't mean wizards were powerless against them. There were always certain spells that could be used to repel or even force them into a state of dormancy and rebirth. Since these monsters had physical forms, there was a much more direct method of dealing with them. Whoosh! Tangible magic burst from Reese's body, coiling around the three creatures. Realizing something was wrong, the monsters struggled desperately, but the magical forces wrapped around them were like a swamp, dragging them down the more they resisted. One of the creatures, sensing imminent danger, hastily pulled a scroll of parchment from within its cloak and began repeating the words, "Ministry of Magic," in an extremely bizarre accent. But things had already gone too far. Unless they muttered a name like Godric, Reese wasn't going to stop. He raised his hands to chest level, then made a tearing motion. In the next instant, a surge of magic exploded outward, ripping the creatures into pieces. Foul, evil energy poured from their torn bodies, but Reese was prepared. His magic shifted again, wrapping around the filth and sealing it within. Reese looked up at the ceiling of the corridor and noticed a skylight right above his head. He waved his hand, and the skylight sprang open. Wrapped in his magic, the monster's remains were tossed out through the opening and gradually dissolved into black smoke under the freezing rain. SSS. The only traces left of the three creatures were the faint stench of rot lingering in the air, the residual chill that had yet to fully dissipate, and a piece of parchment lying on the floor. Reese knew they would eventually revive somewhere, most likely in their lair. But would the resurrected creatures still be the same three as before? Like the ship of Theseus, would they still be them after coming back? Reese considered it a philosophical question. As a wizard, he wasn't particularly inclined to ponder such things. What he was good at was sending these monsters to be revived. He closed the skylight to prevent rain from soaking the floor, then bent down and picked up the parchment. He saw the seal of the Ministry of Magic printed on it. It was an authorization form, stating that the Ministry of Magic had authorized Dementors to search the Hogwarts Express in pursuit of the fugitive Sirius Black. Only now did Reese realize that the creatures he had just torn apart were called Dementors. He also understood why no trained staff had intervened. This was all under orders from the Ministry. Absolutely outrageous. Searching the train for a fugitive was one thing, but where were the Ministry officials? They just let several dark creatures board a train full of students without any precautions. If he and Helga hadn't been on board, who knew what might have happened? Did the Ministry even realize that wizards were actually on the Dementors menu? And they had no real means to restrain them. A wave of dissatisfaction with the Ministry began to rise in Reese's heart. Boom. Just then, a loud explosion rang out from the rear of the train. Reese was fairly certain that was Helga in action. He shrugged and made his way back to his own compartment. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff stood at the rear of the train with a grim expression. Beside her was a massive hole through which cold, fresh air and raindrops poured in, helping suppress the foul stench left behind by the destroyed Dementor. Hufflepuff sighed. She hadn't expected that even 1,000 years later, wizards were still plagued by dark creatures. At this point, she had no idea that those Dementors had been sent by the Ministry of Magic. With a flick of her wand, she repaired the wall that had been blown apart, then turned and opened the door to a nearby compartment at the end of the train. Inside were 3 young wizards. One of them, a red-haired boy, looked like he was just badly shaken, but the other 2 were in much worse condition. A red-haired girl had curled up in the corner of the compartment, trembling all over. The black-haired boy was lying unconscious on the floor, his face pale and drenched in sweat, as though he were experiencing something extremely painful. The 3 in the compartment were Harry, Ron, and Ginny. Professor, you, seeing that Hufflepuff had dealt with the monster that had broken in, Ron looked up, his face filled with anxiety. Please, take a look at Harry. Step aside, please, Hufflepuff said gently, soothing the red-haired boy as she lightly pushed him out of the way. Then she picked up the unconscious Harry from the floor. After briefly checking his physical condition, Hufflepuff found that he was not seriously harmed. The only issue was that the impact from the dark creature had been too strong, resulting in his fainting. She took a small crystal vial from her robes, pried open Harry's tightly shut mouth with some effort, and forced the liquid inside. Harry's expression quickly became peaceful, though Ron still looked anxious. A calming draft, Hufflepuff explained. Mediocre in potency, but thankfully very gentle. He's just like someone who's fallen asleep now. She took out her wand again and pointed it at Harry. The cold sweat that had just covered his body vanished, and even his clothes returned to a dry state. A clever little everyday spell. I'll teach it to you all later, Hufflepuff said gently, using her warm tone to soothe the young wizards in the compartment. After confirming that Harry was indeed fine, she helped him onto the seat and then softly comforted the red-haired girl who was still trembling. Her voice carried a hint of magic, one that could quickly stabilize emotions. Once the girl had also returned to normal, Helga finally awakened Harry. Where am I? What just happened? Harry opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashing through them. Ron gave him a quick summary of what had happened. After listening, Harry turned his gaze toward Hufflepuff, who was standing off to the side. Smith White, your new defense against the dark arts professor, Helga said with a slight smile, introducing herself to the 3. At the words, defense against the dark arts professor, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, a curious light flickering in their eyes. Someone like her, coming to teach defense against the dark arts, it really seemed like a waste of talent. Here, drink this, Hufflepuff said as she pulled out a cup from her robes. Without her doing anything else, the cup was immediately filled with a dark red liquid. Harry took the cup and drank it all in one go. He immediately felt a warm sensation spread throughout his body, though he couldn't help but think the drink tasted rather strange. Red wine, boiled with various spices, plus a few potion ingredients. It's a recipe a friend gave me. Good for driving out the cold, warming the body, detoxifying and beautifying, and also for easing the mood. Seeing Harry's odd expression, Hufflepuff gave him a simple explanation of what was in the drink. Harry nodded dizzily, thinking to himself that this professor really seemed to know quite a lot. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 282, Astoria's Little Gadget. After Reese and Helga, stationed at the front and rear of the train respectively, finished dealing with the Dementors who had come to search the Hogwarts Express, as effortlessly as mowing grass, the train began moving again, and the lights in the compartments and corridors returned to normal. Before visibility was fully restored, Reese had already returned to his compartment. What exactly happened out there? There was a huge explosion just now. As soon as he stepped back into the compartment, Reese was surrounded by Daphne and a pale-faced Astoria, both of whom began chirping questions at him, eager to know what had happened outside. Reese didn't immediately answer them. Instead, he turned to look at Neville, whose face was completely drained of color, and asked how he was feeling. I think I'm okay, it's just that I suddenly couldn't stop remembering some really awful things. Neville wiped the cold sweat from his face, his voice faint and weary. Astoria glanced at Neville. She had felt something similar earlier, though her reaction hadn't been as severe. But if that cold aura had lasted any longer, she wasn't sure what might have happened. She was absolutely certain it had been Rhys who dealt with the source of the cold. He was always so reliable. And you? Are you all right? After checking on Neville, Rhys turned his gaze to Astoria. I'm fine, Astoria nodded, pushing down the lingering discomfort in her heart and doing her best to appear full of energy. That's good, Rhys said, sitting back down in his seat. What about me? What about me? Don't I get asked how I'm doing too? Seeing that the other two had been asked, Daphne immediately spoke up, unwilling to be left out. Rhys glanced at her and said nothing. This girl was as healthy as a Hungarian horntail. The Sorting Hat system clearly had flaws. How did someone like Daphne end up in Slytherin? Silently, he pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and broke it into pieces to share with the three of them. Sweets can help shake off negative emotions. It's a preference carved into our souls. So what exactly was the thing outside just now? Chocolate might lift the mood, but it couldn't silence Daphne's mouth, nor smother her curiosity. A creature called a Dementor. Don't worry, I've already taken care of them. The moment they heard the word Dementor, all three young wizards in the compartment looked up at once. Rhys. You all look like you already know what that thing is. They're the guards of Azkaban, the wizard prison. Rhys got the answer from Astoria. Rhys thought for a moment. There was no doubt their appearance had something to do with Sirius Black. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic had good intentions. If he were in their shoes, Rhys would also support using Dementors to search the Hogwarts Express, but only if it was under the supervision of Ministry officials, not like what had just happened. Even a dog needs to be walked on a leash, and yet they dared to let dark creatures act unsupervised. What were they thinking? If they didn't want their brains anymore, they could at least sell them to potion makers. 15 minutes after restarting, the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station. As soon as the train came to a complete stop, chaos and chatter filled the corridor outside the compartment. The young wizards, in groups of 2s and 3s, headed toward the platform with their pets in tow. The rain had caused the temperature outside to plummet, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the platform. Droplets splashed onto the students, quickly soaking their wizarding robes. As always, Hagrid was calling for the first years. His voice was so loud it echoed across the entire platform without the aid of magic. You three go ahead, I've got something to take care of, Rhys said, seeing that the number of people in the corridor was thinning out. He told the three young students to leave first, deliberately staying behind. He wanted to have a proper conversation with Hufflepuff on the way to the castle. Daphne had just opened her mouth to say something when Astoria tugged on her sleeve and dragged her out of the compartment. Astoria, you. Shoo. Astoria shot Daphne a look, then pulled out 2 small copper discs from inside her robes, sticking one to Daphne's ear and placing the other on herself. What's this? Seeing that Neville was busy trying to stuff his toad into his robes and hadn't noticed their little operation, Daphne lowered her voice and asked. Astoria drew her wand and tapped the copper discs twice, activating them. A little gadget I came up with over the holidays. Just now, while Rhys wasn't paying attention, I slipped one into his hood. These 3 copper pieces are magically linked, so as long as he's talking, we'll be able to hear everything from here. Rhys. Astoria's voice rang out clearly from inside his hood, and he heard every word perfectly. He scratched his head and pulled the copper disc out of his hood. Gotta admit, the girl's idea was pretty clever, definitely creative. The only flaw was, the sound transmission worked both ways. Get off the train soon, or you'll miss the Thestral-drawn carriages. Daphne, Astoria. The two of them froze in place. Astoria, this thing, you're telling me Rhys can hear us talking too? Daphne asked furiously. Yes, Rhys's voice replied right in their ears. This wasn't supposed to happen in the design. Astoria's brain shut down completely. She had no idea which part of the mechanism had gone wrong. All she could do was hastily remove the copper disc and deactivate it, then flee from the train compartment like her life depended on it. For the foreseeable future, she didn't have the courage to face Rhys again. After all the students had gotten off, Rhys finally strolled out of the compartment at a leisurely pace. On the nearly empty platform, he spotted Hufflepuff leaning under an eave, avoiding the rain. Shall we go? Hufflepuff walked over, and when the raindrops fell on her, they slid off as if hitting an invisible oil film, not even dampening the hem of her robes. Rhys glanced up at the sky and, with a touch of magic, formed a thin water membrane above their heads, shielding them completely from the rain. Hufflepuff didn't rush to head to Hogwarts with Rhys. Instead, she stood still, carefully taking in the view around Hogsmeade Station. So much has changed. Of everything around here, only the outline of the mountains is still familiar, she said, sighing as she took in the scenery. At this moment, perhaps only the men who watched the game under the rotten tree could understand her feeling. Others had watched a single chess match and, without realizing it, decades had passed. She had taken one risk, and found herself 1,000 years into the future. Hufflepuff clenched her fists. Reese was completely unfazed. It was raining, after all, he had the upper hand. This village was founded by one of your students, right? Hengist, wasn't it? He opened a tavern here, Reese recalled, and began to joke with her. Yes, and we used to have to sneak out of the castle in the middle of the night to catch students who slipped away to drink. Hufflepuff also recalled the years spent in Wits vs. Wits with her students. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 283, 283, is Albus Dumbledore really a Gryffindor? Good news, lower year students at Hogwarts aren't allowed to enter Hogsmeade anymore. Only third years and above can go on Hogsmeade weekends, and only with a form signed by their guardian. And the regulations on alcohol here have gotten much stricter. Reese shared some good news with his old friend. The succeeding headmasters have been capable, Hufflepuff replied, but these rules only restrain the well-behaved kids. They won't stop the troublemakers. They're just like Peeves, Reese said. As teachers, we have to learn to accept them. Let them do as they please, just so long as they don't reduce the student population. On the way to the castle, Hufflepuff took the chance to observe the shops around Hogsmeade and found that they were no less impressive than those in Diagon Alley, perhaps even more vibrant with daily life. The books were right, Britain's only all-wizarding settlement certainly lives up to its name, Hufflepuff remarked. But what she was sighing over wasn't just Hogsmeade's prosperity, but also the profound impact the Statute of Secrecy had had on the wizarding world. Do you think? If they had gritted their teeth and never pushed the separation policy between wizards and muggles, would the magical and non-magical worlds have already merged by now? She couldn't help but wonder aloud. Reese shook his head. We didn't personally live through that era, so we can't make decisions on their behalf. I think that since the wizards back then were able to reach a consensus and push the law into effect, it shows that the Statute of Secrecy had its own validity, Reese said. What you just said could easily be tweaked into something like, what if Godric and the others hadn't overthrown the gods back then? Would we still be living in an age ruled by deities, with wizards possibly even reigning over muggles? The example Reese gave was so vivid that even Helga was momentarily speechless. You've got a point. Come on, let's hurry. I still have to attend the sorting ceremony later, Hufflepuff said, realizing the two of them had fallen quite far behind the main group. She quickly picked up her pace. When they reached the area where the thestral-drawn carriages were stationed, thankfully one was still there. The two of them hurried over, pulled open the door, and climbed inside. As soon as the door shut, the carriage lurched forward and began its bumpy ride. Hufflepuff opened the window and leaned out slightly, enjoying the view along the way. The cool wind gusted in through the open window, carrying her voice with it. Say what you will, Salazar, but I'm actually a little nervous. First of all, please call me Reese. Second, what are you nervous about? Well, it has been 1,000 years, Hufflepuff admitted, for once sounding a little unsure of herself. I'm afraid I might teach the students something outdated, and what I'm good at isn't exactly what you'd call defense against the dark arts. Reese. How about I tell you about your predecessors? Reese decided to share the stories of Quirrell and Lockhart, hoping to give his old friend a little confidence boost. After hearing a few examples, Helga fell silent for a few seconds, then voiced a deep, soul-searching question. With professors like that, could students really learn anything useful? But after listening to the absurdities of the previous professors, she suddenly felt much more confident. No matter how poorly she did, could she really be worse than a boastful fraud or someone who read directly from the textbook and called it teaching? As for Lupin, he was a good teacher, but his lessons didn't have much to do with actual dark arts either. He mostly taught how to handle magical creatures. Then Helga recalled her old friend Salazar's perspective on dark magic, and everything suddenly clicked. There was no such thing as defense against the dark arts, in essence. Any magic used to defeat a dark wizard was defense against the dark arts. Even if you knocked someone out with a high kick, that too counted. At that thought, Helga had a sudden epiphany. Reese didn't quite understand why his old friend had suddenly become so confident, but he was glad for her nonetheless. Helga, have a little more faith in yourself. You're not just the best professor in the last 10 years, probably the best in the last 100. No exceptions. That Albus, do you know much about him? Now that she'd regained her confidence thanks to Reese, Hufflepuff shifted the topic to the superior she'd soon be working with. Reese silently pulled a chocolate frog card out of his pouch and handed it to her. He's a Gryffindor, and he holds a great deal of prestige in the modern magical world. Didn't expect you to pick up a new hobby in just a few years, Hufflepuff teased as she took the card, poking fun at Salazar's little interest while beginning to read the introduction on it. Headmaster of Hogwarts, defeater of dark wizards, discoverer of uses for dragon's blood, all of that seemed unimpressive to her. Only the last line caught her eye. Remarkable achievements in the field of alchemy. What did he do to earn that kind of praise? No idea. But the person mentioned earlier on the card did manage to create the Philosopher's Stone, so maybe Dumbledore found a new use for it. The Philosopher's Stone. Hufflepuff was genuinely stunned this time. She hadn't expected that someone had actually managed to create that legendary alchemical artifact. I got hold of a piece last year. If you want, I'll give you some later. I already gave Rowena half, so you could also ask her first, Reese said in a tone that could only be described as bragging. Hufflepuff. Give me a piece, and I'll forgive you for tricking me into coming here, Hufflepuff said, holding out her palm toward Reese. Reese blinked, then quickly reached into his pouch and dug out a piece of Philosopher's Stone, no larger than a thumbnail, and placed it in Helga's hand. A deal's a deal, he said as he closed her fingers around it, as if afraid she might go back on her word. Hufflepuff found it hard to describe how she felt right now. You could say Salazar was stingy, but he had just given her a piece of Philosopher's Stone. Then again, his behavior didn't quite qualify as generous either. Forget it. She hadn't really planned on blaming him anyway. Getting a piece of Philosopher's Stone for free. Total win. Just then, the Thestral-drawn carriage carrying the two of them drew close to the front gates of Hogwarts. Hufflepuff's expression changed instantly, because even from a distance, she could see that standing on either side of Hogwarts' grand wrought iron gates were two Dementors. Helga. Why are there dark creatures outside the school? Her face twisted in shock. They're the guards of the wizard prison. Reese said with a grim expression, explaining to Hufflepuff that the Dementors were being used by the Ministry of Magic as wardens. So this so-called Ministry of Magic has stationed dark creatures around Hogwarts. Am I understanding that correctly? A trace of anger had crept into Hufflepuff's voice. Reese nodded. He figured that was most likely exactly what was going on. Hufflepuff took a deep breath, then turned to Reese. That Albus Dumbledore, is he really a Gryffindor? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 284, The Agreement. Each house had its own stereotypes, and even the founders themselves found it difficult to view the houses without some level of bias. Helga's perception of Gryffindor was that its students were reckless, they preferred solving problems with fists and wands rather than through verbal argument. They gathered in small, noisy groups, ready to duel at the slightest disagreement, and then went right back to messing around as if nothing had happened. That, in her eyes, was the typical Gryffindor student. But the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, judging by his behavior, seemed more like a calculating Slytherin. How could he allow the Ministry's dark creatures to appear so close to Hogwarts? Even if it was for the purpose of catching a fugitive, this was going too far. Hufflepuff felt that Dumbledore had likely failed to inherit the true spirit of Gryffindor. Maybe it's just age. Isn't it pretty normal for people to mellow out as they grow older? Reese offered a fair comment in Dumbledore's defense. Though he and Helga were from 1,000 years ago, in terms of physical age, Dumbledore, well into his hundreds, still had them beat. I'm old too. And I don't think I've changed much at all. Helga huffed, slamming her fist against the carriage wall, clearly annoyed. Reese. No, Helga had changed quite a bit with age, but that was not something he dared say out loud. But no matter what, Dumbledore is the current headmaster of Hogwarts. You're not the legendary witch Helga Hufflepuff, and I'm not Salazar Slytherin. Right now, I'm just an ordinary student, and you're merely a teacher who hasn't officially started yet. Reese's words calmed Helga down. It was true, Dumbledore was the current headmaster, and that was an undeniable fact. According to the agreement the four of them had made long ago, they were supposed to respect the decisions of the sitting headmaster. They had, in fact, discussed this very topic in the past. According to their original plan, once Hogwarts was running smoothly and their chosen successors had grown strong enough to take charge, they would step down and hand the school over to them. The four of them, those old souls, would leave the school behind to enjoy the final chapter of their lives. It was meant to be a time of peace, freedom, and carefree happiness. Although things hadn't turned out quite the way they had expected, that had indeed been the plan from the beginning. But such a plan came with a very real issue. The successors of Hogwarts were all their former students. Would their continued presence put too much pressure on their successors, preventing them from truly stepping aside? Would it all end up as retiring without really retiring? Because of this, the four of them had engaged in a long and serious debate. I certainly don't want to be receiving work-related letters while I'm trying to enjoy life, Godric was the first to express his opinion. Yes, maybe we could retain the right to give advice only, and let the children handle things on their own, Helga agreed right after. Absurd. The so-called right to advise will inevitably turn the future headmasters into our puppets, Rowena rebutted sharply without mercy. I believe we shouldn't even keep that, we should hand over the responsibilities completely and then vanish from the school without a trace. The children who can't find us will have to learn to handle things independently. That would be a good start. Helga asked worriedly, but what if the children make a decision that seriously harms the school? What do we do then? At her words, the other three founders fell into silence. In the end, it was Salazar Slytherin who broke it. Even so, we shouldn't interfere. Helga, our lives aren't eternal. Even if we stop one or two bad decisions, can we stop them forever? What happens when we're nothing but dust? Do you think they'll stop making mistakes then? It's better to let them go through it and grow while we're still alive. That way, when we truly leave this world, they'll have become mature and dependable. If you ask me, if Hogwarts falls apart without us, it only means our education was a failure, like a malformed animal doomed to be eliminated. Salazar's words plunged the room into an even longer silence. In the end, all three of the others nodded, acknowledging the harsh but truthful reasoning he had laid out. Then it settled. From now on, no matter what decisions the next headmasters make, we won't interfere, agreed. Salazar looked around at the friends seated beside him. All right, it's a deal. Godric was the first to respond in agreement. I've no objections. Salazar is right, Rowena also expressed her stance. Helga didn't say anything, but she nodded, her agreement was clear. Just like that, a resolution was passed. And never in her wildest dreams did Helga think she'd actually live to see the day it was tested. But she still hesitated, these were dark creatures, after all. Just look at what they had done to that boy named Harry on the train. Should such things really be anywhere near Hogwarts? Come on, Helga, Reese said, just think of them as watchdogs the ministry gave us. Besides, you have to trust the children. Even without us, they've kept the school running for 1,000 years, and they didn't just maintain it, they built it into the best wizarding school in the world. And don't underestimate Dumbledore either, he's a wizard who's grasped a domain. Helga raised her eyebrows slightly, comprehending a domain without ever having studied mana flow. That was true innate genius. Her impression of Dumbledore shifted just a little, though, of course, she wouldn't admit it out loud. Probably used something as a shortcut, otherwise, that's way too unbelievable, Helga muttered under her breath. He managed to obtain the corpse of a false god by chance, and through it, he grasped a domain. No wonder. But then, where did he even get a god's corpse? Ah, that's a whole other long story. As they talked, the thestral-drawn carriage passed through Hogwarts' wrought iron gates. The two Dementors guarding the entrance caught a strong scent of humanity wafting from the passing carriage. The aroma was so rich and tempting that they couldn't help but drift toward the inner side of the gates. Yes, the ministry had explicitly ordered them not to set foot inside Hogwarts, but surely stepping just inside the gate to catch their breath didn't count, right? Feeling the sudden drop in temperature within the carriage, Reese smiled. With a wave of his hand, the temperature instantly returned to normal. As the carriage entered Hogwarts, the wrought iron gate slowly closed behind it. Outside, the remains of the two Dementors gradually dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 285, any Dementor who sets foot in Hogwarts will be killed. Any Dementor who steps into Hogwarts, kill them, Reese said with a smile, glancing at Helga seated beside him. Helga couldn't help but laugh, now that was the Salazar she knew. Just a moment ago, that whole, strictly by the book, no overstepping boundaries, act had made her wonder if the old snake had actually changed. But now it was clear, though his temper might appear softer on the surface, deep down, he was still the same Slytherin. All right, we'll go with your approach, Hufflepuff gave her vote of approval to Reese's stance. Allowing Dementors to appear outside of Hogwarts was their way of respecting the current headmaster. But destroying any that dared to cross into the castle grounds, that was their principle as wizards. Although I don't think we ever told the Dementors they weren't allowed to enter Hogwarts. What's that got to do with us? True enough. The carriage picked up speed, rolling all the way to the front of the castle. When it finally came to a shaky stop, Reese and Helga stepped out. Gazing at the grand and majestic castle before her, and the warm lights glowing from the windows, Helga stood still, captivated. This place hadn't changed much in 1,000 years. The lights were more numerous, brighter than before, but the people were already long. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Salazar standing nearby, looking slightly impatient as he waited. She shook her head helplessly, people didn't really change that much after all. Aside from the golden griffin, the old snake and the old raven were both still here. With them around, that was enough. With that thought, the melancholy that had just started to rise in Helga's heart quickly dissipated. But just as she was about to stride confidently into the castle, Reese tugged on her robes. Rein it in a little, or Dumbledore might notice something strange, Reese reminded her kindly. The Hogwarts castle was layered with countless enchantments cast by the four of them and generations of their successors. Its very existence was a miracle. Only a recognized and legitimate headmaster could possess full access to the castle's authority. But the four of them, as the founders, each carried complete authority by default. If they walked in just like this, it would create a conflict. After all, there can't be two suns in the sky, how could there be multiple people with highest level access? A conflict of control was inevitable. It might even trigger strange and unpredictable magical reactions. One way or another, it would definitely alert the current headmaster, Dumbledore. Helga immediately understood and retracted a portion of her permissions. She and Reese made the same decision, scaling back their access, so Dumbledore wouldn't sense anything unusual. Passing through the massive oak doors, the two of them stepped into the castle's entrance hall. The torches along the walls lit the space brightly, and directly in front of them stood the grand marble staircase leading up. Helga. Damn. What's going on? Her eyes widened to perfect circles, utterly stunned by the magnificent sight before her. This is Hogwarts, she couldn't help blurting out in disbelief. You couldn't blame Helga for not recognizing the castle she had once helped build with her own hands. Compared to the Hogwarts of 1,000 years ago, today's Hogwarts was like comparing a mud hut to a luxury mansion. Over the past millennium, headmasters, professors, and alumni had developed the tradition of donating treasures to the school. If they had no precious heirlooms to offer, even gifting their armor or portrait after death was considered meaningful. Who didn't want to leave behind a portrait at their alma mater after they died? After 1,000 years of accumulation, Hogwarts had essentially become a colossal treasure vault. They lit so many lights, Helga said, finally recovering from the shock of all the lavish decorations, her attention shifting to the countless flames flickering around them. They did. Reese responded with resonance. He, too, had been overwhelmed by the castle's lighting on his first day. Just how many candles did they burn in one night? The school's gotten really rich. Helga said with heartfelt amazement. Yeah, it really has. Reese nodded eagerly, without mentioning the price the school paid to get that rich. If Helga ever found out how much control the current board of governors had over the school, Merlin only knew what she might do. But thinking about it carefully, the board members did fund the school. If their managerial rights were completely stripped away, it might not be easy to keep those gold galleons flowing. Just because they, the founders, could handle things didn't mean their successors would always be able to do the same. Stepping into Hogwarts Castle once more, Hufflepuff looked around like a country girl visiting the city for the first time, eager to see and touch everything. You must be the new Ms. White, a voice suddenly called out. It was Professor McGonagall. Reese and Helga turned their heads at the same time and saw Professor McGonagall striding toward them, followed closely by Hermione, who wore a bright and cheerful expression. Yes, I'm Smith White, Hufflepuff replied, sizing up the competent-looking witch in front of her and silently giving her a nod of approval. Her first impression of Professor McGonagall was very good. My name is Minerva McGonagall. I'm the head of Gryffindor House, the Transfiguration Professor, and also the Deputy Headmistress, McGonagall said as she walked up and shook Helga's hand. Hearing that McGonagall held so many positions, Hufflepuff instantly felt a deep respect. This woman is formidable. So many roles at once, did she even have time to rest? If she knew that Dumbledore usually didn't handle many day-to-day affairs, she'd probably start to wonder just how many hours Professor McGonagall had in a day. The two women exchanged pleasantries, leaving the little wizard at their side behind. Reese, happy for the break, walked off with Hermione toward the Great Hall. What did Professor McGonagall want with you? Something about the class schedule, Hermione answered vaguely. Reese simply gave an "oh," and didn't press further. His full attention had already shifted to the upcoming feast. The ceremony proceeded the same way it did every year. The sorting had placed one new student after another into the house most suited to them. Reese sat below the staff table, clapping along with the other students for each new Slytherin, sincerely hoping they would grow to embody the ideals he once held. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood up and said, "Welcome, everyone, to a new school year at Hogwarts. I have a few words to say. One matter in particular is very serious, the Dementors. As you may already know, they search the Hogwarts Express. They will be stationed around the school as they carry out duties for the Ministry of Magic. While they remain here, no one is permitted to leave the school grounds without explicit permission. Dementors cannot be fooled by tricks or disguises, not even invisibility cloaks. Dementors do not understand pleading or excuses. Therefore, I warn every one of you, do not give them the chance to harm you." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Reese raised an eyebrow. He was someone who followed rules. He respected the authority of the current headmaster. And he certainly had no intention of giving a Dementor the chance to harm him. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 286, The New Dada Professor Smith White. Helga Hufflepuff, seated at the staff table, met Reese's gaze across the Great Hall from where he sat at the Slytherin table. From those eyes, she saw a flicker of something different. Helga silently thought to herself, hopefully those Dementors have enough sense not to cause trouble, or she and Salazar would have to deal with it. And judging by Dumbledore's tone, he seemed rather displeased about the Dementors being stationed outside the school too. That made her feel slightly better. After reminding the students of the usual cautions, Dumbledore began announcing this year's staffing changes at Hogwarts. I regret to inform you all that Professor Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures, has retired. His replacement is none other than our very own Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Remus Lupin. As Dumbledore finished the introduction, Lupin stood up and waved to the young witches and wizards below. After a year of nurturing at Hogwarts, he looked much healthier, and his robes had been replaced with a well-fitted, new set. Returning to the school had given Lupin a new lease on life. The hall was filled with a mix of sighs and applause. Over the past year, Lupin had won over the students as a dependable teacher. Thankfully, he hadn't left entirely, just changed positions, and the one he transferred to suited him well. A few students even had ambiguous smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths. The course was becoming more prestigious. The professors at the staff table reacted in various ways. Snape, for one, was extremely displeased about Lupin's continued employment. Just thinking about having to work alongside Remus Lupin for the rest of his life made him want to hand in his resignation and flee. The remaining professors didn't show much emotion, except for Helga. At this moment, she was studying Lupin with a curious gaze. She knew this teacher was a werewolf, one who had been cured using the human restoration she and Rowena had invented. Now, she was observing Lupin like a doctor examining a patient. Our gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, will also be serving as the teaching assistant for care of magical creatures. Dumbledore's next announcement caused an uproar at the Gryffindor table. The young Gryffindors clapped enthusiastically, celebrating for Hagrid. Hagrid himself blushed deeply, his wild black beard barely concealing a truly heartfelt smile. Helga glanced at Hagrid and raised an eyebrow. Such an obvious half-giant. Her gaze shifted briefly to Flitwick, and she muttered silently to herself, and there's a half-goblin too. They were able to attend Hogwarts and even become professors. Hogwarts was far more open and accepting now than it had been 1,000 years ago. She couldn't help but wonder, what did Salazar think about this? Reese had no particular thoughts on the matter. What mattered to him was whether a person was reliable. Hagrid and Flitwick were undoubtedly reliable, so he naturally welcomed them joining Hogwarts. After the applause died down, Dumbledore moved on to introduce the main highlight of the day, the new defense against the dark arts professor. In truth, most of the students already suspected it would be that unfamiliar witch, but everyone was eager to hear how Dumbledore would introduce her. Finally, to fill the vacancy in defense against the dark arts, we have Professor Smith-White. She is a very special witch. Dumbledore turned to look at Helga, seeking her approval to reveal her old secrets. Helga Hufflepuff had no objections. After all, that so-called secret was fabricated from the start. She is a witch from several centuries ago. Boom. The Great Hall erupted in an instant. Before this, Helga, who looked utterly ordinary, like an old granny from the countryside, hadn't drawn much attention. But the moment she was labeled as someone from centuries ago, she immediately became the focus of every student's curiosity. Everyone looked up, carefully observing the Hufflepuff founder seated at the staff table, hoping to discern something from her face. Which era did she come from? How could she have lived for hundreds of years? Just how old was she, really? Countless questions sprang up in the young witches' and wizards' minds, but no one had yet dared to voice them. The Great Hall briefly fell into silence. In the end, Fred from Gryffindor suddenly stood up and loudly asked, "Professor White, how did you achieve immortality?" Helga smiled and stood up, replying that she hadn't used any kind of magical means, she had simply been trapped in a special ruin. Fred became even more curious, but unfortunately, Helga didn't continue on that topic. Instead, she turned to speak to all the students in the Great Hall. The rain outside is really pouring, isn't it? Although it seemed a bit off-topic, in Britain, weather truly was the universal conversation starter. With that simple sentence, Helga instantly resonated with the students, who all began complaining about the miserable weather. In this kind of weather, everyone should have something warm to drink. Helga smiled as she looked down at the students, then drew her wand. With a flick of her wand, a small copper cup appeared in front of everyone, including the professors, and steaming hot mulled wine rose up from the bottom of each cup, filling it to the brim. After that, she twirled her wand again, and the handles of the copper cup sprouted decorations corresponding to each house. The students watched all of this unfold, one and all stunned by Professor White's spellcasting abilities. Cheers. Helga raised her cup and saluted the whole school. Cheers. The students, caught up in the cheerful mood, all lifted their cups in response and drank the hot mulled wine in one go. As the warm liquid hit their stomachs, the chill brought on by the cold rain was driven out of their bodies, and fine beads of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads. As Reese swallowed the mulled wine, he inwardly grumbled about Helga's public drinking stunt. Wasn't she the one just complaining about students getting drunk in the Hogsmeade pubs? Mulled wine is nice, but don't go overboard, Helga said once everyone had set their cups down. With another flick of her wand, every cup was refilled, with clear water this time. What kind of drinks do you all like? Helga asked the students another question. Butterbeer. Pumpkin juice. Cola. The hall buzzed with a mix of enthusiastic, overlapping responses. Helga ignored the strange, unserious requests and the drinks she'd never even heard of, instead choosing the safe and universally accepted option, pumpkin juice. Raising her wand and pointing it lightly toward the hall, the clear water in each student's cup instantly turned into a golden orange pumpkin juice. Students. They each took a sip, and upon realizing it was genuinely pumpkin juice, the excitement in the Great Hall grew even stronger. Without even teaching a single lesson, the new defense against the dark arts professor had already left a strong impression. Only Malfoy looked extremely sour. He stared in silence at the copper goblet before him, decorated with a snake-shaped engraving. Helga, observing the students' reactions, curved her lips into a faint smile. After tonight's little display, she didn't believe that swindling merchant would be able to sell off those 3 goblets. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 287, Becoming the Most Like Professor. Malfoy's whole mood was off. Before arriving at school, he had thought this year would start off wonderfully. His father had managed to acquire a founder's relic as a birthday gift for him, and every classmate who had seen the magical qualities of those golden goblets had looked at him with envy. Even better, he had heard that Potter fainted on the train. He could already picture himself holding up a goblet and mocking Potter. But Professor White's little performance just now had hit him like a slap to the face. The goblet in front of him, wasn't its function a little too similar to those 3 golden goblets he had? Malfoy felt like the way his housemates looked at him had changed. The attention he usually craved now made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Trying to appear calm, he downed the pumpkin juice in his cup, then refilled it with clear water. A strange thing happened. The instant the water filled the cup, it turned back into pumpkin juice. Malfoy. The sweet pumpkin juice turned bitter in his mouth. Lost and frustrated, he decided he'd send his father a letter after dinner and tell him to confront that damn Borgin properly. In truth, the attention Malfoy thought he felt was all in his head. Right now, all the young witches and wizards in the Great Hall were completely dazzled by the new defense against the dark arts professor. No one had the time to laugh at Draco Malfoy. Reese was also amazed by Helga. Wasn't that magical display a bit too outrageous? Conjuring goblets and filling them with hot mulled wine for hundreds of students wasn't too difficult, but simultaneously casting transfiguration on hundreds of cups. That was bordering on absurd. And then turning all the water in them into pumpkin juice, with the added ability to refill on command, that was practically supernatural. Even Reese couldn't do that. He didn't have Helga's level of mastery over food magic. Still, Reese refused to believe Helga had truly transformed water into pumpkin juice directly. She definitely used some kind of misdirection. Raising his goblet, Reese examined it carefully, and quickly discovered the trick Helga had played. These conjured cups had been duplicated using the doubling charm. Helga had prepared a special copper goblet in advance, then used the doubling charm to produce hundreds of copies. These duplicated cups functioned exactly like the original, though how long they lasted would depend on how much magic Helga had infused into them. As for what drink they could transform into, it was probably preset from the beginning. Even if no one had shouted pumpkin juice, Helga would have chosen it anyway. That explained everything. The level of magic needed for this display was still terrifyingly high, but at least it was within the realm of reason. If Helga really had been capable of casting such advanced food-related magic on hundreds of cups at once, Reese figured she wouldn't need to be teaching defense against the dark arts at all. She should be teaching food magic instead. After that dazzling opening, Helga returned to her seat and began chatting with her future colleagues. What would you all like to drink? I can make anything. Helga Hufflepuff smiled cheerfully at her colleagues, granting the professors the privilege of placing orders. She had caught up on modern knowledge and was familiar with most contemporary food and drink. Seeing they could actually order freely, several professors grew eager to try. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and asked if Helga could get her a lemon-flavored Perrier. Of course. Here you go. Helga tapped McGonagall's cup with her wand, and bubbling water surged up from the bottom, filling the goblet. A faint scent of lemon wafted into the air. Thank you. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, brought the goblet to her lips, and took a careful sip. It was indeed the exact drink she had ordered. Me too. I'd like mead, and if possible, give me a bigger cup, said Hagrid, quickly making his request after seeing McGonagall get what she asked for. He was in an especially good mood today and felt like having a couple drinks. No problem, but there's no need to change cups. Just pour it out into another container, Helga said, tapping Hagrid's goblet twice. The liquid in his cup instantly turned into a rich, amber-colored mead. Hagrid picked up the goblet and began pouring it into a large goblet beside him. The tall glass quickly filled to the brim, yet the small copper cup still wasn't empty. Hagrid. Judging by its size, 10 of those little cups wouldn't have been enough to fill the tall glass, and yet, surprisingly, it had. Amazing. How did you? This is magic, Helga Hufflepuff said as she looked around at the rest of the professors, wondering if any of them had requests of their own. Professor Flitwick spoke up a little sheepishly. Could I have a sherry juice and soda mix, with ice, please? Professor McGonagall shot him a glare. Are you trying to stir things up? Do you think this is a bar? Flitwick gave an awkward laugh. Just a stress test, he explained. He wanted to see what the limits of Professor White's magic were, but meant no offense. Such a request was hardly a challenge for Helga. She simply conjured the sherry juice, then added soda water, and the ice cubes were a matter of course. Dumbledore ordered a glass of syrupy ice wine and enjoyed it contentedly. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff House watched the whole scene, completely entranced. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall nudged her that she snapped out of it and asked Professor White for a cup of black tea. When the steaming tea appeared before her, Sprout couldn't help but ask, "You seem exceptionally skilled in food magic." Helga nodded. She truly was the greatest food magic practitioner in the past 1,000 years. Her abilities weren't limited to conjuring drinks or using visual tricks to enhance flavor, she could also imbue food with special effects. Unheard of, unseen before, Professor Sprout marveled. Perhaps it's been lost over time, Helga Hufflepuff sighed. None of her students had fully inherited her food magic. But in truth, what she'd used just now wasn't food magic at all. She had simply stocked up on a large variety of drinks in advance, and when the other professors asked for something, she summoned it directly from her own supply. Thinking of this, Helga glanced at Hagrid, who had already downed 3 cups of mead, and silently ended the enchantment on his goblet. If he kept drinking, she'd run out of stock. Thanks to all the drinks, the atmosphere at the staff table grew cheerful and warm. Everyone had developed an excellent impression of the new defense against the dark arts professor. The feast itself was a great success. The house elves in the kitchens had gone all out, making sure the young witches and wizards, who had traveled from afar and arrived soaked from the rain, could enjoy a rich and satisfying start-of-term banquet. When the last bite of caramel pudding vanished from its dish, Dumbledore gave the signal, and the start-of-term feast officially came to an end. The young students stood up one after another and began heading out of the Great Hall, returning to their common rooms. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 288, The Legendary Trelawney Family. According to Reese's class schedule, his first lesson of the new term was divination. This class, along with care of magical creatures, ancient runes, Muggle studies, and arithmancy, made up the list of elective subjects for students below 5th year at Hogwarts. When selecting electives, Reese signed up for all of them, except arithmancy. He was genuinely interested in the content of the others. Daphne had chosen the exact same electives as Reese. Whatever he filled in, she followed suit. Reese had no objection to this, he believed all these classes had their own value. More importantly, it meant someone else could help with the less meaningful homework. Daphne had no idea what kind of future awaited her. Just the thought of diving into the mysteries of divination had her face lit up with excitement. Do you think once I learn divination, I'll become an amazingly powerful seer? Before the final exams, I could just predict what'll be on the test the next day. Daphne's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was just that, her expectations were a bit too unrealistic. Even the legendary seers couldn't reach the level she imagined. At best, a seer might predict what kind of grade you'd get on your finals. And the accuracy of a prophecy was directly proportional to the importance of the event. Only when facing events significant enough to influence the course of history could a seer's powers truly reach their peak. Divination has little to do with hard work. Seers are born, not made. It's an ability truly passed down through bloodlines, Reese explained, breaking the bad news to Daphne. If someone was exceptionally good at reading people and their expressions, they could probably fake being a seer. But at that point, they were more like a psychologist than a true prophet. Hearing this, disappointment spread clearly across Daphne's face. She grumbled, then why did we even sign up for this class? Might as well use that time to sleep. Reese nodded seriously. He had no intention of taking the lessons seriously, and as for the homework, he planned to let Daphne handle it. The reason he chose the class was because he was interested in the professor. According to the school documents, the current divination professor was named Sybil Trelawney. The moment he saw that surname, he decided to take the class. Trelawney was no ordinary name, they were a family of seers, practicing prophecy since ancient Greece. An ancestor of Professor Trelawney had left a deep impression on Reese 1,000 years ago, and he wanted to see how much of that ancestral power had been passed down. So you took this class just to meet the professor? Daphne couldn't understand Reese's reasoning at all. Don't underestimate the Trelawney family. Her ancestor was once a priestess who delivered divine oracles. It said that she was cursed by the gods for carelessly revealing prophecies, making it so that no one would believe her visions. Both the prophetic ability and the curse were passed down through her bloodline. Anyway, meeting her is still worth it. Reese gave Daphne a brief introduction to the history of the Trelawney family, leaving her wide-eyed in amazement. If that's really the case, doesn't the Trelawney family outshine the Greengrasses? If Reese could hear Daphne's inner thoughts, he would have told her, unfortunately, you're absolutely right. The most noteworthy thing about the name, Greengrass, was its unbroken line of pureblood descendants, but that pure bloodline hadn't passed down any specific magical talent. What it had passed down were silver hair and a few personality traits. The name, Trelawney, on the other hand, had genuinely carried the gift of prophecy through its bloodline. As they talked, they arrived at the North Tower. Reese climbed a steep spiral staircase and reached a small platform. It was enclosed, with only a single round trapdoor in the ceiling. This was different from how Reese remembered it. It had likely been renovated by later generations. As the start of class drew nearer, the platform became increasingly crowded. Suddenly, the trapdoor opened, and a silver ladder dropped down from above, landing right in front of Reese's feet. He climbed up and emerged into a strange-looking classroom. The space above the trapdoor didn't resemble a classroom at all, it looked more like a teahouse tucked away in an attic. The circular room was filled with more than 20 small round tables, each surrounded by plump little cushions. The moment Reese entered the divination classroom, he was hit with a heavy, cloying scent. He followed the smell to its source and found it coming from the fireplace. It seemed Professor Trelawney had added some special herbs to the firewood, causing the room to be filled with the strange aroma. Reese twitched his nose a couple of times, trying to identify the ingredients in the fire. They were calming, insect-repelling herbs. Perhaps being in a sleepy, dreamlike state helped bring out one's divination talents. Aside from the unpleasant scent, the classroom also suffered from terrible lighting. In theory, being located at the top of the North Tower, the divination classroom should have had the best natural light. However, Professor Trelawney had drawn all the curtains shut, and the lamps were covered with deep red shades. As a result, everything in the room was bathed in a dim, crimson glow that made the atmosphere feel oppressive. In addition to that, shelves lined the walls, stacked with various divination tools and instruments. Once the last student had climbed up the ladder, Professor Trelawney emerged from the shadows of the classroom. She had hidden herself remarkably well. Most of the students hadn't noticed her presence at all at first. Even Reese hadn't found her by sight. After asking the students to sit, Professor Trelawney began softly and vaguely introducing the subject of divination. When Reese heard her say, "If you do not possess the inner eye, there is very little I can teach you," he nodded earnestly, that aligned perfectly with his own understanding. However, what followed was disappointingly lacking in substance. After a string of mystical-sounding phrases and a few simple predictions, Professor Trelawney began the actual lesson for the day. Their first lesson was tea leaf reading. She divided the students into groups of 3 and instructed them to fetch tea from her, drink it down, and then interpret their futures from the tea leaves left in their cups. Reese was very familiar with this practice. He drained the scalding tea at an astonishing speed, then handed his empty teacup to Daphne. At that point, she hadn't even finished half of hers. As she sipped the hot tea, she complained to Reese that this class felt like a complete waste of time. Don't think of it like that. At the very least, we can use this to test whether we've awakened the heavenly eye or possess the inner sight. Of course, since your ancestors didn't include any seers, you probably don't have that kind of talent, Reese said. Daphne. She felt an overwhelming urge to curse out loud. Wouldn't she know whether the Greengrass family had any seers or not? She slammed her teacup onto the table with a loud clunk, brimming with frustration. Then I might as well have stayed in bed this morning. Her voice was a bit louder than she intended, and it seemed that Professor Trelawney, not far away, had overheard her. She floated over to their table and picked up Reese's teacup from beside Daphne. Let me see, dear. Professor Trelawney stared intently into the cup, gently rotating it counterclockwise. Reese looked up and quietly waited for Trelawney's prediction. A wounded falcon. Child, you once had enemies, but it seems you've freed yourself from their influence. Trelawney said, gazing into Reese's eyes. With years of experience, she would subtly adjust her predictions based on the subject's reactions. But starting with a negative prophecy had been her consistent habit for decades. Reese nodded. Trelawney wasn't wrong. He had once had very powerful enemies, and he had indeed dealt with them. Seeing Reese give a positive response, Professor Trelawney smiled. She knew this young wizard. He'd been one of the notable figures at Hogwarts in the past couple of years. While not as eye-catching as the Daphne Greengrass beside him, he was still a student worth paying attention to. Through years of repeated research, Professor Trelawney had long since come to terms with the unfortunate reality that she hadn't inherited her ancestors' prophetic gift. Though she never admitted it out loud, deep down she had already accepted this fact. And so, her version of divination had gradually drifted, turning into something more akin to psychology. Every year before the term began, she would gather information on the students who had signed up for divination, analyze it, and prepare predictions tailored to each individual. Her goal today was to win Daphne over. If she turned hostile, it would be difficult to run her class for the rest of the term. From Trelawney's perspective, Reese, who seemed to have a good relationship with Daphne, was the perfect way in. Her earlier question had sounded specific, but upon closer inspection, it was actually quite vague. The false gods of the Norse pantheon were clearly Reese's enemies, but what about Malfoy, who had frequently antagonized him during first year? Did he count as an enemy? Reese certainly never regarded him as one. He'd never even taken this descendant of the Malfoy family seriously. But in Professor Trelawney's eyes, Draco Malfoy was obviously one of Reese's enemies. And Malfoy had indeed been avoiding conflict with Reese lately, so it made sense to say Reese had freed himself from their influence. Reese's agreement gave Trelawney the confidence to continue her prediction. Well then, but don't grow complacent, the falcon has only lost one wing. Your enemies will rise again one day. Trelawney didn't believe Draco Malfoy would give up so easily. She was convinced the two would clash again, and so she gave this ominous forecast. Let me take another look, she continued rotating the teacup, then suddenly gasped and spoke in an odd, tremulous tone, a club striking a hat. Oh, dear, this is not a lucky cup. Betrayal from a dear friend. Oh, poor child, tragic child. She stretched out her two bony hands, as if trying to offer Rhys a hug. Rhys. He narrowed his eyes and studied Professor Trelawney carefully. Was that prediction of yours deliberate, or just a lucky guess? He had to admit, the prediction was surprisingly accurate. Rhys craned his neck to peer into the teacup and found that Trelawney wasn't entirely making things up. The tea leaves really did form a pattern somewhat resembling what she described. Daphne. Upon hearing Professor Trelawney's prophecy, she suddenly had the feeling of sitting at the table and getting struck by misfortune from the sky. Rhys's close friend would betray him. Who else could that be besides her? What was that old bat implying? Was she going to betray Rhys? Wait, did her sister count as one of Rhys's close friends too? And what about that Hermione Granger girl, who had known Rhys even earlier than she did? Daphne's thoughts began spiraling. Rhys only had to glance at Daphne's expression to know she'd taken the bait. Trelawney had her completely hooked. He couldn't help rubbing his forehead and muttering, it's not exactly betrayal. Just a minor disagreement between friends. Trelawney's eyebrows twitched. She'd only meant to give Daphne a little emotional jab, but it turned out she'd hit the mark by accident. Looks like I'm in great form today. Hoo. Trelawney grew cheerful. She decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue with another prediction. But since the last two had been negative, she understood the principle of, too much of anything is bad, so she planned to say a few nice words and wrap up the reading. Judging by that Greengrass girl's expression, she was already thoroughly shaken. With the troublemaker now subdued, the rest of the term would go much more smoothly. Just a few pleasant words and today's mission will be a complete success. You can do this. Trelawney encouraged herself silently. After drafting the words in her head, she once again rotated Rhys's teacup. With a round of exaggerated theatrics to build anticipation, she finally spoke. I see brilliant starlight in your cup. The adult. You will have limitless potential. Perhaps the entire wizarding world will speak your name in admiration. I see a cauldron for brewing potions, a badge symbolizing authority, and golden coins representing wealth, all hidden within that starlight. Child, you must seize this beautiful future, for if you act carelessly, everything in that starlight could vanish like a dream. Trelawney intoned, her voice hazy and ambiguous. In her eyes, a young wizard like Rhys, exceptionally gifted and closely connected to the heir of the Greengrass family, was practically guaranteed a brilliant future. And even if things didn't turn out that way, she hadn't spoken in absolutes, had she? Seeing Rhys didn't respond, Professor Trelawney returned the teacup to him and drifted away. Once she was gone, Daphne cautiously asked, Rhys, who do you think would betray you? Rhys shot her an annoyed glare. All right then, I'll just cut ties with all of you right now. No close friends means no close friends to stab me in the back, right? Daphne immediately shrank back and said no more. But after a while, she pushed her own teacup toward Rhys, clearly hoping he would do a tea leaf reading for her. Let me see. I can see your future. Rhys took the cup, pretended to study it seriously for a moment, then announced his conclusion. What future? Daphne perked up, straining to catch every word. You're going to do 2 sets of divination homework. That's right. Rhys replied firmly and decisively, as if this was an absolute fate, unchangeable and beyond dispute. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 289, Helga's Defense Against the Dark Arts. After divination, Rhys had defense against the dark arts with Hufflepuff. When he walked into the classroom, he saw that Helga Hufflepuff was already there, waiting for the students to arrive. Oh, Mr. Lint, Miss Greengrass. Seeing that the first students to enter were familiar faces, Helga smiled warmly. Here, sit over here. When she saw Rhys heading toward a corner seat, Helga immediately spoke up and motioned for the two of them to sit directly in front of the podium. If you don't want to, I'll simply set up 2 seats on either side of the podium, you on the left, and you on the right. Perfect symmetry. Her eyes were full of kindness, but the words from her mouth sent a chill down Rhys's spine. Rhys had a bad feeling, Helga was definitely up to something. Otherwise, why insist on him sitting in the very front? He quietly straightened up and mentally prepared himself, staying on alert. The students began arriving one after another to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Thanks to Helga's dazzling display at the start of term feast, everyone was extremely curious about their new professor, so they showed up with enthusiasm. No one was late. With 5 minutes still to go before class, the room was already full. Interestingly, those who showed up weren't limited to just the students listed on the class roster. Some younger witches and wizards without this class also came. They couldn't wait to hear Professor White's Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Helga's effort to summon Reese to the front row now seemed a bit unnecessary, since the eager students had already filled every seat in the classroom. After all, who could resist a lesson from a professor who came from centuries ago? Especially one who could conjure drinks for the entire class. Helga glanced at the sea of heads below the podium and gave up on the idea of taking attendance. Once the bell rang, she went straight into teaching. "Let me introduce myself," Helga said, writing her alias on the blackboard behind her, Smith White, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. "You probably already know me." The students all nodded. After all, they'd all had drinks conjured by Professor White. "I'm someone from several centuries ago. At first, I thought Professor Dumbledore was going to offer me a job as head chef in the kitchens. Turns out, I became the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor instead. Looks like Headmaster Dumbledore was getting a little desperate." Laughter broke out among the students. "I mean it. I really don't quite understand what Defense Against the Dark Arts is supposed to be. Can anyone tell me its definition?" The students quickly offered up their answers. After all, this was the most basic knowledge, something they could pull straight from the textbook. Defense Against the Dark Arts is a subject that teaches students how to defend themselves against various forms of dark magic, including dark magical creatures, dark curses, and dueling techniques. "I see," Helga Hufflepuff responded with an exaggerated expression of sudden realization. "Then who can explain to me what exactly is dark magic?" She shifted her gaze directly to Reese, who was seated right in front of her. "You, Mr. Lint, help me explain what dark magic is." "Reese. Helga Hufflepuff, you're doing this on purpose." Making him define dark magic, she was clearly stirring up trouble just to watch the fun. But honestly, this suited him just fine. Reese carefully assessed the risk. After considering that Hogwarts probably wouldn't expel him over a single statement, he stood up decisively. "Helga Hufflepuff, he. Reese, I'm really going to say it now, okay?" "Helga Hufflepuff, go right ahead." After a brief exchange of glances with Helga, Reese began to speak. Before he opened his mouth, most of the students thought this was a freebie question. After all, there was a textbook definition for dark magic. But of course, Reese wasn't going to give that answer. Dark magic is a branch of magic. That seemingly pointless statement made nearly half the class look up at him. There was something more behind his words. If we have to define it, then it's magic that causes great or irreversible harm to a person's body or mind. With that, the rest of the students raised their heads as well. Reese's definition of dark magic didn't quite align with the mainstream view. Helga Hufflepuff wore a, "just as I expected from you," expression and smoothly played along like a seasoned partner in a comedy act. "Then do you think we should study dark magic?" In the current wizarding world, this question really only had one politically correct answer: no, we shouldn't. But Reese was not someone bound by political correctness. He stood up straight and answered loudly, "Of course we should." Students from the other houses. Slytherin students. Almost everyone was stunned by Reese. Students from other houses thought he must have lost his mind. Was he seriously advocating for the study of dark magic in public? Meanwhile, the Slytherins were thinking, "Mate, couldn't we talk about this back in the common room with the door shut?" Some truths just aren't meant to be said out loud. What shocked them even more was that Professor White, who had heard Reese's entire statement, didn't offer a single word of rebuttal. On the contrary, she seemed to accept his words, as if she agreed with him. "Tell us why," Helga Hufflepuff said, her smile not diminishing in the slightest. In fact, it only grew wider. "Because in order to counter dark magic, we have to understand it. More importantly, many dark spells are extremely powerful. If we restrict ourselves just because of the label dark, how are we supposed to fight against dark wizards who've mastered it?" Over a decade ago, during the Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic authorized Aurors to use unforgivable curses. That alone is undeniable proof that we should study dark magic. If we want to stand against dark wizards, we have to know it better than they do. Reese didn't care at all about dark magic's terrible reputation. In his eyes, it was simply one branch of magic. Aside from a few spells that warped the caster's personality, whether a dark spell was evil or not depended entirely on the one using it. Aurors used dark magic to kill dark wizards. Did that make them evil for using it? Dark magic was a weapon. You couldn't reject it just because it was powerful or cruel. To do so would be like refusing to eat for fear of choking. The classroom instantly fell silent. The students were all quietly processing Reese's words. Their upbringing and education had conditioned them to reject everything he had just said, but the more they thought about it, the more it actually seemed reasonable. Helga Hufflepuff gave a satisfied little round of applause for Reese. She had intended for these words to come from his mouth. After thoroughly studying the current state of the magical world, she felt that modern wizards had overcorrected in their attitudes. Not conducting in-depth research on dark magic didn't mean it should be locked away and forgotten. Dark magic still had to be studied, otherwise, how would you even know how to defend against it? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 290, Let me borrow a bit of milk. Helga's applause pulled the students out of their thoughts. Mr. Lint is absolutely right. If you want to defend against dark magic, you must first understand it, otherwise, it's like this. Helga Hufflepuff crouched down and pulled a cage of rats out from under the podium. Seeing the cage full of lively, squirming rats, Reese raised an eyebrow. See, not all rats have the same fate. Some rats get to lie comfortably in a cage, drugged and sleeping peacefully each day under the influence of potions, while others end up as a teaching aid for an old witch. Daphne subtly shrank back at the sight of the large rats. Helga showed no sign of disgust toward the cage of rats. This is nothing, she thought. Back in the day, she had roasted field mice before, and they'd actually tasted quite good. She drew her wand and tapped the cage lightly. With a soft click, the cage door sprang open. Daphne edged back again, trying to put as much distance between herself and the podium as possible. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sensing the taste of freedom in the air, the rats immediately grew more active. But Helga wasn't about to let them have their way. She used a levitation charm to lift out one particularly fat rat, then promptly shut the cage to prevent her hard-earned experimental subjects from escaping. Watch closely. Helga tapped the rat's body with the tip of her wand, then dropped it onto the floor. The moment it realized it was free, the rat didn't hesitate, it bolted straight toward the classroom door. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. The girls quickly pulled their feet up onto their stools, with a few even scrambling onto the desks. Some of the boys quietly lifted their feet off the ground, while others drew their wands, ready to bring justice to the fleeing rat. Let it run. Helga Hufflepuff stopped the students who were preparing to cast spells. The rat had only run a few steps before something strange began to happen to its body. Its already plump figure started to swell like a balloon. The students' expressions changed dramatically. They could vaguely sense that something bad was about to happen. Several of them began to rise slightly, preparing to dart aside at the first sign of danger. At that moment, Helga acted. With a single Petrificus Totalis, she froze the rat in place mid-sprint. Then, with a summoning charm, she brought it back to the podium. You guessed right. A few more steps, and this rat would have gone boom, blown to pieces. So now I ask you, does anyone here know how to counter this curse? The young witches and wizards fell completely silent. They didn't even know what curse Professor White had used. How could they possibly counter it? That will be today's homework. Use any means necessary to figure out what curse I used and how to break it. Helga's face still wore a warm and gentle smile. Next class, I'll pick a student at random to try countering my curse. Seated below, Reese smiled slightly. Of course, he knew what spell Helga had used. It was a particularly vicious curse. Once hit, the victim's body would begin to bloat uncontrollably the moment they moved, and movement included the internal flow of magical energy. A wizard unfamiliar with the curse might panic and try to cast a counterspell, only to accelerate their own death. As for why Reese was so familiar with this curse, well, that was because he was the one who invented it. What Helga Hufflepuff had used today was actually a weakened version. The full version of the spell had to be paired with a potion. The potion would be splashed onto the cursed individual, and when they died by explosive rupture, their body would transform into a poisonous mist. Anyone who inhaled the mist would also be cursed, triggering a terrifying chain reaction. The curse would continue spreading until the potion's effects were fully exhausted. This curse was particularly effective for wiping out the faith networks of the false gods in the Norse pantheon. Reese had once planned to further develop the potion, designing it to reproduce within the host's body in order to massively extend its duration, but his 3 old friends had intervened and stopped him. On top of that, the ingredients for the potion were difficult to obtain, so Reese had eventually abandoned his plan to improve the curse. Meanwhile, the young witches and wizards were all diligently recording the homework assigned by Professor White on their parchment. Reese looked at them with a trace of sympathy. It wouldn't be easy to find documentation about this particular spell. Afterward, Helga began pulling out the remaining rats from the cage one by one, using them to demonstrate various dark curses, over half of which had been invented by Reese and Rowena. By the time the class bell rang, the last rat had just been used, and there wasn't a single rat corpse left in the room. Well then, that concludes today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This lesson gave you all a glimpse of what dark magic looks like. Next time, I'll show you how to defend against it. Class dismissed. Don't forget the homework, I will be checking. With Helga's closing words, the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class of the term came to an end. The young wizards filed out in a line, animatedly discussing Reese's bold statements from class, and how Professor White had supported him. How should we view dark magic? Like a stone thrown into a still pond, this question stirred waves upon waves of thought, destined to spark deeper discussion. But the person who had started it all didn't give the impending storm a second thought. After class, Helga Hufflepuff didn't rush off to lunch. Instead, she carried a basket and strolled out of Hogwarts Castle. She planned to take a walk through the Forbidden Forest, curious to see how it had changed after 1,000 years, and whether it now housed any new, adorable creatures. With light, cheerful steps, Helga entered the forest. Along the way, she ran into Professor Lupin and his assistant, Hagrid. She greeted them warmly but gently declined their offer to accompany her. To Helga, even with all the changes the Forbidden Forest had undergone over the past millennium, entering it still felt no different than taking a walk through a backyard garden. She soon ventured deep into the woods and, in a small clearing, came upon a family of unicorns. There was one male unicorn, 3 females, and 2 foals, a complete unicorn family. At the sight of them, Helga's eyes lit up. Wonderful. Today's my lucky day. She hadn't expected unicorns to still inhabit Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest. What a rare and precious surprise. Seeing a stranger approach, the male unicorn snorted loudly, issuing a warning to the intruder, Helga Hufflepuff. But Helga paid no attention to it whatsoever. She completely ignored the unicorn's threat and walked straight toward a visibly pregnant female unicorn. Realizing its warning had failed, the male decided it was time to teach this intruder a lesson, perhaps put a hole through her. But just as it was about to move, it discovered its limbs had sunk deep into the earth. Old Snake's magic is still pretty useful, Helga muttered to herself as she walked up beside the female unicorn, reached under its swollen belly, and gave it a gentle pat. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Let me borrow a bit of milk. Don't worry, I'll compensate you for it, she said as she crouched down. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 291, of Unicorn Milk and Spider Legs. For the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, today was completely absurd. As a sacred and pure species, unicorns, whose bodies were full of magical properties, were often coveted by wizards. The pregnant female unicorn currently immobilized by Helga Hufflepuff was among the more worldly wise of her kind. She knew some dark wizards lusted after their blood, that the horn on her forehead was highly valuable, and had even heard rumors that their tail hairs could fetch a good price among witches and wizards. But someone wanting her milk? That was a first. This was just too bizarre. The unicorn uneasily shifted her body, trying to pull her belly in, visibly unwilling. Due to the unicorn's lack of cooperation, Helga's efforts kept being frustrated. She raised her hand and gently patted the unicorn's back in a soothing gesture. There, I just want a little milk, just a bit, I promise I won't take too much. Helga's voice was soft and calm, like it carried some magical charm that helped put the unicorn at ease. The unicorn stared at her with big, luminous eyes, as if trying to determine whether Helga was telling the truth. Seeing that her words were having an effect, Helga continued to soothe it, I would never harm you. You're such beautiful creatures, the most magnificent beings in the entire Forbidden Forest. The unicorn blinked, this person really doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Unicorns had an extremely keen sense for good and evil. After quietly observing Helga for a while, the unicorn decided to trust her. Good baby, sweet darling. Though the unicorn before her had already given birth to foals, Helga still cooed at it with affectionate words, calling it baby and sweetheart from left and right, coaxing it into a cheerful mood. I really just want to taste a little unicorn milk, I promise I won't take it for free, I'll definitely give you a reward you'll be satisfied with. Helga continued stroking the unicorn's back as she released the magical bindings on its limbs. Her sincerity touched the unicorn, and it fully relaxed. Its round belly drooped down, a clear sign that it had agreed to Helga's request. Seeing the unicorn give in, Helga was overjoyed. She immediately pulled out a clean glass jar from her robes and tapped it lightly with her wand. The jar expanded more than tenfold, becoming a small glass pail. Crouching by the unicorn's belly, Helga began milking it with practiced, skillful hands. But Helga wasn't exactly being modest with her definition of a little. Despite what she'd said, she didn't stop until the jar was completely full. Lifting the heavy, brimming container in her hand, Helga's face lit up with the joy of a bountiful harvest. When she turned her head, she saw the unicorn staring at her with pitiful eyes, displeased with how much milk Helga had taken under the pretense of just a little. With so much gone, what's left for my baby? The foal nestled beside its mother even plucked up its courage and let out a few cries at Helga, voicing its own displeasure. I told you, I wouldn't shortchange you, Helga said as she pulled a jar of honey from her sleeve and placed it in front of the unicorn. Then, like performing a magic trick, she began pulling out magical carrots, pumpkins, and all sorts of vegetables from her basket, as a small compensation for the unicorn family. After setting down the nutritious offerings, Helga Hufflepuff left the forest clearing. Before leaving, she even waved goodbye to the unicorns. Feeling confident in her rapport with them, Helga believed she would likely have a steady supply of unicorn milk in the future. Full of the joy of harvest, she made her way out of the Forbidden Forest. She was already planning how to handle the unicorn milk. Some could be used to make cheese, the rest to make yogurt. Just boiling it and drinking it plain felt like too much of a waste. Suddenly, a strange click-clack sound echoed from the surrounding woods. Helga halted, puzzled. It was a sound she'd never heard before. In the very next second, a massive spider leapt at her from the trees. It should have been a flawless ambush. The spider had chosen its timing with remarkable precision and attacked decisively. Its only mistake was picking the wrong target. With just a slight sidestep, Helga easily dodged the spider's seemingly inescapable strike. A flick of her wand, and the creature was instantly immobilized. Oh! Now that's a species I haven't seen before, Helga muttered, stepping closer to examine the eight-eyed giant spider in front of her. The spider's appearance was terrifying, enough to send most people screaming in fear. But Helga didn't even flinch. Instead, she calmly reached out and poked its body a few times. I've heard that some Muggles cook with spiders. This one's a bit large, yes, but it's still a spider. Helga looked at the enormous creature thoughtfully. First, she had to confirm whether the meat was poisonous. Helga Hufflepuff quickly removed one of the spider's legs. Seeing the crystal clear, tender white flesh beneath the shell, she judged that it was most likely non-toxic. Carrying antidotes with her at all times, Helga decided to try it immediately. She took out a small silver knife, sliced off a piece from the cross-section, and popped it into her mouth to chew. After just 2 bites, her eyes lit up. The texture was excellent, crisp, tender, and sweet, somewhat similar to lobster. More importantly, it was completely non-toxic. Encouraged by the discovery, Helga swiftly disassembled the entire eight-eyed giant spider, but was a bit disappointed to find that only the leg meat was clean and suitable for human consumption. The rest, including the venom sacs, weren't very edible. She discarded all the inedible parts, keeping only a few spider legs before leaving the scene. On her way back, she even picked some mushrooms, planning to cook a delicious mushroom stew. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, she didn't even stop for lunch. She immediately got to work storing the freshly harvested ingredients. Once everything was properly preserved, Helga already had several recipes in mind. The next morning, during breakfast, Reese received an invitation. Sitting beside him, Daphne leaned over curiously, wanting to see what the letter said. Professor White invited me to her office tonight for food. Reese said as he raised a hand and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Eh? That sounds amazing. Daphne's eyes were filled with envy. Professor White is a master of food magic, her cooking must be incredible. Back in the desert, the things Ms. White had cooked for her had left a deep impression on Daphne. That made her extremely jealous of Reese being invited for a meal. Reese didn't respond immediately. His experience told him that when Helga offered you food, and you hadn't seen the original form of the ingredients, it was best to remain cautious. Soon, he came up with a pretty good solution. Daphne, Astoria, would you two like to come to Professor White's dinner too? I think I can bring you along. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 292, Helga is flabbergasted. Really? We can actually go. Upon receiving Reese's sudden invitation, both Daphne and Astoria were in a state of disbelief. But Professor White only invited you. Once her initial excitement passed, Astoria still felt a bit uneasy. It's fine. Just come along, Reese said confidently. He knew his old friend far too well, she would never complain about having more people come to enjoy her cooking. Unlike the three of them, who were now fully immersed in anticipation of the upcoming dinner, the other students in the Great Hall were more focused on what Professor White had said in class yesterday. The topic of dark magic was always highly sensitive. Even the professors at the staff table were no exception. As soon as Helga Hufflepuff sat down, all eyes turned to her. It was Professor Sprout who spoke first. She had a very favorable opinion of this elderly witch who excelled at food magic and naturally didn't want to see her embroiled in controversy. Professor White, I heard a rumor that you said in class we should study dark magic. That must be a misunderstanding, right? What shocked Sprout was that Professor White actually nodded and openly admitted to this accusation. This left the kind-hearted Hufflepuff which visibly unsettled. With a serious expression, she said to Helga, perhaps the laws were different in your era, but nowadays, dark magic is strictly prohibited. In the modern wizarding world, dark magic had become a taboo subject. Among the world's reputable magical schools, only Durmstrang was openly lenient about dark magic. Opposing dark magic was the politically correct stance in today's magical society. Helga's and Reese's actions were nothing short of bold, but because Helga had drawn most of the attention, hardly anyone noticed the role Reese had played in stirring up this controversy. In my time, many wizards had concerns about dark magic, I did too. Helga's next words left every professor silent. Pomona had offered her 2 very obvious ways to step back, yet Professor White stubbornly refused to take either of them. Now things were truly troublesome. They were certain that once this news got out, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. Never mind that many students' parents had once been Death Eaters obsessed with dark magic, those would be the first to jump out and distance themselves. But from what I've learned, Aurors in the Ministry of Magic were once authorized to use the unforgivable curses. So it seems to me that understanding dark magic is still necessary. Helga's statement left the other professors struggling to argue back. It was then that Dumbledore, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Miss Smith, in your era, the 3 unforgivable curses weren't exactly widespread yet, were they? Helga nodded. In her view, aside from the Imperius Curse, the other 2 were honestly a bit underwhelming. The Cruciatus Curse was purely a tool for torture with no practical application. If you wanted to extract confessions, there were far better spells for it. As for the Killing Curse, its instant death effect sounded impressive, but to Helga, it was frankly laughable. A spell with no tracking, no guidance, and one that could be dodged just by moving, was that really worthy of being called an unforgivable curse? The spells her old friend Salazar Slytherin had invented were far more unforgivable than Avada Kedavra. In the era she lived in, practicality was everything. Spells as flashy yet ineffective as those would never have caught on. That explains it, Dumbledore nodded. The 3 unforgivable curses require strong negative emotions to cast. For example, the Cruciatus Curse can only work if the caster genuinely desires to inflict pain and derives pleasure from the target's suffering. Casting such spells frequently can cause severe damage to a person's soul. Helga Hufflepuff. Good grief. Why do the dark wizards of this era like using spells that are not only ineffective but also come with massive side effects? Couldn't they learn from Salazar, use magic that's both powerful and has minimal backlash? For the first time, Helga truly felt the chasm between eras. Before entering Hogwarts, she had done some research on the modern wizarding world. But how could the books available on the market possibly contain detailed instructions on casting the unforgivable curses? Her understanding of them had been limited to just their names and effects. Her old friend Reese knew a bit more than she did, having at least seen the Killing Curse firsthand. Miss Smith, your views are indeed a bit extreme. Dumbledore finally gave a vague, diplomatic conclusion, but letting the children learn about dark magic does have its merits. The troubles Hogwarts had faced in recent years had given Dumbledore a sense of crisis as well. So he decided to slightly relax the restrictions around dark magic, for emergencies, if nothing else. What Dumbledore didn't say out loud was that, to some extent, he actually agreed with White's views. Having lived for over 100 years, Dumbledore had seen far more than most. He was well aware of the gap between wizards of the 1940s and those of the present day. In just half a century, the combat abilities of wizards had deteriorated dramatically. It seemed everyone now preferred to focus their energy on domestic spells, but no amount of cleaning charms could stop a dark wizard. If you wanted to fight dark wizards, you had to understand dark magic. Continuing to teach defense against the dark arts without touching on actual dark magic, as had been the practice for the past few years, was simply no longer viable. That was precisely why he hadn't stopped Professor White. Dumbledore's gaze swept across Helga's face, and a realization quietly surfaced in his mind. In Professor White's eyes, we must seem terribly regressed too. I wonder what the magical world was really like centuries ago. Just when the other professors thought the matter had been settled, Smith White opened her mouth again. In a tone filled with confusion, she asked, if the negative side effects of these 3 spells are so severe, why do dark wizards still use them? In terms of power, they don't even seem that impressive, aside from the Imperius Curse. Her question left every professor completely stumped. After thinking it over for a while, they all arrived at a shared conclusion, because they're dark wizards. Isn't it normal for them to use evil spells? Helga Hufflepuff. She couldn't wrap her head around this logic at all. Why on earth would dark wizards willingly use such inefficient spells? Are they stupid or something? Her gaze flicked to Reese, happily enjoying his breakfast down at the student table, and then something clicked. In Helga's mind, her old friend Salazar Slytherin could absolutely be considered a dark wizard, but he and the so-called dark wizards of this era were entirely different species. Apart from the label, they had absolutely nothing in common. Modern dark wizards studied the unforgivable curses simply because they were evil enough. Raw power was just an afterthought. Her earlier suspicion had been entirely correct. Modern dark wizards really were mentally defective, in the most literal sense. Realizing this, Helga fell silent. Then she let out a long, heavy sigh. I never imagined that even the dark wizards of the magical world would have declined this badly after 1,000 years. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 293, Slytherin's Invention. Helga Hufflepuff's definition of a dark wizard was slightly different from that of modern wizards. In her eyes, dark wizards were those who relentlessly pursued more powerful magic, choosing to walk a darker path and resorting to any means necessary to increase their own strength. These individuals might have had different reasons for becoming dark wizards, but their endings were almost always the same. They grew increasingly indifferent to life and, through repeated dangerous experiments, gradually twisted their own souls. Back then, Helga and her 2 other friends had stopped Salazar from delving deeper into dark magic precisely because they had noticed the signs of this transformation starting in their old friend. But modern dark wizards, were they really corrupting their souls because they pursued power? To Helga, it felt more like they were deliberately chasing the idea of being evil just for the sake of being evil. In her view, today's dark wizards gave off the same vibe as children playing pretend. In this respect, Dumbledore and Helga actually shared some common ground, as Dumbledore had dealt with both the old school and modern generations of dark wizards over the past century. The dark wizards of the past, I will protect the dignity of wizards from muggles. Make the wizarding world great again. For this, I will unite the entire magical community. The dark wizards of today, purge Hogwarts of every last drop of impure blood. Take magic back from those who stole magical heritage. And for that, all of you must obey me completely and unconditionally, underline that. The difference in vision was simply staggering. After her sudden realization, Helga Hufflepuff wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't know where to begin. All her countless thoughts condensed into nothing more than a long sigh. For the first time, she clearly understood that the past was truly gone. The entire culture of the wizarding world had fundamentally changed, and it was no longer something she or Salazar, these relics of a bygone era, could ever reverse. If even dark wizards have turned into this, what more can you expect? And so, in the end, she admitted to herself, yes, curses like the unforgivable curses, which twist the soul, are indeed things we should avoid using too much. The moment Professor White said this, the professors all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally, this discussion could be put to rest. Dumbledore smiled. Indeed. We can certainly introduce these kinds of dark magic to the students, I believe that's very necessary. But the idea of letting the children practice dark magic, that needs to be discussed more carefully. Helga understood that this was the absolute limit of what modern wizards could accept regarding dark magic, so she didn't press further. She agreed to Dumbledore's suggestion. As she thought about it, she figured she could at least bring out some of the spells her old friend Salazar Slytherin had invented and demonstrate them in class, to broaden the students' horizons. But when she shared this idea with her colleagues, she immediately noticed that everyone's expressions changed the moment the name Slytherin was mentioned. Isn't that a bit too extreme? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone filled with uncertainty and concern. Those are spells left behind by Slytherin, after all. What surprised her even more was, Professor White actually knows magic preserved from the Founder's era. Just how many centuries old was she really? A few hundred years could mean 300, or it could mean 900. Seeing her colleagues' reactions, Helga was momentarily stunned as well. Is Salazar's reputation really that terrible in this era? Minerva, you shouldn't say that. Not every spell Mr. Slytherin invented is dark magic. That restoration to human form charm we use, that's one of his spells, isn't it? Thanks to him, we now have a real chance of completely solving the werewolf problem in this century. Professor Flitwick, who had been quietly listening at the side, finally spoke up, offering a rare word of fairness on behalf of Slytherin. True, Professor McGonagall admitted, realizing what he said made a lot of sense. Listening to their conversation, Helga nodded repeatedly, until suddenly, something felt off. Wait a moment. The restoration to human form charm, who invented that again? Ah, it was invented by Slytherin, of course. Just a few years ago, Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass from the Greengrass family discovered a manuscript written by Salazar Slytherin. It contains the complete incantation and casting method for the restoration to human form charm. Upon hearing Professor White's question, Flitwick was briefly taken aback but quickly launched into explaining one of the most sensational discoveries in the magical world in recent years. As long as we continue promoting the restoration to human form charm, werewolves will become a thing of the past. What Mr. Slytherin accomplished, it's truly remarkable. Flitwick's eyes sparkled as he spoke. His admiration was genuine, for both Salazar Slytherin, who had invented the spell, and Jameson Henry Greengrass, who had selflessly made the contents of the manuscript public. Ah, truly magnificent, Helga Hufflepuff gritted out through clenched teeth. A magnificent character indeed, Professor McGonagall added her own praise. Seeing how everyone was full of admiration for the inventor of the human restoration, the light in Helga's eyes grew even brighter. At that moment, Reese, sitting at the Slytherin table, suddenly shivered. What's wrong? You looked like you just trembled for a second. It's nothing. Probably just a muscle twitch. The storm stirred up by the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson gradually faded into nothing, and soon, the long-awaited dinner at Professor Smith White's office arrived. When evening came, Reese, Daphne, and Astoria didn't head to the Great Hall for dinner but instead went straight to Professor White's office. When Reese pushed the door open, he found that the office had been decorated by Helga in a very cozy manner. The overall tone was a warm, light yellow, evoking the kind of happiness one felt when curling up under a blanket at home. A lively fire burned in the fireplace, with a large pot hanging above it. From the pot came an incredibly rich and appetizing aroma. It seemed Helga had borrowed quite a few things from the Hufflepuff common room. The furniture in her office was entirely in classic Hufflepuff style. When she saw the guests Reese had brought with him, Helga welcomed them warmly as expected and quickly set out extra plates and cutlery for them. Just a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Would you like something to drink first? Just say it out loud. Helga placed 4 golden goblets on the table. This time, since it was a genuine dinner invitation, she didn't bother with any sleight of hand. The three of them each tried it and discovered that the cups really did respond to their requests, producing the drinks they asked for. Not long after, Helga brought out the dishes she had prepared, along with a basket of freshly baked bread. The first dish looked like a cheese crumble mixed with vegetables. The second was some kind of pan-seared white meat. The third was a creamy mushroom soup. Though there were only 3 dishes, each was vibrant in color, rich in aroma, and looked absolutely delicious, enough to make Daphne and Astoria's mouths water. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 294, To the Great Slytherin. Go on, eat, Helga Hufflepuff said with a kind, grandmotherly smile, urging them to start like a doting elder nudging her grandchildren at the table. Thank you, Professor White. It smells amazing. The 2 completely unsuspecting girls immediately picked up their knives and forks, ready to dig in, while Reese, sitting beside them, made no move to eat. Instead, he smiled brightly at Helga, as if to say, I won't be touching my utensils until you tell me exactly what ingredients you used. He knew his old friend far too well. Helga had been fairly normal when she was young, but after stepping into middle age and honing her culinary skills to perfection, she had completely let herself go. She loved using all kinds of bizarre and unconventional ingredients in her cooking, and then tricking others into eating them. Even Rowena had fallen for it several times. That said, while her choice of ingredients was always eccentric, Helga's principle was simple, to make delicious food. So anything she served would undoubtedly be tasty, safe, and highly nutritious. This was exactly why Reese had brought Daphne and Astoria along. He believed there was no harm in letting them try Helga's cooking. The only thing they needed to do was overcome their psychological barriers. Helga saw straight through Reese's thoughts. Unbothered, she leaned lazily against the back of her armchair and asked with a knowing smile, Reese, why aren't you picking up your fork? Daphne and Astoria both stopped what they were doing at the same time. For some reason, a faint sense of unease rose in their hearts. Why isn't Reese eating? These dishes look so delicious. Did you go to the Forbidden Forest? Reese answered Helga's question with another question. Helga slowly nodded. Reese thought for a moment, then stabbed a piece of carrot from the salad. He was sure that at least the carrot was actually just a carrot. Helga sighed. She understood now, until she explained every ingredient in detail, the old snake wouldn't take a single bite. Where is the trust between people? So what if she'd tricked them into eating some, slightly unusual ingredients a few times in the past? But from Reese's perspective, when it came to food, Helga's credibility wasn't much better than Rowena's. Maybe it was time for her to reflect on why her old friends had absolutely no trust in her culinary surprises. This is a vegetable and cheese salad. The vegetables are from my own garden, ripened with a bit of simple magic. The cheese is homemade as well, and it tastes pretty good. Under Reese's sharp gaze, Helga finally confessed where the milk for the cheese had come from. You made the cheese, with unicorn milk. Daphne accidentally dropped her fork onto the floor. Unicorns were such rare and magical creatures that many wizards never even saw one in their entire lives, and now here they were, eating cheese made from unicorn milk. Also, just who exactly was Professor White, to even be able to get her hands on unicorn milk? I'm someone who's particularly good at communicating with magical creatures, Helga told Daphne, adding that the key to dealing with magical creatures was being bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. Reese watched coldly from the side, thinking that this same principle applied perfectly well to hunting, too. Unicorn blood is cursed, so then. Unlike her sister, Astoria was more concerned about food safety. She worried about the legendary curse associated with unicorns. Don't worry. I got their permission. There was no killing or torture involved, it was a completely willing offering. Materials gathered under these circumstances carry no curse at all, Helga reassured the Greengrass sisters. While Helga was comforting them, a strange thought rose in Reese's mind. If I used magic to control a unicorn and force it to willingly offer something, would the material still be free of the curse? He pondered this for a moment and concluded that the real key probably lay in whether the unicorn was killed during the process or not. This soup is a cream of mushroom. The mushrooms are wild, I picked them in the Forbidden Forest. The cream is extracted from unicorn milk, Helga continued explaining. Her introduction immediately made Daphne and Astoria's appetite surge. They were practically wishing they could have several more bowls. But Reese wasn't so easily fooled by appearances. His attention remained locked on the rather suspicious-looking plate of meat. Judging by its color, it seemed to be some kind of seafood, but he couldn't be sure. Especially after learning that Helga had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, Reese had an even bolder guess in mind. As for this. When it came to the third dish, Helga paused for a second, then told the girls, it's the leg meat of a hairy, terrestrial, shell-less crab. Oh, I've never heard of that magical creature before. Daphne grew even more enthusiastic. She picked up several pieces of the crab meat in a row, finding the crispy, pan-fried exterior absolutely delightful, while the inside was sweet, juicy, and incredibly flavorful, a rare delicacy. Reese knew the true nature of that crab meat the moment he heard the name. Sitting beside him, Astoria took a moment longer to figure it out. Once she realized, she quietly stopped touching the plate of fried meat. You made sure to process it properly, right? Reese had no problem with acromantulas, he didn't feel the slightest disgust toward them. In his eyes, they were just little walking cuties. But just to be safe, he had to ask if Helga had properly handled the spider's venom sac. High temperatures alone weren't enough to neutralize acromantula venom, it required specific potion ingredients to render it harmless. Of course. I only used the leg meat. And the rest of it. Reese suddenly thought of something. Threw it away. Reese. Helga Hufflepuff. Reese raised an eyebrow, he decided he absolutely had to share this bit of information with Helga. He couldn't wait to see her reaction. He picked up his fork and, under Astoria's shocked gaze, casually forked a piece of the crab meat into his mouth and chewed. Honestly, it tasted fantastic. Oh, by the way, Professor White, Reese said casually near the end of the dinner, back in your time, were there magical creatures like acromantulas? Never heard of them, Helga shook her head. But now she finally knew the name of that giant spider she'd killed. I see. Well, they're actually a species of magical creature bred by wizards in the past few centuries. The venom extracted from their sacs is extremely valuable, 1 pint sells for 100 galleons. And it's always in short supply. Reese, looking for all the world like someone sharing a fun fact, began his kind and helpful explanation. The moment Helga finished listening, it felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She froze in her seat, completely stiff, and it took quite a while before she finally recovered. So, this venom, once it's out of the spider's body, it dries out. If you want to harvest it, you have to act quickly. Reese ruthlessly crushed Helga's last bit of wishful thinking. Helga's mood immediately sank, and it stayed that way all the way to the end of the dinner. Once even the last crumbs of food were gone, Helga stood up with a wine goblet in her hand. Before we end this wonderful dinner, allow me to propose a toast to a great ancestor, the magnificent Salazar Slytherin. I heard from Professor Flitwick that he invented the human restoration charm, making it possible to completely eliminate the werewolf problem. Truly, such a person is utterly magnificent. Helga said this while glancing toward Reese, catching the exact moment when the smile on his face froze stiff. Only then did she feel a deep, genuine satisfaction, the foul mood from earlier completely swept away. Reese. Yeah. Let us toast to Slytherin. Helga raised her goblet high. To the great Slytherin. Daphne and Astoria didn't really understand what was going on, but the atmosphere had built up to this point, so the two followed along as well. To the great Slytherin. Who really invented that charm? Helga said once again. Reese. In the end, through clenched teeth, he forced out, to the great Slytherin. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 295, Battle in a Dream. Even after returning to the Slytherin common room, the goosebumps on Reese's skin still hadn't faded. Helga's half-smiling, half-mocking expression seemed etched into his mind, haunting him. Every time Reese closed his eyes, the image of Hufflepuff would resurface, bringing with it a powerful sense of shame that made him shudder uncontrollably. When this happened repeatedly, Reese quickly realized Helga had secretly cast something on him. It was obvious she cared a lot about the identity of the inventor of the human restoration charm. Once he figured out what was going on, Reese started laughing. Did she really think I was some kid like Malfoy? He had his own ways of handling this. Without hesitation, Reese pulled out his wand, pointed it at his own head, and cast an obliviate. Under the effects of a strong and precisely targeted memory charm, he immediately forgot everything that had happened during the dinner. His mood became perfectly calm in an instant. Although he noticed, in just a blink, that he had completely forgotten the contents of Helga's dinner, Reese felt no confusion at all. He knew very well that he must have used the memory charm on himself for a reason. No need to overthink it. Just carry on as usual. He headed straight to the washroom, planning to clean up and then go to bed. But once Reese lay down and drifted into sweet dreams, something suddenly started to go very, very wrong. Come on, eat up. As for this, these are the legs of a hairy, terrestrial, shell-less crab. Reese dreamed that he was back in Professor Hufflepuff's office with the Greengrass sisters, attending the dinner she had prepared. Everything seemed normal at first, except, of course, for the ingredients used in the meal. But as the dinner was coming to an end, Helga suddenly stood up. The great Salazar, the restoration to human form charm, truly magnificent. Let us toast to the great Slytherin. Helga raised her goblet high, tilting her head slightly as she glanced at Reese. To the great Slytherin bastard. Reese. Daphne and Astoria, sitting right beside him, immediately stood up and joined in chorus, to the great Slytherin bastard. Suddenly, the office doors burst open. A massive crowd of Slytherin students poured in, all shouting together, "To the great Slytherin bastard." After everyone drained their goblets, they all turned in unison to look at Reese. At that moment, Helga, wearing a gentle, grandmotherly smile, spoke. "Mr. Lint, why didn't you toast to the great Slytherin? Could it be, you have something against him?" Instantly, every single Slytherin student in the room turned hostile, their eyes narrowing as they stared Reese down. Seeing this, Reese had no choice but to helplessly raise his goblet and grit his teeth as he said, "To the great Slytherin bastard. Your tone should be more reverent." "Don't sound so reluctant," Helga said, clearly dissatisfied with his half-hearted toast. "Reese, to the great Slytherin bastard. More passion." Helga refused to let him off so easily. With his cheeks flushed bright red, Reese simply gave up on resisting. He raised his goblet high and shouted at the top of his lungs, "To the great Slytherin bastard." The dream shattered like broken glass. Reese jolted awake in bed, realizing his hand was still frozen in midair as though holding a goblet. Well then. Thanks to Helga, he had just been forced to relive the entire dinner experience. Wipe the memory? No problem. Just experience it again anyway. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Reese reached under his bed and pulled out a small box from his trunk. Lifting the lid, he revealed a row of neatly arranged crystal vials. These were various potions he had prepared for himself in advance, carefully stored away just in case. It had been a habit born of caution, and it turned out, it was finally coming in handy. He immediately grabbed a vial of calming draught and gulped it down in one go. As the potion settled in his stomach, drowsiness surged over him like a rising tide. Reese collapsed back onto his bed, quickly slipping into sleep, at least in theory, thanks to the potion. It should have been a dreamless night. But the ordeal in his dreams had made him overlook one small detail. The soundproofing charms he placed around his bed were starting to show signs of instability. When Reese opened his eyes again, he instantly realized something was very, very wrong, because he was once more standing inside Helga Hufflepuff's office. Going through the same sequence yet again, Reese was already numb to it. So when the dinner reached the point where Helga excitedly began proposing a toast to Slytherin bastard, he simply stood up alongside the Greengrass sisters and shouted with exaggerated enthusiasm, "To the great Slytherin bastard." Dream Helga narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly surprised by how proactive Reese was this time. After a brief pause, the office door still burst open as usual, with a crowd of Slytherin students rushing in to join the celebration. Reese, having completely given up on resisting, simply went with the flow, blending into the crowd, raising his goblet, and toasting right along with everyone else. But then, Dream Helga suddenly took things a step further. She pushed her way through the cheering students, walked straight up to Reese, and asked, "Mr. Lint, tell me, why exactly do you think Salazar is so great?" Reese had already been suspicious of this version of Helga from the start. Now, faced with this unexpected twist, he immediately realized something was seriously off. Reese stared straight at the fake smiling face of Hufflepuff. This thing has its own consciousness. Helga Hufflepuff, was this really necessary? Was she seriously going this far? Just for the ownership of a spell, she actually stuffed a Baku into his dream. A Baku was a creature that, if not eliminated in time, would take root within a dream, feeding on the dream's essence and growing stronger. Once fully developed, it would become an inescapable nightmare parasite, turning every sleep into a torment of endless bad dreams. The fact that he had only noticed its presence on the second time entering the dream meant he was already at a disadvantage. Reese immediately drew his wand. With a casual wave, the entire dream castle trembled, and half of it, the section where the Hufflepuff figure had been standing, collapsed into ashes. As expected, that massive spell didn't destroy the Baku. The figure of Hufflepuff reappeared outside the ruins of the castle, floating midair, wearing a faint, serene smile. It opened its mouth and spoke, "You cannot kill me by day, nor can you kill me by night. I cannot die indoors, nor can I die outdoors." A shudder went through Reese. A strange sensation crept over him. He understood clearly, this Baku was using the power it had stolen from his own dream to strengthen itself, gradually pushing itself toward an invincible state. Fortunately, he'd noticed it in time. It hadn't managed to steal much of his power, so its enhancements were still very limited. Can't be killed indoors or outdoors, by day or by night, huh? Reese's lips curled into a cold smile. In a flash, his figure flickered, dragging the Baku along with him, to the threshold of Hogwarts' great oak doors. In this dream, Reese held absolute control, which was exactly why the Baku needed to steal his power to compensate. He looked up at the sky, and the heavens immediately shifted, becoming the dim glow of dawn. Now it's neither day nor night, but dawn. You are neither indoors nor outdoors, but standing exactly at the boundary between them, which means, you can be killed. A flash of terror appeared on the Baku's face, but before it could utter a single word, Reese tore it into shreds. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 296, Hermione's Little Secret. Seeing the Baku vanish into dust, Reese finally let out a sigh of relief. Creatures like this were easiest to deal with when discovered early. Now he could finally get a good night's sleep. The moment the Baku was destroyed, Reese also woke up from the dream. The dormitory looked the same as usual, with Crabbe and Goyle snoring loudly in the background. He also noticed that the protective spells he had cast earlier had all failed, but he wasn't too concerned. It was a common occurrence. When the caster's mental state was disrupted, it was perfectly normal for spells to become unstable or even fail entirely. After recasting a few protection spells, he lay back down on the bed and entered dreamland for the third time. This time, at last, there were no more strange dreams. When he woke up, Reese felt refreshed and invigorated. Everything that had happened the previous night now truly felt like something out of a dream. However, as he got down from his four-poster bed, Theodore Knott, Reese's rather low-profile roommate, came up beside him and asked in a hushed, mysterious tone, "Reese, did you dream about attending a banquet last night?" Reese. Seeing the surprised expression on Reese's face, Knott quickly explained, "I got up in the middle of the night and heard you mumbling like the Great Slytherin. Or something, you said it several times. What were you dreaming about?" Reese, %and \**. His face visibly turned red. Knott seemed like he wanted to ask something else, but the moment he looked up and saw Reese's expression, it was like staring into the sun. He instantly decided it was better not to ask. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he could have sworn the temperature in the dorm had gone up. Quickly finding an excuse, he slipped out of the room. Reese took several deep breaths, working to calm himself down and suppress the urge to cast a memory charm on Knott. Once he had composed himself, Reese stepped into the common room and immediately spotted Daphne and Astoria gathered together. The two girls were standing by the fireplace, each holding a cup of hot chocolate, chatting casually. When she saw Reese appear, Daphne instinctively raised her cup in a toast to him, instantly dragging all of Reese's terrible memories back to the surface. "Put the cup down. Only then can we have a proper conversation," Reese said, rubbing his throbbing temples, clearly asking her to stop. "Okay." Daphne, completely confused, obediently lowered her cup. She had no idea what was going on, just that Reese didn't seem to be in a very good mood. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" Astoria asked curiously. Had a few nightmares," Reese replied, not wanting to linger on the topic. Instead, he pulled out his schedule and looked over the day's classes. Ancient Runes and Muggle Studies. 2 classes to really look forward to this morning, Reese said. He was genuinely interested in the electives Hogwarts offered, and he definitely wasn't going to miss these 2. "Let's go. We'll head to the Ancient Runes classroom," he added. He'd originally planned to enjoy a nice hearty breakfast in the Great Hall, but just the thought of possibly seeing Helga Hufflepuff's face there completely killed his appetite. He really didn't want to run into that old friend again anytime soon. "Aren't we going to grab breakfast first?" Daphne's sense of unease deepened. What was going on with Reese? He didn't even want breakfast. Was Ancient Runes really that enticing? More than caramel pudding or cream cake? "Some chocolate will do." Reese pulled out a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket, and upon opening it, was greeted by a surprise. The card inside was Helga Hufflepuff. Reese. What a cursed fate. Now he didn't even feel like eating chocolate. As they walked into the entrance hall on the ground floor, a whirlwind of movement rushed past into the Great Hall. From the messy brown hair, Reese easily recognized her, Hermione Granger. Looked like she was rushing to eat quickly and get to class on time. So intensely diligent. Reese commented. He'd never seen a student so keen on learning. Daphne glanced at him and thought, "You're even more intense than she is." At least she was rushing to eat breakfast. You skipped breakfast entirely. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the Ancient Runes classroom. As they pushed open the door, both Reese and Daphne were momentarily stunned. Someone was already inside. Sitting in the front row, flipping through the textbook ahead of time, was none other than Hermione. Morning. Seeing that it was Reese and Daphne who had entered, Hermione took the initiative to greet them. "When did you get here?" Daphne blinked, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Hermione was briefly stunned, then told them she had just arrived too. But suspicion still flickered in Daphne's eyes. "You say you just got here, then how did you beat the 2 of us?" Reese looked thoughtfully at Hermione, then suddenly asked, "How many classes are you taking this term?" Hermione's gaze wavered slightly. She hesitated and said it should be about the same as Reese, since she'd been bumping into him in every elective lately. "Let me see your schedule." Reese stepped quickly to her side, insisting on taking a look. The girl had a bad feeling. Reese seemed to have realized something. And precisely because of that, there was no way she could let him see her timetable. He was too clever and knew too much. If he saw that unusual schedule, there was a real chance he'd figure out something he shouldn't. She forced herself to refuse Reese's request, telling him that she had left her schedule in the common room. To Hermione's relief, Reese didn't press the issue. He simply gave her a meaningful look and reminded her to always follow the rules, warning her not to think that just because she was clever, she could play fast and loose with them. Hermione lowered her head, faintly feeling that Reese might already have seen through her secret. At the same time, she grumbled inwardly, when it comes to breaking rules, how am I worse than Daphne? She remembered that stunning spell that came out of nowhere last term very clearly. If Reese knew what Hermione was thinking, he'd probably say earnestly, Daphne is different. Most of what she breaks are harmless school rules. She's like a fire dragon, at most she'll burn down a few forests or leave some craters. But someone like you, taught by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, is far more dangerous. You're the type who could stir up real trouble. In other words, the smarter someone is, the bigger the mess they tend to make. Daphne was unlikely to cause any major disaster, and Reese was in good health, so no risk of being angered to death by her antics. After reminding Hermione, Reese took the still confused Daphne to the other side of the classroom and found a nice spot to sit. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 297, Runic Magic. Is there something wrong with Granger's class schedule? Daphne asked hurriedly after sitting down. Nothing. Let's just mind our own business. Reese didn't want to reveal Hermione's little secret to Daphne. She was most likely using time magic to attend some overlapping classes. He took the easy introduction to ancient runes, which he would need for the upcoming lesson, out of his bag and placed it on the desk. Have you read this book before? Reese held up the textbook and waved it in front of Daphne. As expected, Daphne shook her head. She had tried reading it before the term started but ended up with a headache. Unlike ordinary magic textbooks, this one didn't seem related to magic at all. It was more like a language textbook, and the editor appeared to be trying to teach an ancient language. Reese had also read Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes, and after reading it, he realized that modern wizards' understanding of runes was quite different from what it had been in their time. Back in their era, runic script was a kind of magical alphabet, whereas in the eyes of modern wizards, they retained only their literal meanings. The false gods of the Norse and their followers truly could use runes to cast magic. But just like wizards, using runic magic also required aptitude. This aptitude was actually the same as the basic requirement for becoming a wizard, bloodline. However, the magical talent that a wizard's bloodline granted was like an entry ticket. Future development still depended largely on individual effort. In the Norse pantheon, however, what truly mattered was the concentration of divine blood. The closer one's lineage was to the god king or true gods, the more powerful the runic magic they could wield. Although both groups required a bloodline to perform magic, the nature of that requirement was entirely different. In the magical world, blood purity didn't really serve much purpose beyond boasting rights. But in the Norse system, blood purity directly influenced personal strength. Still, even if modern runic instruction couldn't teach students how to use runic magic, it remained highly valuable for academic research. After all, the Norse people did use runes as their written language. Mastery of runic script allowed one to study ancient magical texts written in runes and even travel to the Norse lands to take part in archaeological digs and explorations of ancient ruins. While Reese chatted with Daphne, the students who had selected this elective began arriving one after another. Once class began, Professor Bathsheba Babbling, who taught ancient runes, walked into the classroom just as the bell rang. Let me begin with a brief self-introduction. This older but rather tall witch started the class with an introduction, explaining the content of the ancient runes course and the purpose behind offering it. Finally, seeing that the students looked somewhat groggy, the old witch pulled out a dark yellow ring, slipped it onto her finger, and uttered a strange sound. Instantly, a golden orb of light, about the size of a coin, appeared in the palm of her hand. This is runic magic cast using ancient runes. The rune I just mentioned is called Sauilio, which means sun. It said that ancient Norse wizards who mastered this rune to the highest level could wield the authority of the sun and control its movements. Ancient runes are not ordinary letters. Each rune contains profound magical power. However, runic magic is now essentially lost to us. I can only draw on a tiny trace of its power with the help of this ring, and even then, it's far weaker than the Lumos charm. Even a clumsy user like me is rare these days. Perhaps there are still a few people in Durmstrang up in the north who are better at it than I am. Professor Babbling's tone was full of regret, as though she mourned the loss of this mysterious magic. Reese found this perfectly understandable. Professor Babbling likely had a very diluted trace of Norse divine blood in her lineage, which allowed her to use a bit of runic magic with the help of a divine relic ring. Runic magic had faded away along with the passing of those whose bloodlines had once carried it in strength. Just as the flow of wizarding magic had become lost over time due to its difficulty, so too had the Norse gods' runic magic vanished due to diluted bloodlines, a bit of dark irony on both sides. Though it was merely a small and unimpressive orb of light, Professor Babbling still managed to capture the students' attention, and then proceeded with the day's lesson. Unfortunately, that demonstration was the only part of the class related to actual runic magic. The rest of the session was no different from an ordinary language class. Professor Babbling taught the runic alphabet, pronunciation, and the meanings of the letters. And just like that, the class came to an end. After class today, make sure to memorize the runic alphabet and their pronunciations. I'll be checking next lesson. Alright, class dismissed. After assigning the homework, Professor Babbling quickly walked out of the classroom. Daphne, clearly fascinated by the runic magic demonstration, was left wanting more. She looked at Reese and asked if he knew anything about runic magic, or whether those medieval wizard letters he studied ever mentioned this mysterious script. Of course they did. Reese gave Daphne a brief overview of runic magic and advised her to give up the idea of using it. Without divine blood, even if one managed to cast runic spells through various means, the power of the runes would be greatly diminished. However, what caught Daphne's attention was, even without a bloodline, there were still methods to cast it. Let me see. Reese sighed and reached into the pouch at his waist, pulling out an eyeball. This eyeball came from one of the cultists who had tried to infiltrate Hogwarts last year. Though they weren't particularly strong, the gear they dropped was undeniably valuable. For example, this eyeball was from a false god. Reese gripped the eyeball tightly and infused it with his magic. With his continuous stream of magic, the eyeball began to show signs of activity, and Reese temporarily gained the ability to use runic magic through it. A strange syllable slipped from Reese's mouth. In the next moment, a thin layer of frost formed over the surface of his desk. You see, that's how runic magic is used. While no one had yet noticed the change, Reese quickly dispelled the newly formed ice. Daphne. You actually know runic magic. She was genuinely stunned this time. Was there anything Reese didn't know or couldn't do? Answer, flying. Aside from not being particularly good at riding a broomstick, Reese seemed to be a well-rounded genius. If you want, go ahead and try it. Reese was willing to let Daphne experiment with runic magic, but the moment her gaze landed on the eyeball, all her curiosity about runic magic instantly vanished. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 298, Where did you get that Baku? After a brief demonstration of runic magic, Reese and Daphne hurried to the Muggle studies classroom. Sure enough, they ran into Hermione again in the new classroom. Reese was genuinely shocked. He couldn't understand why someone like Hermione, born into a completely Muggle family, would take Muggle studies at Hogwarts. It was as abstract as a British student choosing to study English at a French school, purely a waste of time. Maybe the only point was to get a perfect grade. But Hermione didn't seem like that kind of person at all. Why are you here? Faced with Reese's confusion, Hermione responded as if she had expected it. She told him that she wanted to see the non-magical world from the perspective of the wizarding world, to understand how wizards studied Muggles. Reese. Good thing you came a few centuries late. A few hundred years ago, wizards might have actually brought in a Muggle to study. These days, wizards are much more restrained. Muggle studies was a relatively new subject. 1,000 years ago, wizards didn't need to study Muggles because they lived among them. The boundary between the magical and non-magical worlds was quite blurry. Only after the Statute of Secrecy was enacted and enforced for a while did wizards begin to feel the need to study Muggles. Very few students were willing to attend Muggle studies, for a very simple reason. Students from Muggle-born and half-blood families didn't need this class, Hogwarts didn't have much academic pressure to begin with, and students who already understood Muggles well would only be making things harder for themselves by taking it. As for pure-blood students, they looked down on the class, thinking Muggles weren't worth studying. As a result, even as class time approached, the number of students in the classroom hadn't reached double digits. The professor teaching Muggle studies was Charity Burbage. Upon entering the classroom, she wasn't disappointed by the sparse attendance. On the contrary, she was a bit surprised. This year, the number of students enrolled in the course was actually a few more than in previous years. Yes, in past years, Muggle studies sometimes didn't even have 5 students enrolled. This year, the number nearly reached 10, a rather impressive improvement. In high spirits, Professor Burbage enthusiastically began her lesson. Unlike the energetic professor at the front of the room, Reese, who had seen the airport and sat on a plane, was quite disappointed by her version of Muggle studies. In his view, this wasn't research at all. At best, it was a shallow look at modern Muggle society. The textbook was completely out of touch with the reality of Muggle life. It was clear that Professor Burbage had tried very hard to include up-to-date content in her curriculum, but because she herself lacked a comprehensive understanding of Muggle society, her course resembled the blind men feeling the elephant. When the bell finally rang, Reese couldn't help but sigh. He'd wasted another period of his time. He would have been better off sneaking into the kitchens for dessert. This course wouldn't help him understand Muggles. To truly understand them, one probably had to live among them like a real Muggle for a while. But for Hogwarts students, that was simply unrealistic. The Ministry of Magic had never truly taken Muggle studies seriously. Just looking at the textbook, which was more than half a century out of date, was enough to show how perfunctory their attitude toward the subject was. But the magical world had already reached a point where it had to understand Muggles seriously. The pace of change in the Muggle world was simply too fast, so fast it left Rhys deeply unsettled. In front of the Muggles, the modern wizarding world could only do its best to erase its own presence, to prevent Muggles from observing it. If wizards were to engage in direct conflict with Muggles, the outcome would be total disaster. The defiant wizards would be killed, and the survivors would be split into two groups, one enslaved by Muggles like house elves, and the other completely betraying the magical world, serving Muggle elites and overseeing the oppressed. And that was the optimistic scenario. The pessimistic one. The total annihilation of all wizards. Of course, that estimate didn't include himself, Rowena, and Helga, those ancient relics. If the three of them were taken into account, both sides could at least mutually destroy each other. Rhys was confident of that. But in the end, none of them were truly immortal. He would still grow old, Helga was already nearing the end of her life, and Rowena's mobility was limited. In other words, the magical world was in decline, while the Muggles were thriving. If this trend continued, the future of wizards looked grim indeed. Rhys felt that the coming decades might be the magical world's final chance. Perhaps he and his friends needed to do something. Food. Daphne yawned, waving a hand in front of Rhys to snap him out of his daze. Yeah. Rhys replied simply. After a morning of adjustment, he had gradually put the dream from the previous night behind him and could now face Helga's face without issue. When he arrived at the Great Hall, it was already packed with students. Rhys noticed that Helga Hufflepuff was sitting at the staff table, chatting animatedly with several other professors. When he entered, she glanced his way and gave him a warm smile. Rhys ignored her and walked straight to the table, grabbing a full plate of food and devouring it ravenously. He hadn't had breakfast and was absolutely starving. After cleaning his plate, Rhys stood up, ready to leave the hall, when Helga's voice suddenly reached his ears. Wait a moment, let's find a place to talk. Rhys acted like he hadn't heard anything and turned to walk out of the Great Hall. I'm seriously considering whether I should give a toast tonight, for a great wizard who invented a spell that can completely eliminate werewolves. That wouldn't be too much, would it? Rhys stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, twice, and tried to calm his emotions. He turned and told Daphne to head back to the common room first, that he'd catch up shortly. After giving his instructions, he left the Great Hall and found an empty classroom to wait for Helga Hufflepuff. Less than 2 minutes later, the classroom door was pushed open, and Helga walked in. How are you? Slept well. The smile on her face made Rhys want to draw his wand and duel her on the spot. Just fine. I only woke up twice in the middle of the night, that's all. Rhys's voice came through gritted teeth. You were a bit slow to react, only realized something was wrong the second time you entered the dream. Helga Hufflepuff asked in a tone of mild surprise. Rhys. I used a memory charm earlier to erase the memory of the feast. Ah, that explains it. Helga nodded in sudden understanding. Then she asked Rhys why his mental resilience had become so weak, unable to withstand even a small disturbance. 2 questions straight to the heart left Rhys speechless. In the end, he could only awkwardly change the subject. The rumor that I invented the human restoration spell is complete nonsense, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not concerned with that sort of thing anymore. Helga waved it off. She had already punished Salazar with a Baku, so as far as she was concerned, the matter was settled. As for how Rowena felt about it, that was no longer in her control. So where did you get that Baku? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 299, 299, you really don't know why I'm nervous. So where did you get that Baku? A creature considered quite dangerous by others was, among Rhys and his peers, just a prank tool used for messing around among friends. Still, Rhys needed to know where the Baku had come from. He didn't recall any of those creatures surviving into the current magical world. But if Helga had brought it with her from their era, then he could rest easy. Found it by chance in the Forbidden Forest and caught it on a whim, Helga replied casually. In her view, it was just an ordinary Baku. She had no idea why her old friend was so intent on knowing its origins. Rhys's expression darkened slightly. Helga had given an answer he hadn't wanted to hear. For a Baku, a dark creature that should have long since vanished, to suddenly reappear in the Forbidden Forest, there were 3 possibilities. First, that some experiment of Rowena's in the dungeons had accidentally caused a sealed Baku to escape. Second, that members of the cult were up to something again. The third possibility was that the Baku was a native of the Forbidden Forest, and Helga had simply come across and captured it by chance. Rhys immediately felt a headache coming on. What he hoped for most was the first scenario, then all he had to do was lecture Rowena. The second wasn't ideal but still acceptable. After all, he didn't believe the secret society could possibly have a large number of such rare dark creatures. The third case, however, was far more troublesome. It would mean that the outside world could now produce wild Baku. No one knew if that thing was truly one of a kind, and this instantly made the situation vastly more complicated. What was most frustrating was that, once the first possibility was ruled out, there was no clear way to distinguish between the second and third. What's wrong? Seeing the troubled look on her old friend's face, Helga became serious as well. Rhys explained his deductions to Helga, helping her understand that creatures like the Baku were not supposed to exist in the modern magical world. After hearing him out, the first question Helga Hufflepuff asked was, "What is the secret society?" "It's a literal cult. A hidden organization," Rhys replied. "They're collecting the corpses of gods and using them to gain immense power. The more elite members even possess domains. In addition to divine remains, they also collect all sorts of ancient artifacts. I found your whereabouts through a cup they had in their collection." Helga smacked her lips. "Live long enough and you really do see everything. Who'd have thought those barbarian gods would still be useful in this way?" Rhys shook his head as well. After the Great War back then, the handling of the remaining divine corpses had indeed been sloppy, which led to the birth of a cult like this centuries later, remnants of divine filth. But there hadn't been much they could do. Divine remains weren't like ordinary corpses that you could just bury or burn. These were relics imbued with divine power. The best they could do was to handle what they could and let the residual power within the corpses slowly fade over time, or transform the remains into magical artifacts. The most dangerous parts had already been dealt with that way. Still, who could have predicted that something like the cult would eventually emerge, making trouble with the scraps? Helga suddenly realized there were people in the cult who had actually comprehended domains. Given how far the modern wizarding world had declined, she feared that today's wizards might truly be incapable of handling such a threat. "Hey, but isn't that why we're here?" she said confidently. "If I hadn't decided to return to Hogwarts after waking, I might have wiped them out already in the past. With me around, they won't be making any waves." Rhys fully agreed. In the end, the cult was nothing more than a group of ghouls drawing power from divine leftovers. Back in the day, they hadn't even feared the true gods. Why be afraid of these things? So what if a few had comprehended domains? Domains varied in strength, too. When my body grows up, when I graduate from Hogwarts, by then I should be fully recovered. I'll go deal with them myself. Honestly, we should thank those people for speeding up the disposal of divine remains. Helga chuckled as well. Indeed, the cultists of the cult were practically accelerating the harmless neutralization of divine remains by drawing power from them day in and day out. They were sacrificing their own lives to turn chunks of divine remains into raw materials for magical artifacts. Helga truly felt like giving them a gold star for effort. Thanks to Rhys's explanation, Helga now had a general understanding of what this so-called cult was about. I don't think it was the cult's doing. If they had the ability to send a Baku into Hogwarts, then why not go all the way and send it directly into the castle? Rhys thought it over and agreed that Helga had a point, meaning only the worst possibility remained. That makes it even more troublesome. Baku don't belong in this era. Helga, you know what I'm saying. The appearance of a Baku was a very ominous sign. This time, Helga also fell silent, lowering her head. The classroom was plunged into stillness. It doesn't matter. We're still here. There's nothing we can't handle. Whatever new enemies appear, we'll just take them down, Helga said, lifting her head, her emotions returning to normal. Can you still get your hands on a Philosopher's Stone? Rhys gave her a look. The Philosopher's Stone produces the elixir of life, not a potion of eternal youth. I know. Rhys hesitated for a moment, then told Helga that currently, only Nicholas Flamel knew how to create the elixir of life, but he could try reverse engineering it and see if he could recreate it. That's good enough. Helga had already made up her mind. Until she completed her mission, she would continue taking the elixir of life, if Salazar could truly reproduce it. The atmosphere in the empty classroom was somewhat heavy, with both Rhys and Helga adjusting their emotions. After a while, Rhys smiled. Don't overthink it. Maybe it's just Rowena messing around again. That kind of thing is right up her alley. Helga burst out laughing. Salazar was right, that did sound like something Rowena would do. Want to go see her downstairs? Rhys suggested. He had thought Helga would agree without hesitation, but to his surprise, she actually wavered. Just thinking about seeing her makes me nervous. Maybe I need a bit more mental preparation. Helga said, clearly uncertain. Nervous about what? She definitely wants to see you too. Helga shot Rhys a look, as if to say, you really don't know why I'm nervous. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 300, but I betrayed my friend. After glancing once more at Helga's expression, Rhys understood her emotions. She was feeling guilty. When Salazar had suggested going down to the dungeons to see Rowena, Helga had been genuinely happy at first. But that joy had quickly given way to a different emotion. Upon closer examination, it turned out to be guilt. Upon thinking it through, Helga realized something she had been actively or passively ignoring all this time, was Rowena's tragic fate caused by her, Helga Hufflepuff, leaving. When she left Hogwarts to travel the outside world, she hadn't considered that her departure would leave only one founder remaining at the school. If something unexpected occurred, Rowena would be forced to shoulder everything alone. Perhaps those few not yet mature students could help lighten her burden a little, but the one who would have to face all the hardship directly would still be Rowena. What was more painful was that, when Helga truly examined her own heart, she discovered a terrifying truth. Had she really not considered any of this? Or was it that Rowena had said more than once that she wanted to leave the school once it was properly established to pursue freedom? But after Godric and Salazar both left Hogwarts in anger, what was the situation they faced? The students were still immature, and only 2 founders remained. Under those circumstances, if one left first, the other would almost certainly be bound to the castle, unless she was willing to abandon the shared dream they had built together. And yet, it was Helga who left first, ahead of Rowena, leaving Ravenclaw alone at the school. Had she been avoiding her responsibilities? Had she been afraid that Rowena might leave first, causing her to be trapped in the school forever? To put it harshly, had she betrayed her best friend? Helga didn't know what her answer was, because after only a few months of travel, her dear friend Salazar had whisked her 1,000 years into the future, and she never got the chance to prove that she had only wanted to go out and explore for a little while. She could easily pin all the blame on Salazar, take the moral high ground, and tell the world that she, too, had been a victim. But whenever Helga recalled the smile on Rowena's face when they said goodbye, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Sensing the shift in Helga's mood, Rhys took the initiative to help untangle the knot in her heart. "This isn't your fault, it's fate playing tricks on us. But I betrayed my friend." Helga's emotions suddenly surged. "I shouldn't have chosen to leave the school at that time." "You're being too harsh on yourself," Rhys said gently, comforting her. "You didn't betray anyone." "But..." Helga poured out everything she had been thinking, word for word, to Rhys. "Judge the deed, not the intention. The fact is, you ran into an accident while traveling. If Rowena had gone, she would have been in the same situation," Rhys said, believing that Helga's entire line of thought was flawed from the start. "Besides, when you left the school, the situation wasn't as dire as it was in Rowena's later years. We had already raised a group of reliable students. Things only went wrong afterward. Who could have foreseen that all the heirs the 4 founders had poured their hearts into would leave, or fall, in such a short span of time?" In Rhys's view, Helga was simply being overly results-oriented, exaggerating the circumstances of the past and backing herself into a corner. "Look on the bright side, we're still able to gather together, and this is 1,000 years later. More importantly, don't you think the magical world needs us now more than it ever did a millennium ago?" Taking advantage of Helga's silence, Rhys pressed the momentum and continued to untangle her emotional knots. As soon as he finished speaking, even Rhys himself felt his words made perfect sense. After bringing about the twilight of the gods, their original mission had already been fulfilled. Wizards no longer faced the threat of being enslaved by deities. Once Hogwarts was founded, they had basically aced even the extra credit. Now, however, the magical world was clearly entering a period of unprecedented upheaval, something not seen in 1,000 years. The fact that they were still alive was truly a blessing for the modern magical world. Otherwise, the future of wizardkind looked grim. But Godric's not here. Helga thought of Godric. With no news of him, she had no idea how he was doing. "That's fantastic. My student Adrian was completely ruined by him. The farther that guy stays away, the better. He'd better not come back and lead my new students astray again." Rhys replied with absolute certainty. "Rhys, Godric. Who's that? Never heard of him." "Humph. Why not take the time to go see Rowena now, while you still can, so you don't end up regretting it later?" That line from Rhys struck a chord with Helga immediately. She quickly changed her mind and decided to go down to the dungeons to see Rowena. "Excellent." Seeing that Helga had come around, Rhys immediately led her toward the dungeons. On the way, they passed by Hermione, who was walking briskly. Helga naturally noticed the girl. She sensed an unusual aura about her. "That's Hermione Granger, a third-year student in Ravenclaw House." Helga looked thoughtful. "Yes, she's someone Rowena took a liking to. Don't let it slip, though. She goes by Miss Spectre now." "You people really aren't very honest. Then you'd better tell your students your real identity someday." "Let's not go that far." "The time isn't right," Helga said, clearly not planning on doing so. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, she asked, "She must be a very diligent and intelligent student, right?" "That's right," Rhys nodded. "Rowena is really lucky. Granger family, never heard of them. She's Muggle-born." When Rhys confirmed it, Helga felt even more regretful. What a wonderful child it would be to have as her own student. Don't dream about it. Someone like her would almost certainly be sorted into Ravenclaw. Maybe there's still a slight chance with Gryffindor, but for the two of us, it's absolutely impossible. A bitter smile crept across Helga's face. She was used to this kind of thing. All the promising new students were snatched up by the other three houses, leaving her with average, ordinary ones. I also think the Sorting Hat's method of sorting might be a bit flawed. Reese shared his frustration with Helga, hoping to get her support in making changes to the Sorting Hat. Helga began seriously considering it. Just like that, the two arrived at the dungeons and broke the seal to enter its depths. The moment the seal was lifted, a powerful gust of wind swept through them. Reese and Helga braced themselves to keep their footing, and then saw Rowena Ravenclaw standing alone before an open space, amusing herself. Looking closely, Reese realized she was playing with mud. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 301, 301, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Life in the dungeons was dull and monotonous. Before Rowena regained her sanity, she could still patrol the depths of the dungeons tirelessly on pure instinct. But once her mind was restored, the days became unbearably boring. Sometimes, just encountering a dark creature that had escaped its enclosure could be the highlight of her day. After enduring the boredom for some time, Ravenclaw finally started finding ways to amuse herself. Using the enchanted soil Reese had gifted her, she expanded the entrance area into a flat space the size of a sports field. Then, she built countless castles and marketplaces on the ground, and conjured numerous tiny humanoid figures using transfiguration. With her profound magical expertise, the castles and marketplaces on the plain were almost indistinguishable from real medieval structures in the outside world. She was even bored enough to create entire magical creatures in the forests, actual lords inside the castles, and had those lords declare war on each other. What was truly bizarre was that these little figures didn't seem to be under Rowena's control. They operated with their own behavior logic. How she'd managed that was anyone's guess. It involved extremely advanced transfiguration. When Reese and Helga broke the seal and saw the scene before them, they were both utterly stunned. Reese, not gonna lie, Rowena, your sandbox looks pretty fun. Helga, what was I even feeling guilty about just now? She's literally like a god here. Upon hearing their voices, Rowena, entirely engrossed in watching her sandbox, just waved her hand, signaling Salazar not to disturb her mood. Reese was about to say something, but Helga stopped him. She concealed her presence and quietly walked over to Rowena's side, craning her neck to observe the scene in the sandbox. Because Helga had hidden her presence so well, Rowena assumed it was Salazar approaching. Without turning her head, she began explaining her creation to Salazar. I've divided this sandbox into over a dozen regions. Each region has its own lord, with lesser lords beneath them, almost identical to the outside world. One of the lords is close to unifying the entire sandbox. This sort of thing isn't unusual. When it happens, I'll reshuffle everything. Rowena spoke with great enthusiasm, clearly completely immersed in the miniature world she had built. Just as she was introducing the sandbox to Salazar, something unexpected happened. The lord she had just praised as being on the verge of unifying the sandbox was ambushed and killed by armed forces from a small nearby town while inspecting his territory. Rowena's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Interesting, interesting. So all these little figures in the sandbox have minds of their own." Helga whispered. She was starting to feel like this storyline was getting a bit ridiculous. Was Rowena orchestrating all of this herself? Yes. That's the best part. The entire sandbox, hoo. Rowena let out a strange yelp. Only when Helga spoke did she realize something was wrong. She turned her head and was so startled she nearly jumped. Helga. How? For a moment, Rowena's usually sharp mind seemed to freeze. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that her long-lost friend would suddenly appear before her. It's a very long story. Helga sighed softly, then began telling Rowena what had happened to her after she left the school. These years must have been so hard on you, Rowena. By the end of her story, Helga's emotions had once again grown complicated. Rowena looked cheerful on the surface, but at the root of it, wasn't it just because life inside the seal had been unbearably dull? For Rowena, wasn't this no different from a kind of punishment? Rowena was still in a state of shock. It took a long time before she finally processed everything, so I can say that the true culprit behind all of this is Reese. The moment he heard that, he didn't hesitate for a second and turned to leave, but in the next instant, a spell shot out and bound his ankles. He, Salazar, we need to have a little chat, Rowena's voice sounded beside his ear. Most of the sandbox near the sealed entrance was now in ruins. What had just occurred resembled an apocalyptic disaster. Violent winds, floods, and earthquakes had destroyed most of the sandbox, along with the castles, buildings, and miniature figures atop it. The few areas that hadn't been obliterated were still heavily affected. Almost none of the remaining figures were functioning normally. Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff now sat beside the wreckage. Helga had transfigured 2 stools and a small table from the dirt, and the two of them sat face to face, chatting. At the center of the table, there was a small, unremarkable puddle of water. This sandbox is just ruined now. What a shame, Helga said, looking at the wreckage of the sandbox with visible regret. It's fine. I can just make another one with some time. For Rowena, building a sandbox had become second nature. Maybe in 10 days or so, the whole thing could be up and running again. Shrinking people down and putting them into the sandbox would be so fun, we could let the students come in for training. I think I just saw a miniature fire dragon in there. Helga had realized that Rowena's sandbox wasn't just a way to kill time for herself, it might actually serve other purposes too. Rowena thought it over and realized Helga was right. This could definitely be used as a training tool for young, inexperienced witches and wizards. Although the little figures had their own behavior logic, Rowena could still take direct control over them when needed, making it perfect for student drills and trials. Can we move it outside? No problem, just best not to take it too far from the seal. The two of them excitedly began discussing future training plans. The magical world had enjoyed peace for too long, and the separation from the non-magical world had grown so vast that students had virtually no room for practical experience. Things couldn't go on like this, it might be better to toss them all into the sandbox to train their spellcasting skills. By the way, have you found a student you're satisfied with? Rowena asked casually as they chatted. No, not yet. But I've got a new idea, tell me what you think. Helga shook her head, then shared with her friend a concept she'd been working on, testing young witches and wizards for their innate control over magic. Sounds like, Rowena had only just begun to reply when the small puddle on the table rippled a few times, then quickly expanded. Rhys's face emerged from its surface. He opened his eyes, looked at the two women seated at the table, and smiled. Sorry, I think I passed out for a bit. What were you two talking about? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 302, a conversation between three old friends. We were just talking about something right up your alley, Rowena said with a smile, looking at Rhys's face floating in the puddle on the table. Her tone was as warm and familiar as if she were greeting an old friend she hadn't seen in years. As for why said friend was appearing in a small puddle on the table, and only as a face, that had nothing to do with her. Got any good ideas? Rowena repeated Helga's concern, asking Rhys to put his mind to it and see if he could come up with a solution. Rhys closed his eyes and began to think seriously. Before long, the little puddle he was in started bubbling rapidly with a stream of small bubbles. Is Salazar? He's thinking. Helga. Watching the dense trail of bubbles rise, Helga had to admit, Salazar did seem to be thinking very hard. The puddle he was in was practically boiling. After cranking his brain at full power, Rhys didn't take long to find a solution. The reason the two women had been stuck was because they had tried to visualize magical aptitude, wanting something as convenient as a crystal ball that students could simply place their hands on to reveal a measurable score. But that was just unrealistic. At the core of it, Helga simply wanted to find students in Hufflepuff House who were naturally talented at controlling magic, and then, from those children, choose her successor based on character. So all that was needed was a way to identify students with strong magical aptitude. And judging by Helga's attitude, she didn't want to make this process too public. In that case, all they needed was a good cover. And as it happened, he did have an idea. How about this? Rhys shared his thoughts with his two old friends. They could create a marble that only moved when powered by magic, then place it inside a maze box. Students would be tasked with using their magic to guide the marble through the maze. The time it took would serve as the measure. For the vast majority of students, the marble would remain stuck in place. Only a few, who were naturally gifted in mana control, would subconsciously figure out the knack to moving it. Those were the ones Rhys wanted to identify. Initially, he, Helga, and Rowena had all fallen into a dead end. But changing their perspective made things much simpler. Even if they couldn't directly measure how strong someone's aptitude was, they could simply eliminate those who clearly lacked it. After hearing Rhys's idea, Helga looked enlightened. As expected of Salazar, right to the point, a reliable solution. Rhys didn't respond, but the puddle behind his head gurgled again, sending up another stream of bubbles. Rowena didn't say much, instead, she immediately got to work building the device Rhys had described. Very soon, a beautifully crafted little wooden box was complete. At the center of the box was a small hole, and a marble sat in the upper left corner. The marble could only be moved using magic. I lowered the difficulty a bit. I didn't include a maze. Students just need to use mana flow to push the marble into the hole, that counts as passing. Rowena handed the box to Helga. Helga took the box, examined it, and quickly discovered that it was exactly as Rowena had said, only mana manipulation could make the marble move. No other method worked. Upon seeing this, she was overjoyed. With this box, she could now conduct a preliminary screening of her students. As a reward for his valuable contribution, Rhys was granted the privilege of transforming, allowing him to move from being part of the table to sitting at the table instead. You two didn't come here just to make a box, did you? Rowena looked at her two old friends, sensing they clearly had another reason for visiting. Once Helga explained how she had captured a Baku in the Forbidden Forest, Rowena couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that really the kind of person you think I am? Helga, Rhys, of course. Although her old friend's lack of trust left Rowena rather displeased, she still honestly told them that the Baku had nothing to do with her. Really? I mean, even if it was you, it wouldn't be a big deal. We just need to fix the seal. Rhys carefully chose his words and voiced his true thoughts. Yes, exactly, Helga chimed in to support him. Can't there be even a little trust between friends? Rowena slammed her fist on the table. That Baku really has nothing to do with me. Seeing her like this, Rhys could only choose to believe her, otherwise, she might find a more persuasive way to convince him. Then this situation becomes a bit troublesome, Helga said, explaining the implications behind the appearance of the Baku to Rowena. Rowena fell silent. After a while, she spoke in a low voice, a new millennium is approaching. Rhys and Helga both furrowed their brows at the same time. Rowena continued, the shadow of the world becomes active in thousand-year cycles. That might be the reason, maybe that Baku accidentally slipped through a crack from the shadow realm into the real world. Now that you mention it, the timing is about right. But we left behind a very complete sealing system back then. Rhys's brow was now tightly knit. 1,000 years have already passed, Salazar. If I truly trusted those seals that much, I wouldn't have chosen to die here, Rowena said, tapping her foot on the floor beneath them. Everything casts a shadow, and the real world is no exception. The projection of the real world in spatial dimensions was referred to by wizards in Rhys's era as the Shadow Realm. It was the place where dark creatures originated. Several thousand years ago, there had been no clear boundary between the Shadow Realm and the real world. Over time, however, a vague dividing line gradually formed. After defeating the Norse gods, Rhys and the others took the opportunity to solidify that boundary, separating the two worlds. The most immediate benefit of this was that on Halloween, hordes of the undead would no longer invade the world of the living. But nothing is absolute. Rhys and his companions had been unable to completely sever the connection between shadows and reality, so a few connection points remained, one of them located beneath the dungeons of Hogwarts. Back then, they had placed numerous seals on those connection points to prevent dark creatures from crossing into the real world. But based on what Rowena was saying, those seals might now be failing. This kind of problem wasn't supposed to happen. They had anticipated the issue and left behind self-sustaining permanent seals powered by a self-regenerating magical circuit. Thinking about this made Rhys's mood grow heavier. Relax. There haven't been any surges during Halloween in recent years, right? That means the methods we left behind are still working. Once you have time, just go inspect them, Rowena said, lightening the mood with her calm reassurance. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 303, 303, you just don't want me to come out. Indeed, judging from the current situation, the seals still seem to be in good condition. That Baku might truly have been a one-off anomaly. Rhys consoled himself with that thought, and with Helga also assuring them she would make time to check on the state of the seals, the worry in his heart finally eased. The three of them sat around the table, chatting casually. To lighten the mood, Helga even brought out some snacks and drinks, which made Rhys feel even more relaxed. Looking at the scene before her, Helga couldn't help but recall the days when they had just founded Hogwarts. After a day's hard work, the four of them would sit around a table, chatting and teasing one another. She had thought such a scene would never appear again in her lifetime, yet now, it had come to pass in another form, almost fully restored. The only pity was that the table meant to seat four was now one person short. When Helga shared what was on her mind, Rowena remained silent, but Rhys began to break out in a cold sweat. He glanced first at Rowena, then at Helga, and thought back to their reactions when he first reunited with them, and to what they did to him afterward. After some consideration, he decided that perhaps it would be better to delay the plan to find Godric. Knowing his old friend's temperaments, once Godric was found, he'd probably want to beat him up again. Not that he feared that guy, it was just that, judging from his recent experience, dealing with just Rowena and a half-involved Helga was already exhausting. If Godric got added into the mix, he wasn't sure he could handle it. That guy Godric said he was going to look for you, did you ever see him? Rowena asked, glancing at Rhys. Rhys shook his head. 1,000 years have passed. A trace of sorrow appeared on Helga's face. Though she didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was clear enough. Rhys shook his head again. The three of us are still alive, concluding that Godric has already returned to dust might be a bit too hasty. You're right. Helga nodded slightly. Maybe he's like me, accidentally stepped into a ruin and ended up being brought 1,000 years into the future by you. Rhys. He didn't think the world could be that coincidental. Why not just ask Trelawney to do a divination, did you know? The current divination professor at the school is a descendant of the Trelawney family. Rowena looked up, and Helga's eyes widened in surprise. All three of them had personally experienced the Trelawney family's skill in divination. They knew that this family really did have genuine talent. I never heard of that. Helga exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. She's really from the Trelawney family? Rowena. I thought you were a professor. How have classes already started and you still don't recognize your colleagues? Rowena found the situation rather ridiculous. She's been staying in the West Tower the whole time, keeping herself secluded to avoid contaminating her inner eye, Reese explained on Professor Trelawney's behalf. Oh, that makes sense. Helga slapped her thigh in realization and immediately declared that she'd go visit the seer at the West Tower sometime soon. Rowena agreed wholeheartedly. A descendant of the Trelawney family was indeed worth a proper visit. Meanwhile, Trelawney herself had no idea that, just like that, she'd gained two highly devoted believers inside the castle. Seeing that the two were placing far too much faith in Trelawney, Reese quickly poured some cold water on their excitement. But this Trelawney isn't as consistent as her ancestors. Most of the time she's bluffing or tricking people. Helga and Rowena exchanged a glance. Exactly, they both thought. That was the classic Trelawney flavor. Judging by the effects of her curse, this descendant clearly had very pure blood. Public trust in Sybil Trelawney had always followed a spiral curve. Those who knew nothing about divination were easily fooled by her, those with some knowledge often thought she was a fraud. But once someone studied divination as deeply as Helga and Rowena had, they would end up believing in her once again. Misled by the Trelawney family's generational curse, it would be difficult for Helga and Rowena to see Trelawney's true level with clarity. Rye. Seeing the expressions on his two old friends' faces, Reese understood that not a single word of what he'd said had gone in. He could only smile helplessly. Once Helga experienced it for herself, she'd come to believe him. After chatting for a while longer and realizing it was getting late, Reese and Helga left the sealed chamber together. Just before leaving, Helga clutched Rowena's hand, teary-eyed, and promised she'd come back to visit in a few days and keep her company. You don't necessarily have to come down here to see me. Why don't you all figure out a way to let me out instead? Rowena suggested. She figured it was better to teach people to fish than to hand them fish. Why not just find a way to release her from the seal? That way, they could see each other every day. Helga instantly went quiet. After a long pause, she replied like a broken record, Rowena, just stay safe in the seal. I'll definitely come visit you in a few days. By then, I'll see if I can figure out how to make food that even ghosts can taste. Rowena. So you just don't want me to come out, do you? Helga, how could that be? You're my best friend. It pains me to see you stuck down here. But the seal is a critical place, a matter of utmost importance. It needs to be guarded by a wise and powerful witch. Who else could be more suitable than you? After waving goodbye to Rowena, Helga quickly dragged Reese out of the sealed chamber. Once they stepped outside, she let out a long sigh of relief. Rowena being stuck in the seal might look pitiful, but if that woman, already on the verge of madness from boredom, were to be released, then she and Salazar would be the pitiful ones. Maybe even Headmaster Dumbledore would be dragged into it. But as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and Dumbledore might not actually be able to clean up the mess Rowena would make if she got out. After leaving the dungeons, Reese and Helga parted ways. Reese headed toward his house's common room, while Helga made a beeline for the West Tower. The moment Reese entered the Slytherin common room, he spotted Daphne sitting in a corner. At the moment, the girl was slumped in an armchair, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking exactly like a salted fish stranded on the shore. Reese couldn't help but grow curious. What on earth could have made this lively, fire dragon-like little girl look so deflated? Upon closer inspection, Reese discovered the answer. She was working on the homework assigned by the professors, and judging by the look of it, it was the defense against the dark arts assignment Helga had given. His footsteps didn't snap Daphne out of her daze. It wasn't until Reese sat down beside her that she realized who had arrived. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 304, 304, Helga meets Trelawney. Reese, save me. The moment Daphne realized it was Reese who had sat down beside her, she didn't hesitate at all. She immediately reached out for help. Reese usually disliked helping kids with their homework. But after glancing at the mess of papers on the table and spotting 2 divination assignments among them, his heart softened. While he had been warmly catching up with old friends, she had been diligently helping him with his homework. How could he not lend a hand to such a devoted student? What's the problem? Reese asked, curious about what had her so stuck. What spell was Professor White using in class? I've checked so many books and still couldn't find it. Have you seen anything about it in the letters from ancient wizards? Reese thought for a moment, then explained the effects of the spell and how to counter it. What a terrifying curse. Daphne gasped. Is this what ancient wizarding war magic was like? Reese nodded. Back in their time, magic truly had been more brutal. Many spells were designed to cause as much large-scale harm as possible. With Reese's help, Daphne's confusion was cleared up instantly. Now that the obstacle was out of the way, she dove back into her homework with renewed enthusiasm. While Reese was helping a student with homework, Helga arrived at the West Tower. After climbing the ladder, Helga entered the divination classroom and found that, although class wasn't currently in session, a few young girls were still gathered around Professor Trelawney, watching her perform a reading. Welcome, sage who does not belong to this era. The moment she saw Helga's face clearly, Trelawney felt a jolt in her heart. But her expression didn't betray a thing, she simply greeted Helga with that misty, ethereal tone of hers. Seeing Professor White arrive, the girls present grew visibly excited. They were eager to witness the conversation between Professor Trelawney and Professor White. But for the sake of preserving her own image, Trelawney found an excuse to usher them out. After all, if she were to get verbally destroyed by this ancient witch in front of students, her reputation would be in shambles. Oh. We have lingered too long in the veil of fog that conceals the future, and thus our eyes have been clouded by confusion. Miss Lavender, Miss Parvati, if you do not leave now, you may be late. You'll have to redouble your efforts to catch up. Prompted by Professor Trelawney's words, the girls suddenly realized they had dawdled in the divination classroom for far too long. Class was about to begin. The girls quickly scrambled up from their cushions and hurried out of the room. Please, have a seat. Once they were gone, Trelawney politely gestured for Helga Hufflepuff to sit. Helga chose a ginger-colored cushion and sat down, only to notice a school bag lying beside it, probably left behind by one of the girls earlier. She casually set the bag aside and turned her attention to studying the woman in front of her, Sybil Trelawney. Right now, Helga didn't have any particularly strong impression of the divination professor, other than that she wore a lot of accessories. While Helga was observing Trelawney, Trelawney was also observing Helga. After a few cautious moments of thought, Trelawney finally spoke. Even with the inner eye, I am still unable to part the veil of worldly confusion. Facing Helga seated across from her, Trelawney launched into a long string of mysterious and cryptic phrases. Condensed down, all her flowery words essentially meant, why have you come to see me? I once met your ancestor, she left a deep impression on me. That's why I've come. I wanted to meet the descendant of that great seer, Helga stated her purpose directly. Upon learning that the woman before her had known her ancestor, Trelawney felt both joy and unease, pleased by White's praise, but also worried her own abilities, or lack thereof, might be exposed. The blood of the Trelawney family carries the gift of divination, she replied, falling back on some vague but technically true platitudes. And it also carries the curse, Helga added, her expression tinged with regret. Could you do a reading for me? With great pleasure. At this point, there was no way Professor Trelawney could refuse. After thinking it over, she went to the shelf at the edge of the classroom and retrieved a crystal ball, preparing to conduct a crystal ball reading. She first fixed the ball in place on the table, then took out a brazier and began adding various herbs to it. Seeing Professor Trelawney begin the ritual, Helga's eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered that the Trelawney ancestor she had once met had used this very method to begin a crystal ball reading. And she remembered the herbal formula used by that seer perfectly. With warm enthusiasm, Helga drew her wand and summoned all the herbs needed for a proper crystal ball divination. For a few of the rarer ingredients, which were no longer commonly found in the modern magical world, she even dipped into her personal stash. Trelawney. She stared wide-eyed at the mixture of herbs now settling into the brazier, completely baffled. After placing the herbs into the basin, Helga said with a note of regret, dragon's blood fern and soulguard leaf are hard to come by these days, good thing I still had a bit in reserve. Without them, the clarity of the crystal ball reading would likely be greatly diminished, wouldn't it? Trelawney suddenly understood, these herbs summoned by Professor White were meant to enhance the crystal ball divination. And considering she had met the seer herself, that meant. This herbal blend must be the very recipe used by my prophetic ancestor to aid in scrying. Trelawney couldn't sit still. She, a descendant of the seer, had inherited little more than the surname, and certainly knew nothing about any herbal formulas. And now, by some twist of fate, the wisdom of her ancestor had come right to her doorstep. If it were up to her, she would have kicked Professor White out of the divination classroom on the spot and studied every single herb in that basin thoroughly, but she couldn't do that. Trelawney had no choice but to suppress her excitement, replying in a slightly trembling voice, yes, without those two herbs, clearing the obstacles clouding the inner eye becomes much more difficult. Thank you, Professor White. While chanting softly under her breath, she didn't let her hands rest. Professor Trelawney quickly stirred the herbs in the brazier, desperately trying to memorize the names of the herbs she recognized, and doing her best to imprint the appearance of the ones she didn't. Once she felt she had memorized them well enough, Professor Trelawney straightened up, lit the herbs in the brazier, and guided the rising smoke into the crystal ball. According to the textbook method, the next step was to interpret the shapes in the mist within the crystal ball and give a reading based on them. But for some reason, perhaps because she had accidentally inhaled too much of the smoke, Trelawney suddenly felt her head spinning. Oh no, was her final thought before losing consciousness. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 305, 305, Voldemort doesn't sound like anything special. What surprised Helga was that not even 5 minutes after she'd sent the message, Dumbledore pushed open the door to her office. Professor White, I heard our Professor Trelawney has made a rather fascinating prophecy. Dumbledore's expression was as calm as ever, but the speed at which he had arrived already spoke volumes. Yes. Helga described everything she had just witnessed in the West Tower. Do you have time now? I'd like to discuss this with you in the headmaster's office, what do you think? After hearing her account, Dumbledore decided to bring her to the headmaster's office so they could use the pensieve to revisit the memory scene together. Of course, if Professor White preferred not to come, Dumbledore was also willing to simply extract the memory from her. The pensieve was a rare magical artifact that allowed wizards to extract memories from their minds and place them in a basin to re-experience past events as if they were happening again. Normally, such a deeply personal magical item would be buried alongside its owner, just like a wand, but the Hogwarts pensieve was an exception. Ever since it had been unearthed by the founders of Hogwarts, it had been passed down from one generation to the next alongside the Sorting Hat, considered one of the school's most precious heirlooms. Yes, the pensieve in the headmaster's office had been dug up from the ground by Salazar and the others when they built Hogwarts. Helga had originally intended to simply hand over her memory after finishing her account, but upon hearing Dumbledore's invitation, she immediately changed her mind. After all, what founder could resist the temptation of visiting the headmaster's office 1,000 years into the future? Back in their time, the headmaster's office was more like a storage room. The founders would pile up magical artifacts they'd acquired by chance, items they found no personal use for but were too bulky to keep in their personal spaces, such as the pensieve. Normally, each of them preferred to work in their own offices. Once, Godric had gotten drunk and spent the night in the headmaster's office, only to be respectfully addressed as headmaster by the other three, led, of course, by Salazar, the next morning. Ever since then, Godric refused to spend another night in the headmaster's office, even if students had to carry him back to his own quarters. With such a precedent, the others naturally kept their distance from the room as well. No one wanted to suffer the same fate as Gryffindor, much to Godric's lasting frustration. Working in the headmaster's office is a privilege. Why won't any of you stay here? I wonder what the headmaster's office looks like now. That thought, once it arose, quickly spread like wildfire in Helga's heart. Without hesitation, she accepted Dumbledore's invitation. However, she was also a bit puzzled. Why would Dumbledore care so much about an ordinary dark wizard? Professor Dumbledore, you seem to care a great deal about this Voldemort. On their way to the headmaster's office, she couldn't help but ask the question. Hearing this, Dumbledore glanced at her, then slowly began recounting the story of Voldemort. Professor White, you didn't live through that era, so you can't understand how terrifying he truly was. About 20 years ago, he gathered a group of witches and wizards and named them the Death Eaters. Among them, some supported Voldemort's desire to rule over Muggles and Muggle-borns, some sought power from him, and others simply followed him out of fear. In Voldemort's eyes, the Death Eaters were neither friends nor family, only servants. They freely used the unforgivable curses, killed indiscriminately, and took pleasure in tormenting others. The entire wizarding world was shrouded in his shadow. Helga Hufflepuff nodded. Judging by his behavior, he certainly sounded like a textbook dark wizard, but was there anything truly exceptional about him? Was it his unusually cruel methods? During the Wizarding War, he recruited a great number of werewolves and giants to fight for him. Some suspect that goblins were also involved, though there is no conclusive proof. That alone was terrifying, Dumbledore continued, elaborating on Voldemort's horrors for Professor White. Helga. It still didn't seem all that special to her. Hundreds of wizards died because of him. The entire magical community in Britain lived in constant fear. Dumbledore concluded his introduction to Voldemort. He hoped that through this explanation, Professor White would fully understand how dangerous Voldemort was and begin to treat him as a serious threat. So his influence is limited to Britain. Dumbledore nodded again. Voldemort's reach abroad was relatively weak, and most of his Death Eaters were wizards born on the British Isles. Helga, that's... She didn't know what to say. Well then, killing over 100 people with his followers is indeed quite excessive. Was that his total body count over a lifetime, or just during a particular period? Dumbledore. What do you mean by that? Helga Hufflepuff didn't mean anything else by it, she just genuinely felt that Voldemort didn't seem all that impressive. A dark wizard with limited influence who fell in such an abstract way, she couldn't understand why Headmaster Dumbledore was so concerned about him. The two of them arrived together at the 7th floor of the castle, stopping in front of an enormous, hideous stone gargoyle. Chilled grape juice. Dumbledore spoke the password, and the gargoyle immediately sprang to life, leaping aside. The wall behind it split open, revealing a spiraling staircase slowly rising upward. As they stepped onto it, the staircase carried them up automatically, bringing them to a gleaming oak door. Not having to climb stairs is really wonderful, Helga said from the heart. The other staircases in the castle were nowhere near this convenient, and standing on this one, she suddenly had the urge to turn every staircase in the school into an escalator. "Consider it a little perk for us old bones," Dumbledore said with a wink. Even with an urgent matter at hand, he didn't forget to slip in a bit of humor. He stepped off the spiral staircase, gave a slight tug on the brass knocker shaped like a griffin on the door, and the door silently swung open, revealing the spacious and beautiful headmaster's office behind it. On the desk were many peculiar silver instruments, all spinning continuously and occasionally puffing out little clouds of smoke. The wall directly facing the door was covered with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, each of them snoozing in their respective frames. What drew Helga Hufflepuff's attention the most was the shabby, wrinkled sorting hat sitting on a shelf. She raised an eyebrow at the filthy hat. She had wanted to ask this during the sorting ceremony already, had this hat never been washed. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 306, Cleaning the Hat. What's wrong? Seeing Professor White staring intently at the sorting hat, Dumbledore felt a bit uneasy, unsure of what she was planning. "This hat, do you lot never wash it?" Professor White's question caught Dumbledore completely off guard. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. As far as he knew, the sorting hat didn't require cleaning. Helga Hufflepuff walked straight up to the hat and picked it up in one swift motion. "Dumbledore." Before he could react, Professor White drew her wand and cast a scouring charm on the sorting hat. Watching Professor White handle the sorting hat like that, Dumbledore felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. What if she damaged it? How would future students be sorted then? But Hufflepuff hadn't thought that far. First of all, she was very skilled in household magic and was absolutely confident she could remove centuries of grime without harming the hat itself. Secondly, even if something did go wrong, she was sure she could fix it, and if not, she'd just call Salazar and Rowena to fix it with her. She picked up the hat and, with a few quick spells, had it cleaned spotlessly in no time. Sorting hat, what's going on? Most of the time, the sorting hat was in a dormant state, but today it was suddenly awakened. It sensed a familiar yet strange aura. The sorting hat squirmed in confusion, feeling an oddish, like it had just shed a layer of skin. It was as if someone had dragged it into a bathhouse and given it a thorough scrubbing. It tried to reach out with its senses, and then froze completely. It seemed to have just spotted someone utterly extraordinary. Helga Hufflepuff placed the now clean hat on her head and began speaking with it. "Long time no see, Godric's hat. Ah. It really is you, Lady Hufflepuff. I go by Smith White now, don't forget it, and don't say anything you shouldn't." "Why yes. Understood. Did you know, Sir Slytherin? I've already seen him." After a brief conversation with the intelligent hat, Hufflepuff took it off her head. Dumbledore, moving with a swiftness unbefitting his age, rushed over, took the sorting hat from her hands, and began carefully inspecting it. He examined the hat inside and out, and only when he found nothing amiss did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Professor White, that was far too reckless of you," he said in a mildly reproachful tone. "This hat is a relic of the four founders, imbued with their wisdom. If it were ever damaged, the consequences would be irreparable. We would lose the standards by which the founders sorted new students." Hufflepuff. The way he said that, something felt off. Besides, she had a feeling that her old friends weren't exactly satisfied with how their respective houses were being sorted these days. At the very least, Salazar was extremely dissatisfied. "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore," Hufflepuff said kindly. "A hat infused with the founder's wisdom wouldn't be damaged by a simple cleaning charm. If you don't believe me, just ask the sorting hat and see what it says." Dumbledore looked down at the now refreshed sorting hat, which showed no signs of protest. Since the hat itself had no objections, he couldn't say anything more and simply placed it back on the shelf. Once back on its familiar perch, the sorting hat's taut nerves finally relaxed. It muttered silently to itself, "Why are all these people coming back? First it was Salazar a few years ago, and now Helga. Professor Dumbledore, do you think if the founders were alive today, their sorting standards would still be the same as they were 1,000 years ago?" This question made Dumbledore wary once again. It wasn't something he could answer easily, because, in his opinion, he didn't have the right to. "I get the feeling that if Salazar saw the current state of Slytherin House, he'd probably be very disappointed." Seeing that Dumbledore remained silent, Hufflepuff simply continued speaking on her own. Dumbledore continued to stay quiet. "I'm not saying this to provoke anything," Hufflepuff said sincerely. "I just want to tell you, don't fear change. Sometimes, injecting new ideas into the hat is a good thing." Dumbledore nodded outwardly, but deep down, he didn't agree with Professor White's words. The older one gets, the more conservative they become. Dumbledore no longer had the energy to make such changes. After all, he was already 111 or 12 years old. At that age, even waking up from a nap wasn't guaranteed, let alone having the energy to imbue the sorting hat with new ideas. But there was still one thing he had to do before he returned to the Earth: destroy Voldemort, the demon born from his own hands. We'll talk about the Sorting Hat later. For now, let's take a look at Professor Trelawney's prophecy. I have a feeling I might need to give her a raise, Dumbledore said as he led Hufflepuff to a cabinet. He opened the cabinet, and a silvery light shimmered into view. Dumbledore pulled out a shallow stone basin and placed it on his desk. Hufflepuff recognized it at a glance. It was the pensieve she had excavated all those years ago. At the moment, the pensieve was filled with a substance that looked like both liquid and gas, radiating a bright silvery glow. These were the accumulated memories of headmasters through the ages. Back in their time, since the founders had the ability to directly project scenes from their memories, they had little use for the pensieve. She hadn't expected that 1,000 years later, the basin would be nearly full. These are priceless treasures, Helga said, feeling a sudden urge to dip her wand in and stir the basin. Who knows, maybe she could glimpse memories of headmasters from hundreds, even nearly 1,000 years ago. Indeed, Dumbledore was just about to explain how the pensieve worked to Professor White, but then he saw her use her wand to extract a strand of her memory and place it into the basin. Seeing that she already knew how to use the pensieve, Dumbledore said nothing more and simply leaned in with her. In the next moment, the two of them appeared inside the divination classroom in the West Tower, where Trelawney was conversing with Hufflepuff from half an hour earlier. The two found a cushion and sat down together, watching as Professor Trelawney entered a trance amidst the herbal smoke and delivered a prophecy concerning the Dark Lord. As Lavender burst into the classroom and interrupted Trelawney's prophecy, the memory came to an abrupt end, and the two of them returned to Dumbledore's office. I was wrong, I should give both of you a raise, Dumbledore said, trying to lighten the heavy mood with a small joke after witnessing Trelawney's prophecy. But Hufflepuff immediately pulled the original contract from her robes. Wonderful, then shall we discuss how much it should be raised? Dumbledore. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 307, 307, Helga's gonna use dark magic on students. In the end, he silently increased Professor White's salary by 5 galleons. It might not seem like much, but percentage-wise, it was a 5% raise, over the course of a year, that meant an extra 60 galleons, which Hufflepuff was quite satisfied with. Dumbledore paid the price for his mouth. But looking at it from another angle, hiring someone at a founder's level to work for you for a whole year for less than 2,000 galleons. That was a deal of a lifetime. If an organization like the Secret Society had the means, they'd sell everything they owned to secure even a 50-year contract. In other words, Dumbledore should count himself lucky to even be able to pay that sum. There were plenty of people out there who'd throw money at the opportunity and still find no way in. With Professor White's demands settled, Dumbledore began seriously contemplating the contents of the prophecy. The first half of the prophecy was fairly encouraging. Voldemort was currently in a dire state, abandoned and betrayed. But the latter part was far more troubling. It implied that he would return, and this time, he would be stronger than before. Dumbledore had mentally prepared for Voldemort's return, so the key takeaway from the prophecy lay in the change in Voldemort's identity and the thread that seemed to guide him, perhaps hinting at something deeper. With his intellect, it didn't take Dumbledore long to figure it out. As of this moment, Voldemort had most likely already escaped his predicament, but he had paid a price for it. He had become a puppet of another organization. Calling him a puppet might have been a bit of an exaggeration, but saying he had fallen from boss to employee was quite accurate. With that in mind, the prophecy's content suggested that a certain scheming organization had already revived, or was attempting to revive, Voldemort, planning to use him to carry out some unspeakable agenda. Dumbledore recalled the organization he had encountered before, one known as the Secret Society. His brow furrowed. The feeling was truly dreadful. He had once believed Voldemort was the only enemy, but now it seemed Voldemort was merely the beginning, and his own time was running short. A faint sense of urgency rose in Dumbledore's heart. Standing nearby, Helga keenly noticed Dumbledore's shift in mood, and seized the opportunity to propose a further loosening of restrictions on the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. Helga had long been dissatisfied with the way Defense Against the Dark Arts was currently taught. How could students defend themselves against dark magic if they had never seen it? If they didn't even understand dark magic, how were they supposed to defend against it? That's why she believed that in order to defend against dark magic, you needed to understand it, and understand it better than the dark wizards themselves. Unfortunately, mainstream thought in the modern magical world was in mild conflict with her beliefs, making it difficult for her to push forward in her work. But now, Dumbledore's shift in attitude gave her an opening. At this very moment, thanks to Professor White's timely suggestion, a small crack appeared in Dumbledore's mental defenses. He began to seriously consider Professor White's suggestion, and soon realized it might be the best course of action. While he still had a few years left, he could train a golden generation, capable of standing on their own to face the upcoming challenges, beginning with Voldemort. And with himself around, he could also keep a close watch on Professor White's lessons to ensure she didn't go overboard. So he approved Professor White's request and agreed to loosen restrictions on the teaching of Defense Against the Dark Arts. However, he only allowed most dark curses to be taught in theory. Students were still forbidden from casting them in practice. Otherwise, it would be no different from large-scale dark magic instruction. Helga blinked and asked, "Then can I use dark magic on the students?" A question mark slowly formed on Dumbledore's forehead. "Professor White, do you hear yourself?" Seeing that there may have been a misunderstanding, Helga quickly explained that she only wanted to show the students what dark magic looked like. She absolutely wouldn't harm them, nor was she trying to use class time as an excuse to abuse dark magic for fun. Dumbledore found her reasoning acceptable, so he allowed it, as long as it didn't cause any physical or psychological harm to the students. With his approval, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Helga's lips. This was just wonderful. Once all the serious business was wrapped up, Helga began observing the headmaster's office with interest. Then, her gaze fell on the phoenix perched on a sycamore branch behind the door. "His name is Fawkes. He's a friend of mine," Dumbledore introduced his phoenix. "Such a rare magical creature, I'm surprised you actually gained a phoenix's recognition," Helga exclaimed in amazement. Phoenixes were incredibly powerful magical beasts, and almost no wizard had ever been able to tame one. Or rather, the moment someone used the word tame, they would forever lose the chance to win a phoenix's trust. Only those who genuinely regarded the phoenix as a friend and partner stood the slightest chance of being acknowledged by one. Dumbledore didn't respond, but the sparkle of joy in his eyes made it clear that he truly took pride in it. Helga took 2 steps toward Fawkes. The scarlet gold bird, which had been resting with its head tucked under its wing, instantly roused and stared at her with a blazing gaze. Dumbledore smiled. "Looks like you haven't earned its trust yet. Though your situation's still considered good, whenever Fawkes sees Mr. Ollivander, he lets out an ear-piercing cry. The wand maker Ollivander only used 3 magical substances as wand cores. Unicorn tail hair and dragon heartstring were manageable, but phoenix feather, that could only be supplied by Dumbledore, which often led to spats between him and Fawkes." As she looked at the phoenix before her, Helga was suddenly reminded of her old friend, Salazar. His method of achieving immortality bore a strange resemblance to the phoenix's rebirth, only stretched out across an impossibly long time span. After a phoenix is reborn through fire, is it still the same phoenix, or a new one carrying the old one's memories? She couldn't help but ask. Dumbledore took a moment to seriously ponder the question, then told Helga that he believed Fawkes was still Fawkes after each rebirth. As long as the memories are carried over and the emotions are preserved, then it's still the same phoenix, isn't it? I believe the core of both humans and creatures is the soul. The vessel of the soul isn't nearly as important. And the soul itself is made up of countless fragments of memory. Helga agreed with Dumbledore's view. Before leaving the headmaster's office, she glanced around once more at the portraits left behind by past headmasters, but none were of anyone she recognized. That was to be expected. Not every headmaster chose to leave behind a portrait, especially in the early days of the school's founding. Many successors had followed the founder's example, leaving no portraits or statues behind. The so-called portraits and statues of the founders currently in Hogwarts were all created by later generations based on legendary descriptions of their appearance, and they bore little resemblance to how they actually looked. "See your headmaster among them?" Dumbledore asked casually. "I told you, I never studied at Hogwarts," Helga replied, and with that, she walked straight out of the headmaster's office. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 308, 308, How dare you use my own spells against me? Helga. While Helga Hufflepuff was showing Dumbledore her memory in the headmaster's office, Reese also received a letter from her. He skimmed the beginning and quickly lost interest. What was the point of paying attention to a prophecy about the Dark Lord Voldemort? He had originally assumed that such a notorious dark wizard must be extraordinary, but after actually confronting him, Reese had been thoroughly disappointed. The man's strength didn't seem to match his reputation at all. So, he could no longer hold Reese's interest. Besides, judging from the content of the prophecy, it was simply the Order of the Secret Society planning to use Voldemort as a pawn against Hogwarts. When the time came, they would deal with it as it came. If the enemy advanced, they'd block. If the water rose, they'd build a dam. Folding the letter, he tucked it into his robe and turned his gaze toward Daphne, who was seated nearby studying the Infinite Swelling Curse. The Infinite Swelling Curse was the dark spell Helga had demonstrated last class using a rat. It was derived from the Infinite Poison Mist curse Reese had invented, though it was a weakened version. In Reese's opinion, Helga's spell was laughably weak and easy to counter. All one had to do was cast a petrification curse on the afflicted person and wait calmly for the effect to wear off. Aside from using petrification on oneself, taking a specially brewed potion could also dispel the curse. In fact, even the higher-tier Infinite Poison Mist curse could be resolved this way. However, the potion recipe to counter it had likely been lost. Aren't you nervous? Next class, Professor White is going to have students receive her curse, Daphne asked, noticing Reese had been idly lounging for quite a while. Not nervous, Reese shook his head. And you don't need to be either, because she's definitely going to use me as the test subject. Daphne. Why? She didn't understand why Reese was so certain. After all, since he deliberately kept a low profile, her reputation was actually a bit greater than his. If the professor needed a student as a test subject, logically speaking, she should be the one chosen, right? Reese's certainty, of course, stemmed from his trust in an old friend. It was just like how, when Snape announced in potions class that a student would be testing a potion next time, it was practically a guarantee that either Harry or Ron would be the one picked. Please. He didn't believe for a second that Helga Hufflepuff could resist the temptation of casting a dark curse on him. If she could, he'd change his last name to Gryffindor on the spot. Besides, using dark magic on a student was definitely a taboo act. Using him as a demonstration was clearly the safest option. No reason. Believe it or not, we can bet on it, Reese said, patting his stomach. When he glanced at the clock and saw that it was time for afternoon tea, he was immediately tempted to head down to the kitchens for some dessert. The moment she heard bet, Daphne's eyes lit up. She figured, there were so many people in class, the odds of Reese being picked were tiny. Even if you considered reputation, she was more likely to be chosen. So wasn't this a guaranteed win for her? Besides, Reese was the one who rescued Professor White from the ruins. There had to be some bond between them, right? No way he'd be picked to get hexed. What's the wager? She asked eagerly. Reese. Someone actually walked up and volunteered to take the bait. Reese rolled his eyes and said, how about this, if I get picked, you'll be responsible for doing my homework from now on without whining. If I don't get picked, you won't have to help me with it anymore. Daphne's eyes immediately lit up. Although this wager sounded ridiculous, like Reese was just mooching off her labor, it was actually tied to a previous agreement. Reese tutored Daphne, and in exchange, she helped him with certain subjects' homework. Now, if she won the bet, it'd be a massive win. She'd still get Reese's tutoring without having to do his homework. All right, deal. Daphne agreed at once. Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck her, she quickly added, but you have to promise not to go to Professor White and volunteer yourself as the test subject. Reese gave her a look and assured her he definitely wouldn't ask Professor White to curse him on purpose. You haven't already arranged it with her beforehand, have you? Of course not. Reese rolled his eyes. This girl was getting smarter. Too bad, you're still too naive. He didn't need to arrange anything in advance. Everything came down to the trust between him and Professor White. I promise you, I won't use any tricks to increase my chances of being picked as the test subject. With Reese's assurance, Daphne finally relaxed and began looking forward to the next day's defense against the dark arts class. The next day, Daphne excitedly dragged Reese to the classroom and chose a discreet corner seat. Reese silently prepared himself. Professor White, as usual, arrived early. All right, hand in your homework first. She began collecting the students' assignments as she stood by the classroom door, reviewing them while collecting. By the time the class bell rang, Helga had already finished grading all the homework. With a flick of her wand, the assignments flew back to their respective owners, but Reese and Daphne's essays were held back. Mr. Lint, did you write this essay yourself? Helga held up the parchment bearing Reese's name and called him out. Daphne. She was sure she had changed the handwriting. How was it still exposed? Yes, I wrote it, Reese said calmly, without the slightest hint of shame. Helga Hufflepuff stares. Reese, completely unfazed. Honestly, even if it were a Gryffindor who turned this in today, I'd still claim I wrote it. Students writing essays and teachers signing their names is pretty standard procedure, isn't it? Helga suddenly realized that she really had no way of dealing with this shameless old man Salazar. She was confident that even if she questioned him on the essay's contents, he'd be able to answer fluently. After all, it was his own magic invention. Her gaze shifted to Daphne, whose face had gone pale. Helga silently cursed Salazar for bullying a little girl into writing his homework at his age. How shameless. But that was fine, she had another method to deal with this old snake. Very well then, Mr. Lint, please come up to the podium. As I mentioned last class, I would be selecting one student to attempt to resist my curse. Congratulations, you've been chosen. Daphne's breath hitched, and she nearly fainted on the spot. It was over. Completely over. Her workload was about to double. Reese glanced at Helga. Helga, aren't you overdoing it? You actually dare use a curse I invented against me. Under the watchful eyes of the class, he walked calmly up to the podium. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 309, 309, for the sake of teaching, I'll use Avada Kedavra on you. Reese Lint being called up to the podium didn't come as a surprise to most of the students. Who told him to talk back to Professor White? As for whether that essay was actually written by Reese himself, the students of Slytherin House had been around him long enough to know better. They had eyes, after all. This development even made people like Malfoy quite pleased. If he couldn't deal with Reese himself, surely Professor White could. Go, Professor White. As for that set of golden goblets his family bought. Malfoy had received a reply from his father and was currently in the middle of a dispute with Mr. Borgin. The two sides were locked in argument. Mr. Borgin told Lucius that he had indeed acquired the goblets from Madam White, and that her identity is a centuries old, which actually made the set even more credible. Lucius, however, questioned their authenticity and suspected that Madam White had forged them. He wanted to return the goblets. By rights, once Lucius had bought the antiques, he shouldn't have kept pursuing the matter, but he was a Malfoy. If Borgin wanted to stay in business, he'd have to compromise. So most likely, the final outcome would be that Borgin refunded part of the money, and Lucius kept the goblets. If they were authentic, it'd be a huge win. If not, the loss wouldn't be too great. Reese stood calmly at the podium, facing Helga. "I'm ready, Professor White." Seeing that Salazar still had the cheek to crack jokes, Helga said nothing more and directly cast the infinite expansion curse on him. Reese just stood there, completely still. Although his body didn't move on the outside, his internal organs, blood, and muscles were constantly in motion, so gradually, his body began to swell like a balloon. Helga watched coldly from the side. She knew perfectly well that Salazar definitely knew the counter-curse. Calling him up was merely to provide a demonstration for the students, and to help little Daphne vent her frustration a bit. But to her surprise, Reese didn't do anything. He simply stood there and allowed his body to bloat larger and larger. Helga Hufflepuff. Why aren't you lifting the curse? Now she was the one in an awkward position on the platform. She couldn't very well let Salazar keep inflating, could she? Never mind the old snake's well-being, the main concern was not scaring the children. The sight of a balloon bursting would be horrifying. Finally, when the skin on Reese's body had turned pale and even the blood vessels beneath were clearly visible, Helga was forced to step in. She ended the swelling with a petrification charm, then fed him a bit of shrinking potion to speed up his return to normal. "Class, this is the correct way to handle the infinite expansion curse." Helga decided to carry on with the lesson plan, regardless of what the old snake was plotting. Outside the classroom window, Reese had conjured a small platform with magic and was now comfortably stretching on it. Knowing full well that Helga intended to experiment with all sorts of curses on him, showing up in person had been a bit foolish. Yeah. The Reese being tossed around in the classroom by Hufflepuff was actually just a decoy. Perched outside the window, Reese narrowed his eyes. He decided he'd teach Helga a lesson shortly. After finishing her explanation of the infinite expansion curse, its principles and how to counter it, Helga tested several more dark curses on Reese. Once those spells had all been demonstrated, and she was about to let Reese return to his seat, the real Reese, outside the window, suddenly made the classroom's decoy Reese speak. "Professor White, how about we demonstrate the unforgivable curses next?" Helga. What was that old snake up to? Why was he volunteering for more punishment? The moment the term unforgivable curses was uttered, the young witches and wizards in the room all perked up. Most of them had heard of the 3 infamous curses, but few had ever witnessed them cast in person. So, upon hearing Reese's suggestion, everyone straightened up, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing the students so eager, Helga didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. She simply went along with Reese's suggestion. But before Helga could even raise her wand, Reese spoke again. "Professor, for better teaching results, may I cast the killing curse on you?" All the students. Starting off with something that extreme. This was way too exciting. Reese continued, "After all, when cast by a little wizard like me, the killing curse would at most give a powerful witch like you a nosebleed, wouldn't it? A perfect chance for everyone to broaden their horizons." Helga laughed, so that's what this old snake was waiting for. He wasn't wrong. When cast by average young wizards, the killing curse usually lacked fatal effect. But Salazar was clearly no average young wizard. If he cast the killing curse, its power would be formidable, enough to give her real trouble. But did he truly think a single, ordinary killing curse could deal with her? Of course, no problem. "Go ahead, I'm ready," Helga readily agreed to his request. Backing down now would be a disgrace. A teacher who subjects her students to spell experiments can't flinch when it's her turn to take a hit. The two stood face to face on the platform. Reese raised his wand, and the young witches and wizards below held their breath in suspense. Avada Kedavra. The entire classroom was bathed in a ghastly green light. Professor White's body was flung high into the air and hurled across to the other side of the classroom, landing heavily with a dull thud. At the same moment, Helga's head emerged from the castle's outer wall, right across from where Reese sat on his platform. The two locked eyes in silence. Clearly, she had made the same choice as Reese, using a substitute body to take the brunt of an old friend's curse. Pfft. A wise decision, Professor White. You as well, Mr. Lint. Heh. You should get back, otherwise the students inside are going to have a meltdown. Helga, yeah. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly before she silently withdrew her body back into the castle wall. Inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, chaos was already starting to brew. The students had all stood up, craning their necks toward where Professor White had fallen, desperate to know her current condition. That sound just now, it definitely didn't sound like someone who'd only gotten a nosebleed. At that moment, that Professor White on the ground suddenly turned into a heap of yellow clay, and another Professor White emerged from beneath the podium. "Don't worry, your Professor White is completely unharmed." With just that one sentence, she managed to calm the young witches and wizards in the classroom. A cautious wizard will never expose their true body to danger. Everyone, write that down in your notebooks. Helga began making up for her earlier misstep. Meanwhile, outside the window, Reese's attention was drawn by the silhouette of an unexpected visitor. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 310, Serious Story. What Reese noticed was a filthy, mangy black dog. It looked no different from a stray, and if Reese hadn't seen it back on Privet Drive, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual about it from this distance. There are no two identical leaves in the world, and naturally, no two identical black dogs. From Privet Drive all the way to Hogwarts. Claiming that there was nothing suspicious about this would be an insult to Reese's intelligence. And considering the prior incident with the Dementors, his finely tuned instincts were immediately triggered. He leapt straight off the platform outside the window, gliding toward the black dog like a massive black bird. Sirius Black was utterly exhausted. For the past month, he had been constantly on the move, almost without sleep or rest. When hungry, he'd catch small animals or sneak into Muggle communities to steal food or rummage through garbage bins. When thirsty, he'd drink from rivers or irrigation ditches. Transformed into a black dog, he had inherited a canine's strong immune system, so he had managed to avoid illness. At last, not long after the start of term, Sirius arrived at Hogwarts. The school was surrounded by Dementors, layer upon layer, but as long as he transformed into a dog, he could saunter right past them unnoticed. He raised his head and looked at the distant Hogwarts castle. His withered heart felt briefly soothed, like a spring trickling through parched soil, but that trace of warmth was quickly scorched away by rising fury. Peter Pettigrew. That despicable rat was hiding inside that castle. He was going to capture that treacherous coward, tear him to pieces, and avenge James and the others. Sirius was a man of action. He glanced at the position of the sun and judged that it was currently class time. That meant he might be able to use this window to sneak into the Gryffindor common room and drag Peter out. The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it himself. It wasn't the right moment. There might still be students without class lingering in the common room. If he barged in, he'd surely alert them. Not only would he fail to catch Peter, he might even expose himself. Sirius was deep in thought, working out his plan of action, when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked up, and was stunned. He saw a young wizard flying toward him. Yes, the boy had no broomstick, no visible flying tool, he was simply flying through the air. Before Sirius could react, the boy had landed right in front of him, staring him down intently. Sirius cursed inwardly and was just about to tuck his tail and dash toward the Forbidden Forest when he heard the boy speak. "Transform back now and explain why you're here, otherwise, the Forbidden Forest will be home to one more pile of bones." Sirius had no intention of entangling with him. Without looking back, he sprang forward on 4 long legs and bolted toward the Forbidden Forest. But after only a few steps, his feet tightened. Several black ropes had appeared out of thin air, wrapping around his ankles and tripping him to the ground. Ow! After falling, the ropes immediately lifted Sirius into the air and bound him tightly. Ugh! Sirius groaned inwardly. This truant student's transfiguration skills were actually quite impressive. Reese walked over, grabbed the rope, and hoisted the black dog into the air, then strode straight into the Forbidden Forest with him. After venturing about 10 meters deep, the two of them were surrounded by dense trees. Reese casually tossed the black dog under the shade of a tree and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the ropes loosened and dropped away. "Reveal your true form and explain why you've trespassed into Hogwarts," he said coldly, staring at the dog beneath the tree, his patience already wearing thin. Had Helga seen what had just happened, she would have exclaimed in disbelief. When had Salazar become so merciful? 1,000 years ago, if someone tried to flee like that, he would have ruthlessly struck them down on the spot. Who would have gotten a second chance to explain? This was someone who had concealed their identity, trespassed into Hogwarts, and fled when questioned by school personnel. Showing mercy here would be irresponsible toward the students. From the boy's tone, Sirius sensed danger. Without further hesitation, he transformed. Before Reese now stood a gaunt, skeleton-thin man with long hair. If not for the faint gleam in his eyes, Reese might have mistaken him for a corpse lying by the roadside. Even though half his face was hidden in shadow, Reese still recognized him, Sirius Black, a wanted fugitive from the Ministry of Magic. This was the very man responsible for Hogwarts being surrounded by Dementors. Reese raised an eyebrow. Sirius Black. In the flesh. Seeing that he had been recognized, Sirius simply leaned back against the large tree behind him and sat down, admitting his identity without hesitation. As for launching a sneak attack on the boy in front of him, using his height advantage to knock him down and make a quick escape. That thought flashed through Sirius's mind but was immediately dismissed. He had no illusions about his chances. He didn't believe he could win against the boy. The fact that this kid had conjured and dispelled ropes without a wand showed he was highly skilled in wandless magic. Trying to fight someone like that would be a guaranteed loss. Looking at Reese's youthful face, Sirius couldn't help but marvel at how young he was. Wandless magic at your age? That's seriously impressive. Not really, Reese replied, slightly touched by Sirius's words. Hogwarts education standards have actually dropped a lot. I'm just a special case. Sirius didn't know how to respond to that and could only blame his own bad luck. Enough small talk. Tell me why you came here. Reese ended the idle chatter, staring straight into Sirius's eyes as he asked. Sirius was silent for a moment before finally telling Reese that he had come for Peter Pettigrew. At first, he thought the boy would scoff and say something like, Peter Pettigrew is dead, killed by you. But the boy didn't interrupt him, so he just kept talking. Maybe it had been too long since he'd spoken to anyone, but once he started, Sirius couldn't stop. He poured out everything, every misfortune he'd suffered. He rambled on for nearly 15 minutes, finally finishing his tale. Leaning against the tree trunk, his throat felt like it was burning. That's why I escaped from Azkaban and came all the way to Hogwarts. Sirius panted, looking at Reese. I have to catch Peter Pettigrew. But the boy still pulled out his wand from his robes. Sirius closed his eyes in anguish. Sigh. Of course, who would believe a fugitive from Azkaban? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 311, Greedy Sirius. What surprised Sirius, however, was that the tip of the boy's wand didn't produce any spells. Instead, it conjured a silver teapot and a bronze cup. Have something to drink, Reese said, his tone no longer carrying any trace of killing intent, as he poured Sirius a cup of black tea. Sirius. The boy's sudden change in attitude left him momentarily confused, but he quickly realized he had convinced the kid. Sirius's spirits lifted. With the help of a current Hogwarts student, the difficulty of carrying out his plan would decrease significantly. He took the cup and downed the tea in one gulp. The warm liquid filled his stomach, and strength he thought long gone surged back into his limbs, revitalizing him. However, contrary to Sirius's assumption, Reese hadn't changed his attitude because of Sirius's halting, disjointed explanation. Honestly, after being locked in Azkaban so long, Sirius's language skills were a mess, and most people would have thought he was insane after listening to his rambling defense. But Reese was different. He had already seen Peter Pettigrew's memories. Cross-referencing them with Sirius's story, he was fairly certain Sirius wasn't lying. Since the man was innocent and had a legitimate reason to come to Hogwarts, Reese forgave him and decided to offer his assistance. After finishing his tea, Sirius wanted to press on and secure the young wizard's full support, but Reese gestured for him to stay calm for now. Scourgify. Reese first used a cleaning charm to remove the filth from Sirius, then pulled a set of robes from his little pouch and gestured for him to change into them. Reese was a man of propriety and couldn't stand the sight of Sirius in such a dirty state. Besides, the man was a descendant of the Black family, it was only proper that he show him a bit of care. Back in the day, among Reese's students were also members of the Black family. Though they weren't as gifted as Adrian and ultimately failed to earn the right to enter his secret chamber, they were generous, donating quite a bit to the fledgling Hogwarts. That kindness, it seemed, had trickled down to their many times removed descendant. Thanks. Once all the filth was gone from his body, Sirius felt noticeably refreshed. After putting on the clean, dry, and comfortable robes, he even felt a sense of renewal. Though the robes were tailored to Reese's frame, the emaciated Sirius, after more than 10 years in Azkaban, was all skin and bones, so he managed to fit into them. The only issue was that the hem, originally meant to reach the calves, now stopped somewhere around the thighs. Now clothed anew, Sirius silently vowed that once he had personally dealt with Peter, he would find a way to properly repay this kind-hearted young lad. Seeing that Sirius at least now looked like a proper human being, Reese was finally willing to talk to him about the matter of Peter. Catching Peter actually isn't that difficult. Sirius, who had been adjusting his robes, suddenly froze, a manic gleam flashing through his eyes. Yes, I just need to. Peter is with me. Sirius's voice cut off abruptly, and a strangled noise escaped his throat. He sprang up, his dark eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Really? That bastard Peter is really with you? After receiving Reese's confirmation, he lunged forward like an arrow, only to be slammed back against the tree trunk by Reese's magic. Sirius let out a feral howl, while Reese used magic to pin him in place until he calmed down somewhat. Calm down first. Killing Peter is easy. But you need to think carefully about things beyond just revenge. I don't care. I just want Peter dead. Sirius's emotions were out of control. Then what about the truth? It's not important. Reese frowned. Very well then. My magic will bind you here until sunset. You'll have plenty of time to think over the question I just asked. I'll return here tomorrow morning. You can give me your answer then. If it's the same as just now, I'll hand Peter over to you." With that, Reese turned to leave. But after a few steps, he paused. "By the way, Peter is under absolute control while in my custody. But if you regain your freedom and choose to sneak into the castle, I'll let him go. You understand, I keep my word." After delivering the warning, Reese took out a packet of his stored food, placed it on the ground, and left the Forbidden Forest without looking back. Sirius struggled with all his might as he watched Reese's retreating figure, but the magical restraints bound him tightly. He had no chance of escape. Eventually, after expending the last bit of energy in his body, Sirius gave up and leaned against the tree to rest. As he rested, the blood rushing to his head began to cool, and he finally regained his composure. He began to seriously reflect on the question Reese had posed. After killing Peter, then what? Between the truth of what happened back then and Peter's life, which mattered more? After a long period of contemplation, Sirius still felt that the most important thing was making Peter pay in blood. But Harry's face also surfaced in his mind. He had seen Harry dragging his suitcase, fleeing that Muggle household. Clearly, the boy hadn't lived well there. Sirius fell into deep thought, so much so that he didn't even notice when the magical ropes binding him disappeared. Sure, killing Peter with one swipe would be satisfying, but it would also cement his status as a criminal, leaving no room for redemption. Could Harry really accept a fugitive godfather? Worse, if the truth never came to light, wouldn't he believe Sirius was the one who murdered his parents? Once calm, Sirius suddenly saw many things more clearly. That boy's question, he now had a new answer. Truth be told, it was a bit greedy of him. He wanted Peter to pay in blood, but he also wanted to reclaim his own name. "There's no such thing as having it all," Sirius muttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Just then, a noise nearby caught his attention. He looked up and saw a plump rat pawing at the bundle the boy had left for him. Without a second's hesitation, Sirius transformed into a black dog and leapt forward, catching the rat in his mouth and swallowing it after 2 swift chews. This kind of behavior, he was long used to. After taking care of the rat, he twitched his nose a couple of times, and his eyes lit up instantly. The scent of food coming from the bundle was incredibly strong. He tore the package open, and a heap of smoked meat, cheese, and bread was revealed before him. Having been on and off the brink of starvation for so long, Sirius didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately grabbed the food from the bundle and began devouring it ravenously. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 312, 312, A Good Slytherin. Early the next morning, Reese returned to the Forbidden Forest carrying a rat cage. Naturally, the cage held Peter Pettigrew. Reese had fed him a sleeping draught, and he was now in a deep slumber. Ever since Reese had purchased him from Ron, Peter had barely had a few moments of consciousness. Every day, Reese dosed him with sleeping draughts and nutrient potions to ensure he remained in a state where he couldn't wake but wouldn't die either. He would never allow a malicious adult wizard to remain conscious within the grounds of Hogwarts, no matter how pitiful or seemingly powerless he appeared. Sirius was still waiting at the same spot, and during the wait, he had once again assumed his black dog form. With his heightened canine senses, he detected Reese's approach even before he appeared, and he noticed the cage Reese was carrying. Sirius immediately stood up, his tail raised high, his entire being teetering on the edge of madness. The hatred and torment he had bottled up for over a decade all erupted in that instant, pushing his sanity to the brink. He had indeed reflected deeply the previous night and believed himself to be of clear mind, but the moment he sensed Peter Pettigrew's presence, he nearly lost control. Sirius almost went berserk. All the negative emotions he'd accumulated in Azkaban had been condensed into a singular hatred for Peter. With such overwhelming emotions, how could one expect to restrain them at will? But after transforming back into human form and staring fixedly at the finger-missing rat for a very, very long time, Sirius finally managed to suppress the fury burning within him. "It seems you've come to a new answer." The fact that Sirius hadn't pounced forward to snatch the cage from his hand said everything, and Reese was quite pleased. He didn't want a descendant of the Black family to carry an unjust crime. But he wasn't Sirius's guardian either, and had no intention of coddling him. It was best that Sirius had come to this decision on his own. Sirius took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to look away from Peter Pettigrew, then nodded. Why this choice? Faced with Reese's question, Sirius paused briefly, then answered that it was all for Harry. He's my godson. Without him, maybe I wouldn't care so much about clearing my name. But with Harry around, I can't let myself bear this guilt forever. Having your godfather be the one who killed your parents, that's just too cruel, Sirius replied in a low, hoarse voice. Reese raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Sirius to be Harry's godfather. That changed everything. The relationship between a godfather and godson was almost as strong as blood ties. Sirius even had the right to sign Harry's Hogsmeade permission slip. With such a bond, it was no wonder Sirius wanted to clear his name. Then I'll keep Peter for now. Don't worry, he won't escape. Reese lifted the cage and gave it a shake in Sirius's direction. What did you do to him? A trace of curiosity surfaced in Sirius's heart. Why did that guy seem to be sleeping so soundly? I gave him a bit of calming draft. I wouldn't let something like him stay conscious around me. Sirius nodded seriously. Peter may be vile and cowardly, but he can't be underestimated. After all, he had deceived not just Sirius, but also James and Lupin, a cunning traitor, through and through. What should I do next? Though Sirius had managed to suppress the urge to kill Peter for now, he was still in a state of agitation. He was desperate to clear his name, and if possible, he wanted to drag Peter off to beg forgiveness at James and Lily's graves before breakfast. Reese fell silent for a moment. Sirius's situation was truly a bit tricky. This matter stretched far back and involved a lot of people. From what Reese knew of the Ministry officials, resolving this wouldn't be easy. He needed some time to make arrangements. Handling this would take some of his attention and energy, but considering the Black Ancestors' past contributions to Hogwarts, Reese decided to lend Sirius a hand. Find a place to stay and focus on recovering your strength. Leave the rest to me. I'll figure out how to deal with the Ministry. Seeing Reese speak with such certainty, Sirius was still a little anxious, but he understood the difficulty of the situation. And since Peter's current suffering was probably worse than death, he agreed to wait. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. Sirius gave a wry smile. Who exactly are you? Reese Lint, just an ordinary third-year student from Slytherin House. Sirius. Bloody hell, there really is a good person in Slytherin, he muttered. Reese, say one more word and I'll hand you over to the Dementors. He was genuinely rattled by Sirius's remark, because Sirius had struck a sore spot. Damn it. How did Slytherin House end up like this? Irritated and slightly offended, Reese gave Sirius a few final instructions before turning and leaving the Forbidden Forest. Watching Reese's departing figure, Sirius shook his head. Looks like he really needed to reconsider his long-held prejudices against Slytherin House. With a flick of his body, he transformed back into his black dog form. He was growing increasingly fond of being a black dog. According to Sirius himself, his animagus form granted him greater stamina, senses, and immunity, but perhaps it was also due to the influence of being an animagus in the first place. The big black dog trotted happily out of the Forbidden Forest, heading toward a small wooden hut on the edge. Sirius had already made up his mind. He planned to mooch food and shelter from Hagrid for a while. Hagrid was an early riser. As the gamekeeper, he had plenty of work to do. That morning, he was squatting on the doorstep of his hut, handling the game he had caught during last night's patrol, while also preparing breakfast for himself and his hound, Fong. Next to him sat a brazier with a fish and a skinned rabbit roasting over it. The fertile Forbidden Forest and the abundant Black Lake could provide the students and staff of Hogwarts with nearly endless resources. Cold water fish from the lake and fat rabbits from the forest only needed to be roasted and sprinkled with a bit of salt and pepper to release an incredibly enticing aroma. Hagrid's general cooking skills were questionable, but his grilling was actually quite good. The scent of roasted rabbit and fish could be smelled from dozens of meters away, and that kind of aroma easily attracted wildlife. Today, it had drawn a black dog over. Sensing an intruder in its territory, Fong stood up and barked loudly at the black dog. The black dog showed no fear. It merely paced outside the hut, occasionally sniffing the air. Hagrid chuckled, unfazed. He even gave the increasingly restless Fong a tug, pulling him back behind himself, and then tossed the roasted rabbit from the brazier over to the black dog. The black dog carried the rabbit to the side, happily wagging its tail as it ate. Hagrid laughed heartily in delight. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 313, I now support the Hufflepuff team. In the days that followed, the black dog visited Hagrid's hut every day, getting some food from him, and when it rained, it would run under his eaves to take shelter. Over time, even Fong accepted its presence. Once it had become familiar with Hagrid and Fong, Hagrid gave it its own bowl, and whenever he prepared food, he would make an extra portion. Hagrid's style of keeping pets was rather rough. The dog ate whatever he ate. On rainy days, Hagrid even allowed the black dog to come inside, warm itself by the fire, and keep dry. After some time, the black dog grew plump and strong under Hagrid's care, its fur becoming sleek and glossy again. This black dog, of course, was Sirius in animagus form. By freeloading food and shelter from Hagrid, he had recovered most of his strength. While Sirius was restoring his health, the Hogwarts Quidditch League quietly arrived. Along with the league came continuous rainy weather. The closer it got to the first match, the worse the weather became, to the point where an entire day could pass without seeing the sun. According to the schedule, Gryffindor and Slytherin were to play the opening match. In order to win, the Gryffindor team trained as scheduled even in heavy rain. In contrast, the Slytherin team seemed to have given up entirely, showing no sign of outdoor practice. Even with less than 2 weeks left until match day, their training consisted solely of playing Quidditch board games. This piqued Reese's curiosity. While it was true that students inheriting the Slytherin legacy generally did not possess strong flying talent, surrendering without a fight seemed far too disgraceful. With these tangled and conflicted feelings, Reese asked Daphne to help him find out what was going on, and then he was stunned. What? They're not playing against the Gryffindor team next week. When Reese heard the news, he thought for a moment that there was something wrong with his ears. Are they planning to forfeit? That would be an automatic loss. Daphne's expression grew very complicated. I heard from Marcus that all the team members have caught a bad cold and can't play against Gryffindor, so in the opening match, Gryffindor will be playing Hufflepuff instead. Marcus said it's his strategy. He doesn't want to fight Gryffindor in the rain, because that would stop them from using their advantage. Bang. Reese slammed the table heavily. He was truly infuriated by this bunch, using such a shameless excuse to avoid the match. What do they mean, can't play to their advantage in the rain? Does the rain only fall on Slytherin players? He even wanted to say that the rain would obscure the Seeker's vision, narrowing the gap between the two team Seekers. The more Reese thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the table again and said furiously, they've lost all sense of shame. This lot doesn't deserve to win. They've completely sullied the honor of the game. He lifted his head and, in a voice loud enough to be heard throughout the common room, declared, I say the next time we face Gryffindor, we might as well just surrender. After all, you can't win with a bunch of cowards who only know how to fake illness. It had been raining endlessly, and many Slytherin students were spending their time in the common room. Reese's words were heard by nearly half the house. Everyone stopped what they were doing to see how the team members would respond to Reese Lind's provocation. Marcus's decision to avoid the match still stirred considerable controversy, even within the house. Many students were dissatisfied, believing it showed weakness to Gryffindor and was an act of cowardice that should not be tolerated. But Marcus had his own reasoning. He thought it was a wise choice, using his brain to gain an advantage for the team. What did the others know? Quidditch wasn't just about flying around, it was also a battle of wits. In his mind, this was subduing the enemy without a fight. When Draco Malfoy heard Reese's words, his face darkened, and he was about to stand up to retort, but Marcus held him back. There's no need to bother with him. Let the results speak for themselves, using a few insignificant tricks for the sake of victory, that's the Slytherin spirit. Marcus's voice wasn't loud, but unfortunately for him, Reese had excellent hearing. When he caught the words, Slytherin spirit, he was so angry he almost laughed. He couldn't exactly say much, because he did, in fact, encourage doing whatever it took to achieve one's goals, but for a Quidditch match. Really? There were only 4 teams in total. Wasn't that goal just a little too down-to-earth? Reese's definition of achieve the goal at any cost, for the sake of the entire wizarding world, or at the very least, for Hogwarts. Marcus's actual achieve the goal at any cost, win the championship in a tournament with a grand total of 4 teams. Reese truly didn't know how to evaluate behavior like that. What's more, the contrast with Gryffindor now was far too stark, turning the whole Slytherin team into a laughingstock. He could only turn to Daphne and say, if Harry comes to borrow your firebolt before the match against Slytherin, make sure you lend it to him. If Harry gets the firebolt, then doesn't that mean? Daphne thought that if Harry got hold of it, Slytherin would most likely lose. They don't deserve to win, Reese said bluntly. When Gryffindor learned their opponent had been switched to Hufflepuff at the last minute, their side was in an uproar. But no matter how much they complained, Hufflepuff Cedric had already accepted the change, the schedule was fixed, and they had no choice but to accept the reality. The news quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, even reaching Helga. As the founder of Hufflepuff House, she decided she would attend the match that day to stand with her house's team. Of course, the match against Gryffindor was just the appetizer. The real highlight would be the future clash against Slytherin. In a slightly provocative tone, she had once asked Salazar which team he thought would have the higher chance of winning between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Unexpectedly, Salazar actually said that the team he now supported was Hufflepuff. The Slytherin team has completely abandoned its honor. I'm now a die-hard Hufflepuff fan, Salazar said. As for why he chose Hufflepuff, well, that was his final line in the sand. He certainly wasn't going to support Gryffindor, was he? On the day of the match, the weather changed, shifting from steady rain to a violent storm. By the time everyone was up and in the Great Hall that morning, the sound of the storm lashing against the windows could make anyone want to give up on going outside. Listening to the howling wind and rain outside, Malfoy and the other team members smiled triumphantly. Great. Thank goodness they've taken the day off. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, was at the house table, doing everything he could to encourage his teammates. Cedric wanted to go and boost morale as well, but was stopped by Professor White, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, before entering the hall. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 314, 314, Think, Diggory, Think. The weather's dreadful, isn't it? Helga Hufflepuff, like most ordinary Britons, began the conversation with a comment about the weather. Yes. Cedric didn't know what exactly Professor White was up to, but he still stopped to chat with her. So. Confident. Can you win? Helga looked at Cedric with an expectant gaze. This young man had long since caught her attention. Handsome and charming, intelligent and studious, and with a magnetic personality, he was so exceptional he almost didn't seem like the rest of Hufflepuffs in this generation. Cedric had originally intended to respond without hesitation, brimming with confidence, with something like, "We can win." But under Professor White's gaze, the words that came out of his mouth instead, as if by some strange compulsion, were hard to say. Honestly, with Hufflepuff's current lineup, beating Gryffindor was indeed a tall order. If not for this storm, Hufflepuff's chances of victory would have been almost zero. The wind and rain had, in fact, narrowed the gap between the two teams, giving Hufflepuff a sliver of a chance, but even so, it was only shifting the odds from 9-1 to 7-3. Helga nodded, making an sound. Indeed, it's truly difficult for you to beat them. Cedric. You're here to undermine us. Come on, I just managed to muster a bit of courage and told you the truth. Professor White's overly blunt words left Cedric momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He could only try to sidestep her and head into the Great Hall for breakfast. Wait, don't go. Helga hurriedly called after him. It's precisely because it's difficult that you must put in more effort. And effort isn't just physical, it's mental as well. Diggory, you need to think. Think. Cedric frowned. Yes, think. Think carefully about how to deal with this storm. Perhaps the key to victory lies within the wind and rain. Hufflepuff said no more, walking into the Great Hall on her own. She had many plans and knew many spells. She could stop the storm, and could even, literally, make the rain fall only on the heads of the Gryffindor players. But she intended to leave the problem for the children to solve themselves. She would only act as a guide. That was what a teacher should do. Watching Professor White's departing figure, Cedric fell into deep thought. How should they deal with the storm? If only the rain would fall just on Gryffindor. Wait. A sudden memory surfaced from the recesses of Cedric's mind, a spell and a type of potion, both entirely permissible within the rules, that would be extremely useful at this moment. He immediately rushed toward the hospital wing. 15 minutes before the team was set to depart, Cedric finally rushed into the Great Hall. By this time, Wood had already finished his pep talk and was leading his players straight to the pitch. Cedric's arrival made the Hufflepuff players breathe a sigh of relief. For a moment, they had thought Diggory had changed his mind and didn't want to play today. Take these with you, and drink them during the match. Cedric shoved small bottles into his teammates' hands. Drinking functional potions during a match is forbidden. One player said worriedly. That's against the rules. This isn't a functional potion, it's Madame Pomfrey's cold remedy. When you drink it, steam will come out of your ears, driving out the dampness and making your body feel much more comfortable, Cedric explained seriously. This potion wouldn't make them stronger, but it would make them feel at ease even in the wind and rain, and in weather like this, comfort was a kind of fighting power. After distributing the potion, Cedric signaled for his teammates to gather around, then pulled out his wand. Impervious. He cast a water-repelling charm on his teammates' robes. The enchanted wizard robes became almost like raincoats, allowing their bodies to stay as dry as possible in the downpour. Let's go. With all preparations complete, Cedric and his teammates set off together. The moment they stepped out of the castle, Cedric suddenly felt that his preparations might not have been as thorough as he thought. The howling wind sent them staggering, and the combined roar of thunder, rain, and wind all but deafened them. Worse still, while their robes were waterproof, the wind drove icy rain against their faces, blurring their vision and leaching away their body heat. Don't panic, the Gryffindor team's situation is even worse than ours. Cedric said, before immediately clamping his mouth shut to avoid swallowing too much cold wind and rain. Students were also filing into the stands, not even a storm could dampen their determination to watch a Quidditch match. Reese looked at the students trudging toward the pitch through the downpour and felt speechless. Did these kids have so few recreational activities that they were this desperate for entertainment? Still, he didn't mock them, because technically, he was one of them. Of course, with his domain, Reese was hardly going to be affected by a mere storm. The rain was repelled by an invisible wall before it could touch him. Using magic, he created a space of several cubic meters around himself, ensuring it was untouched by wind or rain. Knowing Reese had this ability, Daphne immediately tucked herself behind him, watching the other students, soap like drowned rats, with leisurely satisfaction. This is the wonder of magic, she said proudly. Those people are practically like Muggles. Reese glanced at her and said softly, Daphne, using magic to hold open a space like this isn't difficult. What really shows skill is shaping it just right so it only covers the surface of your own body. Want to see how that works? No, no, no. Daphne shook her head like a rattledrum. These shoes cannot get wet today. Reese was only teasing and didn't actually shrink the magic space. Then he noticed Astoria appear at the castle doors. The little girl clearly didn't want her clothes getting soaked either, and she came up with a rather curious solution. First, she cast a waterproof charm on her clothes, turning her robes into a kind of raincoat. Then she curled herself up, tucking inside the robes, pulled the hood over her head, and wrapped herself completely. After that, she used a flying charm, skimming just above the ground as she sped toward the pitch. Reese was momentarily dumbfounded by Astoria's ingenuity. She clearly understood how to use magic flexibly. When she reached him, he intercepted her quickly, pulling her into the magic space. Looking at her face hidden under the hood, Reese couldn't help but ask, "Like that, can you even see the road ahead?" "Not really, I was flying by feel," Astoria admitted honestly. "Reese. You did well, but don't do that again next time. I'll teach you how to use magic to keep out wind and rain when we get back." Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 315, Fury that even the storm can't quench. Reese led the two girls into the Quidditch stadium and found a spot in the Slytherin stands. Because of the rain that day, rain shelters had been set up over the stands, but plenty of fine droplets were still blown in by the wind. Fortunately, the Slytherin stands were on the leeward side, so less rain made its way in. Reese waved his wand to clear the water from the seats before sitting down. Around them, more and more damp young wizards crowded in, wrapped in thick cloaks and opening umbrella after umbrella, doing their best to fend off the wind and rain outside. "Isn't there a spell to make the weather better?" Daphne frowned at the dreadful conditions outside the stands. There was hardly anyone who could keep a good mood in such weather. "There is." Reese glanced up at the sky, then looked across to the Hufflepuff stands. Sure enough, in the front rows he spotted a familiar figure. If he were to disperse the rain clouds above, Helga would probably be very displeased. She was counting on this downpour to give the Hufflepuff team an edge. Daphne blinked in surprise. Did such a spell really exist? One powerful enough to disperse rain like this? Just then, a sharp whistle blew from the pitch, followed by a wave of cheers loud enough to drown out the storm. The match had begun. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff players turned into tiny red and yellow dots, darting rapidly through the air. The results of Gryffindor's intensive training showed at the start of the match. The heavy rain pouring from above couldn't stop their fierce offensive. For a time, Gryffindor even led Hufflepuff by more than 50 points. But as their uniforms became soaked through and their joints stiffened from the cold, the gap between the two teams quickly narrowed. Under the effect of the waterproofing charm, the Hufflepuff players were still in good condition. Wood was the first to notice something was wrong. As keeper, he could clearly feel the increase in the opponent's offensive pressure, and the points gap between the teams was gradually shrinking. Strange, why? Wood couldn't figure out why the Hufflepuff lot seemed completely unaffected by the heavy rain. He began watching the Hufflepuff players closely, and then he saw a shocking sight. Hufflepuff beater Cadwallader, after making a powerful hit, reached into his robes, pulled out a small bottle, and took a long swig of something. Wood. His anger flared instantly. "Ah, so you're drinking potion, are you? No wonder you're fighting better and better." Without hesitation, he called for a timeout, then flew straight over to Cadwallader, grabbing the bewildered beater and dragging him over to Madame Hooch. "He took a potion. That's against the rules." Wood almost roared. "I drank cold medicine." Cadwallader shot back, unwilling to back down. He directly handed the small bottle from his robes to Madame Hooch. "There's no rule saying you can't drink cold medicine, is there?" Madame Hooch inspected the contents of the bottle, then brought it to the professors on the sidelines for verification. When they confirmed it was indeed just an ordinary cold remedy, she returned the bottle to Cadwallader. The match resumed, but Gryffindor was penalized with a free shot for Wood's timeout. Zachariah Smith scored with a tricky throw, bringing the two teams level. When the Hufflepuff supporters heard the score was tied, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Helga even jumped up, hopping and skipping like an excited child alongside the surrounding students. Sitting beside her, Professor Sprout slowly felt a question mark form in her mind. The score was tied, yet Professor White seemed even more excited than she, the head of Hufflepuff House. Could it be that she was once a Hufflepuff graduate? Dumbledore had never explained Helga's background in detail, so Sprout didn't know that she was actually self-taught. But judging from her attire and behavior at the match, Sprout boldly guessed that Professor White was indeed a Hufflepuff. That guess wasn't wrong, she truly was a Hufflepuff, the Hufflepuff. From leading by 50 points to being tied, the Gryffindor players' mindset shifted subtly. In short, they began to grow impatient. Everyone, including Harry, sped up, and for a time Gryffindor regained the advantage on the field. But this advantage was built on impatience, and they soon paid the price. In a beautiful counterattack, Hufflepuff took the lead. Another wave of cheers erupted from the stands. Apart from Gryffindor, the other three houses were all delighted. Naturally, Hufflepuff needed no explanation. Slytherin was nearly laughing themselves sick at seeing their old rivals stumble, and Ravenclaw was simply pleased by such a spectacular comeback. The air in the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium was thick with intense, heated emotions, bubbling like boiling water. At this moment, the pitch was like a cauldron of hot pot, sending its aroma far and wide. Normally, this would at most just make things noisier, but today was different. Hundreds of Dementors were stationed around Hogwarts. The joy inside the Quidditch Stadium was lethally enticing to creatures that fed on emotions. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Magic's recent logistical supply to the Dementors had been running short, leaving those stationed outside Hogwarts starving. They were on the verge of losing control. From the start of the match, the Dementors had been restless. When Hufflepuff's comeback ignited an explosion of joy, they could no longer restrain their desire. Their hunger for emotion overcame their fear of magic. The Dementors gathered together, crossed the previously set boundary, and began moving en masse toward Hogwarts. Wherever they passed, cold seeped into everything. The rain in the sky turned into ice pellets, and the vegetation on the ground was first coated with a layer of frost, then sealed beneath ice. An evil aura began to spill uncontrollably outward, spreading toward the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. The young witches and wizards, still immersed in their joy, didn't notice anything unusual. But Reese and Helga in the Hufflepuff stands both keenly sensed that strange trace drifting in the air. They narrowed their eyes at the same time, gazing into the distance. Soon, they pinpointed the source of that disturbance, hundreds of dark creatures, crossing the Hogwarts boundary, charging straight toward them. A blaze of anger ignited in Reese's heart, one even the howling wind and pounding rain could not extinguish. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 316, 316, Swallowing the Dementors. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. From the day Hogwarts was built, it had never suffered an invasion of dark creatures on such a scale, yet today that record was shattered. And these dark creatures were actually placed around the school by the Ministry of Magic itself. This only made it more infuriating. Reese's hand gripped the armrest of the spectator's seat. The wooden armrest let out a mournful creak before cracking under his grip, splinters pierced into his palm, and blood stained the wood red, yet Reese remained completely unaware. Right now, Reese felt as though his reason had been completely devoured by anger. His pupils gradually elongated and narrowed vertically, and a dangerous aura seeped out, impossible to suppress. The students sitting near him couldn't help but shiver. Most assumed it was the weather, but Daphne and Astoria noticed something was off. The two of them, seated on either side, turned their heads toward Reese at the same time, and immediately realized something was wrong. Astoria, being sharper-eyed, spotted Reese's hand gripping the armrest and her pupils constricted sharply. What on earth had happened? Due to the angle, Daphne didn't see that scene, she only felt that Reese's expression had grown very grim. Reese, you. Watch the match. Reese's voice carried almost no emotion as he gave the order. Daphne's voice had pulled his reason back just a little, reminding him that he was still in the spectator stands. If he wanted to continue living at Hogwarts as a student, it was best to rein in the fury in his heart. He forced himself to calm down, then told Daphne and Astoria to keep watching the game quietly. Reese's tone sent a shiver down both Daphne's and Astoria's spines. They immediately turned their heads away, burying all their confusion and questions deep inside. They had never seen Reese so angry before, and figured something major must have happened. Right now, the best help they could give him was not to cause him any more trouble. After settling the Greengrass sisters, Reese lifted his head and looked up at the sky, the rain showing no sign of lessening. Instead, he suddenly smiled. How many years had it been? Who was the last one who dared to fight him in the rain? Was it Jormungandr? He turned his palm upward toward the sky and began releasing his magic power without the slightest restraint. Ordinary young wizards noticed nothing, but Daphne and Astoria, who had studied the principles of mana flow in a systematic way, sensed the anomaly instantly. Daphne. Astoria. The surge of magic emanating from Reese was simply overwhelming. Sitting beside him, the two felt as if they were adrift on a raft in a vast ocean, and beneath the waves was a deep, lightless abyss. It was as though, in the very next moment, they would be swallowed whole by that abyss. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on both of them, and they quickly withdrew from their magic sight, no longer observing Reese's magic. Once they shut down their magic sight, that feeling of being devoured finally faded, but sitting between them, Reese still gave them an intense psychological pressure, as if they were seated beside a volcano on the verge of erupting. That fleeting glimpse had also made Daphne and Astoria clearly aware of the gap between them and Reese. They had thought the difference could at least be measured in numbers, that he was perhaps 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times stronger than they were, but after the comparison just now, they realized it was the difference between a lone leaf boat and a boundless sea. Daphne blinked. Reese is way too strong, what on earth did he grow up eating? Astoria, however, lowered her head and thought, Reese is definitely not an ordinary student. Who exactly is he? Reese knew perfectly well that both Daphne and Astoria had noticed something, but he didn't care. The pressing matter now was to deal with the Dementors. Soon, the clouds over the Quidditch pitch were saturated with Reese's magic. This magic descended with the rain, quickly spreading his power across the entire pitch, and then expanding outward at an astonishing speed. At this moment, with just a wave of his hand, Reese could instantly unfold a domain covering half of Hogwarts. As Reese detected the problem and took action, Helga, sitting in the Hufflepuff stands, also sensed the arrival of the intruders. When she discovered the school was under attack, the anger in her heart was no less than Reese's. However, unlike the hot-blooded Salazar, she, in her twilight years, was far more adept at controlling her emotions. She showed no outward signs of abnormality, merely fixing her gaze on the direction from which the Dementors were approaching, fury burning in her eyes. The Hufflepuff stands began to sway slightly, cracks forming in the ground around the supporting posts, and the tremors of the earth started to spread outward. In barely more than 10 seconds, Reese's magic had claimed the skies, while Helga's had taken the earth. Their magic surged at an astonishing speed toward the direction from which the Dementors had breached. The rest of the school, students and staff alike, remained completely unaware, their minds still immersed in the ongoing match, merely feeling that the weather had grown a little colder and the stands were shaking a bit more than before. Only one person was an exception. Albus Dumbledore raised his head, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes behind his half-moon spectacles. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. The surroundings seemed to have suddenly grown restless. Dumbledore was at a disadvantage in that he had never studied the long-lost discipline of mana flow. However, having once observed divine remains and comprehended a domain, he could still instinctively sense the fluctuations of magic in the environment around him. Closing his eyes, he carefully attuned himself to the changes in the air, then suddenly snapped them open. He had detected a sinister aura. It was Dementors, a group of them, moving toward the pitch. Dumbledore immediately stood, looking toward the direction of their arrival, his right hand closing around the wand handle hidden beneath his robes. At this moment, his expression was dark and terrifying. The Dementors had no idea they had already been spotted from beyond visual range. They continued advancing toward the source of that alluring scent. Suddenly, the raindrops from the sky turned into round hailstones, and from deep beneath the ground under their feet came a strange, drawn-out sound, like an echo from ancient times. Though the Dementors didn't know what was happening, instinct told them to get away from this place. But it was already too late. The moment the hailstones touched their bodies, they transformed into sharp icicles, pinning them in place. The next second, the ground for several hundred meters around suddenly heaved upward, as though someone were scooping out a piece of melon flesh from a sliced watermelon. In the very next moment, the ground surged like ocean waves, swallowing up the hundreds of Dementors in their entirety. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 317, Burial. Boom. Tens of thousands of tons of soil surged upward like a wave on the sea, engulfing the Dementors whose bodies were covered in frost and rendered immobile, and dragged them all beneath the ground. Then, within a radius of several kilometers, the land itself began to tremble, sweeping the mass of Dementors along with huge amounts of mud and soil deep underground. The hail and ice spears in the sky turned back into rain, cascading down and mixing with the churning earth as it was driven below. During this process, Reese and Helga's magic intertwined, forming a powerful protective barrier over the ground, ensuring that no trace of evil aura could rebound upward. By channeling the power of their domains, they forced the Dementors a full 100 meters underground. Yet even then, Helga still felt unsatisfied. She drew in a deep breath, flipped her palm downward, and pressed lightly. The ground where the Dementors were buried sank another 50 meters. Now, the earth was so densely compacted that even a blasting curse would struggle to break through. After this series of actions, a massive pit nearly 100 meters in diameter appeared abruptly beside the Black Lake. A great force pulled the lake water into the crater, and before long, the pit had become part of the Black Lake itself. As for the Dementors, it was as if they had never existed. After tacitly completing this operation with his old friend, Reese let out a long breath of foul air. At last, the suffocating rage in his chest had been released. If he had kept it bottled up, he was certain he'd have gone mad, madder than Ravenclaw ever was. He gave a faint hum, then checked the state of the Dementors outside the Quidditch pitch. Finding their emotions stable, the corners of his lips curved upward, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He could not kill these dark creatures, but that did not mean he was helpless against them. Dementors, being dark creatures that still retained a physical form, were actually the easiest to deal with. They could be sealed away through physical means. The immense pressure underground was a natural prison. Even a dragon would be unable to move under such crushing force. Seeing the smile on Reese's face, Daphne and Astoria both let out a sigh of relief. Judging from his expression, the problem must have been solved. What a relief. The commotion Reese and Helga had caused was tremendous. The students in the stands were not deaf, they had all heard the deafening roar not far away and felt the tremors ripple through the pitch. Oi! Careful! What happened? A ripple of panic spread through the stadium. The two teams in the sky also halted their match, turning toward the source of the sound. Unfortunately, the weather was too poor, even at their height they couldn't make out what had happened. Cedric angled his broomstick and flew toward the noise, intending to risk an investigation. But he had only gone a dozen feet when a flash of gold zipped past him. Instinctively, Cedric raised his hand, and something hard smacked firmly into his palm. The golden snitch. Cedric froze on the spot. He hadn't expected the golden snitch to fall into his hand in such a dramatic fashion. Up in the stands, Dumbledore's expression grew extremely grave. He looked around, cast a sonorous charm on himself, and loudly ordered the students to remain calm. "Students of all houses, return to the castle under the guidance of your heads of house and prefects," Dumbledore said in a tone that brooked no argument. He had intended to announce that the match was suspended, but Madame Hooch's whistle sounded just then. Glancing at the scoreboard as it automatically shifted, Dumbledore immediately understood what had happened. "Well then, Mr. Cedric Diggory has caught the golden snitch, congratulations to Hufflepuff House. But please, save your celebrations for after you return to the castle." The Gryffindor team stood stunned at both the whistle and Professor Dumbledore's words. Wood's face was etched with disbelief. Just moments ago, when their team was falling behind, he had still believed Harry could turn things around. Yet in the blink of an eye, the match was over. Was he dreaming? Had the bitter cold weather made him hallucinate? But the cheers echoing all around were certainly not illusions. He descended to the ground in a daze, watching as the Hufflepuff players landed one by one. Their faces shone with joy, though Dumbledore's command forced them to suppress their celebrations. Their solution was simple: clutching their broomsticks, they ran wildly, hopping and skipping, their excitement unquenchable. No strange explosions, no torrential rain could douse the exhilaration blazing in their hearts. Once he got closer, Wood finally noticed something unusual about the Hufflepuff players' robes. So that's it. He slapped his thigh in frustration. Why hadn't he thought of a simple waterproof charm? Their loss wasn't unfair at all. Cedric and his team had simply been better prepared. Meanwhile, the students were gradually dispersing, all brimming with excitement, with endless chatter bubbling out of them. Reese also rose from his seat. Looking at the rain that still showed no sign of letting up, and sensing the vast amount of magic around him that would ultimately be wasted, he made a decision. He raised a finger and pointed toward the sky. At once, all the gathered magic surged upward like boiling steam, rushing into the clouds above. The magic merged with the storm clouds and forcibly halted the rainfall. However, Reese didn't disperse the clouds themselves. Once his magic faded, the rain would start again, possibly even heavier, but by then, the students would already be back in the castle. Too bad Rowena isn't here. If she were, the wind would have been stopped too. Reese curled his lips with a trace of regret, then followed the stream of people leaving the Slytherin stands. When the rain suddenly ceased, the students didn't know what Reese had done, but they understood well enough that this was their chance. They quickened their pace, hurrying toward the castle. After all, the sky was still heavy with black clouds, and a downpour could begin again at any moment. If they didn't seize this window to return, were they just waiting to be drenched to the bone? However, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall couldn't hurry back to the castle like the ordinary students. After arranging for the students to retreat, Dumbledore led Professor McGonagall toward the place where the deafening noise had just erupted. Once they stepped out of the Quidditch pitch, both of them froze. Looking at the Black Lake just a few dozen meters ahead, Dumbledore asked in a slightly uncertain tone, "Minerva, if I'm not completely senile yet, I seem to recall this was grassland before, wasn't it?" Professor McGonagall was even more shocked than Dumbledore. At that moment, she finally understood the source of that thunderous noise. Part of the ground near the Black Lake had collapsed. "An earthquake," she suggested, seizing on the most likely explanation. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he murmured under his breath, "If it were only an earthquake, that would be a blessing." "What do you mean?" Professor McGonagall couldn't quite grasp the meaning of his words. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore turned his head toward her. "Minerva, just now a group of Dementors broke into Hogwarts. They were drawn here by the joy within the Quidditch pitch, but now..." His gaze shifted to the newly expanded surface of the Black Lake, and he fell into silence. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 318, 318, how about teaching her some of Godric's tricks? Big sister, do you still have some dittany? In the common room, Astoria had already finished tending to Reese's wound, but now she needed a little dittany to speed up the healing. Such a small injury, Reese could easily heal it with just a flick of his wand. However, considering the thing that had just happened on the Quidditch pitch, he thought it best to let Astoria and Daphne keep themselves occupied. Flustered, Daphne fumbled out a small vial of dittany and poured 2 drops onto Reese's hand. The moment the dittany touched the wound, thin wisps of green smoke rose up. When the smoke dispersed, the wound was already covered with a layer of fresh, tender skin, as though it had been healing for several days. While the 2 sisters busied themselves with treating his wound, Reese was already considering what he ought to say next. Revealing his true identity was out of the question, so he might as well tell them the truth about the situation. Reese made up his mind. "Did I scare you just now?" Reese glanced around the noisy common room, saw that everyone was still wrapped up in discussing the match and no one was paying attention to them in the corner, then took the initiative to speak. Actually, it's all right. Clearly something serious happened, right? Daphne set the Dittany bottle on the table and replied softly, I wouldn't say I was frightened, what I regret is not being able to help you. Astoria shot her sister a look, not frightened. Didn't you see what Reese looked like when he was unleashing his magic? But since her sister chose not to break that thin layer of pretense, Astoria wasn't foolish enough to point it out herself. From her perspective, Reese was absolutely not an ordinary student. He must have some hidden purpose in attending Hogwarts, but exposing him would bring her no benefit at all. She knew that Reese definitely hoped they wouldn't expose his abnormality, so it was best to just go along with him. After all, no matter what his true identity was, he was still imparting extremely valuable knowledge to her and her sister. By choosing to pretend ignorance for now, until the day he decided to reveal himself, she and Daphne could continue to benefit from that precious knowledge. But if they chose to expose the tacit understanding between them, Astoria felt it would only bring her harm and no benefit. What then? Report him to Professor Dumbledore to have him arrested. And if he were caught, who would continue teaching her? Astoria had always thought the children in fairy tales who exposed the true faces of spirits and monsters were particularly foolish. She would never do something like that. Reese glanced at the obedient-looking Daphne and Astoria, letting out a quiet sigh. You don't need to worry, I won't harm you. After all, they were descendants of the Greengrass family. These two girls really did stir up memories of that silly old companion of his, and he truly did regard them as his students. Daphne and Astoria really ought to thank Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Marcus, and the other Slytherin students. Their stark contrast made the sisters stand out in Reese's eyes, and so his impression of them had always been very favorable. Hearing Reese's words, Daphne widened her eyes in confusion. Why was he saying something so pointless? He'd always treated her and her sister quite well, hadn't he? Astoria, however, understood clearly. Reese was sending them a signal, reassuring her and her sister that they didn't need to be overly worried. At least for now, he bore them no ill will. Even so, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What exactly was the relationship between her, her sister, and Reese? Why was he treating them so well? A faint sense of bargaining with a tiger crept into her heart. Astoria knew that every gift bestowed by fate came with its price already marked. What stake would she and her sister be expected to pay? What she didn't know was that some of those gifts of fate had already been paid for long ago by her family's elders. After feeding the two girls this reassurance, Reese began telling them about the unseen events that had taken place outside the pitch during the match. Dementors. Daphne couldn't help but exclaim once Reese finished speaking. She quickly lowered her voice, afraid the other students in the common room might hear. Fortunately, the room was noisy enough that no one noticed. It makes sense, Astoria reasoned. But then, where are those Dementors now? Given their nature, she found their intrusion unsurprising, but their whereabouts were a far more pressing concern. They were buried underground, and then the ground sank, becoming part of the Black Lake, Reese answered, leaving out the role he had played in the matter. Astoria nodded. She wisely refrained from asking how exactly the Dementors had been buried. Such a question would have been a waste of time. How did over 100 Dementors end up buried underground? After listening carefully to Reese's account, Daphne immediately spotted the missing piece in the story. Reese. Astoria. Just think of it as the school's defensive mechanisms being triggered, Reese replied in a slightly weary tone, already beginning to consider whether he should teach this girl some of the combat methods Godric had once developed. With that, Reese felt he had explained enough to the two little ones. He stood up, went to the washroom to wash up, and prepared to sleep. After Reese left, Daphne and Astoria no longer had the heart to linger in the common room either. They had no desire to talk about the Quidditch match with their classmates. What they wanted most was a hot bath. The two quickly walked to the girls' washroom, and as they opened the door, a wave of fragrant steam billowed out. Every house's common room bore a strong mark of its founder's personal style. Gryffindor's was all about functionality, Hufflepuff's about warmth, Ravenclaw focused on convenience for study, while Slytherin concentrated on comfort and indulgence. In Slytherin, even though the dormitories were shared, each student had more personal space than in any other house. Every bed was set far enough apart to ensure privacy, though, of course, if a roommate talked in their sleep, others could still hear it. Back when Reese designed the accommodations, he had considered setting up single rooms, but his old friends argued that such arrangements weren't good for a child's growth. Children should share a room with their peers. Reese eventually gave in, but quietly expanded the dormitory size to make it more comfortable. The living conditions were already quite good, and the bathing facilities were even better. Reese himself believed that Slytherin's student baths were the finest in the school. He had made sure that every student could enjoy a bath pool. Although each pool was only a few square meters wide, it was still a real bath, something that, in other houses, only prefects were privileged enough to have. Of course, Daphne and Astoria didn't know this obscure detail. At this moment, the two sisters were standing at the edges of neighboring pools, chatting about something. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 319, I have to become a prefect. Many times, people don't realize that what they take for granted, such as private baths and the most spacious dormitories per student, are luxuries others could only dream of. Especially for children like Daphne and Astoria, who came from families with estates. For them, attending Hogwarts was like living a hard life. Honestly, what was the school thinking? Would it have killed them to make the baths a little bigger? Daphne grumbled as she looked at the pool in front of her, barely larger than a bathtub. Come on, sister, there are so many students in the house. If each cubicle takes up 10 square meters, 100 of them would already be 1,000 square meters. And with the Slytherin dormitory built under the Black Lake, Lord Slytherin must have had his reasons. Astoria thought from Salazar Slytherin's perspective for a moment and realized that the best choice back then would have been showers, or perhaps a large shared bath for many people. These individual small pools were the most troublesome and least efficient, but also the most comfortable and hygienic. If it were one of those massive baths where dozens of people soak together, I'd never go in. She added firmly. Hearing her sister's words, Daphne pictured the scene and shuddered. It was disgusting just to think about. She definitely wouldn't want to share one pool of bathwater with others. How filthy. Then they should just admit fewer students. Honestly, I think most of the idiots here don't deserve to get in anyway. Daphne rolled her eyes. In her view, Slytherin House now was practically a rubbish bin, stuffed with the trash of too many pure-blood families. As she spoke, she lifted her foot, pinched the heel strap of her shoe with her thumb and forefinger, and slipped it off, revealing the black cotton knee socks underneath. Well, if they don't come here, where else would they go? Astoria mimicked her sister, pulling off her own boots. She carefully slid down the silk ankle socks that had already slipped to her heels, balled them up, and tucked them inside her boots. Daphne glanced at her sister. Want to bathe together? She very much hoped to coax her into staying, this way she'd have someone to scrub her back and give her a massage. Astoria blinked, glanced at the rather cramped bath, and finally agreed to her sister's request. She had guessed Daphne's intent, but she also wanted a massage herself. Seeing her sister take the bait, Daphne was overjoyed. Afraid Astoria might change her mind, she immediately ran to the door and locked it. Then she peeled off her knee socks, tossed them aside, and barefooted ran to the bath to start filling it with water. The bath was cleverly designed. Along its edge coiled a golden snake, its body encircling the tub. The snake's head was the faucet, turning the forked tongue left released hot water, and turning it right gave cold. Daphne quickly filled the bath with hot water. In no time, she stripped off her robe, shirt, trousers, and undergarments, let out a cheer, and leapt into the steaming water. Astoria frowned. Her sister's figure, wasn't this a bit too? They both ate the same meals. Then she remembered Daphne's earlier complaints during their chat. Slowly, Astoria's frown eased. The issue wasn't nourishment, but that it hadn't gone to the right places. Her sister had paid too heavy a price for it. In the water, Daphne stretched her body like a pale fish, letting out a satisfied sigh. She leaned lazily against the golden serpent's body, eyes closed, and called for her sister to join her. Astoria calmly and methodically undressed, placing her clothes neatly with Daphne's on the rack beside the bath. The dirty clothes would later be tossed into laundry baskets labeled with their names, where the school's house elves would collect them, wash, dry, and return them neatly to their bedsides. Astoria did not immediately jump into the bath. Instead, she pulled out several small glass bottles from the bath kit she had brought and poured their contents one by one into the water. These were fragrances and skincare potions the sisters had brought from home. Add in that bottle of Witch of Dreams for me. I ordered it before the term started, and it was just delivered a couple of days ago. They say it's a skincare potion improved from one of Slytherin's potion formulas. Daphne sniffed the fragrance in the air and, opening her eyes, asked her sister to put her prized purchase into the bath. Astoria raised her eyebrows. That legendary wizard dabbled in this kind of business too. Of course, Daphne replied smugly, casting a sidelong glance at her. It said that when the four founders were traveling the world, they once came to a bustling town. The streets were lively, filled with people and stalls selling all kinds of snacks with tantalizing aromas. Greedy Helga Hufflepuff was drawn to the scene and insisted on tasting everything, and in no time she spent all the money they had for the journey. They didn't even have enough left for lodging. At that moment, Slytherin stepped up. He went to an innkeeper and gave him a potion recipe, saying that if one bathed in a potion made from it, the skin would become as white as milk, as smooth as cream, and as supple as egg whites. The innkeeper brewed the potion as instructed and had his daughter try it. Sure enough, it was just as Slytherin described, miraculous. Delighted, the innkeeper waived the founder's lodging fee and even gave them a generous sum of money for the rest of their journey. The news spread to the ears of a wealthy wizard, who immediately rushed to the inn and paid a hefty price to buy the recipe from the owner. Thus, this miraculous potion recipe was passed down through his family. Now, a descendant of that family had improved the formula and begun selling it to the public. Astoria fell silent. People actually believe this kind of story. Pureblood families really are easy to fleece. Then as a descendant of the Greengrass family, wouldn't any story I make up be even more convincing? She quietly poured the liquid from the serpent-shaped bottle into the bath, then slid into the water herself. With Astoria joining in, the once roomy bath immediately felt a little cramped. The two girls inevitably brushed against each other, and after a while, they started to play around. After some splashing and laughter, Astoria, panting slightly, leaned against the edge of the bath and tossed a bath towel into her sister's hands. "Big sister, help me scrub my back," she asked first, taking the initiative. Daphne's brows furrowed, something about this didn't feel right, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse. So, with a sigh, she leaned closer, one arm wrapping around her sister's waist while the other picked up the towel and began scrubbing across her smooth back. Astoria closed her eyes in comfort, but within seconds, her small nose twitched twice. She opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the dirty socks her sister had taken off. With obvious distaste, she lifted her hand and gave a light push with magic, sending the socks flying into the corner. "The mana flow Reese taught me is really useful," she thought inwardly. After scrubbing for a while, Daphne began to feel tired. She couldn't help but complain again, this lousy bath didn't even have a massage function. So disappointing. Astoria lifted her head, a thoughtful glint flashing in her eyes. "I heard that the prefect's private baths aren't just huge, they also come with all sorts of magical features, including a massage function." Hearing her sister's words, Daphne spoke from the heart, "Then I have to become a prefect, just to have that kind of big bath." Astoria. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 320, Unqualified Cornelius Fudge. Big sister. A prefect is a very important position, responsible for assisting professors in managing the school. Only students who are outstanding in both character and academics, responsible, and willing to dedicate themselves can become one. Astoria glared at her sister with displeasure. How could you even think of running for prefect just because their bath is bigger? But think about it, that's a large bath. After a whole day of exhaustion, you can fill it up with hot water, stretch out your limbs however you want, and release all the fatigue in your body, and it can even massage you. Daphne slapped Astoria on the butt. The scene described by her sister made Astoria's heart stir a little. She really couldn't resist the allure of a large bath, and becoming a prefect was also a way to prove herself. Daphne continued, "Besides me and Reese, who else has the qualifications to be prefect?" "Malfoy." She let out a loud, mocking laugh. In her eyes, the selection of prefects might look like a multiple-choice question, but in reality, it was a fill-in-the-blank one, and the only correct answers were herself and Reese, anything else would score 0. Looking at her overly confident sister, Astoria once again fell into silence. In this day and age, even someone like her sister could become a prefect. Slytherin House had truly fallen. The two soaked in the bath for a long time, only getting out once the water had cooled, wrapping themselves in the bathrobes they had prepared in advance. "This potion really does seem to work, I think my arms actually look whiter now," Daphne exclaimed in delight after carefully examining the state of her skin. "You don't even think about how long you were soaking in the water." Astoria finally couldn't hold back and complained, feeling that her sister had definitely fallen for some kind of IQ tax. After finishing their bath, the two of them used magic to dry their hair. Returning to the dormitory, they collapsed onto the soft beds and quickly drifted into dreamland. While Daphne and Astoria were enjoying their hot bath, Reese had already finished his own cleaning and returned to the dormitory earlier. He did not rush to bed, but instead took out a roll of parchment, a quill, and a plate of sweets. Setting a small table on his bed, he began writing a letter. He was writing to Jameson Henry Greengrass. As for the content of the letter, naturally, it was related to what had just happened. "Dear Jameson. Hello. Today, Dementors attacked Hogwarts. Don't worry, they have already been buried, and no one was harmed. I now need you to help me find out two things clearly. 1. Has the Ministry of Magic actually dispatched people to supervise the Dementors stationed around Hogwarts? And how strong is the Ministry's control over the Dementors? 2. Who insisted on using Dementors to blockade Hogwarts? If it was Minister Cornelius Fudge, I want to know why he did this. Expecting your reply, with sincere regards. Reese Lint." Reese's letter was very short, so short that it left large sections of blank space on the parchment. After finishing the letter, he sent it out and then lay back on his bed to sleep. By the time he woke up, Mr. Greengrass's reply had already been delivered. He opened it, skimmed through, and let out a cold laugh. The Ministry of Magic had not dispatched anyone to control the Dementors. Even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to exercise effective restraint. Fudge had sent the Dementors to surround Hogwarts in order to lie in wait and capture the escaped prisoner Sirius Black. After reading Mr. Greengrass's reply, Reese took 2 deep breaths to calm himself. Then he wrote Mr. Greengrass another letter. This time, it was even shorter than the last, so short it contained only one sentence. I believe Cornelius Fudge is unfit for the position of Minister for Magic. Upon receiving the reply, Jameson Henry Greengrass narrowed his eyes. After a moment's thought, he began writing letters to his friends. Reese's letter had been very short, but Mr. Greengrass's were extremely long, one after another, and he continued writing deep into the night without stopping. If that man believed Cornelius was unfit to be Minister for Magic, then Cornelius was unfit to be Minister for Magic. Cornelius Fudge had no idea that he had inexplicably offended a group of people. At present, he was troubled by other matters. When he arrived at his office this morning, he received two pieces of news. The first came from the ministry employee responsible for delivering supplies to the Dementors. He reported that the Dementors around Hogwarts had vanished. When he read this, Fudge felt as if his scalp had exploded. That was over 100 Dementors, not 100 stray cats. Could such creatures simply be misplaced? Then his eyes fell upon the Hogwarts crest on another letter lying below. Immediately, Fudge had a bad feeling. Opening it, he discovered it was a letter from Dumbledore. After reading, he was left with one good piece of news and one bad piece of news. The good news, the Dementors' whereabouts had been found. The bad news, they had invaded Hogwarts. Upon reading Dumbledore's words, cold sweat broke out all over Fudge. If a single student had been harmed, he would be utterly finished. When he read a few more lines, Fudge relaxed again. After all, no one had been hurt. That old man Dumbledore was simply making a fuss over nothing. He would just remind the Dementors later not to enter Hogwarts. But as he continued through the letter, Fudge's mood shifted to shock. The Dementors he had stationed around Hogwarts had been completely wiped out. According to Dumbledore, they hadn't been driven away by the Patronus charm, but rather buried. At first, Fudge thought Dumbledore must be mocking him, but after calming down, he realized Dumbledore had no reason to lie, and the Dementors really had disappeared. Either way, he would have to make a trip to Hogwarts. Placing his silk hat back on his head, Fudge hurried out of his office. In his rush, he failed to notice that many familiar faces were absent from the ministry that day. At that very moment, those missing faces were gathered at Greengrass Manor, invited by Jameson into the drawing room. The chamber was packed with representatives of pure-blood families, senior officials from the ministry, and other notable figures of the wizarding world. They all shared one thing in common: their children were currently attending Hogwarts. Once nearly everyone had arrived, Mr. Jameson cleared his throat and addressed the room. I believe all of you who came here today must have read my letter, correct? Yesterday, Hogwarts suffered a collective invasion by Dementors. As soon as Jameson finished speaking, Lucius raised his cane slightly, interrupting him. Forgive my intrusion, but may I ask, Mr. Jameson, how exactly do you know that Dementors invaded Hogwarts yesterday? My son is also studying at Hogwarts, and he certainly hasn't written me a letter about such an earth-shattering event. Jameson Henry Greengrass gave him a cold glance and replied, that's because the Dementors triggered Hogwarts' defense mechanism. They have already all been buried. Lucius. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 321, Pulling Fudge's Banner. Buried, what does that mean? For a moment, Lucius Malfoy felt as though his understanding of English wasn't quite sufficient. Literally, Lucius. On their way to invade Hogwarts, they were buried underground. Lucius's cane struck the floor with a loud crack. He simply could not believe his ears. And why, during his 7 years at the school, had he never heard of such a defensive spell? Hogwarts actually had such a function. Smashing one's cane against the host's floor during a visit was certainly not polite behavior, but none of the important figures present had the inclination to nitpick over such details. They were even more shocked than Lucius Malfoy himself. If they were buried in the earth, couldn't they just dig their way out? Old Crabbe asked dully. The wizards present all fell into silence for a moment, until Mr. Jameson quickly broke the awkward pause. They were buried very deep. Because the pit was so close to the Black Lake, it triggered further collapse, and now the pit has become part of the lake. I believe they will never be able to come out again. Jameson shared the information he had received from Lord Slytherin with the gathered wizards. To be honest, when he had first heard this news, he had also been shaken. An ordinary wizard driving away hundreds of Dementors with a single Patronus charm would have been enough to land him on a chocolate frog card. But what Lord Slytherin had done was even more outrageous: he had buried them directly underground. Truly, worthy of being the legendary wizard who had founded Hogwarts. Good, serves those creatures right. Old Flint declared, saying that the moment those Dementors stepped onto Hogwarts grounds, they should have been prepared to pay the price. What exactly did you call us here for, Jameson? The children weren't harmed, and Dementors, well, if they're dead, then they're dead. A ministry official laughed as he spoke. If you just wanted to say that Hogwarts has defensive magic we didn't know about, you could have mentioned it in the letter. Jameson shot him a glance. Once he realized this man was one of Fudge's appointees, he gave a cold snort. The rest of the parents in the hall exchanged subtle looks when they heard this. Fudge's lackey had tried to steer the discussion, but instead it backfired. But the Dementors still did invade Hogwarts, didn't they? Phoebany, you of all people should understand those creatures' nature better than I. If they had stormed into the Quidditch pitch, Jameson cut himself off and simply fixed Phoebany with a cold stare. The other parents also turned to glare at him. So many eyes on him made sweat bead on Phoebany's forehead. He felt he had to say something, and then the thought of Dumbledore came to him. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, he hurriedly said, with Dumbledore there, even if Dementors had entered the pitch, he would have driven them away. Bang. Before he could finish, Jameson slammed his fist down on the table beside him. And what makes you so certain Dumbledore would have been at the match? What if he hadn't gone that day? You studied at Hogwarts too, you should know the distance between the castle and the pitch. The wizards present grew increasingly uneasy. They were finally coming out of the shock they'd first felt upon hearing that Hogwarts' defensive magic buried the Dementors. They may have been eliminated, but the Dementors still invaded Hogwarts. Even setting aside their feelings for their alma mater, their children were still attending Hogwarts. When a Dementor sucks out a soul, it doesn't care whether the student is pureblood, half-blood, or Muggle-born. It doesn't care whose son or whose daughter they are. Phoebany, I have 2 daughters at Hogwarts, too. At first Jameson had only intended to follow Lord Slytherin's instructions and gather a circle of wizards opposed to Fudge, but by the end, his emotions spiraled out of control because he truly realized just how dangerous yesterday had been. Phoebany was completely silenced, and the faces of the other parents darkened at once. No matter their political leanings, Jameson's words were true: when Dementors devour souls, they are truly equal to everyone. Lucius Malfoy's face turned stormy. He narrowed his eyes, fingers stroking the head of his cane repeatedly. After a pause, he said coldly, Phoebany, if your work has kept you so busy that you've lost your wits, we wouldn't mind transferring you to a quieter post. Phoebany was drenched in sweat. Among everyone in this room, he was nearly at the bottom of the food chain. He couldn't afford to provoke anyone. He already regretted ever speaking up for Minister Fudge. This isn't the first time Dementors have been in close contact with students. They already searched the Hogwarts Express earlier, but at least that was under ministry orders. This time, to put it more seriously, it can even be described as rebellion. Jameson's words made everyone in the room shiver. Rebellion. That word seemed a bit too heavy. Not that far, not that far, someone immediately tried to smooth things over. Jameson, isn't that word a little too harsh? Jameson was silent for 2 seconds, but before he could reply, Lucius spoke. How can it be called rebellion? The ministry didn't even send anyone to supervise the Dementors. The ministry really does trust these creatures, doesn't it? The sarcasm in his tone was impossible to miss. He was now thoroughly dissatisfied with Fudge's arrangements, because he suddenly realized something. Why were Dementors stationed around Hogwarts? To catch the fugitive Sirius Black. And why go to such lengths for Sirius? Because he wanted revenge on that Harry Potter boy. From Lucius's perspective, what did it matter if that boy got hurt? Let the guilty bear their own burdens. If there was risk of collateral harm, that was something those Gryffindors in the tower should worry about, not him and not his son. Stationing Dementors at Hogwarts brought nothing but harm to him and his son. Why should his child be sacrificed for Potter's sake? With that thought, he immediately became one of the strongest voices against deploying Dementors around Hogwarts. Cornelius's actions were reckless. Bringing the Dementors over was simply not a good idea. Marcus's father, Old Flint, spoke up to state his position. Lucius Malfoy followed up right away, also voicing his discontent with Fudge. Once someone took the lead, the rest stopped hesitating, and in astonishing speed, they unified their view: the Dementors must be withdrawn from Hogwarts. Of course, in truth, those words were meaningless. Whether Fudge agreed with the proposal or not, the Dementors that invaded Hogwarts that day would never leave that land again. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 322, 322, Helga, that man is Fudge. Seeing that everyone present had reached a consensus, Jameson's mood improved greatly. The task Lord Slytherin had given him was now one step closer to success. When the policy of a minister for magic was openly questioned and then overturned, it meant his political career was nearing its end. It showed his prestige had fallen to a pitiful level, and the discontent against him had piled up too much. By then, Jameson wouldn't need to do anything. Those who were ambitious for the minister's position would naturally come forward to contact him, and he could simply set his price. This was the advantage of pureblood families: they could remain seated like fishermen on the shore, slowly accumulating wealth, status, and reputation for their family. Before they stepped onto the stage to seize the minister's chair, they would hardly ever be the losers. Oh, no, that wasn't entirely true. He still needed to do one thing: report his progress properly to Lord Slytherin, so as not to leave him waiting anxiously. Jameson thought it was only because the Lord was unwilling to reveal his identity. If one day he exposed who he truly was, then dismissing Fudge would be nothing more than a matter of a single word. After successfully rallying a group of people with enough influence, Jameson decided to bring them to confront Fudge and force him to repeal the bill authorizing Dementors to be stationed outside Hogwarts. As for how Sirius was to be captured, that wasn't their concern. They only wanted to make sure no Dementors ever appeared near Hogwarts again. Fudge quickly rushed to Hogwarts and was met at the school gates by Dumbledore, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Albus, this really was an accident. The flames of anger flickering in Dumbledore's eyes startled Fudge, and he instinctively began to defend himself. After speaking, he suddenly realized, no students had been hurt, so what was he so nervous about? Fudge's mood quickly calmed down. As a seasoned minister for magic, he had already thought of a solution on his way here. First, appease Dumbledore and settle matters with Hogwarts, then go on to placate those clueless parents outside. His principle was to downplay the big issues and smooth over the small ones. The two key points of this solution were, first, Hogwarts must not make a fuss, second, the parents must not band together too soon. Fudge was now working hard on the first point. So even though he inwardly disagreed, he still kept his posture low, repeatedly apologizing to Dumbledore and putting on a fearful, humble appearance. He knew Dumbledore was old, and the elderly were always easier to fool. Sure enough, the flames of anger in Dumbledore's eyes gradually died down. He told Fudge that Dementors must no longer appear near Hogwarts. Fudge blinked. That wouldn't do, without Dementors guarding the place, who would capture Sirius Black. He only wanted to catch the number 1 Azkaban escapee and bring him back as soon as possible. He didn't actually care much about Harry's safety. The reason he insisted on stationing Dementors around Hogwarts was simply because this was the place where Black was most likely to appear. May I take a look by the Black Lake first? I heard they were buried underground, and then sunk to the bottom of the lake. Fudge did not directly answer Dumbledore's request but instead diverted the topic. Of course, I was also very surprised something like this happened. Dumbledore stepped aside, inviting Fudge into Hogwarts. You're the headmaster, don't you know what happened? Hearing that Dumbledore was also surprised, Fudge couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Is Dumbledore lying to me? The thought flashed through his mind. He's extremely dissatisfied with my sending Dementors here, so even if he could have driven them away with a Patronus charm, he deliberately chose instead to activate the school's defensive magic and seal all the Dementors away. To be fair, this seemed like a rather reasonable explanation in Fudge's eyes. Hogwarts is a school with 1,000 years of history, filled with countless mechanisms and enchantments. Even as headmaster, I cannot fully grasp all its secrets. Even if the 4 founders were resurrected, they would certainly find the current castle extremely unfamiliar. Why, in fact, one morning I had to relieve myself and... Fudge patiently listened as Dumbledore recounted his curious incident of holding in his bladder while searching for a lavatory. By the time they reached the Black Lake, Fudge couldn't hold back any longer and cried out eagerly, "Is it there?" I see it, the outline of the Black Lake looks a little different from how I remembered. Dumbledore nodded, leading Fudge to the lake's edge, and told him that the 100 Dementors were now at the bottom of the lake. Fudge glanced at the dark, bottomless waters and swallowed hard. A lake that looked calm on the surface yet gave no glimpse of its depths, such a sight could most easily provoke fear in one's heart. He couldn't shake the thought that there might be some kind of monster lurking at the bottom, and in this case, he wasn't wrong. There were indeed 100 Dementors down there. While Fudge and Dumbledore were chatting by the Black Lake, Reese and Helga were also idly talking inside the castle. Old Snake, you haven't lost much of your edge. That large-scale freezing rain of yours, I was so envious watching it. Helga leaned against the window, savoring the damp air outside, her mouth full of praise for Salazar's domain. Not long after that day's Quidditch match ended, the rain had grown even heavier, as though the sky had been split open. But after a full day and night of torrential downpour, the stretch of continuous rainy weeks finally gave way to clear skies. You're just the same. The power of the earth, truly awe-inspiring. If I'm not mistaken, if you wanted to, you could reshape the terrain around Hogwarts right now, couldn't you? Reese also laid on the compliments, showering his old friend with flattery. Helga nodded. If she wished, she really could alter the geography surrounding Hogwarts. I'm thinking of placing Hogwarts atop a mountain several thousand meters high, a sheer, steep ring-shaped peak, with Hogwarts built in the center and the Black Lake at the base of the ring. Reese's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm rising. He felt that although the current terrain of Hogwarts was good, there was still room for further improvement. Helga looked at him as if he had gone mad. You could go down to the basement and ask Rowena to sculpt one for you. But in reality, please be a bit more sensible. If you really built it that high, the students would be gasping for air just from running between classes. Helga mercilessly teased her old friend. Wait, who's that beside Dumbledore? Her gaze casually swept over the Black Lake outside, and then she caught sight of Dumbledore and Fudge together. Reese looked closely. Wasn't that Fudge? That man is Fudge. The one who stationed Dementors near Hogwarts. Helga narrowed her eyes. Very good, he actually dares to step into Hogwarts. Reese glanced at Helga, deciding he absolutely had to hold his old friend back. She mustn't go and beat up the current Minister for Magic right in front of Dumbledore. If she really had to fight, then at least she needed to cover her face. It wasn't out of fear of him, but because they still wanted to live a peaceful life at Hogwarts. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 323, The Great Welcome of Fudge. Calm down. Beating up the Minister for Magic is against the law. Reese tugged on Helga's sleeve. You're actually willing to obey the law. Hufflepuff gave her old friend a look as if he were some strange creature. If people from back then heard you say this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. It's not about obeying the law, it's about respecting the rules. Times have changed. We have to learn to adapt to the modern world, not rely on our seniority to do as we please and cause trouble for the children. Reese said solemnly. He had always considered himself a man of principle. It's clearly the juniors who keep causing us trouble. Helga muttered. Seeing Salazar hesitate as if he wanted to speak, she added, Don't worry. I'm not like Godric. I still want to continue teaching here and try to break that ridiculous curse. I won't use my true identity to lecture that man. Having reached an understanding, Helga and Reese both released ripples of magical energy from their bodies. Meanwhile, Fudge was discussing with Dumbledore the possibility of digging the Dementors out from the bottom of the lake. But we're talking about 100 Dementors. Without them, the burden of guarding Azkaban. The Dementors left behind at Azkaban will probably be quite happy, won't they? After all, with so many fewer competitors for food. Dumbledore cut off Fudge's words. He understood Dementors far better than Fudge did, knowing that these dark creatures had no human emotions, and their attitude toward their own kind was limited only to not devouring each other. Fudge gave a bitter smile. It seemed Dumbledore had no intention of letting him dig the Dementors back out. What's more, it's completely impossible. They were buried too deep. I measured it before, the water alone is 50 meters deep. Dumbledore added on the side, wanting Fudge to understand that from both an emotional and practical standpoint, he could not support this idea of retrieving the Dementors. All right then. Fudge bent down, staring at the bottomless surface of the lake, as if trying to pierce through the water with his gaze to find the Dementors buried below. Careful. Dumbledore thought Fudge's footing looked unsafe. In his earlier measurements, he had discovered that this part of the lake wall was especially steep, almost dropping vertically down. One step was grassy lakeside, the next step was 50 meters of deep water. Yes, Before Fudge could finish, his foot slipped, and his whole body plunged headfirst into the lake. Once in the water, Fudge began to struggle, but his first kick found only empty space. Panic set in at once. He instinctively opened his mouth, gulping down several mouthfuls of icy water. Arg, bulb bulb bulb. On shore, Dumbledore reacted quickly. He drew his wand, flicked it, and sent a rope shooting from the tip, hurling it toward Fudge. From the distant castle, Helga let out a cold snort. Albus, you brought this on yourself. To use such magic, clearly, you've lost your head. She snapped her fingers, and the ground beneath Dumbledore's feet suddenly grew slippery. Dumbledore staggered, but quickly steadied himself and didn't tumble into the lake like Fudge. But holding his own footing was useless, because Fudge in the water had already grabbed hold of the rope he had thrown. Feeling the pull transmitted through his wand, along with the soil beneath him beginning to shift, Dumbledore didn't hesitate for a moment. He instantly severed the rope he had conjured from his wand tip. Arg, bulb bulb bulb. Fudge, who had just managed to clutch the lifeline, plunged into the water again, swallowing another mouthful of lake water in a desperate choke. Learning from the previous mishap, this time Dumbledore used a levitation charm to fish up Fudge, lifting the completely soaked minister out of the lake. Once back on shore, Fudge collapsed on the ground, retching for a long while, feeling as though he'd vomited up yesterday's dinner. At the same time, a piercing chill gripped his body. It was already late autumn, and the lake water was barely above freezing. To be soaked through by it, and to have swallowed several mouthfuls besides, was a truly miserable experience. Fortunately, Dumbledore was a skilled wizard. With practiced ease, he cast a spell that evaporated the lake water from Fudge's clothes. Fudge quickly came back to his senses and, in a flurry of panic, began fumbling through his pockets for his wand. Then he made a nightmarish discovery: his wand seemed to have fallen into the lake. Before Dumbledore could even finish drying him off, he was already pleading for him to use the summoning charm to retrieve his wand. Dumbledore had no reason to refuse, so he cast a summoning charm. But the wand did not rise to the surface. Dumbledore. Fudge. My wand doesn't have an anti-summoning charm on it, so why? Fudge scratched his head. Dumbledore tried another summoning charm. This time, he felt the spell give feedback, but the pull of it was nothing like a wand. With a firm tug, he finally pulled the wand up. As it turned out, Fudge's wand had gotten tangled in a clump of water plants growing over a massive boulder. Dumbledore's summoning charm had dragged not only the wand but also the several hundred-pound stone along with it. Carefully disentangling the wand from the weeds, Dumbledore handed the soaked wand, now cracked from the excessive strain, back to Fudge. Fudge. Clutching his split wand and feeling the soaked robes clinging to his body, he couldn't help but raise his head and shout aloud. Merlin's beard. Why the, UG. Only for a blob of bird droppings to land squarely on his face. Pa. 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 It took quite some time for Fudge to recover from this string of misfortunes. Considerate as ever, Dumbledore helped clean him up, even drying out his soaked robes. Perhaps today isn't a day fit for travel, Dumbledore joked. Shall we go ask Professor Trelawney for a little divination? Fudge wavered for a moment, maybe he really should go to a seer for a reading. She's sure to have hot tea and a roaring fireplace, Dumbledore added, delivering the final straw that swayed Fudge's mind. All right. I feel like today has been utterly miserable. Fudge decided to accompany Dumbledore to see Trelawney. Worst case, at least he could enjoy some tea and warmth by the fire, couldn't he? Watching the two of them walk into the castle, Reese and Helga exchanged knowing smiles. Oh dear Minister Cornelius, you're quite bold. After all this, you're still not heading back to the ministry. On the way into the castle, Fudge kept his nerves taut, worried that more mishaps would befall him. Yet the whole way remained calm and uneventful. The very instant he stepped into the castle, Fudge let out a huge sigh of relief, finally safe. But as soon as he set foot on Hogwarts' moving staircase, an accident struck, a step suddenly vanished, and Fudge slipped straight into it, one leg jammed tight between the stairs, unable to move. Fudge. Has it really been that long since I came back to Hogwarts? Does this staircase always have such a trap? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 324, Fudge's ill fortune continues. Fudge had thought he had already reached the limit of bad luck, but what happened next still took him by surprise. The step beside the one that had vanished also disappeared. The plump Fudge actually felt a bit more comfortable, at least he wasn't being painfully squeezed anymore. But when the third step disappeared, panic set in. Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could react, Fudge fell through the gaping hole formed by the missing steps. Fortunately, another staircase rotated into place below and caught him. Otherwise, that fall would have left him with shattered bones. Even so, being caught like that still left Fudge dizzy and disoriented. He felt as if every bone in his body had snapped, and he lay sprawled on the stairs for a long while before recovering. During that time, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the staircase beneath him also disappeared. But the pain in his body was so overwhelming that he lost all will to move. If the stairs vanish again, so be it. After this string of disasters, Fudge had slipped into a state of resignation, ready to give up. Yet it seemed his luck had finally turned, because this staircase stayed intact until Dumbledore arrived. Reaching Fudge's side, Dumbledore wasted no time in shielding him and pulling him back to safety. Dumbledore did not much like Fudge, but the man was still the Minister for Magic. He couldn't very well watch the sitting minister fall to his death inside Hogwarts Castle. This has never happened before. Dumbledore frowned slightly as he looked at the staircase where the step had suddenly vanished. This was very wrong. Ever since Fudge had stepped into Hogwarts, his misfortune had gone far beyond the normal scope of bad luck. This was more like a curse. Dumbledore thought of those Defense Against the Dark Arts professors who had tried to teach for a second year. Once they decided to stay on, they would encounter all kinds of misfortunes. But even among those cursed professors, what Fudge had gone through today was enough to put him among the especially unlucky ones. What Dumbledore and Fudge did not know was that the reason his misfortune hadn't gone further wasn't because his luck had turned, but because someone had shown mercy. All right, the Minister for Magic can't very well die inside Hogwarts Castle. From afar, Reese pressed down on Helga's arm, stopping her from making any more stairs vanish. He's getting off too easily. Helga said angrily. Just suffering this little bit and that's it. Of course not. Reese certainly didn't think Fudge had gotten through it. To suffer only this little was far too lenient. Still, he wasn't as furious as Helga, because Jameson Henry Greengrass had already begun taking action. For a political creature like Fudge, if forced to choose between misfortune and downfall, he would without hesitation choose misfortune. Helped to a safe platform by Dumbledore, Fudge wore a miserable expression as he asked him what on earth was happening, and why he was so unlucky today. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then could only reply in a humorous tone, "It seems Hogwarts Castle isn't very welcoming to you today." Fudge immediately cracked under the pressure, shouting loudly, "But I'm also a graduate of Hogwarts." Dumbledore didn't want to respond, "You're a graduate of Hogwarts, yet you surround it with Dementors. If the four founders knew, they'd expel you posthumously." Reese had never regretted inventing voice-transmitting magic as much as he did now. When Fudge's words, "I'm also a graduate of Hogwarts," reached their ears, both he and Helga were truly enraged. A great chandelier came crashing straight down toward Fudge's head. If not for Dumbledore's sharp reflexes, Fudge really would have died there today. Fudge. Dumbledore. "I think it would be best if you said a little less," Dumbledore advised with heartfelt sincerity. Fudge nodded blankly. A chandelier falling because its screws had worn loose with age wasn't impossible, but the probability was close to zero. Fudge was now truly frightened. Following behind Dumbledore, Fudge carefully and nervously made his way to the West Tower. But just as he climbed the suspended ladder leading to the divination classroom, the ladder snapped. The fall onto his backside hardly fazed Fudge anymore, he had grown used to it. Climbing back to his feet, he repaired the ladder with a mending charm, then slowly made his way into the divination classroom. After hearing Fudge's request, Professor Trelawney was stunned. This minister is far too unlucky. She cautiously performed a divination for him, and this time she truly did see ominous signs in the omen. When the conclusion of ill fortune emerged, Trelawney even felt an urge to cry. For years, in order to build her reputation, she had liked to deliver death prophecies to others. Yet after all this time, she had finally encountered someone whose omen genuinely bore the mark of death. Professor Trelawney used every ounce of her ability to give Fudge a thorough and detailed interpretation of what she saw in the signs. By the time she finished, Fudge's expression had turned as black as a scorched cauldron. "Then, what should I do to avoid these disasters?" Fudge interrupted, feeling that if he listened any longer he'd be hearing the prophecy of his total demise. "Trelawney. I only do the divining, I don't know how to stop it. Perhaps if you left the castle, it might be a little better." Fudge was so infuriated by Trelawney's words that his vision went black. "If I'd known, wouldn't it have been better to go straight back to the ministry? Why did I go through so much trouble to come here for your divination? Do you even know how much I've suffered on the way here?" He really didn't want to say another word, and even considered directly asking Dumbledore to lend him a broomstick so he could fly out through the window. But given his luck today, Fudge simply didn't dare. In the end, though his heart was filled with 10,000 unwilling thoughts, Fudge could only retrace his steps back the way he had come. When he finally stepped out of Hogwarts Castle once more and bathed in the sunlight, Fudge felt as if he had narrowly survived a calamity. "Albus, I'll head back to the ministry first. If there's anything, we can correspond by all post." Fudge cast a fearful glance at the castle behind him. In his eyes, the school he had once known as his alma mater had now transformed into a terrifying lair. He never wanted to step inside again. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. In the end, Fudge had still not directly answered whether or not he would continue to station Dementors outside Hogwarts. Just then, a handsome owl flew down before him, delivering a letter into his hands. Dumbledore opened it, and his face immediately showed surprise. "What is it?" Fudge asked nosily. Dumbledore gave him a strange look, then told him that a great many parents were waiting for him outside the school. Fudge. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 325, When Parents Storm the Gates. When Fudge heard that a group of parents was blocking his way, his entire face darkened. Hogwarts students' parents waiting for him at the school gates, how could that possibly be a good thing? If Hogwarts had an active flow network connection, he would definitely have chosen to escape through it, but unfortunately, there wasn't one here. Fudge could only grit his teeth and follow Dumbledore to the school entrance, where he was immediately surrounded by a dense crowd of parents. All sorts of noisy voices poured into his ears, making Fudge's head pound, and even Dumbledore was hemmed in by the furious parents, unable to extricate himself for the moment. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jameson quietly stepped aside, pulled out a roll of parchment, and began writing a letter. He intended to invite Lord Slytherin to come out and have a talk, to report on the progress of his work. But halfway through writing the letter, the ink in his bottle suddenly floated out and formed a line of words on the parchment. "What is it?" Jameson Greengrass's brow twitched violently. He knew this was Lord Slytherin sending him a message, but he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the men. "Salazar Slytherin is watching you." Such an experience would terrify others, but for Jameson it was pure joy, because for 1,000 years the Greengrass family had always been favored by their ancestor. The stronger Slytherin was, the more confidence Jameson had. Jameson immediately replied on the parchment to Reese, expressing his wish to meet him in person. The words Jameson wrote on the parchment appeared exactly as they were on the sheet spread out before Reese. Helga, who was watching from the side, was utterly astonished. This wasn't her field of expertise, so to her it was a completely novel experience. "Magic, fascinating, isn't it?" Reese glanced at her with a grin. Helga gripped her wand. Reese instantly shut his mouth and began writing his reply to Jameson. Hufflepuff sneered coldly. "Yes, magic is indeed fascinating." Reese told Jameson that today was not a good time to meet. His presence inside Hogwarts was already far too conspicuous, and Reese certainly wouldn't chat with him while he was under the spotlight. If Jameson truly wanted to talk with him, then he should organize the parents who had come to confront Fudge and keep them at the school for a meal. That way, Jameson himself would no longer stand out, after all, who could outshine Lucius Malfoy when it came to drawing attention. At that time, Lucius would surely be the brightest figure under the spotlight, while the chances of Reese and Jameson being noticed would be greatly reduced. Mr. Jameson mulled it over and thought this approach seemed quite appealing. This was, after all, his alma mater, carrying all the memories of his youth. Who could resist such a temptation? He made up his mind to push forward with this grand plan. By the time Jameson finished his conversation with Reese, Fudge had also wrapped up his so-called friendly and cordial exchange with the parents. In a harmonious atmosphere, both sides fully exchanged views and finally reached a consensus. Hogwarts was a sanctuary of magic, and the Dementors must be withdrawn from its surroundings. The Ministry of Magic would instead dispatch Aurors to guard the various entrances to Hogwarts, to prevent Sirius Black from infiltrating the school. Fudge rubbed his nose, which still reeked of blood, and straightened out his robes that had been pulled into a mess. It seemed someone had taken the opportunity to punch him in the chaos, and more than a few had even managed to land kicks on him. But thankfully, all that was behind him now, and at last, he could return to the ministry. As for the political consequences of this incident, he would think about that later. For now, he just wanted to go back, take a hot bath to wash away the bad luck, and then hide under his blankets for a long sleep. Fudge hurried away, while the parents broke into cheers. Even Phoebe, who had once spoken up for Fudge at the Greengrass Manor, abandoned him and joined the ranks of the gathered parents. Since we're already here, why don't we take a look around the school, have a meal before leaving? Seeing the group still full of energy, but somewhat reluctant to disperse, Mr. Jameson took the initiative to speak up, steering the topic. As soon as he said this, all the parents turned in unison to look at Dumbledore, who was standing nearby, watching the spectacle with amusement. A stroll around Hogwarts, what a wonderful suggestion. Most of the parents present hadn't returned to Hogwarts since their own graduations. At Mr. Greengrass's prompting, the idea of revisiting their alma mater, walking the grounds, and reminiscing about their youth was instantly sparked within them. Of course, their enthusiasm also had something to do with the fact that they were all doing quite well in life. If they were in circumstances like Lupin's before being hired at Hogwarts, they probably wouldn't have had the heart to come back. Dumbledore thought it over and decided that letting this group of parents in wouldn't cause any harm. Since they were all Hogwarts alumni, he straightforwardly agreed to their request. Still, out of caution, he decided to keep them close by his side. I'll take you around the grounds. If you'd like, we could even sit in on a class or two. Oh, that would be so inappropriate. What an intrusion, haha. Such an imposition. The parents' eyes lit up at once. Though their mouth said it would be too much trouble, their bodies very honestly stepped right into Hogwarts. Instead of leading them straight into the castle, Dumbledore first took them to the Black Lake, showing them the Dementors' burial ground. The parents were, of course, full of admiration. Hogwarts' defensive magic was truly incredible. They even gave the protruding part of the Black Lake a name, Dementor's Corner, to commemorate the creatures now resting at the bottom of the lake. But with Azkaban suddenly losing 100 Dementors, won't that weaken its guarding force? Could it let more prisoners escape? The moment this question was raised, it sparked an extremely heated discussion. The parents present were all quite concerned about whether Azkaban's inmates might break out. Many of them had once been colleagues with those prisoners, so a little worry was natural. But it wasn't sympathy for their former colleagues. Rather, they were afraid that if Azkaban wasn't properly guarded and those people broke out. After all, the prisoners there were the most loyal followers of Voldemort. Any Death Eaters who had managed to remain free after his downfall must have had some degree of betrayal tied to their survival. If those old colleagues broke out and came seeking revenge, that would be disastrous. The Cruciatus Curse would not show any mercy simply because one was a pureblood wizard. Couldn't the Dementors just spawn little Dementors to make up the numbers? Dementors can't reproduce, can they? Then send Aurors in their place. Go tell the Auror office that yourself, see if they'll listen to you. The discussion grew louder and more frantic, everyone worried that reduced guard power would lead to prison escapes. Reese, of course, was aware of their concerns. Glancing at Helga, who stood beside him, he suddenly came up with an idea that might solve their worries. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 326, Helga's Big Business. I think you might be able to land yourself a big order. Reese shared his idea with Helga. Azkaban's imprisonment strategy was very simple: let the Dementors feed on the prisoners' happiness, keeping them in a half-mad state so that their ability to act was greatly weakened. No matter how powerful a wizard was, after being thrown into Azkaban for some time, their spirit would collapse. A wizard whose mind had withered and who had been stripped of their wand could never possibly escape from Azkaban. The reduction in the number of Dementors did indeed pose a risk of weakening Azkaban's guard. This meant additional watchers were needed. But since Dementors could not reproduce, and ordinary wizards would never be willing to take shifts guarding Azkaban, the issue became a dead end. But if they broaden their thinking, why must wizards themselves be sent to strengthen Azkaban's defenses? Standing right beside him, Helga was highly skilled in creating alchemical golems, was she not? Interesting. Helga murmured thoughtfully after hearing Reese's idea. She could indeed produce a batch of golems to reinforce Azkaban's defenses. But the question was, how much should she charge the ministry for them? She had no intention of being treated like a fool again. When she shared this concern with Salazar, Reese looked back at her with a bewildered expression. How should I know how much those things are worth? In the modern wizarding world, alchemical knowledge had regressed considerably, and the market for alchemical constructs was practically non-existent. These things couldn't even be priced, because no one had ever sold them before. How about 1,000 galleons each? Reese gave Helga a look. He didn't think the Ministry of Magic could allocate such a large budget. 1 at 1,000, 10 would already be 10,000. And how many golems would it take to rearm Azkaban? 10. 50. Or even 100. How about this, you sell them a batch of golems at a low price, then make your profit from after-sales service. For example, replenishing their magical energy and such. Reese offered Helga a suggestion. Of course, Helga could create those permanent golems with lifespans of over 1,000 years, but this model was clearly more profitable. In the end, Helga accepted Reese's proposal. I'll create a batch of eternal golems, but I'll also place seals on them so that after a period of time they will fail. The methods to restore their power and lift the seals, we'll keep those here at Hogwarts. The headmaster can pass them down by word of mouth. Helga sought Reese's approval. Reese naturally had no objections. This was good for Hogwarts. Helga had essentially secured another long-term meal ticket for the school. After the two reached an agreement, Helga decided to put the plan into action. Just then, the class bell rang. Helga lifted her head with a sigh. Another class already. This timetable is far too packed. The pressure of modern teaching was so great that even Helga sometimes found it difficult to bear. The school had 4 houses, each with 7-year levels. Except for 6th and 7th year, the other 5 years were divided into 2 classes each, with every class having 2 lessons per week. Adding up, Helga had to teach 22 lessons every week, and on top of that, grade homework for students across all 7 years. This workload was far heavier than what she had endured 1,000 years ago. Because of this, she grew even more impressed with Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration, head of Gryffindor House, and deputy headmistress. Whenever Helga felt too exhausted to face another lesson, she would think of Minerva in her heart, and it would give her the motivation to keep going. If Minerva can survive it, then of course I can too. After venting her complaints about the workload, Helga turned her head and noticed that Reese, who had clearly heard the class bell, showed no intention of moving at all. She couldn't help but feel curious. You don't have a class? Yes. Helga. I plan on skipping. Helga. Before Hufflepuff could even react, Reese quickly walked out of her line of sight. It wasn't until Helga entered the classroom and saw the familiar silver hair that she suddenly realized the old snake was skipping her class. Shock and confusion clashed within Helga's mind, and after a brief moment, transformed into anger. I worked so hard preparing this lesson, Salazar. You'll listen whether you want to or not. You all wait here a moment, I'll be right back. Without a second of hesitation, Hufflepuff turned and left the classroom, then began searching for Reese. Very quickly, she used magic to lock onto Salazar's position, and in an instant appeared before him. Professor White, don't you have a class to attend? Reese looked up, startled, and asked. Helga gave a cold laugh, grabbed Reese firmly by the shoulder, and made it absolutely clear to him, today, he was going to attend that class. Just the one I was waiting for. Saying this, Helga grabbed Reese from his seat and dragged him to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Under the puzzled gazes of all the students, Reese calmly and unflinchingly sat down in the empty seat beside Daphne. Why are you so late? Daphne asked in some confusion. I got lost. I got lost, Reese replied with a rather absurd excuse. If your role in class was to serve as a demonstration tool, you'd want to skip class too, Reese muttered inwardly. Daphne gave him a doubtful glance. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like Reese had skipped class and been dragged back by Professor White. Once Reese entered, the class was finally complete, and Helga began today's lesson. To warm up for their upcoming collaboration, Helga decided to show the students a bit of puppet magic today. With a flick of her hand, she conjured a half-man-tall puppet and controlled it to walk, run, and jump. It could even cast various spells. Just as she was about to call Salazar up to the podium to demonstrate the puppet's maximum capabilities, a sudden clamor of footsteps came from outside the classroom. Dumbledore arrived at the classroom door, leading a large group of parents. The students inside, hearing the noise, instinctively looked toward the doorway, and then froze in place. Why were their dads and moms at the school? Because of the nature of Slytherin House, most of the parents who had come today were parents of Slytherin students, which made the shock all the greater for those present. Take Malfoy, for instance. He had been leaning sideways in his seat, listening to the lesson in a very casual pose. But when he glanced lazily toward the door, he found himself locking eyes with his own father. And then he froze stiff. Under Lucius Malfoy's gaze, Draco slowly straightened himself back around and sat upright in his chair with the most proper posture. "All right then, Smith, you may continue your lesson." Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand, letting Helga continue teaching. He remained outside the classroom, speaking softly as he introduced to the parents this year's new defense against the dark arts professor. The name Smith White was one many of the parents had already heard of. Seeing the professor herself today, their curiosity was naturally piqued. They stood just outside the classroom, quietly sitting in on Helga's lesson. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 327, No More Mediocrities. Very well, let us continue. Mr. Lint, please come up to the podium. Helga did not let Reese off the hook just because there were people watching outside. Once Reese went up and sparred for a while with the puppet Helga had conjured, the parents outside the classroom suddenly found their interest piqued. Do you think these kinds of puppets could be deployed at Azkaban? Among those observing Helga's lesson, thanks to Mr. Jameson's earlier screening, a large proportion were Ministry of Magic officials. Naturally, they immediately connected the dots between combat puppets and Azkaban's shortage of guards. But these puppets don't seem very strong. They're fighting a young wizard evenly, muttered McNeil from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Jameson cast him a glance, sneering inwardly. McNeil's words, however, did plant a seed of doubt in the other ministry officials' hearts. If the puppets looked impressive but were useless in practice, then they couldn't really strengthen Azkaban's security. They narrowed their eyes, carefully watching the battle between Reese and the puppet. Swoosh! With a sweep of its arm, the puppet made the air in front of it twist and ripple. Reese shifted slightly to the side, his robe fluttering as if brushed by a faint breeze, while a long crack several feet wide appeared on the wall behind him. Boom! With a flourish of his wand, as if performing a juggling trick, Reese sent the puppet flying through the air, crashing heavily into the podium behind it. The onlookers. "Are you sure you could beat either one of those two?" someone muttered toward McNeil. McNeil's face turned pale, then flushed, and after a long pause he muttered in a low voice, "All I'd need to do is close the distance quickly, then duck under the spell, and I could split that puppet in two with an axe." No one took his face-saving words seriously. Everyone else was seriously considering the feasibility of deploying such puppets at Azkaban. Judging from the strength it had just displayed, it was more than sufficient to serve as a jailer. But there were still many questions to consider. Would these puppets require wizards to control them? How long could the magic inside them last? Could they adapt to Azkaban's damp, dark environment? And how much would one of these puppets cost? Of course, some of the wealthier heads of families were also considering buying a few puppets to guard their own estates. Dumbledore gazed at the puppet that had just been flung aside, his eyes thoughtful. The puppet reminded him of Hogwarts suits of armor and statues, only far more advanced. The armor and statues could mostly only attack through physical means, whereas Professor White's puppet could actually cast spells. He planned to speak with Professor White later, to see whether such puppets could be deployed within the school or whether the existing armor and statues could be upgraded. With their own different thoughts in mind, the group outside stayed put and listened through the entire defense against the dark arts lesson. As soon as the dismissal bell rang and Professor White stepped out of the classroom, she was immediately surrounded by the waiting parents. Facing the eager crowd, Helga showed no trace of stage fright. Smiling broadly, she invited everyone to find a place where they could sit down and talk in detail. "The puppet just now was only a small appetizer, something I made casually. If you'd like, I can provide stronger puppets with far more comprehensive functions." Her words instantly lifted everyone's spirits, and they hurried after her to find an empty classroom where they could sit and negotiate. Of course, there were some parents uninterested in puppets, or unable to afford them, and since it was nearly lunchtime, Dumbledore simply led those who didn't wish to speak further with Professor White toward the Great Hall. But one figure among the group of parents caught Dumbledore's attention. "Jameson, don't you want to buy a few puppets for your household?" "Professor Dumbledore, my family's ancestral manor is protected by defensive magic personally laid down by Lord Salazar Slytherin. Buying such puppets would just take up space." Dumbledore. Show off. With a heritage like that, no wonder they managed to keep themselves unscathed during the Wizarding Wars. Mr. Jameson Greengrass, however, deliberately slowed his pace, slipped back a few steps, and made his way to his daughter's side, exchanging a quick glance with Reese nearby. Once they arrived at the Great Hall, the group sat down directly in the Slytherin corner. The moment her backside touched the bench, Daphne impatiently asked why her father was here. "To check if you've been finishing your homework on time." "Daphne. Just kidding. We came to find Cornelius Fudge, about the matter of the Dementors. From now on, there won't be any Dementors around Hogwarts." On the surface, Mr. Jameson was chatting with his daughter, but in reality, he was reporting his work progress to Reese. Cornelius is finished now. The prestige he accumulated after becoming Minister for Magic has been completely lost. It's only a matter of time before he's out of office. Daphne, oh. And what does that have to do with me? Reese didn't say much, only took a piece of garlic steak from the plate in front of him. It was one of his favorite dishes, the marbled beef slathered in a thick layer of garlic paste, sizzling on the hot iron plate, the high heat roasting out the fat within the beef and soaking into the garlic paste, giving it a fried texture while infusing the aroma of garlic deep into the meat, each bite dripping with juices and filled with the rich taste of garlic. So, who do you think the next Minister for Magic will be? Want a piece of steak? The garlic steak here is excellent. Reese asked casually as he cut into his steak, as if making small talk. Of course. Mr. Jameson also took a piece of steak, then shared his view. Whoever becomes the next minister will depend on who gains the most support first. To put it plainly, that means the support of us pureblood families. Reese nodded. People like Jameson Greengrass might not hold conspicuous titles on the surface, but their actual influence in the wizarding world was by no means small. Winning enough backing from the pureblood families was indeed the top priority for any candidate for minister. Hopefully, the next minister will be someone competent. He sighed lightly, as though voicing a personal sentiment. The wizarding world doesn't have much time left to waste on fools and mediocrities. That was Reese's genuine opinion. After interacting with Muggles, he felt the wizarding world didn't have much time left. Jameson's heart shuddered. This was Lord Slytherin's requirement for the next Minister for Magic. He would not tolerate a mediocrity remaining in the post. This demand actually conflicted with the stance of many in their circle. The pureblood families naturally preferred the Minister for Magic to be as inept as possible, so they could seize more benefits for themselves. The sharp and capable ones were always trying to take action and create trouble for everyone. This was the real reason Fudge had been able to defeat Crouch. Crouch's Death Eater son had merely been the trigger. But the will of Lord Slytherin was also the will of Jameson Greengrass, and he would find a way to see it realized. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 328, 328, Champion for the Triwizard Tournament. I believe the next Minister for Magic will definitely be someone sharp and capable, Mr. Jameson said with absolute certainty. Sitting nearby, Daphne let out a yawn. She had no interest whatsoever in such a boring topic as who the Minister for Magic would be. Dad. Why are you here? At that moment, Astoria entered the Great Hall and immediately spotted her father sitting beside her sister. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of trouble had her sister gotten into to make their father come all the way to school? I came to the school today to handle some matters, and since it happened to be mealtime, I decided to stop by here for a meal. Mr. Jameson explained his purpose to Astoria. That's wonderful, Dad, you're the best. Knowing that there would no longer be Dementors around the school, Astoria brightened instantly. I always hated them, especially when they stormed the Hogwarts Express to search it. Being praised by his daughter in public left Jameson very pleased. The train search was actually just a rehearsal for what happened yesterday. Reese, thinking back carefully, realized that the incident of the Dementors stopping the train had already revealed the signs. The Ministry of Magic hadn't sent anyone to work with the Dementors, which had completely exposed their negligence. The reason the Dementors threat hadn't exploded earlier was thanks to him and Helga stepping in on time. At least back then the Dementors still acted under the Ministry's search order. But yesterday, they were completely out of control. Jameson sighed. I thought the lesson we gave them that day would calm them down. Unfortunately, their emotions don't seem to work the same way as humans. What lesson? Mr. Jameson raised his head, looking puzzled. From the ancestor's words, was there something he hadn't been told? Reese blinked. Jameson didn't know that the Dementors who had searched the train that day had been destroyed by him and Helga. When he told Jameson about it, Jameson was utterly stunned. Something like that happened. So there had already been conflict between the two sides. It seems the Dementors never reported the incident to the Ministry. This shows the Ministry actually has no ability to restrain them at all. From the very start, deploying Dementors was a mistake. Reese's tone was calm. In his view, it wasn't worth wasting anger on something that had already been settled. That white fellow is rather interesting. Once the topic of Dementors and the Minister was finished, Jameson shifted the conversation with Reese towards Smith White. She is indeed remarkable. Reese glanced at Jameson, silently hoping he wouldn't say such things in front of Helga. That woman was terribly small-minded. The Ministry has plans to purchase her puppets to serve as guards for Azkaban. And quite a few wizards are interested in her products as well. They want to buy some to keep at home. Then she's going to make a fortune. You should buy a few puppets from her for your home. You definitely won't regret it. Jameson nodded. Since the ancestor had spoken, he would certainly buy a few puppets. Reese had originally intended to tell Jameson that just purchasing the lower-grade models that required recharging would be enough. But after thinking about it, he decided there was no need to say anything. As for Smith White's true identity, Reese did not reveal it to Jameson. Something so important, without Helga's consent, he would never say a word. The Ministry of Magic is about to enter a period of turmoil. I wonder if the next few major events will be affected. Jameson had another matter to report to Reese. This was a top-secret issue within the ministry, known only to a small handful of people. By chance, he happened to be among them. What major events? Reese's interest was piqued. The first is the Quidditch World Cup final this summer. By regulation, this time the host is the British Ministry of Magic. The ministry has already drafted the plans, and after the New Year construction on the stadium will begin. The scale of the event will be unprecedented. At the mention of major events, Daphne and Astoria both perked up their ears, eager to hear what gossip their father might bring. But when it turned out to be about Quidditch, Reese immediately lost interest. To him, a Quidditch match was less interesting than a box of cream ice cream. Reese, do you want to come watch the Quidditch match with us during the summer holidays? Dad will definitely be able to get the best tickets. Daphne put her roasted chicken leg aside and asked if Reese was interested in watching the match with her family. Mr. Jameson's expression remained calm, but inwardly he gave his elder daughter a big thumbs up. Excellent, that's exactly how it should be done. He had already been thinking of bringing it up himself, but felt a little awkward. Having his daughter say it for him was perfect. It will be very lively. Wizards from all over the world will be coming. Though Reese had little interest in Quidditch itself, upon hearing this he changed his mind. He wanted to interact more with wizards from other countries. Seeing that the ancestor was willing to attend the Quidditch match with his family, Jameson was overjoyed and immediately promised that he would secure the very best seats. What else is there? Yes, Dad, what about the other secrets? Everyone knows the Ministry of Magic is hosting the Quidditch World Cup. First, you must promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. Jameson's gaze toward his two daughters was filled with distrust. Daphne and Astoria's curiosity had already been thoroughly piqued, and they hurried to swear that they wouldn't breathe a word. Reese, meanwhile, used magic to seal off their voices. A faint buzzing noise cloaked their conversation so that anyone passing by would hear nothing of what they were discussing. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, which has been discontinued for centuries, is going to be held again. Mr. Jameson lowered his voice, speaking with deliberate mystery. However, the reactions of the three gave Jameson the feeling of punching into cotton, utterly anticlimactic. Their responses were surprisingly uniform, no reaction at all. When the Tri-Wizard Tournament was first created, Reese had already fallen into his long slumber, and Daphne and Astoria had no way of knowing about a competition that had been cancelled for hundreds of years. So none of the three had ever even heard of this ancient contest. Jameson couldn't help but sigh, then began explaining the Tri-Wizard Tournament to them. As he listened, Reese's eyes grew brighter and brighter, sending champions to compete against the other two European wizarding schools. That sounded very interesting indeed. Daphne and Astoria's levels were already quite good, it was about time for them to venture outside the school. Reese made up his mind, Hogwarts' champions would be chosen from Daphne and Astoria. As for Helga's and Rowena's heirs, Reese felt they had been under tutelage for too short a time, one for barely over a year, the other not even chosen yet. How could they compare with Daphne and Astoria? The task of bringing honor to the school should fall to his own students. Just like Reese, Daphne and Astoria also became extremely excited upon learning about this, eager to give it a try. But there are rumors that the champions must be at least 17 years old. Mr. Jameson's next words made all three of them frown in unison. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 329, Disbelief. How can they do this? Why set 17 as the threshold? Astoria and Daphne protested together. By the time the Tri-Wizard Tournament was held next year, there was no way either of them would be 17. That meant the tournament would have nothing to do with them at all. Already being in their third year, they couldn't possibly wait for the next Tri-Wizard Tournament either. Reese also could not accept the rule that champions had to be at least 17. With that condition in place, both his and Rowena's students would be barred from competing. His students missing out on experience was one thing, but letting the other two schools snatch the championship was another matter entirely. Having studied at Hogwarts for many years right now, Reese knew the level of the 6th and 7th years well enough, most of them couldn't even defeat Daphne, a mere second year. The only particularly outstanding one had already graduated. In other words, Reese had no confidence in the current upper-year students at Hogwarts. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were most likely in the same state, but once they weren't relying on students personally trained by him and Helga, there would be uncertainty. One couldn't take chances with something this important. He absolutely could not accept the Tri-Wizard Cup being taken by another school right in front of him. If such a thing happened, it would bring shame upon Helga as well. How could the two of them then face Rowena down in the afterlife? The Ministry of Magic and the three participating schools have their concerns. They worry the difficulty of the tasks will be too high and that students might be injured or even killed, so they set the age limit at 17 and above, Mr. Jameson explained to the three. But this reasoning clearly couldn't convince Reese. 1,000 years ago had been very different. Death was a frequent companion at their side. When it came to matters of life and death, Reese's threshold was far higher than that of modern wizards. The ministry and the school's concerns couldn't serve as a persuasive argument to him. This rule isn't very good. The age requirement should be loosened, Reese said, glancing at Mr. Jameson, hoping he could exert some influence in this matter. He added, and for a school to send only one champion, that's rather small-minded. As he spoke, Reese's mind opened up further. Indeed, why cling to the old rules of the Triwizard Tournament? There didn't have to be only one champion, and the competition didn't need to be limited to just 3 schools. If they want to host a grand tournament, then make it truly grand. Let all the world's prestigious magical schools take part, send more students to compete, and let everyone witness the outstanding young talents of today's wizarding world. Of course, that's just my personal thought. Reese shared his idea with Mr. Jameson, leaving the latter utterly stunned. Isn't this a bit too ambitious? But clearly, Lord Slytherin had his own ideas, and Jameson didn't dare refute him to his face. After a moment's thought, Mr. Jameson could only tell Reese that he didn't have much sway over the matter, but he would do his best to lobby where he could. Reese sighed. If the tournament were truly held in the old Triwizard format, then at the end of the day it was nothing more than an exhibition match, not interesting at all. Whether Daphne and Astoria participated didn't matter, going would only be a waste of time. Daphne and Astoria didn't catch much of what their father and Reese discussed toward the end. Both of them were fully immersed in the scene Reese had painted for them. Standing before the entire school, defeating the elites chosen from magical schools all around the world, just imagining it felt incredibly cool. While Reese and Jameson were discussing the Triwizard Tournament that might be held next year, Helga was in a classroom negotiating business with ministry officials. The automated combat puppet you mentioned, how long can it be used? If it's given regular maintenance and upkeep, lasting 100 years is no problem, Hufflepuff replied with great confidence. In truth, if she were being completely honest, she believed her puppets could last 1,000 years. But she knew the wizards before her would never believe that, so she modestly toned it down. Even so, 100 years was a terrifying number. A whole century. Literally a puppet that could be passed down through 3 generations, the grandson gone, yet the puppet still standing. The ministry officials seated below all exchanged looks, instinctively suspecting that Professor White might be exaggerating. But just by glancing at their expressions, Helga could tell they were doubting her words. With a grand wave of her hand, she boldly declared that for 50 years after purchase, under all non-deliberate damage, she would guarantee repair or replacement. The officials. Saying such a thing might have been a bit impolite, but truly, she didn't look like someone who would live another 50 years. Still, since she dared to make such a claim, she must have had strong confidence in the quality of her puppets. In truth, the officials weren't all that concerned with whether Professor White's puppets could truly last 100 years. As long as they didn't cause any large-scale quality issues before the officials retired, that was good enough. You just said the puppet you showed us earlier wasn't even the limit of what you could make. That you could create ones with more complex functions and stronger power, asked a square-jawed middle-aged witch with curiosity. Yes. The puppet I demonstrated in class just now was nothing more than a teaching tool I made casually. If I put real effort into it, I could certainly create far more refined puppets. And what about their combat strength? In the eyes of the middle-aged witch, the puppet shown earlier was already powerful enough. If the official version's combat strength could be pushed even further, that would be truly shocking. I believe their combat capabilities would be no less than those of an Auror. Helga's words set off an uproar among the audience. Aurors were the Ministry of Magic's top combat force, a crucial pillar of peacekeeping. Each and every Auror was a precious asset to the ministry. And yet here was this professor claiming that the puppets she made could rival an Auror's combat strength. This answer is astonishing. Are you saying you can create combat puppets that can last more than a century, possess combat strength on par with Aurors, and fight automatically without anyone controlling them? The middle-aged witch repeated Helga's description of the puppet's specifications in a tone full of disbelief. Of course, Helga replied calmly. In her eyes, modern Aurors weren't all that different from ordinary wizards. The only distinction was that the former had richer combat experience, perhaps enough to withstand one more spell from her. The many wizards present all fell silent at once. They were forced to confront a question: was this elderly witch simply talking nonsense? But judging by her demonstration in class earlier, it didn't seem entirely unrealistic. All right, then. How much would one of these puppets cost? At last, it was Lucius Malfoy who broke the silence. From the crowd's reaction, Helga had already discerned their thoughts, so without hesitation she answered, 3,000 galleons, that's the starting price. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 330, 330, Hufflepuff and Bones. How much? For a moment, Lucius thought his ears were deceiving him. 3,000 galleons. And if you want additional features, the price will go up further. Helga's tone brimmed with confidence. She knew these pureblood families were wealthy, so naturally, she intended to harvest as much from them as she could. As for the Ministry of Magic, she certainly wouldn't open her lion's mouth. Instead, she would quote a reasonable price the ministry could actually accept. But the ministry officials who had been listening in were all stunned by her price, 3,000 galleons, just the starting price. 4 puppets would already exceed 10,000 galleons. How could the ministry possibly allocate such a massive budget? Hearing this number, Lucius had first wanted to sink back into his seat. But that figure of 3,000 tugged sharply at his sensitive nerves, reminding him of a certain treasure collecting dust in his family vault. 3,000 galleons does seem rather excessive, Lucius said in his slow, deliberate voice. But before Hufflepuff could refute him, he shifted the topic, telling Professor White that his family possessed a set of rare treasures, purchased back then for exactly 3,000 galleons. He wondered aloud whether they might be used to exchange for one puppet. The treasures Lucius referred to were, of course, that set of Founder's goblets. He was shrewd. That set of cups was almost impossible to sell off, even if someone did take them, it would be at a heavy loss. Better to exchange them for a puppet that could actually guard the household. Oh. Hufflepuff's interest was piqued. She really thought Lucius was planning to barter with some treasured heirloom from his family. These are fine relics left behind by the founders of Hogwarts. Seeing that Professor White seemed tempted, Lucius immediately parroted the exact sales pitch old Mr. Borgin had once used. But halfway through his words, his brows furrowed. Where had Borgin gotten that set of cups in the first place? He remembered the men had mentioned the seller's name before. Looking up and locking eyes briefly with Professor White, Lucius Malfoy suddenly recalled, the very woman standing before him, Professor White, was the one who had sold the cups. His son had mentioned her name, Smith White, in passing when speaking of Borgin, but Lucius hadn't paid it any mind, too busy haggling with Borgin. In the end, he'd simply forgotten all about it. Now he was frozen in embarrassment. For the moment, all he could do was mechanically recite Borgin's sales pitch, not even knowing what he himself was saying anymore. At first, Hufflepuff had been quite intrigued. But the more she listened, the quieter she grew. Wasn't this just the very set of cups I sold in the first place? She cast a look at Lucius. Are you really trying to sell back to me, at a marked-up price, something I sold to you? Helga decisively cut off Lucius's introduction of the goblets. Mr. Malfoy, that set of goblets was indeed crafted by Helga Hufflepuff herself, but it is clearly not worth 3,000 galleons. Professor White's words left Lucius speechless. For a moment, he didn't even know how to respond. To his ears, it was like she had cast a spell point blank at him, bluntly telling him that the treasure he had spent a fortune on was actually worthless. The thought alone gave him the urge to stand up and curse her on the spot, but his reason restrained him. If he really caused a scene and she let slip a bit of the truth, not only would the value of his goblets plummet instantly, but the Malfoy family would also become a laughingstock. No matter what, he had to insist that the set of goblets was genuine. You must be joking, that was Hufflepuff's work. How could it not be worth 3,000 galleons? Lucius forced a stiff smile onto his face, trying to haggle with Professor White. Helga, would I not know whether that set of goblets is worth 3,000 galleons? She ignored Lucius further and instead told everyone present that she would craft a sample puppet, which would arrive at the Ministry of Magic by Christmas under its own power. The Ministry's wizards could then test it themselves to see if it matched her claims. Hearing this, the various wizards present gradually set aside their doubts. They decided to wait until they saw the sample puppet before making a decision. 3,000 galleons as a starting price, even if part of the payment could be offset with magical artifacts or collectibles, it was still no small sum and required careful consideration. With that, the deal was more or less concluded. The parents and officials had received both the price and the performance specifications of the puppets from Professor White, and Professor White had promised them that she would have a sample ready before Christmas. Everything else would be decided then. The parents filed out one after another, heading toward the Great Hall. While there was still time, they wanted to squeeze in a free lunch and, incidentally, check in on their children. Only the square-jawed witch who had been asking questions all along remained behind. Something else? If you don't go to the Great Hall soon, you'll only get dessert. Or do you have your kid packing food for you? Helga gave her a look, unsure what she was after. I don't have children. She shook her head. Only a niece, studying in Hufflepuff. Oh. Upon learning her niece was in Hufflepuff, Helga's mood instantly improved. Then why not come to my office for a drink? I imagine you must still have something you'd like to discuss with me. Of course. The two of them headed together toward Helga's office. On the way, Hufflepuff learned that the broad-shouldered, square-jawed witch before her was Amelia Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She immediately had a good guess as to why Bones wanted to speak with her privately. Once inside the office, Helga invited her to sit, offering her a tray of pastries and a bronze goblet. Seeing clear water transform into lemon tea before her eyes, Bones raised an eyebrow. She more or less figured out the truth behind that set of goblets Lucius had been so proud of. Let's be frank. After draining the lemon tea in one gulp, Bones stated her purpose directly. 3,000 galleons is simply too expensive. Such a high budget would be very difficult to push through the ministry. But I firmly believe they're worth every canute. Hufflepuff calmly took a piece of bread, spread a thick layer of pâté on it, squeezed some salad dressing on top, and finally covered it with a layer of pickles. After eating the sandwich, which was both explosively caloric and explosively delicious, she looked up at Bones and asked if she wanted one too. I'll pass. But I didn't expect you to have such an appetite. Bones's eyes flashed with a touch of envy. That's mainly because I've been drinking potions to enhance my digestion. Helga gave a somewhat embarrassed laugh. Without those custom potions Salazar brewed for her, she wouldn't have such a good appetite. As for the puppets, I won't lower the price. Hufflepuff shifted the conversation back to the original topic, but I can accept installment payments. You'd only need to pay a small deposit, or even no deposit at all, and then just send me monthly payments. A thoughtful light flashed in Bones's eyes. This arrangement, yes, it might actually work. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 331, Black Magic Detector. For Hufflepuff, compared to receiving the full payment in one lump sum, she much preferred the Ministry of Magic to adopt an installment plan. To her, there wasn't much difference between 10,000 galleons and 100,000 galleons. Treasures that she and her friends could never obtain, how could they possibly be bought with mere gold? The truly top-tier treasures were never things money could buy. But this money would hold great meaning for Hogwarts. One day, she would inevitably leave the school, and before she did, she wanted to leave behind a rich enough legacy for future generations. Monthly deposits of galleons into Hogwarts's coffers, along with the ongoing maintenance fees for the automated combat puppets, would be the perfect inheritance, like a hen that laid golden eggs. One side was willing to accept installment payments, and the other was happy to buy things in installments. The two sides fit together perfectly. An advance payment of 10%, with the rest to be paid off over 50 years. How about that? It's a very fair deal. Helga offered extremely generous terms. If the ministry intended to buy puppets worth 100,000 galleons, they would only need to produce 10,000 up front. After that, they'd just pay 150 galleons each month, the equivalent of adding only 3 lower-level staff positions while enjoying the combat power equivalent to more than a dozen aurors. In fact, the terms Helga had given were far more generous than she realized, because she had no concept of depreciation. The wizarding world's currency, the galleon, was depreciating just like Muggle money. The galleon first appeared in the mid-13th century, when one galleon had the purchasing power roughly equal to 6,000 galleons today. The currency of the wizarding world had been depreciating at a steady rate of 1.2% per year. In other words, 50 years from now the Ministry of Magic would still be paying Hogwarts 150 galleons each month for the puppets, but by then that 150 galleons would only be worth the equivalent of 82 galleons today. In effect, Helga had unknowingly given the ministry a 50% discount. But she couldn't really be blamed. Expecting a witch from the Middle Ages to understand economics was simply too much. Not just Hufflepuff, even among contemporary wizards, few had any knowledge in this field. Amelia Bones was no exception. Still, while she knew nothing of economics, she did possess basic arithmetic skills. With a quick calculation, she realized that each month they'd only need to spend 150 galleons, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Can we do everything on installments?" she asked. Feeling a little embarrassed, she added that for such an arrangement she'd even be willing to accept a slight increase in the puppet's unit price. Helga had no objections. She never expected to earn too much from the ministry anyway. Real profits would come from the orders placed by the great wizarding families. Seeing Professor White relent, Bones was overjoyed. This way she could acquire a great number of advanced constructs with minimal initial funding, and spread such a heavy budget out over decades until it seemed negligible. As the most powerful department head in the ministry, Bones naturally had ambitions for the Minister for Magic's seat, and the Dementor incident had completely ignited her desire. Having coldly observed all that Fudge had suffered at Hogwarts gates, Bones felt the time had finally come. In the wizarding world, there were quite a few people dissatisfied with Fudge. Amelia could secretly make contact with them, then launch an impeachment to drive him from office. Once in power, she could purchase a batch of Professor White's puppets with zero down payment. If those puppets truly were as effective as White claimed, they would become her political achievement. It was all part of the plan. After privately reaching an agreement with Professor White, Bones left the office in high spirits. Next, she needed to meet with the leaders of the pureblood families and discuss exactly what it would take to secure their support. Ever since the day the Dementors intruded into Hogwarts, the wizarding world had been like the sea before a storm, calm on the surface, but everyone knew a tempest was brewing beneath. Time quickly moved to the end of October. Students gradually forgot about the stormy Quidditch match and the Parents' Day that followed the next morning. The new hot topic was the upcoming Hogsmeade Permission Day. Hogwarts students in 3rd year and above could, with a signed permission slip from their parents, visit Hogsmeade Village. Originally, no such rule existed. Students could come and go freely to Hogsmeade without restrictions on age or time. But as Hogsmeade grew, the village became more chaotic, and more shops emerged selling things unsuitable for young students. To tighten management, Hogwarts eventually imposed regulations on which students were allowed to visit. Of course, Reese found it hard to understand the concerns of later headmasters. In his view, children were merely getting tipsy in places like the Three Broomsticks. Was it really necessary to enforce such strict rules? Wasn't it making a fuss over nothing? But doubts aside, rules still had to be followed. Reese's method of going to Hogsmeade was perfectly in line with school regulations. He had his guardian, Lupin, sign the permission slip for him. Thus, at the end of October, he was able to walk openly through the gates of Hogwarts and head toward Hogsmeade. Ever since being surrounded by angry parents, Fudge had rescinded the order to station Dementors around Hogwarts, instead dispatching Aurors and Hit Wizards to guard the area outside the school to ensure its safety. In his view, without the help of Dementors, relying on just a few wizards to capture Sirius Black was pure wishful thinking. But failing to capture Sirius would only affect his position in the future, whereas continuing to station Dementors meant he would lose his office immediately, so Fudge compromised. Fudge might not have been happy about it, but everyone else welcomed the disappearance of the Dementors. An Auror with brightly dyed, multicolored hair inspected Reese's permission slip. Although the name Lupin on the form clearly didn't match Reese's surname, she didn't press the matter. Instead, she pulled out a thin metal rod, intending to finish the security check and then let Reese through. But when the rod, used to detect dark magic, swept past Reese, it emitted a sharp, explosive screech, and the entire rod became scorching hot. Reese? Tonks. What's going on? Is it broken? Tonks pulled the rod aside, shook it out, and managed to quiet it down. Reese looked thoughtfully at the metal rod. Sorry, the Ministry hasn't updated this equipment in quite a while, but this sort of reaction is really rare. Tonks gave Reese an apologetic smile, thinking she must have scared the poor child just now. Sure enough, when she swept the detector over him a second time, it made no sound at all. All right then, have fun. Tonks stepped aside and let Reese and the others leave the grounds. What happened? I thought I heard an alarm just now. Kingsley walked over from not far away. The Ministry-issued gear glitched a little. Kingsley sighed. Oh. I'll talk to Strang later, see if we can get a batch of updated equipment. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 332, The Shrieking Shack. The dark magic detector just now. Daphne looked at Reese, her eyes full of suspicion. She couldn't shake the feeling that the rod hadn't simply malfunctioned. As that Auror lady said, it broke. Reese replied. In his view, the detector had indeed malfunctioned, forcibly identifying something that wasn't dark magic as if it were. If that wasn't broken, then what was? Following the same route the Thestral carriages had taken at the start of term, Reese led Daphne into Hogsmeade Village. Today, Hogsmeade was more bustling than ever, crammed full of Hogwarts students. To seize this windfall of wealth, the village's shopkeepers were going all out. Their shelves were stacked to the brim, and on top of that, they were rolling out all sorts of new products, terrified they wouldn't meet the demands of the deep-pocketed, eager-to-spend students. It was Daphne's first time in Hogsmeade. Her eyes widened as she looked left and right, nearly overwhelmed by the sight of it all. Let's go to Honeyduke's first, then check out Zonko's joke shop, and finally grab something to eat at the Three Broomsticks. Are you interested in visiting the most haunted house in Britain, the Shrieking Shack? After finally tearing her gaze away from the shop windows, Daphne pulled out the plan she had made beforehand and asked Reese what he thought. Of all the shops, Reese was most interested in Honeyduke's. It was said to sell magical sweets famous worldwide, and all the major candy companies' newest products would also be available there. He absolutely wasn't going to miss that. The second place that caught his interest was the Shrieking Shack. He very much wanted to see for himself what this so-called, most haunted house, Daphne spoke of was really like. After all, the wizarding world did have actual harmful ghosts, such as the banshees that roamed Scotland and Ireland. If the Shrieking Shack really housed something like that, he would need to carefully assess the threat it posed to Hogwarts, since a banshee's wail was deadly. Shall we head to the Shrieking Shack first? Upon learning that there was such a strange place near Hogwarts, Reese decided that would be their first stop. All right then. Daphne led Reese up a sloping path. The Shrieking Shack stood slightly higher than the other houses in the village, and all of its windows were boarded up. Looking past the fence into the garden, they saw only wild overgrowth. Combined with the shack's sinister reputation, it was enough to make anyone standing there feel a shiver down their spine. They say this place is haunted by vicious, violent ghosts, not even Hogwarts resident spirits will come near it. Nearly headless Nick once told me he'd heard that a whole band of rough, brutal beings lived here. Daphne shivered as she glanced at the desolate garden. The unknown was the greatest source of fear. If someone had told her the place held a troll, or even a dragon, she might not have felt this level of dread. But the idea of vague, intangible, harmful ghosts, which even the Ministry feared, was enough to scare her. Rhys carefully studied the small wooden house before them but saw no signs of life. The nearby homes were built at a safe distance from the Shrieking Shack, so there was no real worry about banshees endangering the residents. Should I go inside and take a look? The thought crossed Rhys's mind, and he quickly acted on it. Hey! When Rhys stepped willingly into the grounds of the Shrieking Shack, Daphne felt her scalp prickle with fear. She didn't really want to go inside, but being left alone outside was even scarier, so she timidly followed behind Rhys and entered the garden of the Shrieking Shack. There's no need to worry. There are no dark creatures, no magical beasts, no curses here. This is nothing more than an ordinary, abandoned little shack. Rhys sensed the fear in Daphne's heart and spoke up to reassure her. Really? But Daphne wanted to tell him about the rumors she'd heard, but Rhys cut her off. All the so-called information about the Shrieking Shack is just rumor. Rhys turned and looked at Daphne. What you see before you is the true reality. Tell me, do you sense anything unusual here? Let me ask you another question. What kind of thing could make so-called ferocious ghosts linger in this shabby little hut for decades? Daphne was struck speechless. She couldn't answer either of those questions. After a while, she suddenly thought of the seals beneath the school and quickly asked, could it be like the seals in the dungeons? Maybe someone sealed a group of evil spirits inside this shack. Rhys. Thank you, Daphne. With that one line you've single-handedly lowered the dignity of all four of us. No, that's impossible. I don't feel any sealing magic here. What I do feel, Rhys tapped on the wooden planks nailed across the windows and said, are just a few ordinary, common protective spells. Anti-Alohomora charm, permanent sticking charm, and a spell to reinforce the boards. TSK, TSK. Whoever sealed up this house's windows clearly didn't want people outside coming in, or those inside getting out. Rhys carefully sensed the enchantments on the planks and listed them off one by one, like treasures catalogued from a collection. Daphne blinked. With Rhys's explanation, the place suddenly didn't seem quite so terrifying. So many spells, was it to imprison someone? Then why only the screams, and never any cries for help? Maybe they were drugged, or there were interfering spells nearby. Rhys and Daphne tried piecing together what might have happened back then, but with so few clues, neither of them could reach a conclusion. Let's go inside and take a look first. Rhys drew his wand, pointed it at the ground, and quickly dug out a deep U-shaped trench. Using the trench, he bypassed the protections on the walls and windows, leading straight into the Shrieking Shack. Bang. Rhys lifted a floorboard, then flicked his wand to sweep away all the dust that billowed up. Rising, he leapt into the Shrieking Shack. Once inside, he carefully surveyed the layout and found it exactly what one would expect of a long-abandoned house. Dust coated the furniture, and most of it had been smashed or broken, as though the previous occupant had been in a foul temper. Rhys noticed something unusual. He bent down and carefully examined claw marks left at the foot of a bed. They looked like wolf claws. A bold guess began to form in Rhys's mind. He continued exploring the house, and soon discovered a hidden passage leading who knew where. Things are getting more and more interesting. He slipped straight into the tunnel and walked forward. Daphne followed closely behind him into the narrow passage. The passage was long and winding. After walking for quite some time, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. As soon as Rhys climbed out of the tunnel, before he could even take 2 breaths of fresh air, he heard the explosive crack of air being torn apart. He immediately knew where the tunnel ended. Dodging swiftly past the Whomping Willow's attack, Rhys retreated back into the tunnel. He knew how to deal with this rare magical plant, simply find the knot at its roots and press it, and the tree would calm down. But before Rhys could make a move, the sound of the Whomping Willow abruptly stopped. A moment later, a massive black dog with sleek, glossy fur charged straight into the tunnel. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 333, 333, WTF. Calm down. Faced with the uninvited intruder, Daphne reacted instantly. She whipped out her wand, ready to cast a spell at the black dog in front of her. But Rhys was even faster. Before Daphne could get her incantation out, he raised his hand and pressed her wand down. Sirius, who had just crawled through the Whomping Willow's tunnel, was stunned. Moments ago, he had been lying under the tree, lost in memories of earlier years, when he suddenly saw Rhys's head flicker beneath the Whomping Willow and then vanish. Though he had no idea why Rhys was here, he knew that the Whomping Willow was a dangerous opponent unless one understood its nature. Concerned for Rhys's safety, Sirius had acted immediately, using his agility to strike the knot on the tree and paralyze it, then dashing into the hollow beneath the roots. But once inside, he froze in shock, he hadn't expected there to be a strange girl following right behind Reese. Now he felt utterly awkward. Staying in dog form risked misunderstanding, but reverting to human form was completely out of the question. For a moment, Sirius just stood there stiffly, until Reese stepped in to defuse the situation. "Don't be afraid, Daphne. He's one of us. Calm down and put your wand away. And don't worry, Sirius, she's one of us." Daphne nodded and tucked her wand back into her pocket. Once she lowered her guard, Reese turned to Sirius and told him not to worry, Daphne was trustworthy. Daphne. Had she heard correctly? Reese had just called the big black dog Sirius. Could it be? The very next second, her suspicion was confirmed. The large black dog transformed into a roguishly handsome middle-aged man. Daphne blinked rapidly. From his facial structure and features, he really did resemble the face plastered across the wanted posters of Sirius Black. "Let me introduce you. This is Sirius Black. And this is Daphne Greengrass." Sirius and Daphne both felt a little uneasy facing a stranger, but with Reese bridging the gap between them, they still managed to shake hands calmly. Once the handshake was done, the cramped tunnel fell into an awkward silence. After a while, both of them spoke at the same time. "Reese. Lint." They exchanged a glance, then both fell silent again. Reese felt it best to step in and offer some explanation. "As you can see, Sirius is an animagus, just like the rat we bought off Ron before. By the way, that rat, Scabbers, is actually Peter Pettigrew." That single sentence was enough to crash Daphne's brain. It took her quite a while before she could even process what had just been said. It's a complicated story, but the gist of it is that Sirius is actually innocent. The real criminal is Peter Pettigrew, who was even posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. Daphne struggled to digest the news. The complete reversal of roles between villain and hero was almost too incredible to believe. "That's right. When I saw that Peter was still alive in Azkaban, I did everything I could to escape, just so I could make that rat pay the price." After saying this, Sirius nervously glanced at the young girl's expression. Fortunately, judging by her look, she seemed to believe what he said. "So, where do you usually live? Do you actually live here?" Daphne pointed behind her, in the direction of the Shrieking Shack. "I usually stay in the Forbidden Forest and occasionally freeload meals at Hagrid's place." Sirius licked his lips. Hagrid might have a habit of throwing all sorts of odd things into his cooking, but overall the taste wasn't bad, and the portions were generous. After mooching meals there for over a month, he felt he'd fully replenished all the strength he'd lost in Azkaban. "I should be asking you too, how did you end up here?" After explaining his own situation, Sirius started probing how they had appeared in this place. "I heard the Shrieking Shack was haunted, so I went in to check it out. Then I found a secret passage inside, and it led me here." After hearing Reese's explanation, Sirius laughed and told him not to take the haunted house rumors seriously. The place had originally been used by the school to give a werewolf student somewhere to endure his transformations during the full moon. Those so-called, horrifying ghostly wails were actually the howls of a werewolf in pain. But to protect his friend's privacy, Sirius very deliberately left out Lupin's name, not mentioning that the student in question had been him. "You see. A perfectly ordinary matter, repeated a few times outside, turns into some kind of ghost story." Reese looked at Daphne with a smile. "Don't believe every rumor you hear. All right, let's hurry to Honeyduke's, shall we? I still want to buy some new candies." In Reese's eyes, the matter of the Shrieking Shack had now been settled, and it was time to return to the day's real purpose. Of course. Now that she knew the truth behind the Shrieking Shack, Daphne found it rather ridiculous. Once the mystery had been stripped away, the fear surrounding it completely vanished. She only wanted to leave this boring place as soon as possible. Sirius looked at the two of them, hesitating. He also wanted to go to Hogsmeade, not for the shopping, but on the off chance of spotting Harry. He knew Harry technically wasn't allowed into Hogsmeade, but he suspected James's son wouldn't let rules hold him back. "I think you can come with us to Hogsmeade, if you're willing to wear something like this." Reese casually conjured a collar. Sirius fell silent for a moment, then shifted back into his black dog form, silently allowing Reese to slip the collar onto him. The two of them, along with the dog, returned to Hogsmeade Village. By now the streets were already crowded with people. Reese was just about to head for Honeyduke's to shop to his heart's content when suddenly the door of a shop by the roadside swung open. "Thank you, come again." With the shopkeeper's farewell, a young man with flaming red hair, clutching a package in his arms, stepped out. Reese immediately recognized him. It was Percy Weasley. "Hey, Percy," he called out. "Whoa, it's Lint, hello." Percy was startled, his cheeks flushing red as he hurriedly stuffed the package tighter into his arms. "First time in Hogsmeade, right? Quite lively here, isn't it? You absolutely must check out Honeyduke's and Zonko's joke shop. I've got something to do, so I'll be off." Percy rattled off in a rush, then bolted away as if fleeing the scene. Reese narrowed his eyes. His instincts told him Percy was definitely up to something shady. He glanced at the shop Percy had just exited. It was a small store that sold potion ingredients and ready-made potions. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shopkeeper was tidying up when he noticed Reese walk in with a pretty young girl following behind him. Rich customers. His eyes immediately lit up. Please, come in. Our shop specializes in all sorts of potions and potion ingredients. We can absolutely provide you with whatever you're looking for. Reese's gaze fell on the small vial of potion the shopkeeper was holding. Seeing this, the shopkeeper gave him a knowing smile. Here, please, these potions are sold as sets. They can create a more delightful atmosphere, last longer, and are perfectly safe. As he spoke, the shopkeeper placed several small potion-filled bottles one by one on the counter. Reese instantly understood Hogwarts' reasoning. Students' comings and goings into Hogsmeade really did need to be restricted. How could Hogsmeade shops even be selling this kind of stuff now? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 334, 334, Can I pet it? Oh. What kind of potion is this? Daphne's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she walked toward the counter, only to be very smoothly blocked by both Reese and Sirius. Reese stepped in front of her first, cutting off her path, while Sirius clamped his teeth on the hem of her robe and dragged her out of the shop. Once Daphne had been taken outside, Reese quickly inspected the bottles lined up on the counter and found that their functions were indeed exactly what he had suspected. He looked at the shopkeeper with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected to find a potion shop selling such things right near Hogwarts. Do these potions, really, sell well? After a moment's thought, he finally asked the question. You must be joking, they sell very well. Many upper-year students come here regularly to buy the full sets. But this is a proper shop, I don't sell love potions. The shopkeeper's eyes flicked briefly to Daphne's hair outside the door before he silently shifted his bulky body to block a section of the shelf behind him. Oh. From what you're implying, there are shops in Hogsmeade that do sell love potions. Reese was truly shocked now. Was something like that also so easy to buy? The shopkeeper hesitated for a second, then explained that such things required mutual consent. His packages only contained enhancers and things that guaranteed safety, never the domineering magic of a love potion. Reese glanced into the man's eyes and understood more or less how things stood. Pushing the little potion bottles on the counter aside, he instead began restocking his own supply with proper potion ingredients. After buying the potion ingredients, Reese walked out of the shop that had left him so deeply shaken. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Adrian were alive today, he would probably have a lot in common with this generation of kids. These students really played with things in such outrageous ways. Reese thought of Percy, whom he had just run into. Clearly, the head boy wasn't always as proper and serious as he made himself look. But where would they? Didn't prefects have their own private bathrooms? Reese realized there were some questions best not thought through in detail. He stepped onto the street outside, took Sirius's leash from Daphne's hand, and led them toward Honeyduke's. Reese, what were those potions for just now? Daphne's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, those. They sell air fresheners, and along with them some potions that supposedly help students revise. But those are just placebos, nothing but a tax on gullibility. Isn't that right? You had those things back in your day too, didn't you? Reese glanced at Sirius. Sirius nodded in perfect cooperation. Daphne, so that's how it is. With her confusion resolved, Daphne turned toward Honeyduke's, while Reese let out a quiet sigh of relief behind her. If Astoria had been here, he probably wouldn't have been able to bluff his way out. Having to awkwardly explain those things to the little girl would have been far too embarrassing. He'd have to write a letter to Dumbledore later, telling him to keep a tighter rein on these Hogsmeade shops. Some of the things they sold were going too far. Yet the trace of displeasure he'd felt back in the potion shop was quickly swept away by the shelves in Honeyduke's, stacked high with sweets. Candy is the true source of happiness, Reese said as he swept every kind of sweet from the shelves into his shopping bag. Just as he was heading toward the counter, heavy bag in hand, he suddenly felt a tug on the leash in his other hand. Looking down, Reese noticed Sirius's expression had grown strange. Following his gaze, Reese saw a lollipop floating in midair, then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Clearly, someone was strolling through the shop under an invisibility cloak. Reese didn't even need to use any other means, simple logic was enough to tell him exactly who the cloaked figure was. Pay for me, 3 broomsticks, see you there. Reese shoved the bag of sweets into Daphne's arms and dashed out of Honeyduke's with Sirius in tow. By the time they reached the street, Harry's trace had already vanished. Reese was just about to take action, but Sirius pulled him insistently in one direction. Reese chuckled. So Sirius's animagus form had its uses after all. With someone else leading the way, Reese couldn't be bothered to use any other method. he simply let Sirius guide him in the direction Harry had gone. Before long, Sirius slowed his pace and lifted his tail, while Reese lunged forward in a wide stride and suddenly wrapped his arms around something in midair. Candy thief. Got you. AG. Reese, let go, you're choking me. As soon as Reese released him, Harry's head appeared out of thin air. He had been about to ask Reese how he'd found him, but then he spotted the huge black dog crouching at Reese's feet. In an instant, he understood. Reese, where did you? Found him, then decided to keep him. Today I brought him along to stroll around Hogsmeade. Reese casually made up a story about Sirius's origins. Harry didn't suspect a thing. Instead, he carefully examined the dog Reese was keeping, noticing how well cared for it looked, its fur sleek and glossy. Seems like you've been looking after him very well. No, it's Hagrid. He often feeds the big black dog, I've barely taken care of it myself. I see. Harry lowered his head to look at the black dog. The dog silently tilted its head to one side, avoiding Harry's gaze, but its body leaned closer, and its rapidly wagging tail thumped against Harry's leg. Can I pet it? Harry looked at the unusually behaved black dog and felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. After all, who could suppress the impulse to pet a sleek, glossy-coated big dog? Before Reese could answer, the black dog sat down on its own, clearly agreeing to Harry's request. So Harry didn't hold back, he began gently stroking the dog's back. While smoothing down the dog's fur, Harry started venting to Reese about Professor Trelawney's prophecies in divination. That woman is always predicting I'll encounter misfortune, using tea leaves, you know. A big black dog, in a way, her prophecy wasn't wrong. Reese's lips curved into a smile. True enough, you really did meet a big black dog. How about I name him Omen? That way, Professor Trelawney can finally claim she's made an accurate prophecy. Sirius wagged his tail and smacked it heavily against Reese's ankle. Looks like he doesn't like that name, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let's go have a drink at the Three Broomsticks. No problem. Reese and Harry, with Sirius in tow, headed together toward the Three Broomsticks. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 335, Some Familiar Faces. The Three Broomsticks was packed with people, but thankfully Daphne had gone in early to reserve them a table. Reese struggled to push through the crowd in front of him, while Harry followed cautiously behind, careful not to step on anyone's foot or have his invisibility cloak tugged off. Sirius, however, took full advantage of his size and simply squeezed under the tables, darting straight to where Daphne was sitting. After much effort, Reese finally managed to make his way over. Harry slipped around behind him, and seeing that no one nearby seemed to notice, he removed the invisibility cloak. Daphne gave him a quick glance, her expression slightly surprised. She now understood why Reese had suddenly dashed off earlier. Wow. Didn't expect this place to be so lively, Reese remarked, looking around at the bustling tavern with genuine amazement. Had Hogsmeade's pubs always been this lively? He wasn't sure, he'd never been here before. But in his impression, weren't taverns supposed to come alive only after nightfall? For butterbeers, with a proper head of foam. Daphne called toward the bar, where the proprietor, a shapely, strikingly attractive middle-aged witch, was standing. Glancing at the elegant Madame Rosmerta, then at the middle-aged wizards gathered around the bar bragging and chatting, Reese suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder business here was so good. Madame Rosmerta clearly knew exactly how to run a tavern. While Reese was lost in thought, Madame Rosmerta had already pulled out 4 mugs from beneath the bar and filled them to the brim with frothy, golden butterbeer. As Daphne requested, Madame Rosmerta had poured the standard foam version. There were also extra foam and no foam options, the former nearly all froth, the latter with almost none at all. It depended on the drinker's preference, though the price remained the same. After filling the mugs, Madame Rosmerta was about to call Daphne over to collect them when the cups lifted into the air on their own, floating steadily across the room to Daphne's table. At the same time, a few silver sickles dropped neatly onto the bar. Wicked. Madame Rosmerta whistled, gave Daphne a thumbs up, then turned to serve the other customers. Reese and the others began to enjoy their fresh butterbeer. Thanks to the butter added to the brew, this drink replenished far more energy than ordinary beer. The butter mellowed the bitterness of the ale, while the ale itself cut through the heaviness of the butter. Reese didn't even dare imagine how perfect this would taste on a cold winter's day. Harry and the black dog beneath the table each had their own mug as well, drinking together, boy and dog alike. Just as the 4 of them were savoring their drinks, the door of the tavern suddenly swung open. Harry followed the line of his mug toward the entrance, and what he saw nearly made him choke. Hagrid was pushing his way in, filling the doorway with his massive frame. Behind him, someone else was following. Even though Harry was close to Hagrid, he wasn't naive enough to think Hagrid would be fine with seeing him here. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his mug and ducked under the table, pulling his invisibility cloak on in one swift motion. If Harry had been startled, Sirius was even more alarmed. He had just caught sight of who was walking behind Hagrid, his old friend, Lupin. Others might not recognize a big black dog, but if Lupin failed to, that would be absurd. Sirius didn't stop to wonder why Lupin was here, he simply dove under Harry's invisibility cloak in a panic. Harry! But now was clearly not the time to shoo away the overly friendly black dog. All he could do was pray it stayed quiet. The 3 broomsticks was nearly packed to capacity. After circling the room, Hagrid and the Lupin following him couldn't find an empty table, so they had no choice but to share one with others. By coincidence, there just happened to be some familiar faces here. When Hagrid started heading toward their side, both Harry and Sirius felt their hearts leap into their throats. Once the 2 men sat down at the table, Harry could only sigh helplessly and shift himself a little farther to the side so they wouldn't accidentally step on him. "What brings you here?" Daphne's voice came from above the table. "We've been trying to breed a new type of magical creature and needed to buy some things from Hogsmeade," Lupin explained. Recently, Hagrid had come up with an odd idea about magical creature breeding. After sharing it with Lupin, he'd gained Lupin's support. The project, however, hadn't been going very smoothly. The initial stock of materials they'd prepared had already been used up, and they needed to purchase another batch. As for whether Lupin and Hagrid's activities violated the prohibition of experimental breeding of creatures statute, the 4 of them tacitly agreed not to mention it. "Those damned Dementors are finally gone, what a relief." After they'd been drinking for a while, the conversation shifted to school security. "But with only Aurors and hit wizards, catching Sirius will still be difficult," Lupin added to Hagrid's remark. "On the other hand, we should also figure out how to explain why we're buying what we're buying today." Hagrid let out a belch. The name, Sirius Black, lit a fire in him. That filthy, stinking traitor. He spoke so loudly the whole pub turned to look at them. I must have been the last person to see him, apart from Peter. When I rescued Harry from the wreckage at James and Lily's house, Sirius showed up. He looked white as a sheet, shaking all over, and then he tried to trick me into handing Harry over, spouting that nonsense about being Harry's godfather. All right, Hagrid, pipe down." Lupin's face darkened. "Lower your voice, everyone's watching us." Hagrid took a deep, heavy breath and then rumbled, "I'll wager, if I'd handed Harry to him, he'd have thrown the boy off the motorcycle into the sea halfway there." "Humph. If I ever catch him, I won't use any wand, I'll break every one of his limbs, one by one, and shove them." "Enough, Hagrid, you're drunk." Lupin's expression turned serious. "There are children at this table, what you're saying is out of line." He carefully guided Hagrid to his feet, apologized to Reese and Daphne, then left the pub. Hearing the exchange between Hagrid and his old friend, Sirius under the table drooped his head listlessly, and Harry had frozen the moment he heard the word godfather. When they stepped out of the inn and the cold wind hit them, Harry finally registered it. The men who betrayed his parents and caused their deaths had once been his godfather. A swirl of complicated emotions churned in him as he walked numbingly toward Hogwarts. Reese watched Harry's dazed figure and cocked his head. A wand slid from his sleeve into his hand. He raised his wand, pointed it at the back of Harry's head, and intoned, "Obliviate." Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 336, that wretched old snake ruined everything. Sirius, huh? Daphne, question mark. Both of them were stunned. Reese's action was far too sudden, completely catching them off guard. Reese, however, remained expressionless. In his view, rather than letting Harry spiral into meaningless emotional turmoil, it was better to erase the part of his memory he shouldn't have heard. Once Sirius's name was cleared, everything would be fine. Sirius was momentarily dazed, but then a surge of anger welled up in his chest. "Reese, you actually dared to lay a hand on Harry." But before he could erupt, Harry turned around. Considering Harry was still present, Sirius could only use the last bit of rationality to suppress the fury in his heart, deciding to settle things with Reese after Harry left. "Oh no, I forgot to bring some butterbeer back for Ron." Harry slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to pack a bottle for Ron to try. Back at the shop, when he first tasted butterbeer, he was amazed by the drink and had planned to take some back for Ron. But in the rush of leaving, he'd completely forgotten. "You okay? Ron is allowed into Hogsmeade, right? He could just come by it himself," Reese replied, his tone full of confusion and puzzlement. Harry froze for a second, then came to a realization. "That's right. Ron's not like me, he's allowed into Hogsmeade. I must have had too much butterbeer, my head's not clear. Isn't this stuff supposed to have barely any alcohol?" Harry chuckled awkwardly as he continued walking toward Hogwarts Castle. "Maybe you just have a terrible tolerance." Reese quickly caught up to him, falling into step beside Harry, chatting and laughing together. Looking at Harry's smiling face, Sirius fell into thought, maybe Reese's way wasn't so bad after all. It would take a long time before he could clear his name. And during that time, Harry would likely continue to drown in the pain of believing his godfather had betrayed his parents. In that case, wouldn't it be better to temporarily erase that memory and let him live a little more happily? Holding Sirius's leash, Daphne was also still thinking about what Reese had just done. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Reese had done the right thing. She decided she needed to learn from him, and practice the forgetfulness charm more seriously when she got back. Speaking of the Obliviate charm, she wondered how Lockhart was doing now. She hoped he could get used to his cell in Azkaban. With different thoughts in their minds, the group returned to Hogwarts and then went their separate ways. Harry headed back to the Gryffindor common room, while Reese and Daphne made their way to the library. Sirius planned to settle down in the Shrieking Shack, for ever since running into Lupin and Hagrid at the Three Broomsticks and learning they were working together recently, Sirius had decided it was far too risky to keep mooching food off Hagrid. If he ran into Lupin again, he'd be in real trouble. And even then, he had no idea whether his old friend would be willing to hear him out. If Reese had known what was troubling Sirius internally, he would have scoffed at it. He's way too familiar with that kind of situation. The last thing you should do is overestimate how reasonable your old friends will be. They won't calm down and listen until they've given you a proper beating. Whether Sirius would get a chance to explain himself depended entirely on how much of a beating he could endure. In that regard, Reese had a wealth of experience. When Reese entered the library, he was surprised to see that Helga was there too. At that moment, she was seated directly across from Hermione, with a stack of books beside her as well. Clearly, having a real professor sitting across from her made the young girl rather uneasy. "May I take a look at your transfiguration notes?" "Of course. No problem at all." Hermione quickly pulled a leather-bound notebook from her bag and respectfully handed it over to Helga. Helga took the notebook, opened it, and was immediately greeted by rows of neat, elegant, and concise class notes. Her eyes quickly filled with admiration. "These are very well written. Thank you for your praise. Granger, you come from a Muggle family, right?" Hermione nodded in confusion, not sure where this was going. Helga let out a sigh. "What a pity. Why did you end up in Ravenclaw? It would have been wonderful if you were in Hufflepuff." Hermione. Listening to their conversation, Reese couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This shameless old woman, don't tell me she's got her eyes on Rowena's student. Have some decency. She's Ravenclaw's student, for Merlin's sake. Feeling a bit nervous, he tugged on Daphne's sleeve and dragged her toward a corner of the library, hoping to avoid being spotted by Hufflepuff. Helga was clearly obsessed with taking on a student and had long thrown away any shred of shame. Reese had to make sure Daphne and the others kept their distance from her. Back in their day, there had been no explicit rule that a successor had to come from their own house, but who would have thought that would be necessary? It was like some countries not bothering to write, "Criminals can't be president," into their constitution. Nobody expected that a founder would one day try to poach another house's student to be their successor. "Helga, where's your dignity as a grandmaster and paragon of your house?" Reese had clearly underestimated how appealing Hermione was. In Helga's eyes, Hermione actually fit Hufflepuff's admission standards far better than Ravenclaw's. First, the girl had no background to speak of, being from a Muggle family already ruled her out of Slytherin. Her reverence for school rules didn't mesh with Gryffindor's free-spirited style. As for Ravenclaw, while her grades looked excellent, those were achieved through relentless hard work. At her core, her spirit aligned perfectly with Hufflepuff. So in Helga's opinion, Hermione was a student who had been sorted into the wrong house. Faced with Professor White's strange question, though she didn't really seem to be expecting an answer, Hermione still hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Actually, I originally wanted to be in Gryffindor." "Helga." That answer truly shocked her. Wasn't Gryffindor supposed to be one of the first options you'd rule out, alongside Slytherin? Because back then, everyone said Gryffindor was the best house. Professor Dumbledore graduated from Gryffindor too. So at first, I really wanted to go there. But then Reese explained the true nature of how each of the four houses chooses its students, and I changed my mind. "Oh." Helga raised an eyebrow. "So Reese was involved in this?" "Yes." Hermione then recounted to Professor White what Reese had told her back then about the types of students each house looks for. "After hearing that, I thought maybe I was more suited to Ravenclaw." Helga fell silent. That wretched old snake ruined everything. She cursed internally. Couldn't you have used kinder words to describe Hufflepuff? But regretting it now was pointless. Hermione Granger was already a Ravenclaw. All Helga could do was sigh wistfully. Fortunately, there were still promising seeds growing within Hufflepuff House. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 337, The Investigation Reopens. Reese had no idea about the little drama unfolding on the other side of the library between Hufflepuff and Hermione, nor did he know that Helga had once again secretly jotted his name down in her mental blacklist. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared much. "You chose this path yourself, Helga Hufflepuff. Back then, it was you who gave up on setting admission standards for your students and instead opted to accept everyone indiscriminately. That decision led to your house's declining reputation and made it harder to attract highly talented students. Just think about it, when Hagrid introduced the houses to Harry, he literally said Hufflepuff produced a lot of duffers. What kind of genius would want to join a house with such a stereotype? By comparison, it was his own Slytherin that really got screwed over, ending up like this for no reason at all. The mere thought of it made him angry. Still, even if Helga were given another chance, she wouldn't change the way her house recruited. Because this version of Hufflepuff was the one that fulfilled her dream. You couldn't possibly send a young witch or wizard their Hogwarts acceptance letter, let them experience the magic of this world, and then kick them out later just because they didn't measure up, could you? That would be far too cruel to those children. Hungry? Want to go get something to eat? Reese closed the book in his hands after hearing a stomach growl and looked over at Daphne. Ah, sure. Daphne smiled a bit sheepishly. She was rather hungry. She hadn't eaten much at breakfast, spent the whole day walking around Hogsmeade, followed Reese through the tunnel beneath the Shrieking Shack, and only had a single butterbeer. Now her stomach was practically caving in. After arriving at the Great Hall, Daphne quickly speared a few pieces of sizzling, greasy roast meat and placed them onto her plate, rapidly replenishing her energy. Just then, an owl flew over and dropped an envelope in front of Reese. Upon opening it, he saw it was a letter from Mr. Jameson Henry Greengrass. In the letter, Mr. Jameson informed Reese that Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had approached him a few days ago to ask what it would take for him to support her candidacy for Minister of Magic. Bones was a sharp and highly capable woman who met the criteria Reese had mentioned previously. Mr. Jameson wanted to know Reese's opinion on her. Reese didn't have much of an opinion. He wasn't familiar with most of the ministry's officials, and the final decision had always been left to Mr. Jameson. Still, he arranged to meet Mr. Jameson in Hogsmeade. Reese felt it was time to clear Sirius's name. In his view, something like that had to be done openly and properly, and for that, the power of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would be essential. Conveniently, Amelia Bones was the department head, and currently in need of a favor from Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson's reply arrived before dinner, and the two scheduled their meeting for the next morning at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. After receiving the reply, Reese managed to track down Sirius and told him to come with him to Hogsmeade the next day. It's time to let the truth come to light. Upon hearing Reese's words, Sirius trembled with excitement. Brilliant, brilliant. I've waited 13 years for this day. His eyes were bloodshot from the sheer emotion. But once he calmed down, he noticed a particular detail. Why did you choose such a weird place for the meeting? Is there something wrong with the tea shop? Sirius gave him a strange look. It's fine, you'll see when we get there. Reese couldn't help but feel puzzled. That confusion was resolved the next day when he arrived at Madame Putafoot's tea shop with Sirius in tow. The place was far too feminine in style, clearly the kind of spot where young couples would go on dates. Now that the Hogsmeade weekend had ended and the Hogwarts couples were gone, the tea shop was quite deserted. Soon, Reese spotted Mr. Jameson Greengrass. Before Jameson could step into the tea shop, Reese intercepted him at the door and steered him toward the 3 broomsticks instead. He absolutely could not accept having a serious conversation in a place like that. It wasn't until they stepped into the noisy, bustling room of the 3 broomsticks that Reese finally let out a breath of relief. He led Jameson and Sirius deeper into the tavern, finding a spot near the fireplace in the back of the room to sit down. All right, now we can talk business. Sirius, sit down too. Jameson is someone we can trust. Sirius. Jameson looked up in confusion, only to see that the black dog from earlier had transformed into Sirius's human form. Jameson. He never imagined that Sirius was an animagus. No wonder this man had managed to escape from Azkaban and had never been caught. I need the Ministry of Magic to reopen the case from back then. Sirius was falsely accused. Jameson, huh? His mind couldn't immediately process all the information being thrown at him. Reese explained, in the simplest terms possible, the complicated relationship between Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Jameson listened, clicking his tongue in amazement as the story unfolded. Sirius sat quietly the whole time, saying nothing from beginning to end. He had assumed someone like Jameson Greengrass would be difficult to convince with just Reese's word alone, but to his surprise, Jameson didn't show the slightest hint of doubt. So, you want me to help clear Mr. Black's name? Jameson asked after listening carefully, finally understanding Reese's intention. Yes, and I've brought the key evidence with me, Reese said, pulling out the cage containing Scabbers. At this moment, Scabbers was still fast asleep inside, completely unaware that his true identity had already been uncovered by many. This is excellent. A hint of delight appeared on Mr. Jameson's face. With Peter in our hands, I can bring him to Bones. She'll be able to reconvene a Wisengamot session as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and reopen the trial from back then. Reese nodded in satisfaction, then glanced over at Sirius to see if he was willing to return to Greengrass Manor with Jameson and wait for the day of the public hearing. On that day, the injustice he had borne for over a decade would be cleared, and those who had caused his downfall would finally be held accountable. All right. Ever since seeing Peter, Sirius had been visibly excited. Now, upon hearing Reese's suggestion, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. Reese let out a breath of relief, this pitiful lord of the black family of this generation. Sigh, his matter could finally be considered resolved. He would regain his innocence in a grand, open trial. Justice delayed might not be perfect justice, but delayed was still better than never delivered at all. Make sure to write to Dumbledore before the trial begins and explain everything to him, Reese reminded Jameson, emphasizing the importance of proper preparation. Of course. Jameson replied. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 338, 338, the dog catches the rat, and the cat gets angry. Sirius had left, and with him, the rat, Scabbers. Life at Hogwarts continued on peacefully, until one morning, Dumbledore suddenly received an all-delivered letter. I'm already at this age, and yet people still insist on writing to me. Can't even enjoy a quiet breakfast anymore, Dumbledore chuckled wryly as he opened the envelope. But as his eyes scanned the contents, his expression gradually turned serious. By the end, his gaze was burning with a near-tangible fury. Albus, I'm not going to help you reply to those people again, what's the matter? Professor McGonagall began by cutting off what she assumed would be another one of Dumbledore's unreasonable requests, but then noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. Sirius's whereabouts have been found. McGonagall. That's good news, she said sincerely. He's caused the school quite a bit of trouble. Peter Pettigrew has also been found. Dumbledore's next sentence left Professor McGonagall stunned. McGonagall. Peter. That boy. Didn't Sirius blow him to pieces? This is more complicated than you think. In short, according to the letter, Peter Pettigrew only faked his death to escape. He's actually the real culprit behind the explosion and the one who betrayed the Potters, Dumbledore said, unable to stop himself from massaging his temples. Such a shocking reversal had even left him somewhat dumbfounded. As for whether the contents of the letter were credible, Dumbledore believed they were. Because something like this would be incredibly easy to verify. If you claimed Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead and was actually the real perpetrator, then where was he? Produce him, and the case was as good as closed. If you couldn't produce him, then it was nonsense. This was also why Sirius had fallen into despair back then, giving up resistance entirely and refusing even to defend himself. Because he, too, believed Peter had been blown to bits. So how could he explain anything? On top of that, the lead interrogator at the time was Barty Crouch, and so Sirius was ultimately imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. But now, Peter had been captured. The truth was just a hair's breadth away from being fully revealed. After processing the shocking news Dumbledore had told, Professor McGonagall realized something. Then, Albus, this letter. Yes. As the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, I'll be presiding over the hearing and supervising the legal proceedings. This letter is basically a spoiler in advance for this doddering old man, so I don't end up making the wrong call due to senility, Dumbledore chuckled. Jameson Greengrass's little move isn't hard to read, he's laying his cards on the table. Dumbledore wouldn't take a one-sided claim at face value, but as long as he was informed of the matter in advance, that was enough. There's something interesting mentioned in the letter, Dumbledore said as he handed it to Professor McGonagall. Both Sirius and Peter Pettigrew are unregistered animagi. Sirius is a black dog, and Peter is a rat, which means everything that happened this year can basically be summarized as a dog catching a rat. Minerva, as a catanigagus, I honestly thought you'd be the one to figure it out first. At first, Professor McGonagall didn't understand what Dumbledore was getting at. But once it clicked, she genuinely wanted to crumple the letter into a ball and throw it straight at his face. Fine. From now on, I'll mind my own business. You can handle all of Gryffindor House's affairs yourself. Professor McGonagall said sternly. Ah, do you know where Peter's been hiding all these years? Realizing he might have pushed too far with his teasing, Dumbledore quickly changed the subject. And surprisingly, it worked. McGonagall's attention was successfully diverted by his little trick. Dumbledore tilted, glancing left and right as though he were about to reveal a massive secret, before lowering his voice dramatically to deliver the punchline. He's been living at the Weasleys this entire time. Dumbledore, equals Omega smiley face. Professor McGonagall, Sigma, degree winky face. This news truly shocked Professor McGonagall. How revolting, was her immediate reaction. To think that the pet who had lived alongside you day and night, who even slept in your bed, completely exposed, was actually a greasy middle-aged wizard. Who could possibly accept that? Just imagining it sent shivers down her spine. Her gaze swept over the Weasley children enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall, her eyes filled with sympathy. Those poor children. Seeing that Professor McGonagall had completely forgotten his earlier dog-catching rat remark, Dumbledore let out a quiet sigh of relief, then told her he had some investigating to do. Although he already believed the story in his heart, he still needed to gather some solid evidence. As for where to start looking for that evidence, well, that part was simple enough. Severus, back when Voldemort had his followers, was Sirius one of them? Caught off guard by Dumbledore's sudden question, Snape frowned in confusion. But despite his inner doubts, he still gave an honest answer: he had never seen him. It wasn't until the explosion incident that he'd even heard Sirius was supposedly one of Voldemort's men. Isn't that perfectly normal? A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Snape's mouth. That whole family of his. Dumbledore didn't let him continue. If he allowed Snape to go on a rant, he wouldn't be able to leave until the Wisengamot hearing was underway. What about Peter Pettigrew? Did you ever see him among Voldemort's followers? Snape shook his head again. Though Peter had been part of James Potter's little group, Snape never had a strong impression of him. He didn't understand why Dumbledore was suddenly bringing up someone who'd supposedly been dead for over a decade, nor why Dumbledore seemed to be implying that Peter might have been a Death Eater. Bring some Veritaserum to my office. As expected, not having received a conclusive answer, Dumbledore turned and left. He still had more evidence to gather. The next person Dumbledore intended to speak with was Percy Weasley. When Dumbledore called out to him, Percy's face turned ghostly pale. He turned around and took a deep breath, as if preparing to face judgment. Professor. Percy, Dumbledore interrupted gently, Ron's pet rat, when did it first come to your family? Percy looked as if he'd been caught off guard, taking several seconds to react. The rat. Oh, Scabbers. Professor, here's the thing, even though rats aren't on the school's list of permitted pets. I'm not looking to assign blame, Dumbledore interrupted gently. I'm simply curious, because for a rat, it seems to have lived a little too long. Seeing that Dumbledore wasn't criticizing him or his younger brother, Percy visibly relaxed. He began trying hard to recall when Scabbers had come to their family, only to realize he wasn't quite sure. When he was younger, his parents had given him the obedient rat as a pet, and later, when little Ron had begged for it, he passed it down to him. Thinking back now, Scabbers really did seem unusually long-lived. How long was a rat supposed to live, anyway? Having gathered what he needed from Percy, Dumbledore returned to his office, his thoughts now fully in order. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 339, Trial of the Century. Several peaceful days passed, and then a piece of news exploded across the British wizarding world. Every column of the Daily Prophet that day was dedicated to what they called the Trial of the Century in the Wisengamot. The trial was initiated by the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, and, with the approval of Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, she summoned the full Wisengamot, along with nearly the entire upper echelon of the Ministry of Magic, including Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge and the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch. Then, right in front of all the wizards present, she announced that she had captured Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail. The moment the name, Peter Pettigrew, was spoken, the entire courtroom erupted. Many people thought they'd misheard, until Peter and Sirius were brought into the courtroom together. Bones gave the jury no time to raise questions. She directly lifted Wormtail's sleeve and revealed the dark mark on his arm for all to see. At the same time, she asked Sirius to roll up his own sleeve and show the jury his arm, covered in hair, but completely unmarked. Faced with such a stark contrast, the wizards of the jury began to waver. After all, not every Death Eater bore the dark mark. It was a gift reserved only for those who had made significant contributions to the Dark Lord. Peter Pettigrew instinctively tried to talk his way out of it, but the potions Reese had been forcing him to take over a long period had severely damaged his mind. His thoughts were sluggish and muddled, no match for Bones, who refuted him so thoroughly that he couldn't even form a coherent response. In the end, Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore even provided Veritaserum. Under its effects, Peter confessed to everything. With irrefutable evidence laid bare, all of Peter's honors were stripped away, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Sirius, on the other hand, was cleared of all charges and regained his freedom, with the Ministry of Magic even paying a substantial sum in compensation. Of course, the trial of the century wasn't just about that one case. What followed was a series of shocking developments. Barty Crouch was impeached for dereliction of duty. Back then, he had sentenced Sirius to life in Azkaban without a trial, which was a serious violation of Ministry protocol. As the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he had to bear primary responsibility. Though many had supported his actions at the time, there was no avoiding the fallout now. Given the hasty and aggressive approach he had taken back then, the blame naturally fell on him. When the Wisengamot passed the motion for his impeachment, the elder Barty Crouch seemed to age decades in an instant. In the end, he offered no resistance and resigned from all his positions according to the ruling, managing to exit the stage with some remaining dignity. As Crouch walked out of the Wisengamot courtroom, Cornelius Fudge instinctively thought the storm had passed. After all, during the Sirius Black case, he had only been the deputy head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. By right, responsibility shouldn't fall on him. But he was being naive. If no one were to be held accountable for the serious case, then what about the Dementor intrusion at Hogwarts? After overturning a grave injustice and forcing the resignation of a powerful department head, Amelia Bones, riding the wave of her sweeping victory, launched an impeachment motion against Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. When Bones announced the motion to impeach him, Fudge's entire face contorted. He never imagined this day would come so soon. Fudge thought he could at least hold on until Christmas this year. And why couldn't they have discussed it with him in advance? He thought bitterly, if someone had just offered me a little incentive, I would have stepped down willingly. A comfortable chairmanship in some committee, and he would have retired peacefully to enjoy his old age. Why go through all this disgrace? Amelia Bones had indeed considered that approach at first, but Jameson Greengrass firmly opposed it. He believed such a move would only alert Fudge prematurely, and if Fudge managed to find some leverage or reversal, things would turn sour. That was the official reason. The real reason was that Jameson knew Fudge had gravely offended someone he never should have. And that person certainly wouldn't want to see Fudge living a cozy retirement. So, Jameson pushed for the most ruthless, uncompromising resolution. Fudge had initially wanted to defend himself, to say a few words in his favor, but the moment he opened his mouth, loud boos rang out from the stands. They came from the very parents who had opposed him before. Many of them had already reached a private agreement with Bones. Now, they just wanted Fudge to fall, fast. When Dumbledore cast an abstention vote, Fudge knew he was finished. Following Crouch's downfall, Fudge too was swept out the door in disgrace. All things considered, it was already a decent outcome. After all, he was still alive and in one piece, a remarkable feat given that he had managed to offend both Slytherin and Hufflepuff and still walk away. The final case of the trial was a rather trivial one. Sirius Black was fined for failing to register his animagus form with the Ministry. Upon learning that Sirius had only been fined, Professor McGonagall was indignant. Why did I obediently register with the Ministry back then? She couldn't help but feel that not registering was actually the mainstream choice for animagi. When Fudge tried to say a few final words after being dismissed, two Aurors immediately stepped behind him, and he shut up. Jameson recounted vividly to Reese at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, describing the scene of Fudge's downfall in detail. With Fudge's downfall, Jameson Greengrass's behind-the-scenes influence rose dramatically, approaching that of Septimus Malfoy in the late 18th century, who had wielded immense sway over the Ministry of Magic at the time. Many believed that then-Minister Anchises Osbert had merely been his puppet. How far Jameson would ultimately rise depended on the outcome of his power duel with Amelia Bones. But that wasn't something Reese wanted to see. Once he realized neither of them would gain a swift upper hand, he dismissed the idea of making Bones into Jameson's puppet. It simply didn't align with his interests. What he needed was a unified, efficient ministry to handle the increasingly severe challenges ahead, not more internal factional struggle. If it came to that, he might as well have left Fudge in place to serve as a glue stick for the reactionaries. If Bones became too uncooperative, Reese wasn't worried. He had his own excellent solutions in mind. Jameson, I see you're quite eager to advance, Reese said, taking a sip of tea from his cup, then immediately wrinkled his brow and pushed it aside. He fixed his gaze on Jameson. Jameson. A faint sense of foreboding suddenly crept up on him. You must be joking. Back in the day, when our ancestor Adrian studied magic under you, he already used up all the Greengrass family's room for advancement. What's left for me to strive for now? Jameson, typically laid back by nature, deliberately sidestepped Reese's remark. But how could Reese possibly be swayed by a few evasive words? Wearing a smile, he replied with utmost seriousness, I am a seer, and the signs tell me that the next head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation must be you. Don't bother refusing. Read 12 chapters ahead.